Chapter 1. The grandfather who deceived his grandson in Xixing province. Hama village. As the sun descended in the west, wisps of smoke curled into the air. The verdant mountains rose majestically, creating a breathtaking panorama. Li Xiao descended from an old bus and stood at the village entrance point 3 days prior. He had graduated from university and secured a position with a Fortune 500 company. However, he also received the tragic news of his grandfather's passing. According to local customs, he was required to bury his grandfather by noon 3 days later. Despite his hurried journey, he arrived too late. Overwhelmed with guilt, he dragged his suitcase straight to the burial site, where he bowed and burned paper offerings for his grandfather. The village chief arrived with the news of Li Xiao's grandfather's will. In the will, his grandfather expressed a desire for Li Xiao to inherit his zoo. A lover of animals, his grandfather had founded a zoo with his own funds to bring uniqueness to their hometown. Yet his grandfather lacked business acumen, resulting in persistent financial losses since its inception. Firstly, the zoo was located in a remote area with little to no promotion, having sold fewer than 10 tickets in total. Secondly, it was a private endeavor, receiving no support from the government or corporate sponsors. Thirdly, the animals required substantial daily nourishment, necessitating funds each time they were fed. The zoo was besieged by internal and external troubles, making it nearly impossible to avoid financial losses. Holding the will, Li Xiao felt utterly bewildered. He had been unaware of his grandfather's zoo. Li Xiao's parents had perished in a car accident when he was merely 3, and his grandfather had raised him since. During his university years, Li Xiao worked during his breaks to alleviate his grandfather's burden, rarely returning home. The zoo had been established by his grandfather after Li Xiao began his studies. "Grandfather, you have truly trapped your grandson." Li Xiao lamenta. At present, he possessed only 50,000 yuan, earned from his years of labor, far from sufficient to manage a zoo. However, considering his grandfather's recent demise, and this being his sole wish, Li Xiao ultimately resolved to stay and strive to develop the zoo. As for finances, he would take it one step at a time. Soon, Li Xiao arrived at the zoo his grandfather had founded. The zoo was named Gushan, after the mountain. His grandfather had acquired Gushan and several nearby low hills, constructing numerous facilities and lakes, resembling a quaint mountain town. Ding! The zoo simulation cultivation system has been linked. The novice gift pack has been delivered. Would you like to check it now? Upon standing at the entrance of a zoo, the system's voice rang out. Li Xiao quickly responded, "Check." As he spoke, a panel appeared before him, displaying the contents of his gift pack. "Congratulations, host. You have received 100 pounds of fresh meat. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a specialized drone. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 potent capsules. Congratulations, host. You have gained the beast mastery skill. Congratulations, host. You have received the construction blueprint for the tiger enclosure. 100 pounds of fresh meat. Exclusive rations for carnivorous animals. Personally feeding them will enhance their trust and affection towards you. Note, the meat remains impeccably fresh in any environment. Specialized drone. Provides 247, 360-degree surveillance of the animals and is equipped with crossbows, capable of monitoring their every move and providing immediate protection in case of danger. Note, this drone can be controlled by the host's thoughts. 3 potent capsules. Consuming this medication can swiftly cure various ailments in animals, even if they are on the brink of death. It is also applicable to humans. Note, if taken by someone without ailments, it will enhance their skills, strength, speed, agility, immunity, endurance, and more. Beast mastery skill. Acquiring this skill allows you to comprehend any animal's speech and communicate with them. Tiger enclosure construction blueprint. Utilizing this blueprint enables the creation of a natural habitat for tigers, allowing them to live freely without being confined in cages, thus preserving their nature, reason, and instincts. Note, this blueprint is a one-time use item and cannot be viewed after deployment. The host will not have access to details until completion. So many gifts. This system is truly generous. Let's try the potent capsule first. Li Xiao examined the items and took out 1 potent capsule. The capsule was pure white, indistinguishable from an ordinary one. He placed it in his mouth, washed it down with mineral water, and swallowed. As the capsule took effect, warmth radiated throughout his body, akin to soaking in a hot spring or sauna. Under this sensation, the muscles in his arms gradually became more defined, and his abs transformed dramatically. Additionally, his vision improved significantly. Previously relying on glasses, Li Xiao now found he could see clearly without them. This transformation felt akin to that of Captain America. The remarkable changes brought about by the potent capsule compelled him to eagerly click to learn the beast mastery skill. This skill would enable him to master the language of all creatures. Next, Li Xiao retrieved the drone. With a mere thought, the drone began its automated operation. As he directed his mind leftward, the drone shifted in that direction, adjusting its altitude and angle effortlessly. Convenient and efficient. Having utilized 3 of the 5 gifts, he set the remaining 2 aside for later and began exploring the system. Given that this was a zoo simulation cultivation system, it was inherently designed to support the zoo's growth. By amassing a substantial fan base for the zoo, he could unlock corresponding rewards. For every additional 100,000 fans, he would receive a gift and trigger a random lottery. The lottery prizes range from black iron to bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Both the beast mastery skill and the potent capsule from a novice gift pack were merely bronze tier rewards. Fans? Li Xiao's mind raced. In today's world, the quickest route to gaining fans was through short video creation. Some individuals casually produced dozens of videos, amassing millions, even tens of millions of followers. Consequently, everyone aspired to create videos and become internet celebrities. However, Li Xiao was not well-versed in short videos, so he considered only one option: live streaming. Nowadays, live streaming could be as lucrative as acting, with follower counts rivaling those of stars. Some celebrities even abandoned acting to focus entirely on streaming to maintain their dwindling popularity. Numerous live streaming platforms existed, but the market was predominantly dominated by Douyin, Kuaishou, YY, Miaogua, and Zhanyu. Douyin and Kuaishou initially thrived on short videos before transitioning to live streaming. Douyin boasted anchors like Weiya and Jiqi, while Kuaishou was infamous for a man known as Lion King, who had become a laughingstock due to his arrogance. Both platforms had attracted a plethora of stars. YY, the pioneer of live streaming, has produced renowned internet singers such as Xian Shang and Huiying Ge. Miaogua featured a popular figure known as Daxian, who consistently dominated the gaming sector in popularity. Zhanyu hosted numerous streamers, including Xiaowan, Daxiang, and Daimei. Each platform had its pros and cons. Without hesitation, Li Xiao chose Zhanyu. The reason was simple. He happened to have an existing account with Zhanyu. Previously, he had used it to follow a streamer named Xiaowan. Now, it was perfectly suited for live streaming. As Li Xiao fiddled with his phone, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! The drone is now connected to the live stream. The host has officially become a streamer on Zhanyu. Please name your streaming room. This system was surprisingly user-friendly. Li Xiao contemplated for a moment and declared, "Let us name the live stream Gushin Zoo." Everything was prepared. The broadcast commenced. Nervousness enveloped him. The first time is always fraught with trepidation. Li Xiao was anxious about the possibility of no one entering the live stream. For a live stream, an empty room is the most agonizing predicament. Of course, at times, the officials might intervene and send in a few bots to alleviate the desolation. There have been instances where streamers, out of sheer boredom, broadcast themselves sleeping, only to receive a generous reward of 70,000 from Principal Wang that very night. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Li Xiao's concerns proved unwarranted. Before long, 4 or 5 individuals joined the stream. They were drawn in by the title. Amidst the current trend of singing, dancing, and product promotions, viewers inevitably experience a degree of visual fatigue. Thus, the zoo's title captivated their interest. Wow, I just came in, and it really is a live stream from a zoo. The streamer is amazing. The first to broadcast from a zoo across the internet. Gushin Zoo? I've never heard of it. Streamer, where is this zoo located? The newcomers inquired with curiosity. The chat quickly became animated. Li Xiao responded, "Hello everyone. This zoo is located in my hometown in Xixing, which I inherited from my grandfather." Wow, the streamer is from a wealthy family. Inheriting a zoo? I want to ride your coattails. Streamer, I'm your long-lost brother. Li Xiao continued. Actually, this zoo is on the brink of collapse. There are hardly any animals left. What animals are there? Take us to see them. Yes. I haven't been to a zoo in ages. It would be perfect to see it here in the live stream. Li Xiao said, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall lead the way immediately." He refrained from mentioning the exact number of animals, fearing that the scant offerings would dissuade the visitors and cause them to leave. However, barely 100 meters into the zoo, a frantic farmer rushed towards him. Xiao Li, you must come quickly, something serious has happened. Without even approaching, the farmer gasped, shouting. Li Xiao hurried over and asked, Aunt Zhang, please calm down and tell me slowly what's wrong. Your eagle has snatched 2 of my hens. The eagle took the hens? Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Zhang, don't panique. We'll check if our eagle is still in the zoo. It wasn't that Li Xiao was denying responsibility, it was simply that they were deep in the mountains where other wild beasts could threaten the villagers. It was prudent to ascertain the situation. It must be your eagle. Aunt Zhang's eyes brimmed with tears. Since your grandfather passed away, no one has been taking care of the animals in the zoo. They must have gone hungry and escaped to wreak havoc on our livestock. I have raised those hens for over 6 months, planning to eat them for the new year, and now they've fallen victim to your eagle. Poor Aunt Zhang. I've been at my grandmother's house in the countryside, and I know how precious those home-raised animals are. They're free from growth hormones and additives, just nourished on bugs and grass, and they're all pasture-raised. The taste is exceptional, and the meat is firm, nothing like what you find in the market. During the new year in the countryside, these home-raised animals save a significant amount of money. The streamer must provide an explanation. Compensation, compensation, compensation. Li Xiao, drenched in sweat, looked at the chat and said, Aunt Zhang, we'll check if the eagle is still in the zoo. If it's not, and it truly did this, I will certainly compensate you. You better not go back on your word. Li Xiao had initially planned to take the visitors to see the tigers, but he now had to divert to find the eagle. The Gushan Zoo had only 1 eagle. If it was indeed responsible, it would be easy to locate. Upon arriving at the eagle enclosure, he found nothing. The enclosure was surrounded by a metal fence, but there was a gaping hole in one section. It was likely that the famished eagle had escaped through this opening. Defeated, Li Xiao said, Aunt Zhang, let's go check your place. Perhaps the eagle is still nearby, making it easier for me to catch it. Okay. Aunt Zhang nodded in agreement and began to lead the way. Li Xiao had never anticipated encountering such an incident on his first live stream. All he wanted was to retrieve the eagle as swiftly as possible. If the eagle continued to terrorize more villagers' livestock, the compensation would only increase. Upon arriving at Aunt Zhang's home, Li Xiao quickly found an eagle feather nearby. Yet, the eagle had vanished without a trace. At this point, Li Xiao was certain that his eagle was indeed the culprit. After transferring 200 yuan to Aunt Zhang, he focused solely on recapturing the eagle. Streamer, don't bother. How can a person catch an eagle? I've only seen people catch chicks, never an eagle. Once the eagle is full, it might have already flown away. Eagle, goodbye, Mom. I'm off to embark on a grand journey today. Li Xiao ignored the comments and began to strategize. Earlier, he had noticed fresh blood at Aunt Zhang's place. It hadn't dried yet, indicating that the eagle had only recently snatched the hens. This was the perfect opportunity to capture it otherwise. Once it was sated, it might truly flee. With a thought, he deployed the drone. Li Xiao began searching for the eagle throughout the village and the nearby hills. Since consuming a potent capsule, his senses had become exceptionally acute. Even as night fell, he navigated the mountain forest with ease. However, the visitors in the live stream grew impatient. Streamer, where's the eagle? Hurry up. We've been watching for nearly an hour and have only seen a feather. Disappointed, unfollowing. If there's no eagle, I'm leaving. Li Xiao felt helpless. If only they knew how much he wanted to see the eagle too. But the eagle simply wouldn't show itself. What could he do? Wait. Perhaps he could lure the eagle out. For an eagle, 2 hens might not suffice to satiate its appetite. He could hang some fresh meat on nearby trees to potentially attract it. Without hesitation, he took 10 pounds of fresh meat and hung them on 5 trees. Next, he set the drone to monitor the area. Now, all he had to do was patiently wait. Peach Blossoms sent a rocket as a gift. Message, Streamer, where's the big bird? Peach Sister has appeared. Oh wow, Peach Sister is here. Peach Sister is as impressive as ever, arriving with a rocket. Peach Sister wants to see your big bird, Streamer. Show it quickly. Li Xiao, is there truly someone gifting tokens like this? And a rocket at that. He didn't step in any dog poop, did he? Beep. The drone has located the eagle, 300 meters ahead. Li Xiao was about to inquire who this so-called Peach Sister was, as her arrival had dramatically increased the viewer count to several hundred. That just then, the system notification chimed. Li Xiao laughed heartily. The bird is here. Everyone, follow me. The eagle was feasting on the fresh meat, oblivious to Li Xiao's presence. Everyone look, that's my big bird. Li Xiao crouched in the bushes and pointed. Wow, that eagle is massive. Look at its eyes. Even through the screen, I feel a chill. Though they were far away, the drone captured the eagle clearly. Apart from its colossal form, its piercing gaze sent shivers down one's spine. In its eyes lay a fierce pride, as if proclaiming to all creatures, I am the sovereign of the skies, radiating confidence. I shall introduced, my magnificent bird is scientifically known as the black kite, a medium-sized raptor measuring 70 centimeters in length and now fully matured. It primarily preys on small birds, rodents, snakes, frogs, fish, wild rabbits, lizards, and various insects, possessing eyesight that is 8 times sharper than that of a human. Though it does not belong to the category of large birds of prey, visitors at any zoo are unable to approach it closely, for it is inherently fierce and more challenging to tame than a tiger. Even professional caretakers must don thick protective gear to avoid being scratched or having their throats severed by its razor-sharp talons. Aside from specialized falconers or those who have formed bonds with the bird during its youth, few others can approach the eagle, and even they must wear special protective gear. However, I have no such need. As he finished speaking, Li Xiao approached the eagle with a smile. The host is about to show off. Everyone step aside. Did I think the host has lost his mind? Same here. But it's all right. Just be more cautious in your next life. That I have yet to witness an eagle hunt. I must capture this moment. The host seems to think he is a hero, waiting to be chased by the eagle and fleeing in disarray. The battle of man versus eagle, although it appears devoid of empathy, I truly relish this. Eagle, I did not order takeout. Why is this person approaching me? Li Xiao, unprotected, approached the eagle that was feasting. This audacious act ignited a fervor in the live stream room, as hundreds of viewers suddenly surged in numbers, flooding the chat with comments. With an air of calm, Li Xiao strolled towards the eagle, declaring earnestly, "Let me share a secret with you all. I possess the knowledge of falconry." In the 21st century, a great philosopher, Wozki showed, once stated that training an eagle is quite simple, as long as you approach it with a smile and sincere eyes, allowing the eagle to sense your authenticity and kindness. It will be inclined to befriend you. This method is far more convenient than the one depicted in the Iron Fist of Shame, where one endures sleepless nights to tame an eagle. I adore the host's serious demeanor while boasting. Young bull, with billions on this planet, you're the most skilled storyteller I have encountered. Please refrain from disparaging the host. He speaks truthfully. I trained an eagle in my previous life using this very method. I cannot attest to whether one's gaze can train an eagle, but my eyes possess a unique effect of making anyone pregnant or causing miscarriages upon a glare. Let the host continue speaking otherwise. There may be no opportunity later. The viewers in the live stream remained skeptical of Li Xiao, dismissing his words as mere jest. Yet, Li Xiao remained composed, unconsciously approaching within a meter of the eagle. The eagle neither attacked nor fled, instead unfurling its wings slightly, its sharp gaze fixed intently on Li Xiao, a mix of wariness and tension apparent. Li Xiao smiled gently, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am Li Xiao, the new director of the Gushan Zoo and your new master. Your previous owner was my grandfather, who has passed away, leaving you unfed for the past few days. I shall take you home now." With that, he produced a piece of fresh meat and tossed it to the eagle. The eagle, sensing a familiar aura emanating from Li Xiao, did not refuse. It leaned forward and effortlessly grasped the meat with its beak, tilting its head back to swallow it whole. With the meat consumed, the eagle's wariness and tension dissipated. Li Xiao offered another piece, which the eagle promptly devoured. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, Li Xiao ceased throwing meat and instead held it by hand near the eagle's beak. For the first time, the viewers witnessed the eagle feeding. A piece of meat that could easily satisfy 4 or 5 people was consumed by the eagle in mere moments. Just as they were about to express their astonishment, they gasped in unison at Li Xiao's next move, their hearts racing with trepidation, fearing the eagle might snatch his hand. Instead, the earlier sight of the eagle devouring meat lingered in their minds, and they realized that Li Xiao's hand was covered in meat scent, leaving them uncertain of whether the eagle might take a bite. With formidable strength, a single snap of the eagle's beak could render Li Xiao's right hand useless. Yet the eagle took the meat without attempting to seize Li Xiao's hand, displaying remarkable intelligence. Summoning his courage, Li Xiao began to stroke the eagle with his left hand. The eagle offered no resistance, suggesting that it had recognized Li Xiao after the meat offerings. However, Li Xiao remained vigilant, closely observing the eagle's physical reactions. Should the eagle exhibit any sign of discomfort, he would cease immediately. He first stroked the eagle's back, gradually moving upward to caress its head, and finally reaching toward its beak. The beak is a bird's most treasured feature, essential for feeding and self-defense. If an eagle allows you to touch its beak, it signifies complete trust. With just a few pieces of meat, Li Xiao had successfully endeared himself to the majestic eagle. Training an eagle is truly that simple. He smiled at the camera. In a live stream room, viewers were left in a state of disbelief. Is this really happening? Surely the host hasn't spiked the meat with some sort of drug? At this moment, I must quote a classic line from Chow Chow. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is astounding. Could it be that animals possess a certain intuition, aside from flies? Join me, and I shall ensure you dine on meat every day. I Shao patted the eagle's shoulder and commanded, "Come, perch here." With a flutter of its wings, the eagle leaped from the tree and landed on Li Xiao's right shoulder, displaying its intelligence by carefully controlling its strength. Otherwise, its sharp talons could have easily severed Li Xiao's arm. This is remarkably obedient. Let's try something more challenging. Surprised by the eagle's compliance, Li Xiao pondered for a moment, then pointed to the sky and instructed, "Fly clockwise 3 times above my head, then return." Chapter 2. The host. Where is your bird? A sense of trepidation filled him. First times often do. Li Xiao worried that no one would enter his live stream. For any host, an empty live stream is the most excruciating experience. Of course, sometimes the platform takes pity and sends in a few bots. There was even a host who, out of sheer boredom, streamed himself sleeping, only to receive a 70,000 yuan reward from Wang Sikong that night. But such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Li Xiao's concerns were unwarranted. Soon, 4 or 5 viewers trickled into the stream, drawn in by the intriguing title. In a landscape saturated with singing, dancing, and product placement battles, a zoo-themed stream offered a refreshing change of pace. "Well, I'll be," one viewer commented. "He's actually streaming from a zoo." Host, you're awesome. The first zoo stream on the entire network. Lonely Mountain Zoo? Never heard of it. Host, where is this zoo located? The viewers inquired with curiosity. The chat box began to fill with messages. Li Xiao responded, "Hello everyone. This zoo is located in my hometown in Qi province. I inherited it from my grandfather." Whoa. The host is a second-generation rich kid. He inherited a zoo. I want to be your protege. Host, I'm your long-lost brother from another mother. Li Xiao continued, "Actually, this zoo is on the verge of bankruptcy. There aren't many animals left. What animals do you have? Show us around." "Yeah, I haven't been to a zoo in ages. It would be nice to see one on the stream." Li Xiao replied, "Since you're all so enthusiastic, I'll take you on a tour right away." He hesitated to reveal the exact number of animals, fearing that it would deter the few viewers he had managed to attract. However, barely 100 meters into the zoo, a frantic farmer rushed towards him. "Xiaoli, come quickly. Something terrible has happened." She cried out, her voice breathless. Li Xiao hurried over and asked, "Aunt Zhang, don't worry. Tell me what's wrong." "Your eagle snatched 2 of my hens." "An eagle snatched your hens?" Li Xiao was taken aback. "Aunt Zhang, don't panic. Let me check if our zoo's eagle is still here." It wasn't that Li Xiao was shirking responsibility, but this was a remote mountain area, and wild animals sometimes preyed on the villagers' livestock. It was best to be certain. "It must be your eagle." Aunt Zhang's eyes welled up with tears. "Since your grandfather passed away, no one has been feeding the animals in the zoo. They're all starving and must have escaped to prey on our animals. I've been raising those hens for over half a year, planning to eat them during the new year. Now, they've become food for your eagle." The old woman is so pitiful. "I've been to my grandma's village, and I know how precious those home-raised animals are. They're raised with no growth hormones or additives, just bugs and grass. They're free-range, and the meat is incredibly delicious, unlike anything you can find in the market. Rural families rely on these animals for the new year. It saves them a lot of money. The host needs to make amends. Compensation, compensation, compensation." Li Xiao, sweating profusely, glanced at the chat box. "And Zhang, let me check if the eagle is still in the zoo. If it's gone and it really did this, I'll definitely compensate you." "You said it. No takebacks." Li Xiao had originally planned to show the viewers the tigers first, but now he had to change course and find the eagle. Lonely Mountain Zoo only had 1 eagle. If it was responsible, it should be easy to find. Upon arriving at the aviary, his fears were confirmed. The eagle was nowhere to be seen. The aviary was surrounded by a wire fence, but there was now a gaping hole in one section. The famished eagle must have escaped through there. Li Xiao sighed. "Aunt Zhang, I'll go to your house with you. Maybe the eagle is still nearby, and I can catch it." "Okay." Aunt Zhang agreed, leading the way. Li Xiao never imagined that his first live stream would involve such an incident. Now, His only thought was to capture the eagle as quickly as possible, lest it prey on more of the villagers' animals, resulting in even greater compensation. Upon arriving at Aunt Zhang's house, Li Xiao quickly found an eagle feather nearby. But the eagle was nowhere to be found. Now, he was 100% sure that his eagle was responsible. After transferring 200 yuan to Aunt Zhang as compensation, he focused all his efforts on catching the eagle. Host, don't bother. How can a human catch an eagle? I've only ever seen people catch chickens, never eagles. The eagle probably flew away after it was full. Eagle, goodbye, Mom. I'm going on a long journey. Ignoring the comments, Li Xiao began to strategize. He had noticed that the bloodstains at Aunt Zhang's house were still fresh, indicating that the eagle had only recently snatched the hens. This was the perfect opportunity to capture it before it had a chance to fly away after its meal. With a thought, he deployed his drone to search for the eagle in the village and the surrounding mountains. Having ingested the potent capsule, Li Xiao's senses were exceptionally sharp. Even as darkness fell, he could navigate the forest with ease. However, the viewers were growing impatient. Host, where's the eagle? Hurry up. I've been watching for almost an hour, and all I've seen is an eagle feather. Disappointed, unsubscribing. I'm leaving if there's no eagle soon. Li Xiao sighed. You want to see it? I want to see it even more. But the eagle won't show itself. What can I do? Wait a minute. Maybe I can lure the eagle out. For an eagle, 2 hens wouldn't be enough to satisfy its appetite. If he hung some fresh meat in the nearby trees, it might be tempted to come out. Without hesitation, Li Xiao took out 10 pounds of fresh meat and hung portions on 5 different trees. He then instructed the drone to monitor the area and waited patiently. Peach Blossom Fairy gifted a rocket and commented, Host, where's the big bird? Peach Fairy has arrived. Well, Peach Fairy is here. As always, Peach Fairy is awesome, starting with a rocket to kick things off. Peach Fairy wants to see your big bird. Host, show it off. Li Xiao was speechless. People are actually sending gifts for this? And a rocket right off the bat. I didn't step in anything bad, did I? Ding. The drone has located the eagle, 300 meters ahead. Li Xiao was about to ask who this Peach Fairy was, as her arrival had caused the number of viewers to surge to several hundred. But just then, the system notification sounded. Li Xiao exclaimed, the bird is here. Follow me. Everyone. Chapter 3. Taming an Eagle. Simplicity itself. The eagle was engrossed in devouring the fresh meat, paying scant attention to Li Xiao. Behold, everyone, my magnificent bird. Li Xiao, concealed within the foliage, gestured emphatically. Good heavens! That eagle is truly immense. Observe its eyes. Even through the screen, I am seized by trepidation. Despite the considerable distance, the drone managed to capture the eagle with remarkable clarity. Beyond its imposing physique lay a piercing gaze that sent shivers down one's spine. Its eyes radiated ferocity, as if proclaiming to all creatures that it was the undisputed sovereign of the skies, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. Li Xiao elucidated. My magnificent bird is scientifically known as a black kite, a medium-sized raptor with a body length of 70 centimeters, already an adult. Its diet primarily consists of small birds, rodents, snakes, frogs, fish, hares, lizards, and insects, and its vision is 8 times sharper than that of humans. While it may not be classified as a large raptor, it remains inaccessible to visitors in any zoo due to its inherent untamable nature, proving even more challenging to subdue than a tiger. Even seasoned handlers must don thick protective gear when interacting with it or cleaning its aviary, to avoid being scratched or having their throats severed by its razor-sharp talons. Aside from professional falconers or staff who have cultivated a bond with the eagle since its infancy, few others can approach it, and even they must wear specialized protective equipment. However, I have no need for such precautions. With these words, Li Xiao, wearing a confident smile, advanced towards the eagle. The host is about to put on a show. Everyone, stand back. I believe the host has lost his mind. Ditto. But no matter, let's just hope he's more cautious in his next life. I haven't witnessed an eagle hunting before. I must record this. The host is deluding himself into thinking he's Yanghua. Let's wait for the eagle to chase him, sending him scurrying away in disgrace. A battle between man and eagle. While it may seem unsympathetic, I am genuinely thrilled. Eagle, I didn't order takeout. Why is it being delivered to my doorstep? Li Xiao, without any protection, approached the feasting eagle. This act ignited the atmosphere within the live broadcast room. The viewership surged, creating a palpable sense of excitement. Li Xiao, maintaining a measured pace, approached the eagle while stating with utmost sincerity, "Let me confide in you all a secret. I possess the knowledge of falconry." A renowned philosopher of the 21st century, Wazaji Shuada, once proclaimed that taming an eagle is a simple matter. Simply approach it with a smile, gaze into its eyes with sincerity, and allow it to sense your genuine goodwill. It will then be willing to befriend you. This method is far more convenient than enduring dark circles while trying to tame an eagle. I adore the host's ability to spout nonsense with such conviction. Please refrain from speaking about the host in that manner. The host is entirely correct. In my previous life, I tamed eagles using this very method. I am uncertain whether one can tame an eagle with mere eye contact. But my gaze possesses the power to impregnate anyone I glance at and induce miscarriage in anyone I glare at. Allow the host to speak a few more words, for there may not be another opportunity. No one in the live broadcast room believed Li Xiao. They dismissed his words as a jest. Yet, Li Xiao remained composed. Before he knew it, he had reached within a meter of the eagle. The eagle did not attack Li Xiao, nor did it flee. Instead, it slightly spread its wings. Its piercing eyes fixed intently on Li Xiao. Its posture conveyed both vigilance and tension. Li Xiao offered a gentle smile and said, "Greetings, my name is Li Xiao, the new director of Lone Mountain Zoo, and your new master. Your previous master was my grandfather, who has passed away. Hence his absence in feeding you these past few days, leaving you hungry. I shall now take you home." With that, he produced a piece of fresh meat and casually tossed it to the eagle. The eagle, sensing a familiar aura emanating from Li Xiao, did not refuse. It cautiously extended its head. It effortlessly seized the fresh meat. Tossing its head upward, it swallowed several times, easily consuming the meat. Having eaten the meat, the wariness and tension in the eagle's eyes dissipated. Li Xiao produced another piece of meat and tossed it again. The eagle devoured it in one gulp. After repeating this process 2 or 3 times, Li Xiao ceased tossing the meat and instead held it in his hand, placing it near the eagle's beak. The viewers in the live broadcast room were witnessing an eagle feeding for the first time. A piece of meat that 4 or 5 people could not finish in one meal was being swallowed by the eagle in just a few mouthfuls. Just as they were about to express their astonishment, they witnessed Li Xiao's actions and immediately gasped, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. Everyone widened their eyes, fearing that the eagle would snatch Li Xiao's hand in the next moment. The scene of the eagle devouring the meat was still fresh in their minds. Li Xiao's hand was covered in the scent of meat, and no one could predict whether the eagle would casually bite it. With its terrifying bite force, one bite would render Li Xiao's right hand useless. The eagle snatched the piece of meat but did not attempt to bite Li Xiao's right hand. It was remarkably intelligent. Li Xiao, summoning his courage, began to stroke the eagle with his left hand. The eagle did not resist. It seemed that after being fed these few pieces of meat, the eagle had accepted Li Xiao. However, Li Xiao did not let his guard down, carefully observing the eagle's bodily reactions at all times. If the eagle exhibited even the slightest sign of resistance, Li Xiao would immediately cease. Li Xiao first stroked the eagle's back, then gradually moved upward, stroking the eagle's head. Finally, Li Xiao reached out to touch the eagle's beak. The beak is the most precious part of any bird, as they rely on it to eat and even protect themselves. When they allow you to touch their beak, it signifies that they trust you completely. A few pieces of meat had effortlessly won over the raptor. Regardless of whether you are the sovereign of the skies, as long as I provide food and shelter, you must obey me. Taming an eagle is that simple. Li Xiao grinned at the camera. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Is this really possible? Did the host put drugs in the meat? At this moment, I must quote a classic line from Chow Chow. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is miraculous. Could it be that animals truly possess sentience, except for flies? Follow me from now on, and I'll ensure you eat meat at every meal. Li Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Come, stand here." With a flutter, the eagle beat its wings and leaped from the tree, landing on Li Xiao's right shoulder. The eagle was intelligent, deliberately controlling its strength. Otherwise, with the sharpness of its talons, it could have torn Li Xiao's arm off on the spot. It's too obedient. Let's try something more challenging. Li Xiao, surprised by the eagle's obedience, pondered for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up. He pointed to the sky and said, "Fly 3 circles clockwise above our heads, then return." Chapter 4. Such adorable kitties. An eagle emitted a piercing cry and ascended into the heavens with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. A drone diligently shadowed its every move. Spectators were afforded an unblemished view of each individual feather. The proximity of the aerial footage accentuated the bird's impressive wingspan, nearly a meter in breadth, which, juxtaposed against the frame of Li Xiao, served to amplify the animal's imposing stature. Its grandeur and beauty were a veritable feast for the eyes. "I feel as though I'm watching Planet Earth, not a live stream," one viewer remarked. I wonder, did the eagle genuinely comprehend the host's words before taking flight? Surely not. It was likely feigning obedience, waiting until it had its fill before making its escape. "The eagle's playing the long game," another quipped. The host has been outwitted by an eagle. How delightful, how stimulating. Their mirth, however, proved ephemeral. After soaring to a height of several dozen meters, the eagle dutifully circled a few times before folding its wings and plummeting back to Li Xiao's shoulder. Excellent. Here's another morsel for you. Li Xiao proffered a piece of meat, taking the opportunity to stroke the eagle's head. The bird savored its treat, its eyes narrowing in what appeared to be a contented smile. This spectacle left the audience in a state of stunned disbelief. Unbelievable. This eagle is remarkably well behaved. Why wouldn't it seize the chance for freedom after its meal? And what's with that look of contentment? Could it be that the host truly possesses the art of falconry? The live stream had broadened the horizons of its viewers. Many had witnessed the handling of birds, typically budgerigars or parrots. Yet, the handling of an eagle was a novel experience. It's time I gave you a name, Li Xiao said with a smile. Caw! The eagle suddenly cried out. The audience remained uncomprehending, but Li Xiao, versed in the art of beast mastery, understood. I already have a name, the eagle seemed to say. I'm called Old Black, a name given to me by my grandfather. Now that you're my new master, it's time for a new one. Li Xiao paused in contemplation. How about Cyclone? What do you think? Caw! The eagle responded. I defer to my master. We're heading home now. To give everyone a glimpse of the tigers in the menagerie, Li Xiao announced. First, I need you to scout ahead and pinpoint the tiger's location. The tigers at Lonely Mountain Zoo roamed freely within the confines of the mountain, albeit enclosed by a perimeter fence to prevent accidental intrusions. Given the vastness of the terrain, Li Xiao was reluctant to search alone, and his newly tamed eagle was perfectly suited for the task. No sooner had he uttered these words than Cyclone took to the skies. Heading in the direction of the tiger's territory, Peach Blossom bestowed a rocket. Host, your magnificent bird is so obedient. It's far superior to my foul-mouthed parrot. I'd love to stroke it. Peach Blossom wants to stroke your bird. Show it off. Peach Blossom, I have a bird too. Disclaimer, this is a joke. I suspect you're being suggestive, and I have evidence to support my claim. Peach Blossom's donation ignited a fresh wave of excitement in the live stream. Simultaneously, hundreds of new viewers flooded into the channel. Such was the influence of a benefactor. Li Xiao, unperturbed by the innuendo, inquired, who is Peach Blossom? Despite his occasional forays into the world of live streaming, he was unfamiliar with the name. You're a streamer, and you don't know who Peach Blossom is? Are you familiar with the Battlefish donation rankings? Peach Blossom is ranked 4th. Host, you must seize this opportunity. Everyone, stand aside. I'm going to seize Peach Blossom's opportunity. Rumor has it that Peach Blossom is an elderly woman with a fortune and appearance that makes her worse than Bai Luo. You should tread carefully. A vast fortune is an exaggeration. I've heard she only owns a few streets in Kyoto. I have an affinity for the elderly, unattractive, and overweight. And no, it's not for the money. My tastes have always been unconventional. Count me in. Youth is wasted on the young, who fail to appreciate the merits of a sugar mommy. The same can be said for those who squander their youth working instead of enjoying the fruits of a sugar mommy. Sugar mommies are a beacon of light in the darkness. So Peach Blossom is a figure of such prominence? I'm afraid I'm woefully ignorant, Li Xiao confessed. If Peach Blossom wishes to stroke Cyclone, she's welcome to do so at any time. I extend a warm invitation. Indeed, anyone who wishes to visit is welcome. Li Xiao hoped to generate revenue for the menagerie, and an influx of visitors would be ideal. He intended to leverage the live stream to promote the attraction. Suddenly, Cyclone descended from the sky. Caw! It cried softly. I've located 2 tigers, master. Follow me. Well done. Lead the way, Li Xiao exclaimed. Cyclone soared once more. Guiding the way, Li Xiao strode purposefully, keeping pace. The audience grew increasingly tense as the prospect of witnessing the king of beasts drew closer. Even the number of comments dwindled, until Li Xiao, without any protective gear, crossed the fence and entered the tiger enclosure. What am I seeing? The host has entered the tiger enclosure? This is madness. Tigers are not as docile as eagles. They are known to devour humans when driven by hunger. The host has become overconfident. He believes that because he can train an eagle, he can also train tigers. Is this all for the sake of gifts? I'll donate if that's what it takes. Host, don't risk your life. The funeral has begun. I've reserved a table for 8 on the children's side. They eat more? And the old ladies are too competitive. Li Xiao's actions were nothing short of reckless, shocking the audience. Peach Blossom bestowed another rocket. Host, please don't get hurt. I still want to stroke your magnificent bird. Less than 10 minutes after entering the tiger enclosure, Li Xiao abruptly halted. Cyclones circled overhead. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Ding. The drone has detected that the host is surrounded by tigers. Do you wish to deploy the crossbow? Absolutely not, Li Xiao quickly replied. He was already aware that he was encircled by two tigers, one in front and one behind. Tigers were typically solitary creatures, but it was mating season, and these two had converged. Having gone without meat for 2 or 3 days, they had instinctively approached upon detecting the scent of a human. Li Zhao's attention had been focused on Cyclone, and his eagerness had led him into this predicament. Otherwise, the enhanced capsules would have prevented him from being cornered. Roar. The male lion in front of him bared its fangs, emitting a deafening roar intended to intimidate Li Xiao. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The audience held its breath, feeling as though they were on the verge of being devoured. Yet, Li Xiao merely smiled. "Look," he said, "such adorable kitties." Chapter 5, Slide Tackle, Cute? Are you serious? The spectators were incredulous. To a tiger, you're quite adorable yourself. Undaunted, Li Xiao stated, "Observe closely, everyone. These felines are merely fixated on me. They haven't pounced. This indicates they haven't fed in quite some time, and their physical condition is dire. Their stamina is depleted, and they likely lack the energy even for a basic sprint, hence their reluctance to attack me outright. Thus, they resort to roaring to intimidate me. Felines are intelligent creatures. They won't act rashly without assurance of success. They haven't eaten in days and are ravenous, eager to devour the human before them, but they are acutely aware of their physical state." Whoosh. As he spoke, the tiger's unique vertical pupils sharpened abruptly, as if sensing Li Xiao's taunt. They approached at a measured pace. "Li Xiao, I was born in the year of the ox. When did I become an omen of death?" The tigers were closing in, yet Li Xiao remained composed, explaining, "The situation is now clear. I have indeed become the prey of the..." Observe their current state, muscles taut, forelimbs slightly bent, bodies lowered. This is the ultimate confirmation. Nearly all large felines adopt this posture before hunting. Remember this scene. Should you inadvertently find yourself in a tiger's den in the wild or at a zoo, do not turn and flee. This action conveys fear, triggering the tiger's hunting instincts. The more you run, the more it will pursue. The proper course of action is to remain calm and unafraid, maintain eye contact, and slowly retreat from its line of sight. Never display fear. Felines are perceptive. If you show fear, they will initiate their hunt. Remember this. Good heavens, the host is remarkably inspiring. Even while surrounded by tigers, he imparts knowledge to us, risking his life to educate and enlighten. I'm captivated. From this day forward, I'm a devoted fan. I nominate you as the most conscientious host of the year, surpassing even the popular streamer who urges minors not to spend money on gifts. What's the use of all this talk? The crucial question is how the host will escape the tiger's encirclement. Just popping in to leave a memento while the broadcast is still active. The tigers are still there with Li Xiao. Li Xiao took a deep breath and approached the tigers, stopping a meter away. "I'm the new zookeeper, your new master. From now on, you'll follow my lead," Li Xiao declared calmly. He then produced several pieces of fresh meat and tossed them to the tigers, conveying a simple message: "Stick with me, and you'll have meat to eat." Roar. The tiger directly in front of him roared again. "Tiger, keep the meat but leave the human." This one was ravenous, even contemplating devouring its master. "You refuse a friendly offer? Fine, I'll resort to force." Li Xiao realized that civility was futile. He had to subdue the tigers to gain their willing allegiance. Whoosh. As he spoke, the tiger directly in front of him lunged. From half a meter away, Li Xiao felt the force of the tiger's momentum, as if about to be crushed. In the nick of time, Li Xiao swiftly twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the massive tiger. He then followed through with a forceful punch to the tiger's side. Thump. The airborne tiger lost its balance and tumbled several times upon landing. This scene was captured clearly by the drone and transmitted to the live broadcast. To emphasize Li Zhao's bravery, the system thoughtfully slowed down the footage, ensuring every viewer could see every detail. Gasp. The live broadcast was as silent as a morgue at midnight. A minute passed before anyone regained their composure and began typing furiously. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Oh my goodness, the host is truly a god. Is the host a reincarnation of a legendary hero? What kind of reaction is that? And how much force is behind that punch that sent a tiger flying? I've truly witnessed something extraordinary today." He successfully enraged the tiger. "The host is doomed. Contact the pallbearers immediately. I'm a professional player. This is the only thing I can do for the host. Can someone tell me what happened? I was too scared to watch." Many were afraid and missed the highlight. However, the most thrilling part was just beginning. With the male tiger defeated, the female tiger charged in a frenzy. The proximity allowed viewers to see her sharp teeth and the saliva dripping from her mouth. Those with weak constitutions might have suffered a heart attack at this sight. As for those who were afraid but had missed the exciting part, They were now forcing their eyelids open, determined not to miss anything else. Slide tackle. Host. Use a slide tackle. Only a slide tackle can save you now. Roar. The tigress bared her fangs and claws. Li Xiao was prepared and skillfully dodged. Smack. He retaliated with a backhand slap to the tigress's head. The tigress yelped in pain and collapsed to the ground. In a single exchange, both tigers were defeated. The majestic king of beasts, as people imagined, was no match for Li Xiao. The tigers sensed that Li Xiao was no ordinary foe and were now wary, refraining from further attacks, merely baring their teeth and glaring at him. Do you yield? Li Xiao taunted the tigers, imitating the signature move of a minor villain, combining a roar with a finger gesture, gathering his energy, and shouting, "Come here." Fine, I'll come. Unable to swallow their pride, the tigers charged at Li Xiao again. The tigress took the lead. Predictably, she was once again knocked to the ground in a single exchange. Host, be careful. The male tiger is behind you. Dodge. Dodge quickly. Viewers could see everything through the live broadcast and frantically typed warnings, wishing they could jump out of the screen to help Li Xiao. This time, the tigers coordinated their attack. The tigress distracted Li Xiao from the front, while the male tiger stealthily flanked him. Oh, whoa. As the male tiger approached, he leaped, attempting to knock Li Xiao to the ground. In a split second, without hesitation or even looking, Li Xiao instinctively dodged, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, once again evading the male tiger's attack. He then followed up with another backhand slap. Smack. Crisp and resounding. The male tiger, surprised that Li Xiao had dodged his attack and struck him, rolled to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion. Do you yield? Li Xiao asked again. Chapter 6. Humiliation and feline. The male tiger, vanquished twice by the lithe biped before him, was incensed by the ignominy. His pride, once a roaring tempest, now lay in tatters. Smack. Smack. Forceful and unadorned, delivered two more resounding slaps. This time, he amplified the force. The tiger, experiencing genuine pain, clutched its head with its paws, a picture of woeful defeat, yet its defiance lingered. A mournful wail escaped its throat. Finish me, then, but beware the long arm of the law. Good heavens, not that a tiger understands human speech, but one with such erudition, mused inwardly, a sense of wonder washing over him. In this day and age, every creature, no matter how commonplace, is under protection. Even the once reviled sparrow now enjoys sanctuary. How much more so the tiger? These magnificent beasts must be cherished, not dispatched with drunken abandon like in the annals of the Song dynasty, where heroes were crowned for such deeds, or slaughtered en masse in fits of homicidal rage. Someone, please, bestow a slap upon me. Am I dreaming? Have my eyes deceived me? Is this truly happening? Two tigers being subdued by a mere streamer? Tiger, cease the broadcast at once. My dignity is in shreds. The streamer is a prodigy. He conquered 3 lions without even resorting to a power slide. Behold, a rare glimpse into the early days of human taming tigers. The live stream was an eruption of astonishment. Encounters with formidable beasts are rare in modern times. Even a lone boar wandering into the city can ignite a media frenzy. To witness such creatures, one must venture to a zoo. Moreover, books and films have painted the tiger as an emblem of unparalleled power, a force to be reckoned with. Their image is deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. Encountering one in the wild is akin to signing one's own death warrant. Yet here was, unarmed and unprotected, single-handedly subjugating 2 tigers. A few slaps, and the deed was done? Could it be that simple? Were it not for the live broadcast, who would believe such a feat? Even as a pre-recorded spectacle, it would be breathtaking. Fear not, esteemed viewers, explained, his voice calm and reassuring. Firstly, these felines have been deprived of sustenance for days, leaving them bereft of strength. Secondly, I possess a certain familiarity with them. Thirdly, I am a dedicated fitness enthusiast, a devotee of physical exercise. They call me. Therefore, their subjugation was a mere trifle. Were I to encounter a tiger brimming with vitality, I would be left with no recourse but to flee. I implore you to cultivate a proper understanding of tigers. If you encounter one in a zoo or in the wild, do not emulate my actions. And above all, do not provoke them. Where have I heard this before? Is it not akin to our imparting the wisdom of science, only to leap from a cliff with supernatural agility? Indeed, the truth has been unveiled. Dismissing the barrage of comments, turned his gaze upon the tigress. The male tiger, still seething with resentment, watched as the tigress cowered in fear. Noticing his attention, she recoiled, trembling. A mischievous glint in his eyes, declared, I shall refrain from striking you. However, I shall take this tigress with me. I shall sunder your bond for eternity. Furthermore, Should other lionesses grace the zoo, I assure you, you shall never meet. The male tiger visibly faltered, his spirit crushed. S tactic was devastating, akin to spiritual assassination. It was mating season, and to deprive the male of his partner was to condemn him to a life of frustration. In time, the tiger enclosure would become a landscape of futile digging. Retrieved a piece of meat and tossed it to the male tiger, saying, "Henceforth, I am your master. You shall obey my commands. Do you comprehend?" After a moment's hesitation, the male tiger devoured the offering. It was clear, he understood, produced another piece of meat and offered it to the tigress. Her gaze, fixed on the succulent morsel, was accompanied by a stream of saliva. Yet, she did not immediately seize it. Instead, she tilted her head, seeking approval. The tigress was genuinely terrified, seeking the streamer's permission even for a simple meal. It was an astonishing display. Give the poor feline its due. Feed it at once. Indeed, let it eat. Was pleased with the effect. At least, the tigers would no longer perceive him as a potential meal, no matter how ravenous they became. He offered more meat to the two tigers. They, famished beyond measure, devoured the feast upon command. As the meat vanished, their eyes gleamed with renewed vitality. Never had they tasted such exquisite fare, tender, succulent, and rich. Though the source of the meat remained a mystery, its deliciousness was undeniable. You were truly famished. Refrain from squabbling. I have more than enough to share. Extending a gentle hand, caress the tigers. Remember, tigers are possessive of their food. If you encounter a tiger feeding in the wild or in a zoo, resist the urge to approach out of curiosity. Such an action will only provoke them, causing them to perceive you as a threat to their meal and prompting them to bare their fangs and attack. Imparted his wisdom with earnestness, yet few believed him. Streamer, are you a disciple of, attempting to deceive us? Indeed. He caresses the tiger's head while advising us not to approach them during feeding. False. It must be. I suspect these 3 tigers are imposters. Chuckled. These are authentic Siberian tigers. I am so familiar with them because we are friends. Friends forged through combat, perhaps? Who knew that the art of making friends through conflict could be applied to tigers? It is the first time I have witnessed tigers devouring meat. Look at those teeth. One bite, and they could crush my skull. Thank you, streamer. I had lost my appetite, but this spectacle has rekindled my hunger. At this moment, the live stream had surpassed 10,000 viewers. 10,000 souls watched the tigers feast, captivated by the spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the tigers devoured 10 kilograms of meat, leaving not a scrap behind. For the ravenous beasts, it was a mere trifle. Under normal circumstances, a tiger requires 10 kilograms of meat daily. The system-enhanced meat, however, was extraordinary. This single meal invigorated the tigers, causing their fur to gleam with health and their affection for to deepen. Seizing the opportunity, leaned against the tigers, even daring to pat their hindquarters. Such an act would be unthinkable for ordinary individuals, even seasoned zookeepers. Yet, accomplished it with ease. Felt no fear, but the tigress trembled, instinctively retreating, fearing another forceful slap. Fear not. Now that you are under my care, I shall not strike you. Amused, patiently explained, I am the grandson of your former master. He has passed away, entrusting you to my care. From now on, I shall be your guardian. I shall never allow harm to befall you. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Animals possess emotions, save for flies. S. grandfather had dedicated his life to these creatures, forging deep bonds with them. Their former master's passing was a source of sorrow for the tigers. Hearing's words, the tigers' fear dissipated, replaced by trust. They nudged with their heads, acknowledging him as their new master. The eagle above has been bestowed with a new name. It is time to christen you as well. Having satiated his hunger, it was time to commence the naming process. The visitors in the live stream earlier had been unable to christen the tigers, so now was the moment to seize the opportunity and unleash their creativity. A humble name ensures a long life, he mused. I think Lucky would be fitting, or perhaps Wealthy. But has anyone consulted the royal family about the name Wealthy? Simba. It must be Simba. Upstairs, someone interjected. That name has been sullied by a sales streamer. Allow me. I'm a professional namer, another offered. This male tiger is built like a bear, yet he looked pitiable after being struck by the host, his eyes like ink. Let's call him Bear Ink. The female tiger is wild, yet agile like a fish, her roar like a song. She shall be called Wild Fish Song. Observing the cacophony of opinions in the live stream, Li Xiao nearly burst out laughing. Roar. The male tiger rumbled. My name is Tiger One, and she is Tiger Two. Wang Jichu was rendered speechless. Has Grandpa been watching too much bear infestation with the neighbor's kid? Thank goodness there are only 2 tigers. Imagine naming hundreds. Especially the 4th tiger. One could never truly embody the name Tiger 4. The number 4 is rarely mastered, its essence rarely captured. Back then, Zhao Yun didn't swear brotherhood with Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei because he couldn't handle the number 4. Li Xiao pondered, then said, "How about evil gaze?" The male tiger, uncomprehending, stared blankly at Li Xiao. Li Xiao elucidated, "You have a small scar near your right eye. At first glance, it seems as if your eyes are tilted. Slanted and evil are homophones, and it sounds more domineering. Hence, evil gaze." Roar. The male tiger leaped up, circling Li Xiao. He was pleased with the name, befitting the aura of the king of the jungle. "And you shall be called Egg," Li Xiao said, looking at the female tiger, continuing with a straight face. Tiger eyes are always watching, which sounds like egg. It sounds cuter. Egg, really? A female tiger named Egg? Host, you're being too casual. Host, did you learn your naming skills from lazy sheep? Indeed. Evil gaze sounds good. But Egg is too random. This is a female tiger. Tiger eyes Egg. I suspect the host is being lewd. Upstairs, you're acting strange. Report the host for sexism. Regardless of the viewer's satisfaction, the female tiger seemed to like it. She affectionately licked Li Xiao's clothes. The female tiger was an adult, her tongue covered in dense barbs, capable of scraping off a piece of flesh with a casual lick. Thus, she dared not lick Li Xiao's skin. This silly female tiger has been deceived by the host and is still so affectionate. She must have been scared by the beating earlier. She'll do whatever the host says. That makes sense. Let's just hope the host doesn't trick them again in the future. Li Xiao, observing the screen, paid no mind. He thought his names were excellent. The male tiger, as the king, naturally needed a domineering name. The female tigers could be cuter. Although the names were ordinary, they were easy to remember. Besides, a humble name ensures a long life. You guys play for now. After playing with the two tigers for a while, Li Xiao got up and left. There were other animals in the zoo that needed feeding. However, besides the two tigers and an eagle, there were no other carnivores. The rest were all herbivores. A horse, 3 monkeys, and a kangaroo. These were the remaining animals in Lonely Mountain Zoo. Before Li Xiao had gone far, the male tiger, Evil Gaze, glanced at Li Xiao and raised his proud head. I was just indulging him. He's the new owner, and as the king of the jungle, I have to give him face. Otherwise, with his small frame, I could snap him in half with one bite. The female tiger echoed, Hubby is right. Hubby is mighty. Hubby is awesome. What? Disagree? Just then, Li Xiao's voice rang out. Evil Gaze was startled, his body trembling. Li Xiao, with a warm smile, said, if you disagree, we can practice again. Woof. Evil Gaze whimpered, hurriedly prostrating himself at Li Xiao's feet. Master, have mercy. I was just bragging in front of my wife. Men always want to show their tough side to their wives. Brag carefully. Li Xiao rolled his eyes, unimpressed, and turned to leave. Unbelievable. Is the host conversing with the male tiger? How is this possible? Does the host understand animal language? They really seem to be talking. I strongly suspect the host is a cultivator. Taming eagles earlier, now taming tigers. It's incredible. I'm just a humble foundation builder. Step aside. I'm already at the golden core stage. Back in the day, I was a golden core cultivator, but I went to the hospital. And the doctor insisted it was a kidney stone and shattered it, ruining my cultivation. Move. I reached the nascent soul stage in just 10 months. But my cultivation regressed after my child was born. Li Xiao walked towards the other enclosures, saying, I don't understand animal language. I just sneezed twice earlier. As the saying goes, 1 means someone is thinking of you, 2 means someone is scolding you, and 3 means you're catching a cold. I knew that Evil Gaze was talking about me behind my back, so I went back to teach him a lesson. Li Xiao's expression was solemn, his eyes earnest. Whether the viewers believed it or not, he had already convinced himself. Just like he always believed that his looks were among the best in the world. Peach Blossom host. Where is your zoo located? Peach Blossom, sitting in front of her computer, found it incredible and was eager to visit. Yes, where's the zoo? How much are the tickets? What other animals are there besides tigers and eagles? Li Xiao answered one by one. My zoo is in Toad Village, West Province, called Lonely Mountain Zoo. There are also horses, monkeys, and kangaroos. Because there are fewer animals and the location is remote, I dare not charge too much for tickets. Just 20 yuan. Li Xiao dared not set the ticket price too high. Although the animals were obedient, there were simply too few of them. Besides, circuses also have obedient animals, but those animals have been subjected to beatings and punishments and have lost their souls. After speaking, Li Xiao took a deep breath and said, Lonely Mountain Zoo is not open to the public yet. Chapter 08. 10,000 fans and a craving for familiar faces. The streamer is being rather unsporting, revealing the zoo's location but keeping it closed to the public. Li Xiao elucidated, I've only just assumed control of Solitary Hill Zoo. Many facilities are incomplete, and the older ones are in dire need of repair. Several animal enclosures haven't been refurbished, increasing the risk of escapes. I need to renovate the entire zoo, ensuring the well-being of the animals and the safety of our visitors. Li Xiao was eager to open the zoo, but with the tiger enclosure still under construction, it was simply not feasible. How long will the renovations take? Does the streamer even have the funds? Indeed, renovations are costly. And didn't the streamer mention having only a few tens of thousands of yuan? Peach Blossom Fairy bestowed a rocket, commenting, I'm willing to contribute 50,000 yuan to the streamer, though it may not be much. Contributions are unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Li Xiao glanced at the time and announced, that concludes today's broadcast. Give us a follow and tune in tomorrow. With a quick wave, Li Xiao ended the stream. It's a common affliction among streamers, lightning-fast departures and tardy arrivals, always with a plethora of excuses. Li Xiao wasn't rushing off to rendezvous with a wealthy patron or attend to an urgent matter. He had simply realized that with only a handful of animals remaining, what would he broadcast tomorrow if he showcased them all today? A bit of suspense was needed to attract more followers. Good heavens, streamer. You were too quick. I only caught 20 minutes of the broadcast. This was the streamer's inaugural broadcast, so please excuse any shortcomings. Whirlwind, give me a chance, and I'll perform aerial acrobatics for everyone next time. The person above is being suggestive again. For the sake of Whirlwind, Evil Gaze, and Dumpling, I won't unfollow this time. However, if the next broadcast isn't a full 24 hours, I'm blocking you. The viewers were left wanting more. Despite their fervent pleas, Li Xiao did not reappear, as he was already feeding the remaining animals. Once they were satiated, Li Xiao prepared to descend the mountain for dinner. Before leaving, Li Xiao found a spacious clearing, opened his package, and activated the construction plans for the tiger enclosure. Instantly, a shroud of darkness enveloped his surroundings. Li Xiao attempted to enter, but the black mist seemed to possess an invisible barrier, completely blocking his path. Even the drone was unable to penetrate it, making it impossible to capture any footage. It appeared that, as the notes indicated, no one could explore the area until its completion. Suppressing his curiosity, Li Xiao descended the mountain towards home. Toad Village, nestled in the heart of the Solitary Hill mountain range, was a semi-enclosed area in a hollow. Li Xiao's home was located at the village's edge, a mere half-hour walk from the zoo. On his way home, Li Xiao reviewed his earnings from the day's broadcast. Despite being his first stream, he had already amassed 103,000 followers, enough for a giveaway. His peak concurrent viewership had even surpassed 120,000. Li Xiao knew that these were genuine fans and real engagement, not purchase bots or official arrangements. Many streamers, even popular celebrities, would spend money to buy fake followers on various platforms to inflate their popularity, sometimes reaching hundreds of millions. It created the illusion that they had fans everywhere. Looking at the gifts, the total value of donations reached 70,000 yuan. After the platform's cut, Li Xiao would receive 35,000. Compared to the top streamers, this was a pittance, as they could easily earn hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, Li Xiao was content. For his first broadcast, the results were quite promising. Today, many viewers were simply curious onlookers, and only a few donated, mostly Peach Blossom Fairy. He believed that with more broadcasts, the number of donors would increase. The wealthy were discerning, either sticking to one streamer or patronizing attractive, lesser-known ones, as donating to them often yielded real-world benefits. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reaching 100,000 followers. Reward: Encyclopedia of Flora and Fauna. Encyclopedia of Flora and Fauna. As the director of a zoo, you must possess a comprehensive understanding of all animals and plants. Click to learn and instantly become a walking encyclopedia. Note: the influx of excessive knowledge may overwhelm the brain, leading to dizziness or even unconsciousness. Learn. Li Xiao disregarded the warning, confident in his current physical condition. Instantly, a vast ocean of knowledge flooded his mind, leaving him feeling lightheaded, as if intoxicated. After a dozen seconds, he returned to normal. With a mere glance, he could identify the names and classifications of any animal or plant he saw, as well as their care requirements, vulnerabilities, and propagation methods. Lottery. The benefits of the Encyclopedia of Flora and Fauna made Li Xiao eager to start the lottery. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Lingbo Steps. Lingbo Steps, an exceptional light body technique, the signature skill of the Carefree sect. It is incredibly intricate, based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, requiring the user to move in a specific sequence according to the hexagram positions. Note: As the host interacts with animals frequently, encountering untamed beasts is inevitable. To ensure the host's safety, possessing a superior light body technique is essential. Click to learn and become Run. Li Xiao. Does the system have so little faith in me? Fortunately, the graceful and elegant Lingbo steps are far superior to something like opening the dragon's spine. After learning the Lingbo steps, Li Xiao quickly returned to the village, which was shrouded in darkness, with only the streetlights flickering. Many villages had become dying villages as young people left to study or work in the cities, leaving behind only the elderly and children. As the older generation passed away and the younger generation refused to return, the entire village would eventually become abandoned and uninhabited. The villagers' sources of income were simple: digging bamboo shoots in the mountains, growing crops, or raising animals. Buyers would come to the village to purchase their goods, or they would take them to the market themselves. They worked hard during the day and retired early at night, living a simple and fulfilling life in harmony with nature. If they could earn more money, their lives would undoubtedly be even happier. Li Xiao believed that, starting today, the villagers' incomes would increase significantly, as he would transform Solitary Hill Zoo into the largest tourist attraction in the province. Chapter 09. Seeking the streamer's name upon returning home. Li Xiao had a simple meal before retrieving a small notebook. He had a habit of journaling, not necessarily every day, but at least 2 or 3 times a week. As Li Xiao began to write, a chubby young man named Sima Yu sat in front of his computer, frantically tugging at his hair. A self-media creator, he held accounts on various platforms. Unlike others who edited content related to movies, news, hot topics, or celebrities, he primarily focused on streamers, crafting videos from their humorous and engaging moments to garner more followers. Frustrated after a fruitless search for suitable streamer material that day, Sima Yu's attention was suddenly captured by the name of Li Xiao's livestream. Although it was merely a replay, after watching for just a few minutes, he exclaimed in disbelief. He became engrossed, watching from start to finish. Even 5 minutes after the stream ended, his heart raced with excitement. This streamer was astonishingly talented. With casual remarks, he tamed an eagle and effortlessly subdued a tiger. In an era rife with bizarre and chaotic live streams, this particular channel was a breath of fresh air. Sima Yu found himself questioning his own eyes, pinching his thigh to confirm he wasn't dreaming. How could such an extraordinary streamer have so few followers? It turned out it was merely their first day of broadcasting. Elated, he believed that if he edited this livestream content, it would surely go viral. Acting swiftly before his peers could catch on, Sima Yu discovered that editing was unnecessary. The filming angles of Li Xiao's livestream were nothing short of professional, akin to those used in Hollywood blockbusters. He merely needed to extract a few thrilling moments without adding excessive content. In less than 10 minutes, he had edited 3 videos. For the first time, he realized how effortless editing could be. Confident in the quality, he published the videos across various platforms with enticing titles: Barehanded Combat with 2 Tigers, The Real-Life Hero Wu Song, Early Immortal Cultivator Video Exposed, The Eagle Obeys His Commands. Shocking. Wealthy streamer Tao Yaoyao wants to grope a small streamer's bird, Suspected Romance Exposed. Each title was more sensational than the last, designed to attract viewers. After posting, Sima Yu anxiously awaited the response. Upon awakening, Li Xiao had not yet risen from bed when the system notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 400,000 followers. Would you like to participate in a lottery? Was he dreaming? He had merely taken a nap, and his follower count had skyrocketed. Li Xiao quickly checked and confirmed that he indeed had 400,000 followers, with numbers still climbing. Remembering something, he hastily opened his phone, accessed Weibo, and searched his name. To his dismay, there was nothing. He searched for the name Zhu again, but still found nothing. Just as he was feeling despondent, he caught sight of a trending topic: Early Immortal Cultivator Exposed. He initially thought it was about a sudden storm causing internet users to joke about someone becoming an immortal cultivator, but upon clicking it, he was both amused and bewildered. The Early Immortal Cultivator was none other than himself. The video featured highlights from his previous livestream, showcasing his taming of the eagle and wrestling with the tiger. Reading the comments, he saw many people were offering substantial sums to find him. I knew there were immortal cultivators in this world. I will also start cultivating tomorrow. I must still be dreaming. How could someone possibly defeat a tiger? Let alone 2. It's common knowledge that videos cannot be photoshopped, so this must be real. Who knew eagles could be tamed like this? I've already prepared meat. Where can I find the eagle? I watched this live stream, and my adrenaline was through the roof. This is what real men should watch. Hey, where is this streamer broadcasting from? What is his name? Yes, I'll pay handsomely for the information. After all, such streams are rare and could disappear any day. I am begging for the streamer's name. I am begging for the streamer's name. I am begging for the streamer's name. Important matters should be repeated thrice. In this age of entertainment, where superficiality reigns, fresh faces seem to sprout like weeds. Once one is cut down, another quickly emerges. Yet, these newcomers rarely garner positive attention. Their appearances often resemble demons, and their antics are met with disdain as they complain over the slightest inconveniences. With little talent, they command exorbitant salaries, and aside from their die-hard fans, they leave a sour impression on the general public. Many trending topics are inexplicably generated and often purchased. When a rugged streamer capable of wrestling with tigers and taming eagles suddenly appears, it provides a refreshing contrast to the overly polished, delicate faces the audience has grown weary of. The strength displayed is awe-inspiring, the speed exhilarating, and the live stream experience rivals that of a sci-fi blockbuster. Consequently, viewers flood the comments section with praise and enthusiasm, propelling the topic onto the trending list. While it may not hold the top spot, it is undeniably supported by genuine fans. Seeing so many people appreciate his content, Li Xiao felt increasingly confident that the zoo would rise to prominence. Lottery. After a previous draw at 100,000 followers, he was now eligible for 3 more. Ding. Congratulations, host, for winning the Spirit Springwell. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Golden Soil. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Tightening Spell. Spirit Springwell. Drinking the spirit water alleviates fatigue, enhancing speed beyond that of Lu Xiong and elevating one's spirit higher than Yao Ming. 1 sip invigorates the mind, 2 sips banish fatigue, 3 sips grant longevity. Note: the above claims are fictional, but regular consumption of spirit water can bolster health and prevent illness for both humans and animals. Golden Soil. This soil is a pure golden color, rich in spiritual energy. Any plant grown in it will undergo mutations under its nurturing influence. Even withered seeds can be planted. Note: each portion of golden soil weighs only 10 pounds, so use it wisely. Tightening Spell. The incantation used by Tang Sung to subdue Sun Wukong can constrict the headband on Wukong's head, inducing excruciating pain. Note: after the host learns this spell, reciting it will enable them to subdue various monkeys without needing to place a binding on their heads. These 3 lottery draws were quite favorable. Li Xiao hurriedly learned the Tightening Spell and then inquired, besides the 3 lottery draws, what additional gifts do I receive for every increase of 100,000 followers? Chapter 10. Healing Livestream. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 pounds of fresh forage. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 5 bags of pet food. 100 pounds of fresh meat, exclusive sustenance for carnivores. 100 pounds of fresh forage, exclusive sustenance for herbivores, with effects mirroring that of fresh meat. Pet food 5 bags, suitable for consumption by pets such as cats and dogs, boasting not only palatable flavor, but also the capacity to foster closer bonds with the host, regardless of the pet's inherent temperament. Note: host, please refrain from consuming. Li Xiao, am I the sort to partake in pet food? Although, hypothetically, should a certain young lady inadvertently consume the feed I dispense, would she develop an affinity for me? Such musings are rather depraved. Li Xiao shook his head, dismissing these notions, and proceeded to retrieve his rewards. The spirit water well necessitated selection of a binding location. Upon binding, a well would materialize at the designated spot. Li Xiao surveyed the area outside the window, his gaze settling upon the original wellhead, and declared, "Here." This well had been constructed by Li Zhao's grandfather and the villagers. In bygone days, each household in the village would excavate its own well, enabling them to collect rainwater for daily use and irrigation. This proved both convenient and cost-effective, obviating the need to fetch water from the mountain streams. A diet of rainwater, it seemed, promoted health and longevity. Unlike the modern water companies, which, despite levying fees, were prone to disruptions and scandals. With the advent of tap water in rural areas, these wells had fallen into disuse. The well in the courtyard had long since dried up, devoid of any moisture. As Li Xiao extracted the spirit water well, a faint, ethereal mist enveloped the wellhead. A touch of otherworldly charm permeated the air. Almost immediately, the sound of gurgling water reached his ears. Li Xiao hastened outside to investigate. To his astonishment, the well was brimming with water. He drew a bucketful and sampled it with a ladle. The water appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from ordinary water. Yet, upon contact with his palate, a surge of coolness coursed through his entire being. Li Xiao, having just roused from sleep, felt an immediate alleviation of his bodily heat, replaced by a refreshing sensation. Moreover, the well water possessed a subtle sweetness, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Exquisite. This well must remain concealed from the purveyors of bottled water. Setting down the ladle, Li Xiao perceived, perhaps erroneously, a newfound surge of strength. His overall vitality seemed enhanced. Evidently, the system's claims were accurate. The well water could indeed improve his physical condition. Regular consumption of the well's spiritual water would undoubtedly fortify his health and prolong his life. Not only would he partake in the water himself, but he would also introduce it to the animals in the zoo. Subsequently, Li Xiao retrieved the golden soil. The golden soil, weighing a mere 10 pounds, was not abundant. Li Xiao deposited it in a flower pot, deciding to defer planting until he had determined the appropriate flora. The golden soil lived up to its name, radiating a golden hue. One might mistake it for actual gold. Furthermore, the golden soil emanated an indescribable fragrance. For a fleeting moment, Li Xiao felt an urge to consume it. With a resounding thwack, he covered the flower pot, suppressing his impulse. Following this, Li Xiao mastered the head-shrinking curse and commenced his live stream. As for the system's rewards of fresh forage, fresh meat, and pet food, Li Xiao only retrieved the pet food, casually tossing it aside. He did not currently own any pets and had no immediate need for it. The fresh forage and fresh meat could be retrieved upon arrival at the zoo. Through this experience, Li Xiao arrived at a conclusion. The system's rewards were generally mundane, consisting of either illustrations or provisions. To acquire more valuable treasures, he would have to rely on the lottery. Good morning, everyone, Li Xiao greeted enthusiastically. Within mere minutes of commencing the live stream, the online viewership surged past 10,000. Li Xiao was genuinely astonished. This was only his second live stream, yet it had already garnered such immense popularity. Moreover, it was only 6:30 in the morning. Were people truly rising this early? Little did Li Xiao know that many viewers had remained in the live stream room after he concluded his broadcast the previous day, patiently awaiting his return. After an entire night of anticipation, upon hearing the commencement of the broadcast, they had immediately emerged. Good morning, streamer. Is this the streamer who grappled with a tiger? I've finally caught your live stream. I stayed up all night reading novels and didn't sleep. But I had a premonition that the streamer would start broadcasting this morning, and I was right. Ha. I just got off my night shift and came up to take a quick look before resting, and I happened to stumble upon the streamer. What a coincidence. Checking in from Weibo. Where are the Douyin fans? Reporting for duty from Bilibili. Streamer, you're famous. Yes, you're trending. Trending on your first day of live streaming. You're definitely the streamer of the year. Where is this? We want to see the obedient whirlwind. Streamer, hurry to the zoo. I want to see the streamer's testicles. The barrage of comments resembled a ceaseless volley of firecrackers during the Lunar New Year, relentless and unyielding. Of course, this was only in the past. Nowadays, certain experts claim that setting off fireworks pollutes the environment and have urged many places to prohibit fireworks, resulting in a disturbingly quiet New Year's Eve, completely devoid of the festive atmosphere. Sensing the enthusiasm of the viewers, Li Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Trending on his first day of live streaming. This was the dream of countless streamers. Even some celebrities were beginning to envy Li Xiao. After a minute of self-admiration, Li Xiao explained, I'm still at home, but I'll be heading to the zoo shortly. It only takes half an hour to walk from here to the zoo. Along the way, I'll introduce you to my hometown and let you admire its scenery. Please be patient. With that, Li Xiao began to lead the way. Without requiring much explanation from Li Xiao, the viewers were captivated by the scenery along the route. There's even the call of a cuckoo bird, a sound from my childhood. This scenery reminds me of my childhood when my parents weren't home and were probably working in the fields. When I came home from school and was hungry, I would eat a bun with salted garlic cloves, and when I was thirsty, I would drink some cool well water. The feeling of the 80s and 90s. It feels like I've instantly returned to my childhood. The older I get, the more I miss my childhood. Although it was tough, it was a very pure kind of happiness. My former home was like this. In the summer, we could pick tomatoes, cucumbers, and watermelons, and in the autumn, we could roll around in the wheat fields and take a bath in the stream. It was so blissful. This scene, this scenery, this sound, it's so healing. I want to live in this kind of pastoral setting. The system was remarkably intuitive, even playing Jay Chou's rice fragrance in the live stream room. At once, it became easier to immerse oneself in the beauty of the live stream. The pressure in modern cities is immense, with mortgages, car loans, and various other debts weighing heavily on many people, making them increasingly nostalgic for their childhood. The sounds of birds and insects from childhood. The beauty of the mountains from childhood. the people and events from childhood. Li Xiao's live stream instantly transported them back to their childhood, bringing them simple happiness, providing them with complete healing. Their souls seemed to be cleansed. Most viewers had come for Li Xiao's animals, but they never expected that Li Xiao's live stream could be so pure, and they eagerly gave their likes and became fans. After walking for a short while, an elderly man wearing a straw hat suddenly appeared. Chapter 11. The bear cub and the big black dog. From a distance, the old man called out loudly. Li Xiao helplessly replied, Shui er yi, just call me Xiao Li, omit the Z at the end. Oh, don't fuss over that. Hurry up and come with me. Where are we going? Of course, to my home. Shui er yi, I'm on my way to the zoo, and I'll visit you later tonight. I have a bear cub at home. You must come and take a look. A bear cub? Indeed. Shui er yi nodded earnestly and explained, yesterday, I went hunting in the mountains and came across a bear cub. I searched around, but didn't find the mother bear, so I brought it back with me. But as an old man, I don't know how to care for it. I thought of you, since you run a zoo, and figured you could take a look and perhaps take it to your zoo. Shui er yi was the village hunter, though his hunting rifle had already been surrendered as per regulations. Nowadays, he merely set traps in the woods to catch some wild rabbits and chickens for sale. I see. Then I will accompany you. Li Xiao turned to the live broadcast and said, everyone should now understand the situation. We are not heading to the zoo just yet, but making a detour to pick up a bear cub. Congratulations to the host on adding a new member to the zoo. I adore bear cubs. They are so chubby and adorable. When they are little, they find you cute. And when they grow up, you find them cute. Li Xiao chuckled. Just call me the director. Referring to me as host sounds so distant. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a house with smoke curling from the chimney. Shui er yi invited Li Xiao inside, saying, my wife is preparing breakfast, Xiao Li. Would you like to eat something? I just had a meal. Let us go see the bear cub first. All right, follow me. Upon entering the yard, they saw an elderly lady bustling about in the kitchen. When she noticed Shui er yi returning with Li Xiao, she wiped her hands and stepped outside, saying, it's been years. Xiao Li has grown into a strapping young man, and quite handsome too. Xiao Li. Li Xiao chuckled inwardly at the humorous coincidence. Nevertheless, he politely greeted her, hello, Grandma. Does Xiao Li have a girlfriend? I have a relative with a daughter, a university student, and she is quite lovely. Enough of your matchmaking. Don't scare Xiao Li away, Shui er yi teased. The old lady had once been a matchmaker, and whenever she saw a young handsome lad or a pretty girl, she would inevitably talk about matchmaking. Even though she was older now, she occasionally still ventured out, having successfully paired many couples in the village and maintaining a certain status and respect. After sending the grandmother back to her cooking, Shui er yi led Li Xiao to the backyard. As soon as they entered, a large dog began barking ferociously at Li Xiao. The dog was entirely black, and its imposing stature immediately revealed it to be a standard Chinese rural dog. It was quite sizable, approximately 1 meter long and half a meter tall. Were it not for the iron chain around its neck, it would have lunged at them. What a big dog. You startled me. Is this really a dog? It looks so fierce. My goodness, have Chinese rural dogs grown this large? The viewers in the live broadcast were all taken aback. However, Li Xiao remained unfazed, as he was already mentally prepared. He was aware that Shui er yi had a formidable dog, which he often took along during hunts. Although he had heard of it before, seeing it in person made Li Xiao give a thumbs up. This dog had a robust frame, with particularly well-developed muscles in its limbs, exuding immense strength, speed, and explosive power. Its build resembled that of the large dog from Tom and Jerry, and its gaze was extraordinary. With just a glance, Li Xiao discerned that it was far more intelligent than ordinary dogs, with a high IQ that made it more obedient to its master's commands. Xiao He, stop barking, Shui er yi shouted at the barking black dog. However, it was of no use. The black dog seemed agitated and showed no respect to its owner, continuing to bark incessantly. Woof woof woof. The black dog seemed to express its frustration. When will that bear cub be taken away? It's occupying my nest. It's driving me mad. Li Xiao understood the dog's sentiment and looked around, realizing the situation. To accommodate the bear cub, Shui er yi had placed it in the dog's former sleeping spot. Concerned that the black dog might harm the bear cub at night, Shui er yi had chained the dog up in the corner. Last night, the bear cub had enjoyed the warmth of the doghouse while the black dog had endured the biting cold outside, understandably feeling quite irritable. Stop barking. I'm here to take the bear cub away. You should eat some dog food first. As Li Xiao left, he had casually pocketed a small bag of pet food, which now came in handy. He tossed the dog food in front of the black dog. The black dog sniffed it, and in the next moment, its eyes brightened as it devoured the food ravenously. Shui er yi curiously asked, Xiao Li, what is this? Dog food. Nowadays, dogs in the city eat this. It's like little pellets that resemble sheep droppings. It's not as good as the meat I give to Xiaohei. Xiaohei eats meat every day? Basically, yes. Occasionally, when I catch a few extra wild chickens or rabbits, I let it have a bit more. No wonder it's so robust, Li Xiao remarked. With a diet of meat, its wild instincts have become quite pronounced. It's no longer an ordinary Chinese rural dog. Now, this is the bear cub. Shuai said as he led Li Xiao to the doghouse. The doghouse was well lined with thick straw, and the bear cub was still dozing, unfazed by the raucous barking of the black dog. This little one seems quite composed from an early age. Li Xiao observed closely and noticed remnants of milk around the cub's mouth, indicating that Shuai had specifically brought some to feed it. It was no wonder the black dog dared to bark at Shuai earlier. It must have felt wrong to be displaced and to see the bear cub being fed better than itself. Li Xiao gently lifted the bear cub from the doghouse. The cub sleepily opened its eyes and let out a soft whimper, clearly still in a sleepy haze. What an adorable little bear. I could easily care for one. Its chubby little paws looked so inviting that Li Xiao felt an urge to give it a kiss. I'm not exaggerating. I could easily be enamored by 10 of these cute little bears. Are you Bear Air? I am Bald Chong. The drowsy bear cub exuded an irresistible charm, instantly captivating a multitude of viewers in the live stream. Shuai inquired, so, what do you think? Is it definitely a bear? Absolutely. Li Xiao affirmed with a nod, stating, this is a standard Asian black bear, characterized by its distinctive shaped white patch on its chest, which is its hallmark. But are you certain there was no sign of the mother bear nearby? Chapter 12. The dog bites its master. The phenomenon of visual disparity, alongside acute olfactory and auditory senses, allows bears to detect scents from half a kilometer away and hear footsteps from 300 paces. This is why they are often referred to as blind bears. The diet of black bears is quite varied. They consume leaves, buds, fruits, and seeds, and occasionally indulge in insects, bird eggs, and small mammals. A bear of such diminutive size certainly cannot forage alone and would never venture into the wild unaccompanied. There must be a mother bear nearby. I have confirmed multiple times that there are no mother bears in the vicinity, declared Master Shuai. This was indeed peculiar. Li Xiao furrowed his brow, gently stroking the little black bear, and inquired, where is your mother, little one? Woo-woo. The small black bear lamented, Mama drove me away. Drove you away? How could that be? It is universally acknowledged that black bears are among the most devoted mothers in the animal kingdom. They would confront any fierce predator to protect their young, and even the most mischievous cubs are cared for diligently for 2 to 3 years. Such maternal instincts remain steadfast unless a male bear in heat appears. Generally, a mother bear, while raising her cubs, is disinterested in mating with other males. However, there are instances of coercion. A male bear might eliminate the mother bear's previous offspring to ensure she focuses on nurturing his own. The mother bear would fiercely resist, but given the disparity in size and strength, she would ultimately lose the confrontation. In a heart-wrenching decision to safeguard her young, she may choose to drive them away. A solitary cub in the wild faces immense peril, yet it retains a chance of survival. Remaining close to the mother, however, would likely lead to a swift demise. You will accompany me from now on, Li Xiao said, cradling the little bear. After expressing gratitude to Master Shuai, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, the large black dog, seemingly possessed, broke free from its chain and lunged towards Li Xiao. Master Shuai, startled, rushed to prevent the dog from harming Li Xiao. Yet, upon reaching Li Xiao, the black dog obediently sat down, wagging its tail excitedly. Clearly, it had taken a liking to him. Don't touch it, Master Shuai shouted anxiously. The little black one is quite fierce. It bites anyone who dares to touch it, even my wife. If you pet it carelessly, you might lose a hand. The little black dog was the epitome of a hunting hound. Aside from its fierce demeanor, it possessed a strong sense of self-preservation. Only Master Shuai, who had raised it from a pup, could approach it without consequence. Others were strictly forbidden from doing so. However, Li Xiao had already reached out. Do you still want dog food? Sorry, it's all gone. If you want some, I'll bring you more next time, Li Xiao said, patting the dog's head while revealing his empty pockets. The large black dog paused momentarily, then affectionately nudged its head against Li Xiao's hand. What did you just say, Master Shuai? Li Xiao looked up and asked. Master Shuai replied, Ha ha ha, that was quite awkward. He signified that he had said nothing. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I could feel the embarrassment through the screen. My awkwardness has reached a level that I could practically carve a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Is the director slapping my face? Even the old gentleman's face is being slapped. This is truly remarkable. Master Shui stood there, slightly flustered. What was wrong with the dog today? It had never shown such affection for anyone else, even when offered meat. Could it be that city dog food was more enticing than meat? I'll come back to see you another day, Li Xiao said, stroking the dog's head before preparing to leave. Just as he took a step, the large black dog followed closely behind. Woof, woof, woof. It barked, take me with you. The dog food must be incredibly effective, having only tasted a bit. It was eager to leave with him. Li Xiao mused, feeling a mix of excitement and reluctance. However, he knew he could not take the large black dog, as it belonged to Master Shui. Ignoring the dog, he pressed on. In a flash, the dog darted ahead of Li Xiao, flopping down on the ground in a blatant display of defiance. If you don't take me, you can't leave. The cleverness of the dog amused Li Xiao greatly. Director, don't let the dog's heart grow cold. Take it with you. The viewers in the live stream were all entertained by the antics of the large black dog. Master Shui, however, frowned and reached out to catch the dog, attempting to prevent Li Xiao from leaving. Just as his hand was about to touch the dog's head, an unexpected event occurred. The large black dog sprang up, baring its teeth and barking at Master Shui. Today, I shall depart. Not even Jesus can stop me. The dog, feeling slighted by Master Shui's previous behavior, had developed a small grudge. It sensed that Li Xiao understood it better, thus it was determined to leave. Master Shui's hand froze midair, his face twitching slightly. Don't bark. This is your master. Li Xiao quickly patted the dog's head. The large black dog let out a couple of whines, lying down quietly, no longer aggressive. However, it clamped its teeth onto Li Xiao's pant leg, preventing him from slipping away. Witnessing this scene, Master Shui fell silent. Silence enveloped the evening, reminiscent of the serene banks of the River Cam. This is my dog. Betrayed by a mere bag of dog food. He cursed under his breath. After a prolonged silence, Master Shui cleared his throat and said, It seems the little black one quite likes you. Perhaps it would be best if it followed you from now on. After all, I am getting older and will no longer hunt in the mountains as frequently. Before Li Xiao could express his gratitude, the large black dog leapt up, tail wagging enthusiastically. Thank you, Master Shui. Rest assured, I will take good care of it and will often bring it to visit you. I trust you with it. At least in the presence of a rampaging tiger at the zoo, the little black one can offer you some protection, Master Shui remarked. Do I need protection from the little black one? Li Xiao responded, bemused. And does a tiger dare to act out in front of me? It must not have experienced the rigors of socialism. Laughter erupted in the live stream as Master Shui, oblivious to the video's popularity, remarked, Were you frightened by the tigers at the zoo yesterday? I tell you, don't be deceived by their captivity. They have been trained by your grandfather and retain their wild instincts. Aside from your grandfather, they heed no one else's commands. Curious, Li Xiao asked. Does my grandfather train beasts? Chapter 13. The task of Little Black. When it comes to raising animals, your grandfather is unparalleled. None would dare to claim the second position. Those fierce creatures, like tigers and eagles, become as docile as puppies in his presence. Li Xiao was taken aback. My grandfather is that formidable? How does he manage it? The animals brought back from the zoo were mere cubs, and as they grew under his care, they naturally obeyed him. Nevertheless, when those animals misbehaved, he would not hesitate to discipline them with a belt. Li Xiao exclaimed in surprise, so using the whip is a sign of affection for animals. Is it true that pain equates to love? Though he internally scoffed, he couldn't help but admire his grandfather's prowess. Without the system's assistance, he wouldn't dare even enter the tiger enclosure, let alone confront a tiger. The zoo director's grandfather was truly remarkable. The image of him wielding a belt made Li Xiao chuckle. No wonder the director could subdue a tiger with just a few punches. Such brutishness must have been inherited from his grandfather. Brutish? I don't think so. My father often used a belt on me, claiming it was out of love. Whether it was love or not, it certainly hurt. The thought of using a belt, images formed in my mind. So, it's that simple to discipline a tiger? My belt is ready. I shall venture to the zoo tomorrow to give it a try. I've said what needed to be said, just be cautious. If anything were to happen to you, the Li family would face extinction. Shui Yi solemnly patted Li Xiao's shoulder. Li Xiao's face twitched. You are the elder. You should be more composed. Your words imply I might be carried away by a tiger. However, as the sole heir of the Li family for 3 generations, Li Xiao indeed bore the weighty responsibility of carrying on the lineage. Rest assured, Shui Yi, I have a good rapport with those tigers and eagles. They listen to me well. If I tell them to lie down, they wouldn't dare stand. Huh. Such simplicity only reflects Shui Yi's disbelief as he rolled his eyes. Why learn to boast at such a young age? Li Xiao retorted, in this day and age. Why is it that no one believes in honesty? To bolster Shui Yi's confidence, Li Xiao turned to the large black dog before him and commanded, "Little Black, sit." The dog obediently sat down. "Now stand." The dog promptly stood up. "Spin 3 times. 1 spin, 2 spins, 3 spins. Now shake hands." The dog offered its paw. "Play dead." It collapsed onto the ground, closing its eyes. Shui Eryu was left speechless. Li Xiao looked up and asked, "Now do you believe me, second uncle?" "Yes, yes," cough cough. Shui Eryu clutched his chest, feeling a pang of heartache. This was an overwhelming sensation, akin to raising a daughter for over 20 years only to see her walk away with someone else, and worse, to witness her being affectionate with another in his presence. Hilarious. One could only speculate about the extent of Shui Eryu's psychological trauma. "I believe you. But hurry and leave. Don't let me see you again, or I might draw my sword." Ha. This morning has been filled with laughter, causing me great discomfort. I suspect the director is doing this on purpose. "Director, please, act like a person and don't let Little Black influence you." At that moment, Grandma called from the backyard. "Dinner's ready. Coming." Shui Eryu responded loudly. Although Li Xiao had already eaten, he could not resist the elder's warmth and ended up staying for a bit more. To repay their kindness, Li Xiao decided to bring them some spiritual water the next day. The elderly had seen better days, and drinking the spiritual water would surely benefit them. In the countryside, neighbors are like family. When one household has a need, another readily assists. If a neighbor's child returns home from school and cannot enter, the next family will take them in and even provide a meal. Some farming tools are even shared among families. As for family, Li Xiao has always been generous. While eating, Li Xiao suddenly paused. Why wait until tomorrow to bring spiritual water to Shui Eryu? He could do it today. However, he didn't need to go himself. He could send Little Black. It would also serve as a test for Little Black's intelligence. With this in mind, Li Xiao declared, "Little Black, I am now your new master. As your new master, I am assigning you an important task, and I hope you can accomplish it successfully. Please go to my house. There is a bucket of water drawn from the well that you can fill using the bottle on the windowsill." "Director, are you joking? How could Little Black possibly accomplish this task? Not to mention, it doesn't even know where your house is. Furthermore, how would it even fill a bottle with water?" Little Black responded, "I refuse this task." Not only did the visitors express disbelief, but even Shui Eryu questioned, "Little Li, this seems too difficult." Though Little Black was clever, it had only completed simple tasks assigned by Li Xiao before, like chasing wild rabbits. Such a challenging task was beyond its capabilities. Most importantly, it didn't even know where Li Xiao lived. "Second uncle, you must have faith in Little Black," Li Xiao insisted. "Little Black is highly intelligent. Even complex instructions can be executed successfully." After saying this, he picked up his chopsticks, dipped them in water, and sketched a rough map on the table, specifically marking the locations of the water bottle on the windowsill and the well bucket with circles. Little Black approached the table, eyes wide open, gazing intently. "This is the map. Just remember, the door to my house is locked, and you cannot enter through the front. However, the northwest corner of the wall is a bit low. With your size, you should be able to leap over. Got it?" "Wong wong wong." Little Black nodded in an almost human-like manner. Li Xiao thought for a moment and added, "No drinking the well water. Go, Wong." Little Black affirmed, "I will ensure the task is completed." In the next instant, Little Black dashed out like the wind. One speaks, and the other listens. "This task is far too challenging, especially with the wall to climb over. I can't even manage that myself." Little Black is unlikely to succeed. It probably didn't even understand the instructions. I have a strong feeling the director is about to face a setback. Doghead for protection. It isn't just a dog. Even a 5 or 6-year-old child wouldn't be able to find your home just by looking at a simple map. "Director, you are being too hard on Little Black." Little Black thought, "The director is even more of a dog than I am." Most visitors did not believe that Little Black could complete the task. Not only would it fail to bring back the well water, but it might not even find the house. This task was akin to asking Xiaoyan not to form a harem, impossibly difficult. Li Xiao chose to say little, continuing to eat while patiently waiting. Chapter 14. As long as you have hands comments, the host remains remarkably calm, seemingly placing great faith in Little Black. Oh no, Sister Tao has returned. It appears that Sister Tao is quite fond of animals, undoubtedly possessing a kind heart. I wonder which animals like me. To the one above, do not be foolish. Does Sister Tao also believe that Little Black can accomplish the task? Tao Yao Yao, I acknowledge Little Black's intelligence, but the director's task is exceedingly difficult. I shall maintain my composure and observe for now. Everyone should have faith in Little Black. Li Xiao glanced at the time and chuckled. It's 7:30. I trust that Little Black will surely return by 8. He held a 99% confidence in Little Black, with only a slight concern. That was the possibility of sneaking a drink. Little Black is exceptionally clever, and its keen sense of smell will undoubtedly lead it to discover the peculiarities of the well water. When that happens, it is inevitable that it will indulge. A little sip of well water is trivial, but if Little Black sits by the well, continuously drinking, it may end up quite bloated. Upon returning, it might find it difficult to scale the wall. At that moment, Sima Yu was also present in the live stream. He had not slept a wink the previous night. The explosive popularity of the 3 edited videos far exceeded his expectations. In his excitement, he rushed to the live stream early the next morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes, eagerly awaiting Li Xiao's broadcast. He had a premonition that Li Xiao was destined for fame. It was merely a matter of time. By editing Li Xiao's live stream videos, he was certain to attract followers. If Little Black could indeed comprehend such complex commands, a simple edit could yield yet another viral video. With this thought, Sima Yu could not resist fidgeting with his hands. Sima, rewarded with a rocket. Sima, rewarded with another rocket. He sent 2 rockets in succession, which was nothing to him, hardly comparable to the earnings from the 3 videos the night before. Li Xiao, thinking another wealthy patron had entered the stream, prepared to express his gratitude. Suddenly, more and more people began to reward. Xiaolu Kojian, rewarded with a rocket. Pa Zaichong Tu Deng Hong Xing, rewarded with a rocket. He Zhenong Yao Tu Pao Pao, rewarded with a rocket. On the public screen, rockets soared into the air, one after another. The majority of those sending rockets were engaged in self-media, gathering in Li Xiao's live stream to seek material for editing. Little Black fetching water presented an excellent opportunity. They eagerly anticipated Little Black's swift return. Unable to restrain themselves from using rockets to quell the doubts of some skeptical viewers in the stream. In gratitude for the support of these affluent patrons, Li Xiao decided to take action. He could not simply sit idly and consume his meal, could he? With a glint of inspiration, he set his sights on a few bamboo stalks growing in Shui Area's yard. He rose and casually chopped down a segment of bamboo. What is the director up to? It is evident he is chopping bamboo. No, based on my years of rural experience, the director is merely indulging in a post-meal whim. Ha ha ha, that is true. When I finished eating back home, with no entertainment, I either sat in the sun out of boredom or picked flowers planted by my grandmother, only to be scolded in the end. Li Xiao explained, I intend to craft a whistle from the bamboo, which will facilitate my management of the animals. Just like a whirlwind, which flits about, having a whistle to call it back would be most fitting. The director is quite skilled. Who knew he possessed such craftsmanship? Does anyone know how to make a whistle? I spend all day with my phone, completely ignorant of these crafts. I saw my grandfather make one when I was in the countryside. It looked rather simple, yet it proved quite challenging. If one is not careful, the bamboo can split, ruining the whistle. I suggest the director forego this endeavor and simply purchase one. That makes sense. With money, one can buy anything. Not necessarily. Traditional crafts are not always readily available for purchase. Yet, if the director fails to make it, how embarrassing would that be? Li Xiao reassured, fear not, I shall succeed. Crafting a whistle is remarkably simple. One merely needs hands. Having grown up in the countryside, making a whistle truly is as easy as having hands for him. However, in the live stream, the screen was flooded with question marks. Li Xiao smiled and began to craft while explaining. Making a whistle does not require much. Simply take a small section of bamboo. First, flatten one end, ensuring it is even. When shaving, do not apply excessive force, or the bamboo may break. Li Xiao deftly handled Shui Area's hatchet. Though he had not touched it in years, with a few swift strokes, he achieved a clean, smooth cut. Next, we need to taper one end, creating a slanted surface. A small opening should be made, approximately 1 centimeter deep. Then, we must create the reed. The reed can be made from bamboo leaves or bamboo slices. However, the leaves are too thin and wear out quickly, so this time we shall use bamboo slices, which are sturdier and more durable. Li Xiao spoke rapidly, crafting even more swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, the whistle was taking shape and the bamboo slices were ready. Finally, Li Xiao declared, we will insert the bamboo slice into the opening of the slanted surface, and thus, a whistle is created. As his words fell, a beautifully crafted emerald whistle appeared in Li Xiao's hand. The whistle was as thick as a finger, small and exquisite. Who could have imagined that a man capable of taming eagles and wrestling tigers was also a craftsman? The contrast was striking, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered. Eyes, I got it. Mind, you're talking nonsense. Save the live replay, shouting, Dad, make one for me. I merely bent down to scratch my fingers, and what just happened? This student must take this seriously. It's like when I picked up a pen in middle school math class and thereafter could not grasp anything. He can be fierce enough to tackle a tiger, yet delicate enough to craft a whistle. What kind of host have I been following? Who knew the director possessed such duality? I like it. Am I the only one noticing the director's dexterous hands? Suddenly, a bold thought crossed my mind. I must ask for a friend. Does the director have a girlfriend? She must be enamored with your hands. Next, I shall demonstrate the effect. Li Xiao held the whistle to his lips and gently blew. The sound resonated, melodious and delightful. Even Shui Eryi, standing nearby, could not help but praise it. Haha, quite impressive. Li Xiao smiled, stowing the whistle away, and sighed. Where is Little Black? Could it truly be that such a complex task cannot be accomplished? Chapter 15. Learning horse stance from the streamer. The zookeeper's demands are excessively challenging. Even the most intelligent border collie would struggle to meet them. Are you disparaging the Chinese pastoral dog? Everyone remain calm. Only 10 minutes have elapsed. Let's be patient. Li Xiao swiftly interjected to diffuse the escalating tension in the live stream. The mere mention of the Chinese pastoral dog invariably ignites controversy. Some hold them in high regard, while others harbor intense aversion. Presently, few individuals keep Chinese pastoral dogs, primarily in rural areas. Preference leans towards more endearing and intelligent breeds like poodles and Labradors. Ironically, the Chinese pastoral dog is among the oldest indigenous breeds, once revered as the national dog. They possess gentle temperaments, refraining from unprovoked attacks on humans. They would never pilfer food left on the table by their owners. Even when abducted, they embark on arduous journeys to return home. The sole drawback of the Chinese pastoral dog is its less than stellar appearance from puppyhood onward. While Xiaohei remains absent, I shall find something else to occupy myself. Li Xiao proceeded to a level area, his legs slightly parted. What is he about to do? Exercise? Is this how the zookeeper exercises? Surely not. The zookeeper dares to confront tigers. Why would he resort to such an antiquated method of exercise? Silence. The zookeeper hasn't even commenced. How can you deem it antiquated? Li Xiao widened his stance, slightly broader than shoulder width. He shifted his weight, gently lowering his body, hands clenched into fists, positioned vertically at his waist. Ultimately, he assumed a flawless horse stance. The viewers intently scrutinized the screen, patiently awaiting developments. However, 2 minutes elapsed, and Li Xiao remained motionless. Is that all? Is this how the zookeeper exercises? Surely not, merely assuming a horse stance. This is less stimulating than my gym workouts. The viewers expressed disappointment. Li Xiao responded with a subtle smile. Surely, you don't believe that assuming a horse stance is effortless? Those who deem it simple may join me and ascertain who can sustain it the longest. The horse stance constitutes a fundamental stance training technique employed by the majority of Chinese martial arts schools, with the notable exception of Tai Chi Chuan. The practice of the horse stance primarily aims to regulate essence, energy, and spirit, thereby facilitating the regulation of qi and blood, the cultivation of mental discipline, and the enhancement of control over intention and consciousness. Furthermore, the horse stance confers numerous benefits. Firstly, it augments physical strength, enriches internal energy, and fortifies the foundation. Secondly, it possesses unique therapeutic effects on gastrointestinal ailments. Thirdly, it modulates weight, fostering fitness and promoting weight loss. As the adage goes, enter the gate after 3 years of stance training. To learn to strike, first master the horse stance. When practicing the horse stance, one must concentrate the mind, quiet the spirit, breathe naturally, and maintain a deep, level, and stable posture, thereby exercising the throat, chest, kidneys, and other organs, while simultaneously contracting the abdominal muscles and tensing the leg muscles, culminating in a comprehensive, full-body workout. Consequently, sustaining the stance for half an hour equates to an intense iron-pumping session at the gym. Li Xiao expounded while maintaining the horse stance. As virtuous young men, who among us has not fantasized about acquiring martial arts prowess and embarking on chivalrous adventures? During Li Xiao's youth, the television series My Own Swordsman enjoyed immense popularity. One episode specifically addressed the horse stance. Since then, Li Xiao would occasionally practice the stance. His horse stance is impeccable. At first glance, he resembles a javelin. Is that genuine? Merely a horse stance? Is it truly that remarkable? Zookeeper, cease the hyperbole. The zookeeper is not exaggerating. I attempted it, and my legs began to ache within a minute. I persevered for 2 minutes, but it wasn't particularly flawless. Heavens, it appears deceptively simple, yet it's so taxing. After all, this technique has been passed down by our ancestors. There must be a reason. 5 minutes have elapsed. Zookeeper, you're still holding strong? 6 minutes have passed. 7 minutes have elapsed. The viewers watched the live stream, diligently keeping time for Li Xiao. Each passing minute was announced in the live stream. Soon, 17 minutes had elapsed. Zookeeper, are you human? I now believe the zookeeper could subdue a tiger. The zookeeper remains motionless. Were it not for the wind rustling the bamboo leaves behind him, I would suspect that my feet had frozen. That's 15 minutes. If it were me, my legs would have given out. What level of proficiency does the zookeeper possess in the horse stance? Within the current martial arts community in China, he should be among the elite. Surely not. Is the current state of martial arts in China truly that dismal? It's not that it's dismal, but rather that there are too many masters with hollow reputations, being defeated one after another, swiftly. Master Ma, I sense that you're subtly mocking me, but I lack evidence. 20 minutes have elapsed. The viewers engaged in fervent discussion. They had even forgotten that half an hour had passed, and that Xiao He had not yet returned. The zookeeper is a demon. When will he finally collapse? 25 minutes at most. Half an hour, perhaps. Speaking of which, does anyone still remember Xiao He? Xiao He? Who's Xiao He? Xiao He. So love does vanish, doesn't it? Imperceptibly, half an hour had arrived. Kyoto. Imperial River Castle. Kyoto's renowned villa district. Each villa is valued at over 100 million. Numerous celebrities reside here. Within a European-style villa, a young woman intently watched the live stream, her heart pounding erratically. Within her social circle, no man could accomplish such a feat, although it was merely a simple horse stance. It evoked a profound sense of awe within her. Peach Blossom bestowed 10 rocket ships. Peach Blossom bestowed 10 rocket ships. Message: I've never encountered such a treasure of a streamer. Whistling, confronting tigers, performing the horse stance. He's adept at everything. I'll secure the top spot on the platform's rankings for you today. When I visit Lone Mountain Zoo in the future, you must teach me. 20 consecutive rocket ships. Spectacular effects. Concurrently, Li Xiao's live stream was propelled to the top of the platform. On the Battlefish platform, a reward ranking exists. This ranking is further subdivided into monthly, weekly, and daily categories. Within the designated time frame, as long as you accumulate sufficient rewards, you can ascend the rankings. Ultimately, it's a ranking system where wealthy patrons bestow rewards to assist their streamers in attracting traffic. Today has just begun. So 20 rocket ships easily secured the top spot on the daily reward ranking. However, given Peach Blossom's earlier pronouncements, it's reasonable to believe that even if someone attempts to surpass him, she will assist in regaining the lead. The moment he topped the rankings, thousands of individuals flooded into the live stream. A significant effect. It's advantageous to be wealthy. Chapter 16. Dog Gang appears. What's happening? What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be a zoo? Where are the animals? What is the streamer doing now? Practicing stances? Good heavens. Tens of thousands of people in the live stream are watching this boring spectacle. Are they crazy or what? The worst part is that people are actually sending gifts. Truly foolish and profligate. They couldn't help but wonder what was so fascinating about stance practice. Moreover, wasn't the live stream supposed to be about animals? Could it be that a benefactor had started streaming? Nowadays, there are quite a few benefactors who stream. Some of them, after spending lavishly on gifts, decide to recoup some of their losses before retiring from the platform. Don't underestimate these benefactors. With their connections and exposure to various streamers, they can easily earn back what they spent in just a few streams. The zookeeper has been practicing stances for half an hour already, and you call it boring? Do better then. Newcomers, just watch and you'll understand, a dedicated fan explained. As a result, the newcomers gradually understood the situation. Meanwhile, some streamers also joined the live stream. They gathered to piggyback on the popularity and to see how Li Xiao streamed. However, the sight nearly brought tears of bitterness to their eyes. Look at the streamer's fans, competing to top the charts with donations and offering explanations, just like a family. The atmosphere in the live stream was incredibly positive. Then they looked at their own fans, who were either mocking them or digging up embarrassing photos. They were all streamers, but why was there such a vast difference? New friends, if you find stance practice uninteresting, then I'll perform something that will truly impress you, Li Xiao said. Is there anyone in the live stream who is a fan of the Kung Fu Emperor? Kung Fu Emperor? Who's that? Upstairs, I'd wager you're still a minor, still in the stage of liking Kuan Kuan. I'm a diehard fan of the Kung Fu Emperor. Ever since the movie Shaolin Temple. Back then, Shaolin Temple tickets cost a dime, but it grossed over 100 million. Far more impressive than most movies on the current box office charts. The Kung Fu Emperor has a movie called Fist of Legend. At the time, he was already 30 years old, and his body wasn't at its peak, but he still managed to do 3 consecutive one-arm pull-ups on a horizontal bar, and with a reverse grip. Today, I'm going to attempt 4. As he spoke, Li Xiao walked towards a large tree in the yard. There was no horizontal bar at Grandpa Shue's house, so he had to make do with a tree branch. Grandpa Shue said worriedly, "Little Li, can you do it? Don't break my tree." "Don't worry." Li Xiao took a deep breath and gripped the tree branch with a reverse grip. The branch was sturdy enough to support Li Xiao's weight. After testing it, he began to do pull-ups. In that instant, all the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes. Anyone who exercised regularly knew how challenging a one-arm pull-up was. Most people couldn't even do one. Yet, the streamer was attempting 4, 1, 2. Each time Li Xiao completed one, the viewers in the live stream counted. With each count, they were increasingly astonished. Until, holy crap, 6. Zookeeper is awesome. Absolutely incredible. Zookeeper, it's a waste for you to be a streamer. Have you considered joining the entertainment industry? The entertainment industry is in disarray because of these pretty boys. It needs a tough guy like you to save the day. All the viewers cheered for Li Xiao. Even the newcomers joined in. As long as one had sufficient skill, doubters would instantly turn into fans. Everyone thought that Li Xiao's claim of doing 4 was his limit. Who would have thought that he would do 2 more? And this was after practicing stances for half an hour. His physical fitness was simply monstrous. In reality, Li Xiao didn't realize he was this strong either. He had been able to do one-arm pull-ups before, but he was far from being able to do 6. It must have been the benefits of the spiritual water. Thinking of this, Li Xiao sighed and said, "Alas, I could only do 6. My body is not what it used to be. I used to be able to do 10 with ease." Uft. The zookeeper is quite the showman. Do you think the zookeeper is showing off? I don't think so. To be honest, I can do 100 one-arm pull-ups with my fingers. Holy crap. I'll come clean too. I used to do them with my toes, 500 with ease. You're all weaklings. I used to do 1,000 with my hair. Billionaire Li Chia, did I hear someone showing off? Step aside, the heaven-defying gang is here. Wherever the heaven-defying gang goes, not a blade of grass remains. Everyone, where do you put my Chun Beixian? Everyone, give Zhang Xian some face, alright? Under Li Xiao's lead, the entire live stream started showing off. They even brought out the 4 biggest show-offs. Li Xiao chuckled and reminded them, "Everyone, hold on a moment. Do you remember Xiaohei? Xiaohei. Oh right. Why hasn't Xiaohei returned yet? Streamer, you've lost. I knew it. There's no way a dog could complete such a complex task. Xiaohei, you go do such a complex task yourself. I'm going to find a place to take a nap. I'll take everyone to find Xiaohei." Li Xiao realized that waiting any longer wouldn't solve anything. So, he decided to go out and look for him. However, as soon as he stepped out of the house, he saw Xiaohei dashing towards him like a bolt of lightning. The speed was so fast that it stirred up dust on the street. At first glance, it looked like an explosion. Xiaohei had a water bottle in its mouth. After running over, it gently placed it at Li Xiao's feet. Li Xiao opened it and smelled it. Indeed, it was well water. Xiaohei had successfully completed the task, just a little late. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Then, he picked up the water bottle and quickly gave it to Grandpa Shue. Task completed, let's hurry to the zoo. Li Xiao carried the bear cub and took the large black dog out again. But as soon as he stepped out of the house, he was stunned by the scene before him. Dogs. Dogs everywhere. Dense and crowded, like ants moving house. Li Xiao roughly counted. There were about 10 of them. They completely surrounded Grandpa Shue's house. These dogs were all dogs owned by the villagers. There were also a few stray dogs. All the dogs were staring menacingly at Xiaohei, baring their teeth. One would think they had a feud over a spouse. What's going on? Li Xiao sensed something was wrong. Something must have happened to Xiaohei while it was fetching water. Otherwise, it wouldn't have returned so late. Chapter 17. The ambitious little black, so many dogs, it ignites my passion. Gangsters are on the loose. No, it's the dog gangsters. The live stream is buzzing with excitement. Such a scene is only witnessed in the countryside. Dogs are inherently social creatures, always in packs. Whether they are playing or fighting, they stick together. Especially when it comes to brawls. When one is bullied, a whole pack springs into action. Li Xiao glanced at Little Black, who, fearing Li Xiao's displeasure, lay on the ground as if he had committed a grave error, saying nothing. Just then, Elder Shui emerged from his home, exclaiming, "You naughty dog, you've been fighting again." "Elder Shui, do you know what is happening?" Li Xiao inquired. Elder Shui, with a slight headache, replied, "You haven't been around for a while. You're unaware that there are actually 2 gangs in our village, the Yellow Dog Gang in the west and the Wolf Dog Gang in the east. Which gang does Little Black belong to?" "Neither. He is quite proud and looks down on both gangs. However, he has managed to provoke both. He either fights with the Yellow Dog Gang or gets into scuffles with the Wolf Dog Gang. I often have to keep him confined in the backyard. But the moment he gets outside, he cannot resist a fight. I forgot to mention, if you decide to keep Little Black, be sure to prevent him from wandering off." Elder Shui advised earnestly. Li Xiao looked at Little Black and remarked, He wishes to unify both gangs and become the leader, doesn't he? Woof. Little Black suddenly barked. Master, you understand me. Elder Shui responded. Who knows what he is thinking? But you must be cautious. The dogs before us are from the Yellow Dog Gang. Perhaps you should hide in my house for a while? Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. They are merely a pack of dogs. I can handle them. If I can't manage a pack of dogs, how can I run a zoo? Approaching Little Black, he continued. You've stirred up this mess. You must deal with it. Chase these dogs away, and if you succeed, your dog food will be doubled tomorrow. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing the mention of dog food, Little Black jumped up excitedly. Wow, are we going to fight again? This is my first time witnessing a dog brawl. How thrilling. Little Black proclaimed, call me Haonan. The crow is the mightiest. Dare to dispute me. Just as all the onlookers anticipated a grand battle from Little Black, the next moment left them utterly astounded. Little Black dashed toward the Yellow Dog Gang and let out a fierce growl. The Yellow Dog Gang immediately recoiled in fear, some even hiding behind larger dogs. Goodness. We underestimated Little Black. He is truly formidable. With a single roar, he sends these dogs retreating? What an impressive display, akin to the Zhang Fei of the dog world. Woof. Little Black roared again, this time with an even more resounding voice, exuding a spirit like that of a wild beast. Upon hearing his roar, the entire Yellow Dog Gang, led by the chief Yellow Dog, lowered their heads in submission, appearing meek and compliant. They were intimidated, no longer daring to fight after their earlier bravado. Li Xiao surveyed the Yellow Dog Gang. Each dog bore fresh wounds, some still bleeding, likely inflicted by Little Black in their earlier encounter. Remarkably, Little Black showed no signs of injury. Their previous skirmish must have been quite a spectacle, but unfortunately, Li Xiao had missed it. Little Black, eager to fulfill Li Xiao's task, must have avoided prolonged conflict with the Yellow Dog Gang. Seeing Little Black run off, the gang assumed he was scared and pursued him viciously. However, upon realizing Little Black was unscathed and even more formidable, they instinctively feared him. Woof. Little Black called out to Li Xiao, aren't I impressive? He seemed quite self-satisfied. Li Xiao smiled faintly and said, Elder Shui, it's settled. We should leave now. As they walked, Li Xiao couldn't help but comment, I thought you were fighting to become the leader, but it seems it was for the female dogs. He felt a twinge of irritation, as Little Black had deceived him. Earlier, when he had made that remark, Little Black had even agreed. Woof woof woof. Little Black responded. Becoming the leader means more female dogs, so the two are not mutually exclusive. Goodness. I just got schooled by a dog. Li Xiao spat in mock annoyance. Pa. You scoundrel. Before long, they arrived at the zoo. Opening the gate, Li Xiao announced, Welcome to Gushin Zoo. From now on, we will come here daily. And you should familiarize yourself with the place. Woof. Little Black nodded in agreement. Despite his mischievous nature, he obediently followed Li Xiao. Li Xiao first found a spot for the bear cub, and then began to explore the zoo with Little Black. Arriving at the raptor exhibit, Li Xiao thought it would be a perfect opportunity to test the whistle he had just made. He pulled out the whistle and gave it a gentle blow. The clear sound echoed throughout the exhibit. Chirp! The whirlwind hawk, resting on a tree, perked up at the sound, opened its eyes, and upon spotting Li Xiao, flapped its wings and flew over. Just as the whirlwind hawk was about to land on Li Xiao's shoulder, woof woof woof, Little Black suddenly barked loudly, leaping up to pounce on the whirlwind hawk. Though Little Black was a dog and the whirlwind was an eagle, he showed no fear. Chapter 18. Joy abounds in the zoo at this moment. The body was already in free fall, leaving no time to evade. The whirlwind was about to plunge into the mouth of the small black dog. In a critical moment, Li Xiao reached out to intervene. The whirlwind, being an astute bird, seized the opportunity to grasp Li Xiao's arm, narrowly escaping disaster. Who could have anticipated that the initial encounter between an eagle and a dog would almost result in the dog devouring the eagle? Do not bite. This is the zoo's eagle, Whirlwind, Li Xiao hastily introduced. The small black dog, obedient, immediately toned down its demeanor. Yet, it remained vigilant, after all. It had been trained as a hunting dog since childhood, perceiving beasts as threats. Moreover, with the beast so close to Li Xiao, it instinctively felt the need to protect its master. This is Xiao He, my dog for the time being, Li Xiao continued, adding, we are all family here. Let us get acquainted and refrain from any further conflicts. Woof woof woof. Xiao He responded, understood. Caw-caw. Whirlwind retorted, I'll get you. Having grown up in the zoo, Whirlwind had never before been nearly caught by a non-flying creature, and it could hardly suppress its indignation. It sensed its dominion over the skies was being challenged. Cawing incessantly and flapping its wings, its sharp talons were fixated on Xiao He. Please, let us not cause a ruckus, Li Xiao soothed. You two are merely getting to know each other. There is no need for anger. Here, let me treat you to some meat. Upon hearing the promise of meat, Whirlwind calmed down a bit. Li Xiao retrieved 2 pieces of meat, one for Xiao He and one for Whirlwind. Having overindulged the previous day, Whirlwind, arriving too early, soon became satiated after consuming just 1 piece. After finishing its meal, it resumed its perch on Li Xiao's shoulder, glaring at Xiao He with evident resentment. Xiao He, a combative spirit. Since Whirlwind's disdain and occasionally bared its teeth in warning. Observing this scene, the live stream became lively. I feel like these two are about to brawl. What a spectacle awaits. Speaking of which, if Xiao He and Whirlwind were to fight, who would prevail? Can a dog best an eagle? If Whirlwind lacked wings, it would merely be a ground chicken, unable to boast, came the reply. That's debatable. I once watched Animal World where an eagle could snatch a full-grown wolf and carry it into the sky, eventually dropping it to its demise. Can Xiao He compete with a wolf? Xiao He is exceptionally clever. I'm still siding with it. I support Whirlwind. After all, it is an eagle descending from the skies. A swift dive and its sharp talons could easily snap Xiao He's neck, causing an instant flow of blood and loss of combat capability. Since Whirlwind can dive, can't Xiao He slide tackle? Fair is fair, right? As for who is stronger, I cannot say, but if they wish to engage in battle, it should be at noon. Why? Because it will be dark, and they are both dark in color, much like Song Xiaobao. If they fight, it will be pitch black. And we won't see a thing. Ha ha ha, you've cleaned out all the bamboo shoots up there. Who dares to compete in darkness with me? Song Xiaobao quipped. In the live stream, visitors fervently debated whether Xiao He or Whirlwind was superior, their discussions more heated than a formal debate. Li Xiao glanced around and noticed that more were siding with Xiao He, likely due to its earlier clever maneuvers. He refrained from participating, unsure how to assess the situation. Judging by size, Xiao He clearly had the upper hand, yet Whirlwind had its wings. Once an eagle locks onto its prey, the moment it descends is particularly fearsome. Its sharp talons can effortlessly grasp the neck of its quarry. Even if the prey is tough and resilient, the eagle can lift it into the air, ultimately dropping it to its death. This is the most terrifying hunting method of raptors, deeply ingrained in their instincts. Of course, Xiao He is no slouch either. Having accompanied Master Shui in hunts for years, it has honed its skills beyond that of a typical dog. Even when facing wild boars or wolves, it stands firm. Amidst the fervent discussions of the visitors, Li Xiao had already arrived at the tiger enclosure. He pointed to the whistle in his hand and said, "From now on, when you hear the whistle, it signifies my call. You must respond immediately. Now, check where Evil Eye and Egg are." Calling. Whirlwind nodded in understanding before soaring into the sky. Suddenly, mid-flight, it turned back. Li Xiao thought something was amiss, only to see Whirlwind swoop low, gliding over Xiao He's head, before continuing its flight into the distance. Woof woof woof. Xiao He barked in fury, giving chase while hurling insults. "You feathered nuisance. If you have the guts, stop right there. I'll roast your wings one day, with plenty of cumin and spice." Despite its best efforts, Xiao He could not catch up to Whirlwind. Frustrated, it returned to Li Xiao, whining, "Master, you must avenge me, or I shall not move." Li Xiao replied. Xiao He is a true dog, resorting to such tactics, and Whirlwind is truly mischievous, employing such methods to irritate Xiao He. It may be harmless, but the insult is indeed profound. Li Xiao waved his hand, signaling his own helplessness. Fortunately, within minutes, Whirlwind returned, landing once more on Li Xiao's shoulder. Cawing, Whirlwind announced, "Evil Eye and Egg are resting beneath a large tree, 100 meters ahead on the grass from yesterday. Lead the way," Li Xiao instructed. Whirlwind took flight again, with Xiao He closely following. However, Whirlwind bore a grudge, circling above Xiao He while maintaining a deliberate distance, clearly provoking it. Seizing a moment when Li Xiao wasn't paying attention, Whirlwind even let loose a droppings right above Xiao He. Xiao He barked angrily but felt powerless. Unless Whirlwind landed, there was nothing it could do. Ultimately, Xiao He's eyes darted, plotting some scheme. "Ha ha ha, this morning almost made me laugh my water out. How did I not notice Whirlwind's mischievousness yesterday? This zoo is too joyous. One might think they were watching a comedy from Diyunshi." Xiao He was already feeling dejected. Whirlwind remarked, "Apologies, but having wings grants one the freedom to act as they please." 10 minutes later, Li Xiao arrived beneath the tree where the two tigers lounged. Evil Eye and Egg lay in the shade, occasionally grooming each other's fur, basking in comfort. "Evil Eye," Li Xiao called out loudly before getting close. Upon hearing the voice, Evil Eye sprang up, turning to look, while Egg quickly rose as well. The two tigers, who had been leisurely moments before, now stood upright. straightening their backs as they lined up to welcome Li Xiao. Their demeanor and reaction mirrored the contrast of a class teacher entering a classroom. Chapter 19. Procreating cubs, are they being well-behaved, or are they merely intimidated by the zookeeper? Yesterday's altercation has undoubtedly left a lasting impression on them. Observing the two tigers sitting rigidly, Li Xiao chuckled wryly. Xiao He, ever vigilant, remained close to Li Xiao, its fur bristling, eyes fixed on the tigers with a snarl. The sheer size of the tigers was far greater than its own, and it sensed an unprecedented threat, despite their status as apex predators. Xiao He was committed to safeguarding Li Xiao's well-being. This is Xiao He, and these are Evil Eye and Egg, Li Xiao introduced, adding, you must coexist harmoniously and refrain from fighting. Whoever initiates a conflict will not face a mere scolding like Grandpa used to give. Instead, I will cut off your food supply. Understood? Oh, whoa. Evil Eye and Egg howled in unison. Understood. Rest assured, Master, we are well behaved. They seemed to convey. They were, in fact, amiable and refined tigers who would never intentionally provoke trouble. Yesterday's events were simply a misunderstanding. Xiao He, on the other hand, wore an indifferent expression, seemingly unfazed. It was still plotting its revenge against Cyclone and had no intention of complying. After the introductions, Li Xiao retrieved several pieces of meat and placed them before Evil Eye and Egg. The mere sight of the meat caused the tigers to salivate uncontrollably. The meat that Li Xiao's grandfather had provided them in the past was decent, and despite the zoo's frequent financial difficulties, they had never been deprived of food. However, the meat that Li Xiao offered was incomparable. The delectable taste was one factor, but more importantly, after consuming the meat yesterday, they had noticed subtle yet remarkable changes in their bodies. As Evil Eye and Egg devoured the meat, Li Xiao settled beneath a tree to rest. Those who had missed the tiger's previous feast would now have the opportunity to witness it. As befitting apex predators, they devoured the large chunks of meat in mere moments. The zookeeper was undeniably bold, sitting so close to the tigers while they ate, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of becoming their next meal. Are you new here? The streamer single-handedly subdued these two tigers yesterday. Really? Check the trending topics on Weibo. New visitors to the zoo were visibly shaken by this extraordinary scene. Li Xiao fed the tigers as if they were mere kittens, while they themselves would occasionally be scratched by their own feline companions. Yet, the tigers before them behaved as meekly as model students. Lying beneath the tree, enjoying the cool breeze, Li Xiao dozed off briefly. Upon opening his eyes, he was utterly dumbfounded by what he witnessed. Evil Eye and Egg were engaging in the act of procreation right before his eyes. Or rather, the act of creating little tigers. Xiao He, lying beside Li Xiao, watched with rapt attention, its tongue lolling. Today, I've truly learned something, Xiao He seemed to muse. Tigers are incredibly virile. I must learn from them and court more mates. Meanwhile, the number of viewers and comments in the live stream soared. 999, this is absolutely incredible. Ha ha ha, this is worth every penny. Recording this right now. This is far more captivating than any nature documentary. Evil Eye today will present a performance that will undoubtedly earn back the value of your gifts. Spam 666 in the comments. Ah, my eyes. What have I just witnessed? Report the streamer for blatant obscenity. Reporting is futile. They're animals, not humans. Moderator, this is a first for me. What should I do? I'm panicking. Li Xiao, fearing that his live stream would be shut down, leaped up like a startled rabbit. He frantically redirected the drone's camera toward Xiao He and then kicked Evil Eye's rear end, scolding, I understand that you're in heat, but you must be mindful of the impact. You're both celebrities now, or rather, celebrity tigers. Can't you be more civilized? Li Xiao's face flushed crimson. Although he was not responsible for the act, he felt deeply ashamed. At that moment, he wished he could carry a train and flee the city under the cover of night. After being kicked, Evil Eye and Egg finally ceased their activities, wearing innocent expressions. They were perplexed as to why no one had ever interfered with their public displays of affection before. Humans are far too prudish. Evil Eye seemed to lament. We tigers are naturally open and honest, known for our prowess. We eat and drink, and beyond claiming territory, we procreate. You're depriving me of my natural rights. I could report you to the Animal Protection Association. Li Xiao was at a loss for words. What kind of animals had he brought together? Xiao He was too dog-like. Cyclone was too mischievous, and Evil Eye and Egg were solely focused on making little tigers, and they expressed it so eloquently. Open and honest? Natural prowess? I don't believe it, and I'm not jealous at all. Just be more discreet in the future, especially during my live streams. No more shenanigans, or I'll cut off your meat supply. Li Xiao warned sternly before redirecting the drone's camera, saying, I apologize for that embarrassing display. It must have been a collective hallucination. I think watching tigers is rather dull. How about I take you to see the monkeys? With that, Li Xiao turned and left. What? We didn't hallucinate. We saw exactly what we were supposed to see. Don't be like that, zookeeper. We love watching the tigers. We could watch them all day. Zookeeper, turn the camera back, and I'll send you a plane. Unfollowed. I'm done. Almost all the viewers threatened to unfollow in an instant. However, Li Xiao noticed that his follower count was not decreasing but rather continuing to rise. A bunch of hypocrites. It seemed they were merely bluffing, or perhaps they were anticipating a repeat of the earlier scene. Leaving the tiger enclosure, Li Xiao hurried towards the monkey enclosure at an unprecedented speed, employing the Lingbo micro-step technique. He was eager to escape the awkwardness and could not bear to remain in the tiger enclosure for another second. Li Xiao moved with the agility of a swallow, his legs carrying him swiftly as if he were skimming across the grass. Even Xiaohei struggled to keep pace. Soon, the viewers in the live stream were astonished by Li Xiao's speed. Is the zookeeper on steroids? Has he been possessed by Lu Xiang? Zookeeper, be careful. There's a tree ahead. The camera captured Li Xiao's rapid movements with remarkable clarity, capturing every blade of grass and gust of wind. Chapter 20. The Monkey King who understands military strategy. Not long after setting off, a large tree appeared before him without any warning, merely 3 meters away. The viewers in the live stream quickly noticed and anxiously alerted him. At the current speed of Li Xiao, a collision would undoubtedly result in grievous injury. Just as the audience was filled with trepidation, Li Xiao's right leg suddenly tensed. He lightly pressed his toes against the ground and leaped upward. His feet struck the trunk several times, propelling his body 2 to 3 meters into the air. The fluidity of his movements was strikingly impressive, akin to a cinematic spectacle. Suspended midair, Li Xiao deftly grasped a branch, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before landing with grace. Without missing a beat, he continued to sprint. The series of actions so seamless that one might mistake it for a film shoot, even with the aid of wires. Many contemporary stars would hesitate to attempt such a feat. Director, you are truly remarkable. My scalp is tingling with excitement. From now on, I shall be your devoted follower. A viewer exclaimed, captivated by the display. Mom, someone can fly, exclaimed another as a parkour enthusiast exited the live stream. The audience was utterly enthralled. Forgetting the earlier antics of 2 tigers creating a cub, the ethereal movements of Li Xiao were exhilarating. Li Xiao reflected on the fact that this was merely a trial run, not yet showcasing his full potential. One could only imagine the sheer terror of his complete display of prowess. He felt a surge of curiosity about the director's past before inheriting the zoo. Don't ask. He's the disciple of the celestial master from Longhu Mountain. Someone quipped. Perhaps he's just an avid martial artist. Otherwise, how could his physical capabilities be so extraordinary? Are you all daft? Didn't it say online that the streamer is a cultivator? The last show-off of the cultivation world. The growing intrigue surrounding Li Xiao intensified. This man was exceptional, bold enough to confront a tiger, yet meticulous enough to whistle. His physical prowess and reflexes dwarfed those of the onlookers, who felt like mere bystanders in the grand scheme of things. Before long, Li Xiao arrived at the monkey enclosure, with Little Black trailing behind. As he stood before the iron cage, preparing to whistle, 3 monkeys charged forward, arms outstretched and chattering loudly for food. The monkeys were famished. Director, how long has it been since you fed them? Hurry and give them food, cried some viewers, transforming into benevolent patrons. However, Li Xiao remained motionless. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the 3 monkeys. Regardless of their frantic clapping and vocalizations, he remained unperturbed. Little Black positioned himself in front of Li Xiao, growling to intimidate the monkeys. After a tense 10 seconds, Li Xiao finally spoke. You 3 are not my monkeys. Where are my monkeys? The viewers were taken aback, bewildered that the streamer could distinguish between monkeys. Aren't they all the same? They wondered, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Li Xiao continued. The 3 monkeys in my zoo are macaques. They have short tails and robust bodies, averaging about 50 centimeters in length. Their forelimbs and hind limbs are nearly equal in length, and their opposable thumbs allow for dexterous grasping. Although you may resemble them, you are not my monkeys. Mine are exceptionally well-behaved and would never act so aggressively. Who are you, and where are my monkeys? His intense questioning revealed that there were indeed numerous wild monkeys on the nearby mountains, and it was clear that these 3 were wild. The stark contrast in temperament between wild and domesticated monkeys was unmistakable. The 3 monkeys exchanged alarmed glances before turning to flee. Capture them, Li Xiao commanded, opening the iron gate and sending Little Black inside. Little Black darted forward like a flash, baring his teeth as he pursued the monkeys. Though the monkeys attempted to escape, they were no match for Little Black's speed and soon found themselves cornered. Li Xiao approached slowly, demanding, "Confess, what is going on here?" The monkeys huddled together, trembling, yet remained tight-lipped. Refusing to speak, Li Xiao's eyes gleamed as he produced his whistle and blew gently. In no time, a whirlwind swooped in, wings flapping. Li Xiao emotionlessly declared, "These 3 monkeys are yours now. Feast upon them. Remember, not only must you open your bellies, but so must they." The monkeys feared the eagle. And though the whirlwind was not an eagle, it would still serve as a form of intimidation. "Is there a snack?" The whirlwind chirped, delighted, as it lunged for one of the monkeys. Just as the talons approached within mere centimeters of the monkey, it finally could bear the terror no longer. Trembling, it raised a shaky hand, pointing to a corner of the monkey enclosure. Li Xiao moved closer to investigate, discovering a hole in the iron netting. Just yesterday, he had checked the enclosure, and it had been intact, indicating that it had been breached under the cover of darkness. Scanning the area, he found no traces left behind, not even footprints. Returning to the monkeys, he pressed, "What is happening?" Monkey 1 squeaked, "Our king has captured your monkeys." Monkey 2 added, "Our king saw that the zoo monkeys had a good diet and wanted to make them provide us with food. When your monkeys refused, they were taken away." Monkey 3 chimed in, "Our king chose 3 of us that look similar to your monkeys, and as long as you feed us, we will return the food." Stunned, Li Xiao struggled to find words. The intelligence of this monkey king was astounding. The first tactic was coercion, the second was substitution, and the third was usurpation. One monkey, rejecting bananas, had taken to the art of strategy. This was outrageous. The most alarming aspect was their ability to obliterate any evidence, leaving Li Xiao with nothing to trace. Thankfully, he had visited the monkeys the day before and recognized his own. Otherwise, he would have been easily deceived. The blame also lay with Li Xiao. Had he not taken the drone home last night, it could have surveyed the area. He had assumed the zoo only housed a few animals with which he was familiar, and that no unforeseen events would occur. Clearly, he needed more drones. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao declared, "Take me to your king." Chapter 21. Disturbing the monkey's nest if possible, it would be best to pacify the monkey king's entourage. Such an astute monkey king must be utilized for one's own benefit. The 3 monkeys were aware of the dire consequences of bringing Li Xiao back and were initially reluctant. However, faced with the imminent threat of the whirlwind, they had no choice but to comply. Thus, the trio of monkeys began to lead the way, with Li Xiao and Xiao He closely followed by the whirlwind. Li Xiao took the time to explain, "My 3 monkeys were abducted by a group of wild monkeys from the nearby mountains, and these 3 here are among them. We are on a mission to rescue my monkeys." "What the? The director is saving monkeys?" It's reminiscent of the Tang monk rescuing Sun Wukong from the 5 Fingers Mountain in Journey to the West. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Did no one notice that the director was conversing with monkeys earlier? Moreover, they seemed to understand each other. Goodness, the director must truly be a cultivator. "Director, I am your long-lost brother from another mother. Would you be willing to teach me?" Surely, the director must have envisioned this based on the monkey's casual gesture. Everything can be explained through science. Explain what? The limits of science lead to metaphysics. Under the guidance of the 3 monkeys, Li Xiao entered the mountains. Along the way, he found no evidence of monkeys having ever inhabited this area, leading him to suspect that the 3 monkeys were deceiving him. Until, as they passed a small stream, the cacophony of monkey howls echoed from the chaotic thicket across the water. The sounds grew increasingly louder, evidently converging towards their location. Before his eyes, monkeys began to materialize, thick and abundant, numbering at least in the hundreds. Realizing something was amiss, Li Xiao hurriedly climbed a tree to survey the scene, his face paling in an instant. The mountains were teeming with monkeys. They seemed to sense their companions, their calls resonating through the air. Some dashed through the forest. Others raced atop the canopy, and some brandished small sticks, all converging towards this very spot. Soon, the 3 little monkeys felt the call of the larger troop and responded with shrill howls. The monkey horde surged forth, their speed increasing with every passing moment. All around, monkeys swarmed, and the fury of the gathering crowd sent small woodland creatures scurrying for safety. It was a veritable stampede. "My goodness, I've disturbed the monkey-esque nest." Li Xiao jolted, never having imagined that such a multitude of monkeys lurked in the nearby mountains. He had anticipated only a dozen or so. In an instant, he found himself encircled, surrounded by an overwhelming mass of monkeys, their anger palpable, akin to a dam bursting forth. The leading yellow-haired monkey stepped forward. Larger and more vibrant than the others, this was the Monkey King. Human, release my brethren. The Monkey King demanded. The tension in the atmosphere escalated to a breaking point. Oh dear, the director is in serious trouble. With so many monkeys, the director's fate seemed grim. A chilling serenade for the streamer. The audience in the live stream sensed the impending doom. In such a scenario, escaping unscathed was nearly impossible. Just think of the monkeys at May Mountain. Even a couple snatching food from tourists could incite chaos. At this moment, in the dance area of the live stream, a host named Meng Meng was performing. Young and beautiful, she embodied the archetype of fair skin, long legs, and delicate features. Despite her alluring figure, she still attracted a wave of infatuated admirers. Today, she donned a cheap how, albeit one that appeared rather disheveled, with the slit reaching dangerously high. As she twisted and turned in her dance, glimpses of white could be seen beneath. On the public screen, her ardent fans were fervently typing. "Ah, so beautiful. I'm ready again." One-handed typing, to prove my innocence. "I've finished, how about you?" "I see it. I see it. It's just safety shorts." Looking and looking, but what is the use? Ultimately, she is just a woman relying on a wealthy man. Those upstairs, you just don't understand. Imagine doing something scandalous with a woman who is with a wealthy man. How thrilling. A bunch of fools. I can tell without even watching what it's like. It's well known that anyone bold enough to call themselves sauce is lacking in substance. After a brief dance, Meng Meng paused and sat down, declaring, "To express my gratitude for your support, I've decided to stream for 12 hours today, during which I will wear various outfits for you all to enjoy, made outfits, jeans, shorts, stockings, and more. However, Meng Meng had one small request. I hope everyone can help me secure today as top daily reward. Can we do that? Change outfits? Goodness, I want overalls. Overalls are forever divine. I'm off to buy a roll of toilet paper. Excuse me, I'm running low. Meng Meng, you just keep dancing. If I need nutrition, I'll drink it myself. And you want to gift me something? Sorry, but discussing money feels so distasteful. I just want a pure relationship between us and refuse to let such disgusting matters taint it. So, I've decided not to spend. Apologies. I find joy in being a freeloader, so gifts are off the table. You're all too much. At the very least, you should recharge $1 like me. Sorry, not spending money is my bottom line. Don't worry, I'll cover today as spending, but I'm a minor. After the donations, can you give me the money?" Meng Meng glanced at the public screen, unable to suppress her disdain. A bunch of broke folks, you can't even afford to shine my shoes. Yet, thankfully, after years of streaming, she had some wealthy patrons supporting her. Not wanting to engage with these broke individuals any further, Meng Meng opened WeChat. In one section, there were 50 to 60 individuals, all affluent patrons she had encountered during her streams. Among them was a section marked by a fish icon. It was evident that these wealthy individuals were merely her fish. Selecting the avatar of one such patron, she messaged, "Brother Nyo, I'm about to start my climb today. You should come." Brother Nyo quickly replied, "What do you plan to do for me in return?" Meng Meng responded, "I filmed a new video. I'll send it to you tonight. You know what I mean." Brother Nyo replied, "I don't know. Tonight, I want one-on-one." She agreed readily, indicating that this was not her first experience with such arrangements. Soon, Brother Nyo entered the live stream. Brother Nyo sent 10 rocket gifts. Brother Nyo sent 10 rocket gifts. His message read, "Today, Meng Meng is climbing the charts for the first time. As her family, I must support her. Today, as top spot must belong to Meng Meng." Brother Nyo had arrived, giving Meng Meng renewed hope. He was a true tycoon, spending tens of thousands daily. "Brother Nyo, I can dance too." After Brother Nyo showered her with gifts, Meng Meng cheerfully announced, "Thank you for the rockets, Brother Nyo. I'll dance just for you." The voice was sweet and flirtatious, accompanied by a playful wink directed at the screen, exuding an irresistible allure that left one feeling flushed. However, Brother Nyo paid no heed. After finishing his gift-giving, he exited the live stream to attend to his own affairs. With a one-on-one session scheduled for the evening, who had the time to concern themselves with a dancing performance? That boy generously donated 10 rockets, leaving a comment, "Go for it, Ming Ming-chan. I support you." Soft Rice Hard Eating followed suit with another 10 rockets, stating, "I support you too. To be honest, Ming Ming-chan dances splendidly. Those 10 rockets are certainly worth it." Just after Brother Nyo had made his donation, 2 other prominent figures emerged. They were not summoned by Ming Ming-chan, but were instead hidden patrons of the live stream, lurking with clear intentions. As Brother Nyo made his move, they could no longer contain their enthusiasm and began to lavish gifts upon her, demonstrating the typical strategies of live streaming. Once one starts showering gifts, they might expect some interaction with the host, oblivious to the fact that this is all a carefully orchestrated performance designed to entice further spending. with the host and the affluent benefactors already having established their own clandestine arrangements, leaving others out of the equation. Within mere minutes, several affluent patrons had contributed, successfully propelling Mengming Chan to the top of the rankings. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mengming Chan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear brothers, for your gifts. I'm truly touched. I always thought I wasn't attractive and lacked a good figure, so I didn't think anyone would like me. Yet here are so many brothers supporting me. I'm so moved." Tearfully, she continued, demonstrating one of the effective tactics of a streamer. The host cries when sad, cries when happy, and even sheds tears when apologizing for selling counterfeit goods, all knowing that tears will evoke a sense of sincerity in mindless fans, prompting them to shower her with gifts. Some men even shed tears for no reason at all. With the surge in viewership brought about by her top ranking, more visitors flooded into Mengming Chan's live stream. She resumed dancing, her movements appearing quite professional, though they consisted of merely a few basic steps. Nevertheless, many viewers exclaimed in admiration, declaring her an outstanding dancer worthy of being the queen of the dance category. One must admit, among the myriad of streamers, Mengming Chan is my favorite. Her dancing is exquisite, albeit a bit wasteful of paper. Selling paper, selling paper. I'm the designated paper seller in the dance category, and I've already acquired 3 properties in Kyoto. Suddenly, Mengming Chan noticed her ranking had been usurped. What? It's really been taken, and by a newcomer no less. Upon seeing the public screen, she immediately ceased her dancing. Feeling utterly disheartened, she had strategically calculated that today was Sunday, knowing that many prominent patrons would be busy with work the following day and unlikely to log in, making it an ideal time to secure a high ranking. It was barely past 9 o'clock, and few streamers were broadcasting. How could she have been ousted? Who was so blind as to challenge her for the top spot? Sitting in her chair, she clicked to investigate. Sure enough, her ranking had been claimed. What kind of zoo is this? With a sudden shift in demeanor, she became pitiful, pouting. Brothers, our top spot is gone. Boo-hoo. Brother Nyo donated 10 rockets with a reassuring message. Don't worry, Mengming Chan, today's top spot is yours. I promise, not even Jesus can change that. Bad Boy added 10 more rockets, saying, Mengming Chan, don't panic. The competition is just a small streamer. I have some clout here, so I'll have a word with them to back off. Seeing the 2 affluent patrons speak up, Mengming Chan felt a surge of relief and resumed her flirtatious antics. Meanwhile, in the Lonely Mountain Zoo livestream, the director had neglected to bring along his key players, Evil Eye and Egg. It was indeed logical. If those 2 tigers had shown up, would this pack of monkeys still dare to act so brazenly? Li Xiao surveyed the public screen and remarked, "What is there to fear? Even without Evil Eye and Egg, or even Little Black and Whirlwind, I can handle this group of monkeys alone. Dealing with monkeys is simple. It merely requires some vocal assertiveness." This wave of bravado caught me off guard. While the confidence was commendable, how does the director plan to escape the encirclement of the monkeys? His confidence is truly remarkable. But I must point out that a single spit from a monkey could drown him. Who would have thought that the director, who tamed eagles and thrashed tigers, would ultimately falter at the hands of a mere troop of monkeys? Director, are you willing to wager? Even if you team up with Little Black and Whirlwind, you still wouldn't stand a chance against this group of monkeys. If you manage to win, I'll send 10 rockets your way. Li Xiao grinned. I decline the wager. Has the director backed down? Don't be timid. This is 10 rockets at stake. It seems the director fears another beating from the monkeys, plus the loss of rockets. Li Xiao retorted, I want to wager because I'm concerned you might end up losing your pants and be left dangling. Wow. The host is putting on a show again. Today I've learned something new. Apparently, dangling can be used in that context. At that moment, Bad Boy, who had rushed over from Mengming Chan's live stream, appeared utterly bewildered. Bad Boy, what is going on? So many monkeys? Did the host steal their wives or something? The scene was so grand one might mistake it for a battle of the apes. For those unfamiliar with the situation, let me clarify. The director's zoo monkeys have been overtaken by wild monkeys from the mountains, and now the director is attempting a rescue, only to find himself surrounded. Newcomers should remain calm. This is not unusual. Just yesterday, the director had a skirmish with a tiger. Indeed, he had just encountered the Yellow Dog Gang. I recommend newcomers watch yesterday's replay. However, Bad Boy had no intention of watching replays. He was there on business. Director, it's like this. I have a friend who is vying for the top spot today. Please do me a favor and refrain from competing with my friend. This didn't sound like a request, but rather an order directed at Li Xiao. Who did he think he was to ask the director for favors? Who was this interloper, thinking he could command the director? This name seems familiar. He is the brother of Mengming Chan, the one who just tried to seize the top spot. I recognized him immediately, but wanted to see what nonsense he was about to spew. Sister Tao had already mentioned the desire for the top spot, and now he appears to claim it. How shameless. All this for a woman? Coming here to demand favors? How transparent. It's obvious he's after the host. Such lewd intentions. Tao Yao Yao donated 10 rockets, declaring, I'm claiming today as top spot. If you want to take it from someone, just do it openly by throwing money at it. Sister Tao is fierce, strong and impressive. Her prowess is evident to all. I'm not lacking in funds. Come on, throw money. Bad Boy's expression darkened as he glanced at the screen. He may not recognize others, but he certainly knew Sister Tao. She is a true tycoon, ranking among the top 10 in the national gifting leaderboard. Compared to her, he felt like a beggar. She casually throws around hundreds of thousands, while he hesitates to spend even tens of thousands, all while holding ulterior motives to win Mingming Chan's favor. Competing with Sister Tao for the #1 spot? Only a top 10 tycoon could manage that. It's hopeless. Bad Boy realized that securing the top spot for Mingming Chan today was utterly impossible. He was acutely aware that the gifts he had lavished upon Mingming Jiang were now in vain. My gratitude to Sister Tao for the gifts. Without further ado, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Li Xiao, emboldened, proclaimed, observe closely as I single-handedly subdue this troop of wild monkeys. With unwavering resolve, Li Xiao advanced towards the yellow-furred monkeys. At that moment, the lead monkey was simmering with pent-up fury, its eyes bloodshot. It felt utterly disregarded by Li Xiao, who had been casually conversing with the audience in the broadcast room. As Li Xiao drew nearer, the monkey's ire intensified, its face contorted in a grimace, its chest heaving. Illo, illo, illo. Just as Li Xiao approached within half a meter, the monkey emitted a piercing shriek. In the next instant, it clenched its fist and lunged at Li Xiao with a ferocious punch. Simultaneously, the surrounding monkeys launched their assault, baring their fangs like bandits. Some brandished wooden sticks, while others clutched stones. The spectacle was reminiscent of Sun Wukong's simian legions wreaking havoc in the heavens. Dare to disregard my authority. Let this human witness our might. This was the unspoken message conveyed by the lead monkey. Li Xiao understood, yet remained unfazed. However, the viewers in the broadcast room were seized by panic. The immersive experience was so intense that some instinctively flinched and shrieked in terror. They envisioned the dire consequences awaiting Li Xiao and averted their gaze. The lead monkey's fist hurtled closer to Li Xiao's face, causing the viewers' hearts to pound in their throats. Half a meter, 40 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters. The monkey's fist was a mere 10 centimeters from Li Xiao, yet he remained unmoved. Then, with deliberate slowness, he closed his eyes and parted his lips, as if uttering an incantation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Instantly, the lead monkey, as if under some arcane influence or writhing in excruciating agony, clutched its head with both hands and staggered to the ground. Simultaneously, the horde of monkeys collapsed, emitting tormented cries. Some even bashed their heads against the trees. Little Black? Whirlwind. They were poised to launch a coordinated attack from the sky and the ground, respectively, but were abruptly frozen in their tracks, their offensive postures petrified like statues. What the heck? What just transpired? Was it sorcery or divine intervention? An illusion. It must be an illusion. My heart nearly leaped out of my chest in astonishment. I am 9 months pregnant, and the shock almost made the baby jump out. I believe I saw the warden's lips move, as if he were uttering something. Good heavens, the warden can subdue hundreds of monkeys with mere words. Who was it that mentioned sending rockets? Hurry up and recharge. This defies all scientific explanation. This is the kind of live stream one ought to watch. It is far more captivating than any dance performance. Warden, you are truly a deity. Naughty child bestowed a rocket. Comment. I was previously ignorant. The warden is a true marvel. The entire audience in the broadcast room? What is happening? Has he defected? Or has he, too, been tamed by the warden? Naughty child's sudden rocket donation left everyone in the broadcast room utterly bewildered, including Li Xiao, who had opened his eyes. What on earth are you doing, my friend? I am training monkeys, not you. Surely, you are not infatuated with me? The atmosphere was palpably awkward. After a few moments of silence, Li Xiao said, Thank you, naughty child, for the rocket. I appreciate your support. Given the comments made by the viewers in the broadcast room, anyone else would have quietly retreated from the broadcast room in utter shame. However, naughty child not only remained, but also sent a rocket. This behavior is truly perplexing. In truth, naughty child had no intention of sending a rocket. However, upon witnessing Li Xiao effortlessly subdue hundreds of monkeys with mere words, his hand began to act independently. Magnificent. This is even more exhilarating than a special effects blockbuster. Even with prior rehearsal, such an effect would be impossible to achieve. This is the kind of content I should be watching. To heck with the dance section. To heck with Mengmeng Jiang. The adrenaline rush that dancing provides can also be found here, and it is even more stimulating and enjoyable. My joy has been restored. Big brother naughty child, have you been drinking? What exactly is going on? Were you not going to compete for the top spot for Mengmeng Jiang? Did you accidentally send it to the wrong broadcast room in a fit of pique? Even Tao Yaoao inquired, brother, are you all right? Naughty child, thank you. Sister Tao, for your concern, I'm doing splendidly. I simply realized that the warden's livestream content particularly appeals to my tastes. I believe this is what I ought to be watching. The monotonous routine of my daily work life has left me feeling jaded, but after witnessing the host train monkeys, my eyes have been opened, and I believe life can be this exciting. Chapter 24. Gord Brothers Saving Grandpa. The delinquent leader possesses discerning judgment. Finding the zookeeper's performance far more captivating than mere dancing. The zookeeper's allure is undeniable, subduing monkeys while simultaneously winning over the leader. The delinquent leader's defection signifies a commendable return to the righteous path, better late than never. From this moment forward, we are unified as one. A warm welcome to all. The live stream audience extends a hearty welcome with open arms. After all, each additional benefactor elevates the streamer's prospects. Meanwhile, a devoted fan surreptitiously returned to Mengmeng Jiang's livestream. Disaster! Disaster! The delinquent leader has defected. Mengmeng Jiang, engrossed in her dance, abruptly paled, exclaiming, what in the world has transpired? Gigolo, Mengmeng Jiang, do not fret. I shall investigate the situation. Rest assured, my loyalty remains unwavering. With steadfast assurance, Gigolo departed. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed. Dire straits. Benefactor Gigolo has also defected. Mengmeng Jiang was utterly bewildered. What is the provenance of this new streamer? It's like the Gord brothers saving Grandpa, each one disappearing in turn. Bold Demon King. I shall investigate. I refuse to believe that a mere streamer possesses the charisma to so swiftly captivate benefactors. Could they be engaging in illicit acts within the livestream? Mengmeng Jiang expressed her concern. Brother Bull, you must return, for I await your presence. Bold Demon King, relax. I am not one to betray. Bold Demon King set forth. This time, Mengmeng Jiang felt a sense of reassurance, for she held unwavering faith in Bold Demon King's loyalty. Given their impending intimate video call later that evening. However, alas, benefactor Bold Demon King succumbed, bestowing upon the streamer a lavish gift of 10 rockets. Impossible, impossible, utterly Brother Bull would never betray me. Mengmeng Jiang refused to believe it, much like Liu Bei in Romance of the Three Kingdoms upon hearing of Guan Yu's defeat at Maicheng. Unable to fathom the downfall of his invincible sworn brother. As the devoted fan, shuttling between the two live streams, prepared to speak, Bold Demon King reappeared in Mengmeng Jiang's livestream. Bold Demon King, Mengmeng Jiang, concede defeat. You shall not attain the top spot today. A succinct statement, devoid of superfluous explanation. The audience immediately comprehended. Heavens! It's Sister Tao. All is lost, then. It has been ages since a luminary from the top 10 of the overall donation rankings graced us with their presence. Who knew they would descend upon a rookie's livestream? Rumor has it that Sister Tao has made a declaration that the zookeeper must secure the top spot today. Say, could Sister Tao be romantically involved with the new streamer? What exactly is this newcomer streaming that has prompted Sister Tao to intervene on their behalf? I shall take a peek and report back. Intriguing. I shall also venture forth for a glimpse. In an instant, the number of viewers in Mengmeng Jiang's livestream plummeted. Witnessing this, Mengmeng Jiang nearly burst into tears. Brother Bull, you have inadvertently sabotaged me. Your return has caused my fans to flee. Yet, Mengmeng Jiang was not overly distraught, for these fans were not particularly generous. She merely needed to retain Bull Demon King. Her primary concern was monetary gain, not fan loyalty. Composing herself, Mengmeng Jiang declared, Brother Bull, someone claimed that you bestowed 10 rockets upon the new streamer, accusing you of betrayal. I refuse to believe it, for I know you are the kindest to me. Bold Demon King. Well, Mengmeng Jiang, I must depart for pressing matters. Mengmeng Jiang hastily inquired, Brother Bull, what troubles you? Perhaps I can assist. Bold Demon King. This is beyond your aid. A friend requires a circumcision, and his former girlfriend is the attending surgeon. I must be present. Brother Bull, Brother Bull. Mengmeng Jiang repeatedly called out, but Bold Demon King had already exited the live stream. A wave of despondency washed over Mengmeng Jiang. Even if I cannot contend for the top spot, surely I can secure second place. Was it truly necessary to flee so hastily? The more Mengmeng Jiang ruminated, the more suspicious she became. She logged into a secondary account, and surreptitiously entered Li Xiao's livestream. There, she beheld Bull Demon King, along with Delinquent Leader and Gigolo. They were conversing and jesting with Li Xiao, intermittently gifting rockets, far more generously than they had in her livestream. Increasingly infuriated, Meng Jiang opened WeChat, intending to confront Bull Demon King. However, upon sending the message, she received a red exclamation mark. Bull Demon King had blacklisted her, severing all ties. Just as Meng Jiang was about to erupt in a fit of rage, she suddenly recalled her remaining fans. They were gradually arriving at Li Xiao's livestream, which she believed would serve some purpose. With that thought, Meng Jiang remained in the livestream, continuing to observe. Meng Jiang's fans indeed proved their worth, with over 10,000 flocking to the stream. Meng Jiang's artillery division is on the march. I am not seated below, I am seated above. I am merely here to witness the allure of this new streamer. What could possibly be so captivating about this new streamer that has enticed Sister Tao to remain? And there's Delinquent Leader, Gigolo, and Bull Demon King. Is it truly necessary to poach benefactors from others? I am here for Sister Tao. Sister Tao, may I be your devoted simp? I can simp far better than this new streamer. The public screen was inundated with Meng Jiang's fans' comments. While ostensibly they're out of curiosity, their words dripped with condescension and sarcasm, all but explicitly stating that Li Xiao and Tao Yaoyao were engaging in scandalous activities. Whenever a streamer's benefactor frequented another streamer's channel, a fan war was inevitable, and the first order of business was to allege that the streamer and benefactor were involved in something untoward. This was an age-old tradition. Trying to provoke a conflict? We do not seek trouble, but we do not shy away from it. Why the veiled insults? Zookeeper's fans, do not be angered. Meng Jiang has kindly bestowed upon the Zookeeper so many fans. This is a fortunate turn of events, sending benefactors and then fans. This is undoubtedly the most charitable streamer I have ever encountered. That is a valid point. We should welcome them and express our gratitude to Meng Jiang. Welcome. Warm welcome. We are in the age of traffic. Be they fans or detractors, they all bring traffic. Since they bring traffic, we should applaud and welcome them. Chapter 25, The Last Cultivator on Earth. The fans of Meng Jiang were left utterly bewildered. How could they not be incensed by such cold mockery? Before they could contemplate their next course of action, they found themselves captivated by the unfolding spectacle in the livestream. With a commanding shout, Li Xiao summoned the hundreds of monkeys sprawled on the ground, and they promptly sprang to attention, forming an orderly line under the leadership of the yellow-haired monkey. Standing before Li Xiao with remarkable poise and precision, they stood tall, heads held high, exuding an air of gallantry. One might have mistaken it for a military parade. In that moment, the fans forgot their initial purpose of supporting Meng Jiang. What was this? What kind of monkeys were these that obeyed so flawlessly? Goodness. Was this a film shoot? Who was the broadcaster? The reincarnation of Sun Wukong? Questions swirled in their minds. Yet, Li Xiao was not Sun Wukong reborn. He was Tang's son. The reason he could subdue the 100 monkeys lay in the incantation of the tightening spell. Whether faced with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of monkeys, Li Xiao remained unperturbed. With the utterance of the spell, all monkeys would submit. A viewer named Soft Rice Hard Eat showered the stream with 10 rockets and commented, "This is incredibly exhilarating. I feel as though I am Sun Wukong, wielding a staff and ready to challenge Buddha himself." Another user, Bad Kid, laughed, "Haha, I told you to stay and watch for a while. What's wrong with that?" Soft Rice Hard Eat replied, "You're being unreasonable. If I hadn't come over, would you have even thought to recommend me to the director?" Bad Kid lamented, "I am helpless. I fear being branded a traitor if I return." Soft Rice Hard Eat retorted, "Traitor? Who would dare? We are simply choosing the light over darkness, turning away from evil and seeking redemption." Nyo Emma Wang chimed in, "What Soft Rice Hard Eat said is spot on. There is nothing captivating about Meng Jiang. She just twists and turns awkwardly, while these monkeys are far more entertaining. If these monkeys were to shed their fur, they would undoubtedly outshine Meng Jiang." Goodness. How long had Brother Nyo been single to find such charm in monkeys? Was this the taste of the wealthy? Not quite. A wealthy individual once messaged me, offering 50,000 a month to be his mother while inviting me to insult him. What a peculiar fetish. If Meng Jiang were to witness this scene, she would surely be infuriated. At that moment, the real Meng Jiang, watching incognito, indeed felt a surge of blood rush to her face, not from above, but below. In her fury, her menstrual cycle arrived prematurely. Yet, her frustrations were far from over. The number of viewers in the live stream dwindled as more and more became entranced by Li Xiao. leaving Ming Jing with only a handful of viewers, half of whom were bots. With her heart no longer in it, she decisively shut down her computer, more accurately. She kicked it over in a fit of rage. She couldn't fathom why, with her enviable figure and striking beauty, she paled in comparison to a mere man. Little did she realize that the sight of Li Xiao commanding hundreds of obedient monkeys was a spectacle that had easily captivated her audience. Years ago, a variety show titled Classic Legends would never have dared to air such a scene. While Ming Jiang seethed, others reveled in joy. Since yesterday, when Sima Yu's edited video of Li Xiao's stream had gone viral, he felt both elated and anxious. His concern lay in whether Li Xiao could maintain such captivating content in future streams, as he needed material for editing. However, it appeared his worries were unfounded. The man capable of wrestling tigers would not disappoint. Every moment of today's stream provided ample material for editing. Sima Yu wasted no time. He began to edit the highlights of Li Xiao's live stream while watching intently. Soon, he compiled the most thrilling segments into 7 videos, each titled to pique interest. 1. Exposed. Morning training of the cultivator. 2. Half an hour of horse stance. 3. Effortlessly performing 6 one-arm pull UPS. 4. Lightfootness. Flying over grass. 5. The cultivator's dog achieves enlightenment. 6. Shocking. 2 tigers engaged in such activities. 7. A cultivator commands hundreds of monkeys with a word. He released these 7 videos across multiple platforms. After posting, he returned his focus to the live stream, anxious not to miss any captivating moments. Unbeknownst to him, these videos quickly soared in popularity. Within half an hour, the view count reached a staggering 100,000. The numbers continued to rise at a terrifying rate, increasing by tens of thousands every second. On Weibo, the impact of these 7 videos was even more profound, spawning a trending topic titled The Last Cultivator on Earth. This topic shot up the charts, rocketing from obscurity to the top 10 in a mere 20 minutes. The speed was astonishing. Cultivator? Could he truly possess such mystical powers? What was this phenomenon that had suddenly emerged? Oh my goodness! Was the person in the video even human? Wasn't he stated that he was a cultivator? The one-arm pull-up, I had seen that in films featuring kung fu emperors. I never expected someone today could replicate it. And the horse stance, simply incredible. The speed at which he ran was astounding. It felt as if he were genuinely flying. Shouldn't he consider participating in the Olympics? If he did, wouldn't the gold medal be a guaranteed win for us? Perhaps we should show some courtesy to other nations, considering we are a nation known for its decorum. I suggest the national team seize this opportunity. Why is everyone fixated on looks? Is it merely because he is handsome? How superficial. Can't they appreciate the magnificent black dog instead? This dog is truly extraordinary. It's said to be a Chinese rural dog. Who would have imagined our ancestors left behind such a remarkable breed? And those 2 tigers, absolutely hilarious. My boyfriend doesn't even compare to them. I might as well break up. Can we focus on the real highlight? The last video was truly mind-blowing. He subdued hundreds of monkeys just like that? Surely this isn't special effects? Goodness, in my lifetime, I never thought I would witness such a monumental scene. If any director were to remake Journey to the West, they ought to cast this man. No need for special effects or a monkey troupe, and it would be far more enjoyable to watch. By the way, where is this person live streaming? Searching for Gushin Zoo on Warfish. I want to reveal this to just anyone. May good fortune accompany those who do good. I'm off to take a look. Chapter 26. King Jiji Li Xiao sat on the ground, casually draping his arm over the yellow-haired monkey. To the untrained eye, they might appear to be long-lost buddies. After some exchange, Li Xiao had come to understand this creature. From now on, you shall accompany me. We will relocate to the zoo, he declared. Li Xiao had been troubled by the sparse animal population at the zoo, and this troop of monkeys seemed a perfect solution. Squeak, squeak. The yellow-haired monkey replied, I will follow you, but I have a condition. Every meal must include a banana. Li Xiao chuckled heartily. This demand was far simpler than the 100 stars of glory on one hand. After all, some girls consume several bananas in a single night. Turning to the drone, he addressed the audience. You all must have realized by now that this group of monkeys will henceforth be mine. He proceeded to introduce the monkeys, explaining that apart from the leading monkey, the rest were wild monkeys from the nearby mountains. The Monkey King had escaped from a circus, unable to endure the relentless training and abuse. Once free, he gathered the nearby monkeys and naturally ascended to the throne as their king. His name was Gigi. Director, how crude of you to publicly refer to him as a chicken in front of so many viewers. Someone interjected. We are all adults. It's only natural to have certain needs. What is wrong with calling it like it is? Li Xiao retorted with a wry smile. You all have a knack for interruption. The Monkey King's name is Gigi, given by his original owner from the circus. Wait, is this the legendary King Gigi? How did you end up here? The Bear brothers chimed in. Am I not due for an appearance? It was puzzling. How did the director know all this? The director is a cultivator. It's no wonder he can communicate with animals. Someone speculated. I truly do not understand beast language, nor can I converse with animals, Li Xiao stated earnestly. In truth, King Gigi knows sign language, which he learned at the circus. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with King Gigi, who immediately began to gesture animatedly. Can he really communicate through sign language? Have we misunderstood the director? The viewers were captivated. Where is my royal translator? Quickly translate what King Gigi is signing. Is it the same as what the director is saying? As it turned out, it was indeed identical, quite remarkable. Just as they were deciphering this, a flood of visitors surged into the live stream. Is this the live stream of that cultivator? One exclaimed, I see the big black dog. Another chimed in, I finally get to see a cultivator. I want to cry. Where is this man in women's clothing? Tell me. Please, calm down, comrade. Cultivator, I want to see you fly on grass. What flying on grass? That's clearly a swift run. Do another one-arm pull-up. I want to see the big black dog. Train the monkeys. You must demonstrate monkey training. A cacophony of comments erupted, startling Li Xiao. In a brief period, the number of online viewers skyrocketed by 100,000 and continued to rise. Director, you're trending. Congratulations on hitting #1 on Weibo. Congratulations on dominating Douyin's trending list, outshining even the most popular ramen vendor. The director's live stream exploded across platforms. You have to see the trending video title. It claims the director is the last cultivator on Earth. Isn't that true? Someone remarked earnestly. With all the tiger taming, monkey training, and dog training, it's hard to argue he isn't a cultivator. #1 trending? Did I really make it? Li Xiao was incredulous. Achieving such a feat was no simple task, often dominated by celebrities. In a luxurious apartment, Ming Ming emerged from the restroom, her little wings donned. Yet, she simmered with frustration, unable to resist her curiosity. She re-entered Li Xiao's live stream. 200,000 viewers. Ming Ming gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. Soon, she noticed familiar names in the comments, causing her anger to flare anew. These are all my big brothers. Why is this happening? I cannot let this slide. A thought struck her. Li Xiao had yet to sign a contract. With a swift click, she opened WeChat to contact a particularly influential manager. Brother Don, I've been wronged. You must help me. Chapter 27. Appalling. Jiang, a novice streamer, is inflating their statistics and has poached my benefactor and many followers, alas. Don, what? That's outrageous. Jiang, here's the link. Jiang promptly dispatched the link to Li Xiao's live stream. Don, I'll investigate forthwith. If they are indeed manipulating data, I will take decisive action. Jiang, seizing the opportunity to undermine her rival, added, the account should be terminated. Don, rest assured, I will see to it. But if I resolve this, how will you recompense me? Jiang, I'm at your disposal. Jiang also strategically sent a rather suggestive photograph, deliberately enticing Dawn. Although not a particularly prominent streamer, Jiang had garnered significant attention and support since arriving at Warfish less than 2 months prior. Her popularity surged, positioning her as a potential leading figure in the dance category. The individual behind her meteoric rise was Dawn, a high-ranking executive. On Jiang's first day on the platform, he noticed the boldly dressed girl. After a brief acquaintance, they engaged in a more intimate exchange. Dawn acquired what he desired and subsequently showered Jiang with promotions, relentlessly propelling her to stardom. He knew she was a girl who understood the value of reciprocity and could attract affluent patrons. His support, of course, was not without its rewards. Upon accessing Li Xiao's livestream, Dawn was taken aback. What sorcery was this popularity? So many viewers on only the second day of streaming? Preposterous. Even if Sun Wukong plucked his hairs and blew on them, conjuring such a multitude would require at least half an hour. Eager to conclude this matter and further engage with Jiang, Dawn hastily forwarded the link to Li Xiao's livestream to the official technical department. Investigate this new streamer's data. I suspect manipulation. This audacity cannot be tolerated. The account must be terminated. Had Dawn spared a moment to notice Tao Yaoyao's name, he would not have acted so rashly. However, his mind was consumed by Jiang's words, clouding his judgment. Moreover, experience had taught him that a newcomer amassing such a large audience in 2 days could only be attributed to data manipulation. With a high-ranking executive issuing the directive, the technical department had no choice but to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet, after scrutinizing the data, they found everything to be in order. The donations and popularity metrics were almost excessively genuine. Oh, Are you also watching the zookeeper? Just as the technical department was preparing for another round of scrutiny, a vibrant young woman entered. Meow meow, what brings you here? The technical department staff, seemingly intimidated by the girl, responded with deference. Kiki, I need a favor. The girl pointed to one of the technician's computers, which displayed the Lone Mountain Zoo livestream. Ah? Meow meow. Do you suspect he's manipulating data and want us to investigate? Manipulating? The girl paused, questioning, are you certain? The technician affirmed, we're certain he's not manipulating, but it appears suspiciously so. Even Dawn sent the link, requesting a thorough investigation. Dawn, the executive who frequents the dance section, always attempting to seduce new female streamers? Well, though a widely known fact, only she dared to state it so candidly. Disregard what he says. Are you certain he's not manipulating data? Meow meow inquired earnestly. She had personally come to the technical department to investigate potential data manipulation, despite being certain that Li Xiao was not manipulating data. As his ability to captivate viewers stemmed from his unique personality, she still desired a comprehensive investigation for reassurance and to facilitate future endeavors. Honestly, if we weren't in the technical field, we'd deem it manipulated at first glance. The data is simply too good. Too good. It's beyond good. It's absurd. Consider the retention rate. With the proliferation of live streaming platforms and streamers, there are now more streamers than viewers. This saturation has diminished quality, resulting in a situation where retaining 10 out of 100 viewers is considered commendable, and converting 2 of those 10 into fans is deemed excellent. And the zookeeper's retention rate? 90%, or even higher. Ah, that's incredible, Meow Meow exclaimed. This novice streamer seemed to possess feline charm and allure, captivating nearly every viewer who entered his live stream. Some viewers, even fans of other streamers, initially came to criticize, mock, and denigrate him, but inexplicably became his fans. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately thought of adorable cats. Many desired to own a cat, but their parents objected, threatening to discard it. However, once the cat was brought home, they realized that their parents' threat of discarding it meant discarding them. They had fallen out of favor and become the jester. The technician continued, besides the retention rate, the other data is equally aberrant. Currently, there are 200,000 viewers online and 240,000 comments, indicating that each viewer has sent at least one comment, with some sending multiple. And the gifts. In just 2 days of streaming, the total value of gifts surpasses what other streamers receive in a week, with some not even reaching that amount. Appalling. Utterly appalling. No wonder he's topping the trending charts on various platforms. Meow Meow exclaimed excitedly. What? Trending? Really? Then the data is not surprising. He's a talent who must be signed promptly before other platforms snatch him up. Meow Meow smiled. Hee hee, that's precisely what I'm thinking. Leaving the technical department, Meow Meow's heart raced. She knew she had struck gold. Li Xiao was her lottery ticket. Securing Li Xiao's signature would undoubtedly elevate her position within the company and potentially earn her father's approval. Meow Meow immediately sent a private message to Li Xiao and began searching for his other contact information. Simultaneously, major live streaming platforms had taken notice of Li Xiao and were exerting every effort to find his contact information, eager to sign him and initiate a bidding war. Meanwhile, after Meow Meow's departure, the technical department, curious about Li Xiao's allure, began tuning into his live stream. In addition, numerous moderators joined in. Within half an hour, the number of viewers increased by another 100,000. At that moment, Li Xiao was leading the monkey troop back to the zoo. Chapter 28. The rivalry between Xiao He and Cyclone, soliciting adoration, seeking acclaim. A surge of 700,000? This escalation in devotees transpired within a mere forenoon. Li Xiao, unable to restrain himself, promptly initiated the lottery. The host is felicitated with the acquisition of culinary god technique. The host is felicitated with the acquisition of divine archery technique. The host is felicitated with the acquisition of angling technique. Culinary god technique. Do you aspire to possess the culinary prowess of Stephen Chow? To become an emissary of paradise? A harbinger of the netherworld? To concoct the unexpectedly delightful bursting meatball, the soulfully poignant sorrowful rice? Embrace the culinary god technique and metamorphose into a culinary virtuoso in an instant. Note, the assimilation of the culinary god technique not only enables the creation of delectable dishes, but also facilitates the ascension to an eminent gastronome, the two being harmonious. Divine archery technique. By mastering the divine archery technique, one may emulate the dashing marksman of yore, such as flying General Li Guang, Little Li Guanghua Rong, 3 arrows quell rebellion Yang Yuji, and Little Yang Yuji Pang Wanshan. infallible, piercing the willow from 100 paces. Note: the assimilation of the divine archery technique ensures unerring accuracy even in the act of flinging pebbles. Angling technique. The assimilation of the angling technique guarantees a catch upon each cast, even without bait, merely extending a line into the water. Note: while a catch is assured, the size and species of the fish are contingent upon the host's fortune. Previously endowed with 400,000 adherents, the host is now entitled to 3 draws. This time, all were skills, none proving inconsequential. Albeit, the pebble-flinging aspect of the divine archery technique was peculiar. Was the system intending for him to become featherless arrow Zhang Qing from water margin? Or the character portrayed by Datu in A Writer's Odyssey? Furthermore, angling without bait evoked the image of Jiang Zia. Li Xiao merely voiced his musings before inquiring. Are there further rewards? The host is felicitated with the acquisition of fresh fruit. The host is felicitated with the acquisition of special bow and arrow. The host is felicitated with the acquisition of special fishing rod. Fresh fruit. Analogous to fresh meat and fresh grass, it serves as sustenance for simians and other fauna. Note: this is indeed edible for humans. The host is encouraged to partake. Special bow and arrow, intended for use in conjunction with the divine archery technique, augmenting the probability of piercing 2, 3, or even 7 targets with a single arrow. Note: this bow and arrow is yet unnamed. The host may bestow a designation at will. Special fishing rod, intended for use in conjunction with the angling technique, similarly augmenting the probability of catching 2 or 3 fish with a single cast. Note: this fishing rod is rather antiquated and prone to breakage. The host is advised to exercise caution in its preservation. The rewards were largely complementary to the acquired skills, a development Li Xiao had not anticipated. He held little expectation for the system's direct bestowals. Gurgle. As Li Xiao scrutinized the rewards and assimilated the skills, the sound of a rumbling stomach reached his ears. Li Xiao glanced down at Xiaohei at his feet. Xiaohei lowered its head in apparent embarrassment. Incredible! Xiaohei had become sentient. The expression in its eyes was uncannily human. Aside from its canine exterior, everything else was indicative of a person. Haha, to witness a dog displaying bashfulness. Xiaohei is famished. The warden must procure sustenance forthwith. Following this commotion, Li Xiao was also experiencing hunger pangs, yet they were still ensconced within the dense forest. Devoid of provisions, the zoo possessed a kitchen, replete with utensils and ingredients. However, that presupposed a return to the zoo. Huff! Xiaohei abruptly stood, its eyes narrowed, fixed upon a point in the distance. Li Xiao followed Xiaohei's gaze. In the undergrowth 30 meters ahead, a yellow form was faintly discernible. A hare! Li Xiao exclaimed, extending a hand and shouting, "Cyclone, go!" Cyclone's flight was swifter, hence Li Xiao's initial inclination. Yet, before the words were fully uttered, Xiaohei had already dashed forth with remarkable speed. Xiaohei traversed the 30-meter distance in mere seconds. The hare, sensing the impending peril, reacted swiftly, attempting to flee. Chirp! Cyclone, in close pursuit, swooped down from above. The hare anticipated Xiaohei's pounce, but did not foresee the falcon's assault. Caught unawares, it was ensnared by Cyclone's talons. However, just as Cyclone believed it could present the hare as a token of accomplishment, Xiaohei executed a leap, intercepting in midair. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, it forcibly wrested the hare from Cyclone's grasp with its powerful bite. Clutching the hare by the neck, Xiaohei landed securely. It raised its head to regard Cyclone, its gaze seemingly conveying, "You are inadequate." Chirp! Cyclone was enraged. "You scoundrel!" Xiaohei, disinclined to engage, and fearful of Cyclone's potential reclamation, kept its head lowered, concealing the hare in its embrace. Xiaohei is truly canine. It is a dog, after all. How could it not be? Xiaohei, befitting a hunting dog, dared to seize prey from a falcon. Li Xiao's animals included Xiaohei, whose popularity was the lowest, simply because it was canine. Compared to the imposing tigers and falcons, it seemed rather weak, especially after Cyclone had playfully teased Xiaohei, which had disappointed everyone, making them think it could only obey. But now, it had conquered the audience with its brilliant hunting skills. Xiaohei soon arrived at Li Nao's side, hare in mouth. Cyclone circled overhead, attempting to reclaim the hare. But Xiaohei kept it well hidden. Unless it landed on the ground, it would not gain the advantage. Cyclone chirped incessantly, its lungs on the verge of bursting. The hare it had nearly secured had vanished. Stolen by Xiaohei. The hare had flown away. Xiaohei dropped the hare at Li Xiao's feet. The next moment, it lifted its head, its chest puffed out, wearing a smug expression, as if to say, "Do not be stingy with your praise." Impressive. Li Xiao gave a thumbs up. He had seen it clearly. Although Xiao He had been the first to lunge at the hare, it had clearly slowed down, making way for Cyclone to seize the prey, which it would then snatch. So it was truly cunning. Cyclone had been outwitted. After praising it, Li Xiao picked up the hare and considered it. This one must weigh 5 pounds. Lunch is settled. We shall not return to the zoo just yet. I saw a stream nearby earlier. We shall have lunch there. I, Xiao He, and Cyclone shall share it equally. Chapter 29. The Gibbon King indulges in novels. Exasperated, Cyclone stubbornly refused. I won't partake. Not if a dog has touched it. Woof woof. Suit yourself, barked Onyx. A scruffy bird like you isn't worthy of my catch. I spotted it first. Cyclone retorted. But I caught it. Onyx countered. I seized it initially, and you pilfered it. Cyclone squawked. I caught it, so there. Onyx taunted. You're a bandit, a canine ruffian. Cyclone accused. I caught it. Neener, neener. Onyx barked gleefully. Their bickering escalated to a point where the Gibbon King, standing beside Leo, grew agitated, scratching and clawing, yearning to summon his troop to discipline Onyx and Cyclone. Approximately 10 minutes later, Leo escorted all the animals to a babbling brook. The crystalline water was ideal for skinning and cleansing the rabbit. This brook originated deep within the mountains. The Gibbon King's troop and other mountain denizens routinely quenched their thirst here. Villagers occasionally ventured into the mountains and drank from this source as well. Untainted and devoid of nearby factories, the water was safe for consumption, alleviating any concerns. Onyx lay at Leo's feet, his gaze fixated on the rabbit in Leo's grasp. Drool cascading from his jaws. Cyclone perched on a nearby branch, silently observing Onyx with a resentful glare, likely contemplating his next prank. Patience, my friends. It's more delectable when cooked, Leo reassured. He retrieved his trusty knife. Villagers who lived off the land seldom ventured out without a knife or hoe, enabling them to promptly unearth any wild greens or prized flora they encountered. As Leo poised to begin, the Gibbon King abruptly intervened, halting his actions. Squeak, squeak. You intend to prepare the rabbit with that? The Gibbon King inquired. Leo glanced at the Gibbon King, his eyes questioning. How else? Observe. The Gibbon King proclaimed. My brethren, bring forth my treasures. With that, the Gibbon King clapped his hands together resoundingly. Upon hearing the directive, the nearby troops sprung into action. Soon, 2 juvenile monkeys scurried over, lugging a suitcase. You possess a suitcase? Such formality? Leo inquired with amusement. He himself only carried a backpack when venturing out. Composure. I am, after all, a monarch, the Gibbon King declared, gesturing for assistance in opening the suitcase. Leo approached and was astounded by its contents. Cleavers, forks, chopsticks, salt, sugar, peppercorns, cumin, chili peppers, scallions. How do you possess so much? Ha, the Gibbon King chuckled. I instructed my simian subjects to pilfer them from the village. As a king, I mustn't be frugal when it comes to repasts. Leo was speechless. This fellow is truly immersed in his role. I mustn't allow him to watch dramas starring Chen Daoming, or he'll lose his mind. Undoubtedly, the suitcase was also stolen. These will enhance the flavor, Leo remarked. He had initially planned a simple barbecue, intending to forage for herbs for seasoning. Now, with the Gibbon King's accoutrements, he could elevate the culinary experience. Suddenly, Leo noticed additional items within the suitcase, 3 novels. Journey to the West, Water Margin, and Romance of the Three Kingdoms. All classics. Leo picked up a novel and asked, You read these? The Gibbon King nodded emphatically. I'm not entirely literate, but I can comprehend most of it. Unbelievable, Leo exclaimed. Even monkeys are intellectuals these days. No wonder he's capable of devising so many schemes and abducting my 3 monkeys. And no wonder he's so adept at forming alliances. He's emulating the heroes of Mount Liang. Knowledge truly transforms destiny. Having perused 3 books, this monkey has ascended to kingship. Have you finished them? Leo inquired. Not yet, the Gibbon King replied, seemingly engrossed in his reading. He then disregarded Leo, resuming his perusal of Water Margin. Leo couldn't bear to spoil the ending for him, revealing the tragic fates of the Mount Liang heroes, death, injury, and desertion. He wondered if the Gibbon King would become enraged upon reaching those chapters. Ceasing his interaction with the Gibbon King, Leo seized the cleaver and the rabbit, commencing his culinary preparations. Thanks to his mastery of the god of cookery skill, a plethora of rabbit recipes instantly flooded his mind. Although lacking a well-stocked kitchen, pristine countertops, refined utensils, and professional stoves in the wilderness, he could still craft a delectable dish with proper care. One must never neglect their stomach. Rabbit meat is both delicious and nutritious, especially wild rabbit, which is particularly flavorful. However, preparing a rabbit can be arduous, particularly due to its dense fur. Now, I shall impart a useful technique, Leo announced. Pay close attention and don't miss a step. With that, Leo seized the rabbit and flung it into the air. In the ensuing moment, accompanied by the swishing sound of wind, the cleaver gleamed with a chilling radiance. Leo utilized the blunt side of the cleaver to strike various parts of the rabbit's body. Under the influence of gravity, the rabbit should have descended in a straight line. However, with each strike, the rabbit was forced to sway and bounce erratically in midair. While seemingly simple, the spectacle captivated the onlookers. As if the rabbit were dancing in the air. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of the cleaver striking the rabbit resonated incessantly. After approximately 2 minutes of this percussive treatment, Leo swiftly reached out and grasped the rabbit by its ears. The rabbit instantly assumed a dangling posture. Repeatedly striking the rabbit with the blunt side of the cleaver causes the hair follicles on its skin to contract, facilitating the skinning process, Leo explained. As he uttered those words, Leo flipped the cleaver in his hand and began scraping the rabbit's body. The drone descended slowly, providing a close-up view. The audience in the live broadcast could clearly observe the scene. With each stroke of the cleaver, the blade glided along the rabbit's skin at a 30-degree angle, effortlessly removing the fur and follicles. After a dozen or so strokes, Leo had completely denuded the rabbit of its fur. Having addressed the fur, he wasn't finished yet. Leo grasped the rabbit's hind legs and forcefully sliced downward with the tip of the knife. Swift and efficient, he directly disemboweled the rabbit. Thwack. Next, Leo forcefully struck the rabbit's back with the blunt side of the cleaver. Under the force of the reverberation, the internal organs spilled out from the incision. Thus, a thoroughly prepared rabbit appeared in Leo's hands. God of cookery skill. Remarkable, Leo exclaimed from the depths of his heart. Without the god of cookery skill, Leo would never have been able to accomplish this with such ease. Chapter 30. The culinary live stream. The director's culinary skills are simply extraordinary. Is it possible that he has escaped from a 5-star hotel? With such talent, why bother running a zoo? He should open a restaurant instead. And I would patronize it daily. This transcends mere cooking. It is artistry. Li Zhao's technique, though seemingly flamboyant, possesses remarkable visual appeal and astonishing efficiency. As one visitor remarked, this is not merely cooking, it is art. When any endeavor is pursued to its utmost, it can become art, much like the acrobatics of the island nation. With a flourish, Li Zhao skinned the wild rabbit and began to wash it in the stream, cleansing it of congealed blood before discarding it on a nearby rock. He clapped his hands and declared, "Next, let us start a fire." He had no intention of creating a fire by friction, for King Gigi's suitcase contained a lighter. However, while he had fire, there was a lack of firewood. Li Zhao glanced helplessly at King Gigi, who, perceiving his thoughts, clapped his hands and called out, "Gather firewood, my little ones." At his command, the surrounding troop of monkeys sprang into action, swiftly collecting twigs. Soon, a pile of dry grass and small branches formed before Li Zhao. As he kindled the fire, he announced, "Today, I shall prepare a dish of rabbit 2 ways." Rabbit 2 ways? What on earth? One might wonder. How could a single rabbit yield 2 dishes? The wild rabbit mused, "I never imagined there would be so many ways to be prepared after my demise in the wild." The director is indeed a connoisseur, unlike myself, who eats whatever I find in the wilderness. If nothing is available, I resort to dirt. Alas, even when not in the wild, I seem to be perpetually consuming dust. How disheartening. Li Zhao approached the stream to gather stones, which he arranged around the fire. Finally, he selected a flat stone to place atop the pile. Hence, rabbit 2 ways referred to one rabbit prepared in 2 styles. One half would be grilled on the stone, while the other half would be roasted over the open flame. While explaining this, he deftly cleaved the rabbit in 2. He skewered one half onto a stick and positioned it beside the fire, while the other half was set on a clean stone, not rushing to cut it just yet. The key to perfect roasting is timing, especially in the wild, where one must remember to rotate the meat every few minutes to avoid one side being overcooked while the other remains raw, a culinary sin that renders it inedible. One must not be deceived by the depictions of barbecuing in films, where even dumplings are often fabricated through special effects, let alone roasted meat. Li Zhao poured some oil into his palm and began to coat the rabbit meat. Following the oil, he added soy sauce, salt, pepper, and chili powder. This medley of seasonings transformed the rabbit's hue into a delicate brown. "Could I trouble your monkeys for one more task?" he asked. Once arranged, he turned to King Gigi, who raised a finger and requested a banana. "No problem. I will ensure you receive one at the zoo," Li Zhao replied with a smile. Orchestrating a monkey to rotate the meat, guaranteeing it would not burn or remain uncooked. King Gigi clapped again, and a little monkey scampered over, expertly beginning to rotate the rabbit. Li Xiao felt a wave of satisfaction. Recruiting the monkeys had proven to be a wise decision, saving him considerable effort. This is truly remarkable. Monkey roasted meat. What a revelation. As the fire roared, Li Xiao remarked that half an hour would suffice for the roast. Meanwhile, the drone zoomed in for a close-up, allowing the live stream viewers to witness the rabbit sizzling in the flames, its juices bubbling forth. The spices danced in the heat, and gradually, a faint aroma wafted from the meat. Through the screen, the visitors seemed to catch a whiff of the savory scent, unable to suppress their salivation. For the first time, they cursed the drone, lamenting its clarity. "Why did I skip breakfast?" one exclaimed, while another reminisced about the drone's previous lack of quality when filming the tiger cubs. "Isn't this an animal live stream? Why has the program changed?" Someone protested. Roasting a wild rabbit is still about animals. There is no fault in that. It is universally acknowledged that this is, indeed, a culinary live stream. In the chatroom, cries of despair echoed. "Director, I curse you to eat instant noodles without seasoning." Li Xiao, too engrossed in his task to heed the chat, seized the oil bottle and poured some onto the hot stone. The moment the oil hit the stone, a sizzling sound erupted. Roasting rabbit meat is simple, but preparing it on a hot stone is even easier. One only requires a heated stone, a piece of rabbit, and a knife. With the rabbit in one hand and the knife in the other, Li Xiao commenced his culinary creation. The knife swiftly glided across the meat, each slice falling perfectly onto the stone. Upon closer inspection, one would note that he sliced the meat into uniform thickness. Once the stone was heated, he drizzled oil on it, then placed the sliced rabbit atop to sear. When both sides turned golden, he sprinkled fine salt, indicating it was nearly time to feast. After slicing the rabbit, he meticulously observed the meat on the stone, and as soon as the slices achieved a golden hue, he promptly picked them up with chopsticks, demonstrating impeccable timing. The aroma wafted enticingly, but he refrained from consuming it immediately, opting instead to season it further before savoring the first bite. The rabbit was crisp on the outside yet tender within, the texture springy with each bite. "Divine!" Li Xiao exclaimed, his face a portrait of ecstasy. "This is truly tormenting," he thought, unable to resist the urge to order takeout. Tears streamed from his eyes as he lamented, "This rabbit looks unappetizing, clearly a ruse by the director. But if he offers me a bite, then I take back my words. Mother, prepare me some," he cried. "Director, I detest you. My wife saw the live stream and now insists on eating rabbit, prepared precisely as you demonstrated. Alas, while rabbits are easy to procure, where shall I find the stones? Why do my attempts to replicate your methods yield such dismal results?" After 2 arduous hours of labor, Master Chen resigned himself to ordering takeout. The live stream erupted with excitement as nearly all the viewers chimed in. Chapter 31. Clash of Eagle and Hound. A generous benefactor, Bull Demon King, has bestowed 5 rocket gifts upon the stream. Viewers flooded the comments section, their appetites piqued. Comments: "The zoo's opening can't come soon enough. I simply desire to observe the animals, nothing more. No ulterior motives of free meals here. Curse you, Warden. Despite having lunched already, I succumbed and ordered braised rabbit heads. I opted for cumin-spiced grilled wild rabbit. I'm having spicy diced rabbit. Steamed rabbit for me. A clay pot rabbit, please. Sichuan stir-fried rabbit is the delicacy of Chongqing." The live stream audience succumbed to temptation and began ordering takeout en masse. That afternoon, food delivery orders spiked across major cities, predominantly rabbit dishes, leaving restaurant owners bewildered. What's with the sudden rabbit craze? Did we stumble upon a rabbit warren? Or is this the work of a fox spirit? Oblivious to the pandemonium he incited, Li Xiao continued savoring the rabbit slices. The other half of the rabbit was soon grilled to perfection, boasting a golden hue, crisp skin, and succulent meat. A glistening layer of oil clung to the skin. Far from being repulsive, it was mouth-watering. Li Xiao retrieved the grilled rabbit and announced, "Xiao Hei, cyclone, chow time. Woof. Woof, woof." Xiao Hei, unable to contain his eagerness, bounded over, drool dripping from his jaws. With a single bite, the wild rabbit melted in his mouth, causing him to squint in delight. He had never tasted such ambrosia, surpassing even the most delectable dog food. Xiao Hei's reaction was broadcasted, eliciting cries of envy from the viewers. Li Xiao's expressions might be contrived, but Xiao Hei's was genuine. To elicit such a response from a canine spoke volumes about the culinary prowess behind the grilled meat. Confounded, I shamefully salivated again. For the first time in my life, I envy a dog. "Warden, is your zoo hiring? My demands are modest. Sustenance is all I require. Warden, if there are no vacancies, I'm willing to impersonate an animal. Why is this delivery taking so long? I'm at my wit's end. Caw, caw. Cyclone, drawn by the aroma. Soared over. He loathed consuming the rabbits Xiao He caught, but the irresistible fragrance overwhelmed him. While Li Xiao's meat offerings were acceptable, they paled compared to the cooked meat. Cyclone alighted beside Li Xiao, chirping softly. Want some? Li Xiao seized a slice and offered it to Cyclone. Ah! Cyclone opened his beak, poised to devour it. However, with lightning speed, Li Xiao retracted the meat and brazenly devoured it himself, chewing with exaggerated gusto, the sounds of his mastication reverberating. Viewers witnessed the succulent juices and oil glistening on Li Xiao's lips. The warden is utterly shameless. Daring to tease an eagle like that, the warden is unparalleled. Observe closely. Cyclone is enraged, yet he dares not assault the warden. Remarkable. I just realized the warden has been grilling meat under the eagle's very beak the entire time. How audacious. Li Xiao and Cyclone had always coexisted harmoniously, normalizing the act of grilling meat in Cyclone's presence. But upon reflection, such normalcy was absurd. Cyclone was dumbfounded, staring fixedly at Li Xiao. Wasn't that for me? Why did you take it back? Was I merely meant to savor the scent? Xiao He glanced over, barking with barely concealed mirth. Xiao He, master, you're even more cunning than I am. But well done. Cyclone seethed, flapping his wings furiously. Li Xiao chuckled. If you crave rabbit meat, snatch it from Xiao He. Let him witness your might. Xiao He stole your rabbit earlier. I refuse to believe you've forgotten. Li Xiao's intent was simple. To instigate a skirmish between Cyclone and Xiao He, or rather, a friendly spar. Because an eagle being bullied by a dog was an affront to avian dignity. Li Xiao was offering him a chance to avenge his honor. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao He, blast you. I underestimated your craftiness. You're more cunning than I am. With a yelp, Xiao He snatched the grilled rabbit and bolted. Cyclone, unwilling to be denied, spread his wings and gave chase. Thus began a chase with Cyclone in the sky and Xiao He on the ground. Li Xiao, seated comfortably, relished the grilled meat and watched the pursuit with amusement. Xiao He cursed under his breath. Feathered fiend, cease your pursuit. I don't have enough meat for myself. Are you daft? Go after the master. He can't possibly eat it all himself. He'll surely share some with you. Stop chasing me, please. Or perhaps I could introduce you to a hen to bring you joy. Cyclone, unheeding, remained fixated on Xiao He. Xiao He, however, was too crafty, diving into the woods. If Cyclone followed, he would have to fly at low altitude, risking collisions with trees and branches, making it nearly impossible to catch Xiao He. But driven by the desire for meat and vengeance, Cyclone plunged into the woods without hesitation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiao He, exhausted, returned to the original spot. Panting, Cyclone, weary from flying, landed on the ground but remained vigilant near Xiao He. After a moment's hesitation, Cyclone called out, Xiao He, I believe we've misunderstood each other. We could be friends. Xiao He barked. So? Cyclone declared, I am the sovereign of the skies. Xiao He. Cyclone continued, you are the king of the land. Xiao He. Cyclone proposed, if we join forces, we could dominate the heavens and earth. Xiao He inquired, and then? Cyclone suggested, let me have a bite, and we shall be friends, a peerless duo, ruling the world. Xiao He retorted, I'm not a fool. Xiao He lowered his head and resumed devouring the meat, even faster than before. Cyclone's eyes widened, we are friends. Xiao He responded, once I've finished eating, we can be friends. Xiao He devoured the meat voraciously, while Cyclone was driven to madness. I am the sovereign of the skies, and you, a mere mutt. Dare to disrespect me? Xiao He and Cyclone were unable to articulate their thoughts, but their expressions betrayed them. The viewers were thoroughly amused. Xiao He is truly sly. I never imagined an eagle could be so pitiable, unable to subdue even a dog. Ha ha ha, I pity Cyclone. Li Xiao was also amused, roaring with laughter. Xiao He, momentarily distracted, glanced at Li Xiao, and Cyclone, seizing the opportunity, snatched the remaining rabbit meat and soared into the sky. Xiao He was visibly stunned. The next moment, he watched Cyclone fly dozens of meters away and began cursing, feathered fiend, I curse you to never find a mate. Chapter 32, Class A Contract. As dusk settled, Li Xiao ensured the monkey troop was comfortably settled before continuing his broadcast for a while longer, eventually shutting down the live stream. The moment he ended the session, his private messages exploded with notifications. Upon opening them, he found numerous messages awaiting his attention. Lin Shuguang, Director, I am a manager from Zhanyu. I wish to negotiate a contract with you. Could you please provide your contact information? Alternatively, You may reach out to me at this number. Monkey stealing peach. Director, I am a manager from YY. Lemon not sour. Greetings, Director. I am from Cat Tooth. Over 100 messages flooded in, half of which were from the management of various streaming platforms. In addition to the 5 major streaming platforms, many smaller ones sought his attention, some even named after fruits. The remainder comprised messages from visitors and streamers eager to befriend Li Xiao, all driven by ulterior motives. They were keen to capitalize on his current popularity and viewership. Some female streamers, in an effort to garner his attention and boost their own traffic, even sent him some rather frank photographs. Li Xiao perused the messages and responded to each one, requesting that they first send over their contract templates. It is always prudent to compare one's options. Swiftly, the responses arrived. Zhanyu platform, Class A contract. Gift revenue sharing ratio 60-40. Cat Tooth platform, Class A contract. Gift revenue sharing ratio 60-40. YY platform, Class A contract. The offerings from these platforms were strikingly similar, prompting a frown from Li Xiao. His initial impression was one of disappointment, given his current level of popularity. An A-level contract felt insufficient. After only 2 days of streaming, this was merely the beginning. With the present traffic, Li Xiao was confident that his popularity would only continue to rise. In contrast, the A-level contract seemed excessively low, particularly from the smaller platforms, which, due to limited resources, offered even less. Recognizing the potential for future collaborations, Li Xiao, known for his kindness, opened a dialogue with the smaller platforms. His attention then shifted to the 5 major platforms. He sent inquiries to each, asking whether a higher tier than Class A could be negotiated. The first to respond was Lin Shuguang from Zhanyu, the same individual who had arranged a meeting with Meng Meng that evening. After receiving a definitive reply from the technical department, he stubbornly lingered in Li Xiao's live stream, attempting to discern any insights. However, rather than uncovering anything, he found himself captivated by Li Xiao's content. Just as the technical team had predicted, Li Xiao possessed a magnetic quality that drew in both critics and casual viewers alike, rendering any concerns unnecessary. Upon recognizing Li Xiao's value, Lin Shuguang decisively severed ties with Meng Meng and reached out to Li Xiao privately. After all, when faced with the choice of a woman or money, most would choose the latter. Women tend to deplete one's finances, while wealth can lead to more opportunities with women. Securing Li Xiao's contract would ensure a steady influx of revenue for Lin Shuguang. Finally, when Li Xiao responded, Lin Shuguang quickly stated, "It would be difficult for me to secure a higher contract level. There are only a handful of S-level contracted streamers, and I lack the authority to manage that." Li Xiao replied, "I am amenable to continuing with a Class A contract, but the revenue sharing ratio must be adjusted to 80-20. Lin Shuguang, no problem. The endorsement revenue share will also be 80-20. That is acceptable. Platform promotion should remain unchanged, though. All right, that is settled." Lin Shuguang gritted his teeth in determination. "Rest assured, I won't let you down. I will forego the base salary and benefits mentioned in the contract. And the penalty for breach of contract must be halved." The penalty for breach of contract was paramount, as the fees imposed by major streaming platforms were exorbitant, often reaching into the billions. This tactic was employed to bind prominent streamers to their respective platforms indefinitely. Lin Shuguang found himself at an impasse and said, "Director, your requests exceed my authority. I truly cannot accommodate them. You might consider submitting a request to higher management." "Rest assured, I will submit the application," Li Xiao replied. "However, I must inform you that based on your demands, they are rather high. My superiors are unlikely to agree." "How can you be so certain before even applying?" "Please inquire. There may be a pleasant surprise for both of us." "Director, a Class A contract is already quite favorable, considering your current popularity. You cannot expect to leverage A-level popularity for a higher-tier contract. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, we can always upgrade the contract in the future. There is no need to rush. Please submit the application." "Very well." Lin Shuguang refrained from further discussion, and Li Xiao set his phone aside. By the current standards, his popularity indeed warranted only a Class A contract. Yet, he had achieved this level of recognition in just 2 days. Still, they continued to regard him as an ordinary streamer, leading Li Xiao to believe their vision was rather short-sighted. Subsequently, the management from other platforms gradually replied as well. However, when faced with the conditions proposed by Li Xiao, they too found themselves unable to make a decision, necessitating approval from their superiors. With no other recourse, Li Xiao conducted a final inspection of the zoo before heading home. Upon returning home, his phone chimed with a new message. "Meow meow, Director. I am a manager from Zhanyu. I have purchased a plane ticket and am en route to Gushan Zoo. Expected to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Another manager from Zhanyu? Li Xiao replied, I apologize, but my zoo is currently not open to the public. Meow meow, the situation is such that I wish to meet you in person to finalize the contract. We can discuss the details face to face. Li Xiao responded. Another manager from Zhanyu has already spoken to me. He is aware of my conditions. You might want to consult your colleague. If you can meet those conditions, then you may proceed to come here. Meow meow what? Someone has already contacted you? Who is it? Meow meow clearly grew anxious, bombarding him with questions. Li Xiao replied. His name is Lin Shuguang. We spoke for about 10 minutes. Meow meow, oh, it was him. Don't worry, I'm on my way. What he said doesn't count. We will negotiate. Li Xiao felt somewhat perplexed. Was there an internal competition at Zhanyu for his contract? Very well, I will await your arrival. If possible, I would be delighted to treat you to dinner. Meow meow, sure thing. I'll be there soon. After their conversation, Meow meow exhaled a sigh of relief. Though she couldn't resist a bit of internal criticism. That old lecher Lin Shuguang had previously thought Li Xiao was merely inflating his statistics. Yet now he was attempting to poach him from her. However, she had already secured her ticket, and her intention to meet the director in person was resolute. Director, I, Meow meow, am determined to sign with you. You are mine, and no one can take you away. Chapter 33. A canine tirade. Several managers were keen on enlisting my services and were even willing to fly in to finalize the agreement. This arrangement suits me well, as an early contract means early funds, which I can then reinvest in renovating the zoo. Of course, the specific revenue split will need to be discussed in person. Before retiring for the night, I noticed my follower count had reached 900,000, a surge of 200,000. Time for another giveaway. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring bone setting art. Congratulations on acquiring driving proficiency. Congratulations on acquiring a golden koi. Congratulations on acquiring golden camellia seeds. The first two were system-generated prizes, while the latter were system rewards. Bone setting art. Animals are exceptionally active, and injuries such as bone dislocations are commonplace during their frolics. Please observe closely and administer corrective massage immediately upon occurrence. Note, this skill can also be applied to humans, offering therapeutic benefits beyond mere realignment. Driving proficiency. This skill will enable you to operate bicycles, motorcycles, tricycles, trucks, trains, tanks, cruise ships, and other vehicles, facilitating the transportation of animals to and from the zoo. Note, this skill can also be used to ride horses, tigers, lions, bears, and other animals. I couldn't help but inquire, can it be used to ride people? A single question that encapsulates the essence of a seasoned veteran. Golden koi, a resplendent, golden-hued koi carp with a dragon-like head, phoenix tail-like fins, for long and imposing barbels. Floral nostrils encircled by dragon whiskers, and movements reminiscent of a phoenix dancing in the heavens. Note, a daily veneration brings good fortune. Golden camellia, hailed as the panda of the plant kingdom and the queen of the tea family, this species ranks alongside ginkgo, tree ferns, and dove trees as a living fossil. It is also known internationally as the miraculous oriental tea. Note, golden camellia possesses unique efficacy in lowering blood sugar, blood pressure, blood lipids, and cholesterol, as well as in ameliorating diabetic symptoms and complications. Furthermore, the golden camellia's distinct color inheritance makes it invaluable for scientific research. A single specimen has commanded prices as high as 25,000. Please cultivate with care, prosperity awaits. Good heavens, 25,000 a plant. I exclaimed, dumbfounded. It seems the golden soil has found its purpose. Sleep was now out of the question. I excitedly fetched a flower pot, filled it with the golden soil, planted the golden camellia seeds, and watered them with spiritual water. As for the golden koi, I temporarily housed it in a large ceramic vat, the kind typically used in rural areas for storing grains like wheat. These vats are robust enough to thwart even the most determined rodents. Gazing at the magnificent golden koi, I mused, it's like I've been sent a good fortune. With everything settled, I crawled into bed and finally drifted off to sleep. The following morning, I was awakened by something kissing me. This sensation was far from a dream, but there was no one else at home, only Xiaohei. I jolted awake in a cold sweat, only to be greeted by Xiaohei and the lingering sensation of its saliva on my face. What's going on? I groaned, rubbing my eyes. I was exhausted yesterday. Let me sleep in. Woof woof woof. Xiaohei, master, come with me. There's a spectacle to behold. A spectacle? What spectacle could there be so early in the morning? The early bird catches the worm. A sudden realization struck me. Don't tell me you've been stirring up trouble with the village's female dogs again. and their escorts have come looking for you? Xiaohei, master, don't be so superficial. I am a dog of integrity. Xiaohei is indeed quite upright. I quickly washed my face and followed Xiaohei out of the house. After navigating several alleyways, we arrived at the village clinic. This is it? I asked, exasperated. Woof woof woof. Xiaohei, look over there. I followed its gaze and spotted a small, white mongrel. I was still perplexed. You woke me up at the crack of dawn just to see a mongrel? And a male one at that. Xiaohei, to be born a dog, I am filled with regret. How could I have ended up with such a doggone owner? Just then, the white mongrel began to bark and howl. It bared its teeth in a display of fury, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge or a bellyful of indignation. The white mongrel was barking furiously at the clinic. Xiaohei jumped up and down excitedly. Master, it comes here every morning. It's been doing this for half a month. What's going on? I asked, puzzled. After listening for a moment, I understood. Unbelievable. The white mongrel's owner had taken it in for neutering, but the procedure was botched, and it had been coming to berate the clinic every day since. This small clinic was the only one in the village, and the doctor inside was a jack of all trades, treating both humans and animals. Such a remarkable scene deserved to be broadcast live. As soon as I started the stream, viewers began pouring in. Good morning, zookeeper. Hello, handsome. You're up early today, darling. It's normal for boys to wake up early. They can't sleep when they're bursting at the seams. Watch out. Your Carswell is running over my face. I chuckled and turned the camera toward the white mongrel. What's going on, zookeeper? I haven't had my fill of your glorious visage yet. Please switch the camera back. What's happening? Is that Xiaohei's new wife? Could be. Look how worked up the white dog is. Xiaohei, curse you. This dog is getting shot while lying down. I laughed and explained. See that clinic over there? The white dog is cursing at the doctor inside. A dog cursing at a doctor? You've got to be kidding me. Zookeeper, don't joke around. The zookeeper is making up stories so early in the morning. It's a shame he's not writing novels. I sighed and continued. The white dog was neutered here, and it remembers the doctor in this clinic. That's why it comes here every day to curse him out. It's been doing this for half a month. Chapter 34. Blessing Koi, the diminutive white dog, was evidently hurling insults with fervent animosity. Moreover, it intermittently glanced back at its nether regions. Indeed, a novel experience. Who would have surmised that the veterinary doctor-patient dynamic could be so fraught? The white dog, only verbal abuse, no biting. Civilized medical dispute. Promptly summoned the doctor to apologize to the white dog. Apologize? If apologies sufficed, what need would there be for the constabulary? Do not presume that an apology will earn your absolution. Never. Not in this lifetime. Return my testicles. What malicious intent could a puppy harbor? It merely yearns to relive the bliss of manhood. A barrage of comments ensued. The recently awakened viewers were now invigorated. The majority were exclaiming husband. Evidently, the initial cohort of the day comprised predominantly female admirers of Li Xiao's comeliness, coveting his visage. Li Xiao smiled, then returned home. The ablutions of face washing and teeth brushing held little allure. Consequently, Li Xiao directed the camera toward the golden koi he had recently acquired the previous night. Is this not a dragon and phoenix koi? I possess some at my abode. However, I have never encountered one of pure gold. It is exceedingly exquisite. At first glance, it genuinely resembles a phoenix in motion. To behold such a resplendent koi at the crack of dawn, it foretells a propitious day. Gratitude to the warden for granting me the sight of such a magnificent koi, bestowing blessings upon one's kin, hoping that my roommates may prosper, thereby enabling them to patronize me. May the blemishes on my countenance vanish forthwith. My aspirations are modest. I merely desire that each of the billions of individuals on this planet bestow upon me a mere 10 cents. May I successfully find a partner this year. Eschewing the need for self-gratification, I, too, aspire to find a partner. The night before last, I dreamed of 18 matchmaking encounters, finally discovering a paramour. I sought out a street fortune teller to ascertain the veracity of my dream. The fortune teller proclaimed that dreams are often antithetical to reality. I retorted that it implied I would be unable to find a partner even after 18 matchmaking attempts. Thus, I shall embark on 19 matchmaking endeavors. The fortune teller then countered with 81 attempts, inciting me to overturn his stall in a fit of pique. Upon beholding the golden koi, a multitude of individuals within the live broadcast room commenced beseeching blessings. The capacious ceramic vat that Li Xiao had procured for the golden koi metamorphosed instantaneously into a wishing well. At that juncture, meow, a feral feline materialized from an indeterminate location. The feline was entirely sable. It scaled the wall, its gaze fixated intently upon the golden koi. The viewers within the live broadcast room were immediately agitated. Summon the warden. Where is the warden? The black cat intends to devour the koi. Warden, hasten to rescue the koi. This is exceedingly vexing. Little Black, swiftly drive away this feral feline. How infuriating. Little Black is reclining in the sun, basking in the morning's luminescence, remaining utterly inert. As the viewers riveted their gaze upon the screen, rendered impotent, the feral feline had already darted to the fore of the capacious ceramic vat. It elevated its forelimbs, resting them upon the vat. It appeared poised to extend its claws and seize the golden koi. In that instant, the viewers within the live broadcast room collectively held their breath. The atmosphere reached a crescendo of tension. Abruptly, the feral feline ceased its movements. It remained prostrate upon the capacious ceramic vat, its eyes narrowing, as if in supplication. Good heavens! Could it be that this feral feline has come to offer blessings? Do felines not subsist on fish? My convictions are shattered. The creatures reared by the warden are extraordinary. Even the feral felines are paying homage to the blessing koi. What are we awaiting? Hasten to offer blessings. With the occurrence of this spectacle of the feral feline bestowing blessings upon the koi, virtually every individual commenced entreating blessings, clasping their hands together in earnest supplication, nearly to the point of presenting offerings to the koi within the mobile screen. As Li Xiao emerged from his chambers, having completed his ablutions, he, too, witnessed this scene. The feral feline, startled by Li Xiao, leapt up and fled. What transpires? Li Xiao inquired, perplexed. Bubbles emanated from the golden koi within the capacious ceramic vat. Golden koi, master, a feral feline came to venerate me earlier. Would you care to offer your respects as well? Have me venerate you? Preposterous. I, Li Xiao, would sooner perish in destitution than venerate you. Golden koi, master, you must have faith in me. Good heavens! Is this not a line from Liu Bei in Mouthwash Three Kingdoms? Li Xiao shook his head, conveying his disbelief. Upon revisiting the live broadcast room, it was replete with the supplications of viewers. Some were even offering exorbitant sums to acquire the golden koi. Warden, I offer 20,000. What say you to relinquishing this golden koi to me? I offer 30,000. 35,000. 38,000. You are the one who is ill-omened. This number is inauspicious. I offer 50,000. A once tranquil live broadcast room had metamorphosed directly into an auction site. Li Xiao lamented. I regret to inform you that I am not selling this koi. Please refrain from such endeavors. Although Li Xiao harbored skepticism toward the golden koi, it was, after all, a treasure bestowed by the system. It would undoubtedly prove efficacious. Today, I shall escort you to the mountains for angling and unearth some bamboo shoots as I anticipate the arrival of guests this evening. And I intend to showcase my culinary prowess. Li Xiao had formulated the itinerary for today's live broadcast, adorning himself with the tools for unearthing bamboo shoots and angling. Li Xiao prepared to depart with Little Black. Prior to his departure, Li Xiao glanced at the golden koi. Should I perhaps offer a salutation? In all matters of the world, it is prudent to err on the side of belief rather than disbelief. May I ensnare a fish of substantial size and succulence today? Otherwise, upon my return this evening, you shall be my repast. Li Xiao stood before the capacious ceramic vat, offering a cursory salutation. His demands were modest, for Li Xiao feared disillusionment. The loftier the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Li Xiao was not omnipotent. He was particularly inept at angling, which demanded patience. Remaining stationary in one location, sometimes for hours on end, was anathema to him. Throughout his existence, he had never successfully ensnared a fish. The number of times he had engaged in angling could be enumerated on the fingers of one hand. In lieu of angling, Li Xiao preferred wading into the water to capture fish. Golden koi, I am now exceedingly apprehensive. Who will come to my rescue? My master intends to devour me. The warden is truly hilarious. He accompanies his supplications with threats. Golden koi countdown, commencing now. Amidst the jubilant pronouncements of the viewers within the live broadcast room, Li Xiao departed. Not long after his departure, Li Xiao encountered the two principal forces of darkness within Toad Village, the Yellow Dog Gang and the Wolf Dog Gang. These two factions were engaged in a tumultuous melee, howling raucously, stirring up dust and causing pedestrians to retreat hastily, lest they be inadvertently bitten by a dog while merely observing the commotion. Ha ha ha, we meet again. The Yellow Dog Gang of the Western Village and the Wolf Dog Gang of the Eastern Village are indeed irreconcilable, engaging in fisticuffs at the break of dawn. They are far more formidable than the denizens of Young and Dangerous. Brothers, could someone elucidate the situation for me? I am a newcomer. Consult yesterday's live broadcast, and you shall comprehend. Very well, I shall do so forthwith. As the viewers beheld the two dog gangs, they extended greetings with enthusiasm. Li Zhao's live broadcast was akin to mathematics in high school and junior high. Should one be absent for a single lesson, the subsequent content would be largely incomprehensible, thereby precluding any further comprehension of mathematics. Fortunately, Li Zhao's live broadcast was uncomplicated and lacked the complexity of mathematics. By dedicating a few minutes to viewing, one could comprehend everything and become even more captivated. Chapter 35. Fishing. Xiaohei stood in the middle of the road and let out a fierce roar. Dozens of dogs were instantly startled, turning their heads in unison. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Xiaohei, they retreated in fear, as if they had encountered a monster. Xiaohei was majestic, a true king of dogs. With a single roar, he could intimidate two formidable factions. Xiaohei was indeed impressive. Well done. Li Xiao affectionately patted Xiaohei's head and walked down the center of the road. The two dog factions watched respectfully, neither daring to utter a sound nor take a step forward. This scene resembled an ancient emperor on a procession. The day before, Xiaohei had single-handedly driven away the yellow dog gang, and the wolf dog gang, having heard of his fearsome reputation, dared not provoke him. Faced with the most terrifying presence in the village, they could only keep their distance. Perhaps sensing Xiaohei's regal aura, Li Xiao even noticed several female dogs flirtatiously approaching him. After half an hour of walking, Li Xiao finally arrived in the mountains. With Xiaohei by his side and occasionally chatting with the viewers in the live stream, he did not feel bored or fatigued. The morning air in the mountains was particularly refreshing, and the dew glistening on the flowers and trees created a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The viewers, accustomed to the concrete jungle of the city, were thrilled to witness such scenery after waking up early, capturing screenshots that could easily serve as covers for their phones or computers, almost reminiscent of a Miyazaki film. Before long, the sound of trickling water filled the live stream. After walking a bit further, Li Xiao finally came upon a small river. The river, 20 meters wide, flowed down from the mountains. A branch of the water he had heard about the day before. The villagers did not exploit the river's resources, nor did they build houses nearby. Some capitalists had yet to discover this place, leaving it pristine and natural, which uplifted the spirits of all who beheld it. The gentle flow of the water allowed small creatures to thrive in the lush grass along the banks. Frogs, grasshoppers, butterflies, mantises, and caterpillars were all visible, adding life to this picturesque landscape. How stunning this place was! Who said our country lacked beautiful scenery? I scorn those who incessantly praise foreign lands. I spotted a large grasshopper and felt the urge to catch it. In my childhood, when my family was not well off, I often caught grasshoppers to eat. They were delightfully crunchy. The cicadas I consumed back then, when fried in oil, were simply delectable. Now, where can one find such delights? Those days are gone, and I can only wait for the zoo opened by the principal to relive my childhood. The viewers in the live stream echoed his sentiments. Meanwhile, Li Xiao, holding his fishing rod, reached the riverbank. There were already some people there. Little Li, why are you here fishing instead of going to the zoo? They greeted Li Xiao with laughter. It turned out to be Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li. Li Xiao waved and explained, I have guests at home today, so I thought I'd catch a fish to entertain them. Uncle Zhang was an avid fisherman who practiced catch and release, while Uncle Li, whose granddaughter had recently given birth, accompanied Uncle Zhang daily to fish, providing fish soup for his granddaughter to nourish her. As Li Xiao spoke, he found a spot and began to set up his fishing gear. Ha ha, little Li, are you serious? I remember the last time you fished. You didn't catch anything all day. Do you want me to give you a fish to save you some time? Uncle Zhang asked kindly. Not to mock, but to help. Uncle Zhang, you're mistaken. Who said I never caught anything? Li Xiao retorted defiantly. Oh, you actually caught something? Uncle Li chimed in teasingly. Li Xiao pouted and declared, I did catch a bottle. That counts as a catch. Ha ha ha. That bottle was clearly someone else's fishing gear. You couldn't catch anything yourself and ended up with someone else's tool. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li laughed heartily. In the village, children were typically not allowed to enter the water, yet some curious and mischievous ones still found ways to catch fish. It was quite simple. They would put some bait in a bottle, tie a string to it, and toss it into the water. The fish would swim in for the bait, but would struggle to escape through the narrow neck of the bottle. Unfortunately, this method only caught small fish. This exchange revealed Li Xiao's fishing prowess to all the viewers in the live stream. Ha ha ha, so the principal can't fish. I thought he was capable of everything. For some reason, this realization brought a sense of balance. When the divine opens many doors for you, it must also close a window. We were all deceived by the principal's initial confidence, genuinely believing he was a fishing expert. Principal, why not ask Uncle Zhang for a fish instead of embarrassing yourself? Principal, fishing has its risks. One must be cautious when pretending to be skilled. Have faith in me. Li Xiao retorted playfully as he took out the special fishing rod rewarded by the system and tested its feel. This rod was crafted from bamboo, and the part where the bait was placed was shaped like a bamboo leaf, with a wider middle and pointed ends. It was tied with twine, bent into shape, and bait was affixed to the pointed end. When a fish swallowed the bait, the bamboo would spring open, trapping the fish's mouth. This ancient fishing rod bore a sense of antiquity, yet it was elegantly simple, unlike the flashy modern rods. Little Li, is this fishing rod reliable? Uncle Zhang asked with concern, having never seen such a rod before. It should be fine, Li Xiao replied, though he felt uncertain. The bait he used was simple earthworms he had dug up from the corner last night. While these worms could not compare to modern bait, they were all natural and ecologically sound, and he hoped they would attract plenty of fish. Once the bait was ready, Li Xiao swung the rod with force. The hook soared through the air and landed squarely in the middle of the river, partially submerging. The distance was impressive, with the line cast about 10 meters out, perfectly centered in the stream. His casting technique was quite professional, exuding a certain gracefulness, and the accuracy of his landing was commendable. After all, he had learned the basics during his childhood. Although he hadn't caught a fish yet, he understood the proper posture. Even Uncle Zhang couldn't help but give a thumbs up upon witnessing it. The live stream erupted in praise. Chapter 36. The King of Fishing. Could the director be pretending to be a simpleton? As an avid angler myself, I could tell from the director's initial posture and chosen spot that he possessed remarkable skill. I sincerely hope he catches a big fish. If not, the golden koi will be in dire straits tonight. Ha ha, I must admit, I find golden koi quite delectable. The golden koi trembled in fear. This morning I was called sweetie, and now I'm to be eaten. The visitors in the live stream engaged in lively chatter. Most held high hopes for Li Xiao, considering that everything he had done previously had met with success. However, 10 minutes passed without a single ripple on the water's surface. Some fans, growing impatient, had already snuggled into their blankets, retreating to their dreams. Watching someone fish early in the morning could indeed become rather monotonous. Another 10 minutes elapsed. Suddenly, there was a fish. A loud shout accompanied the sight of the fishing rod beginning to tremble. At last a catch. Yet, it was Uncle Zhang who had landed it. Quick-witted and nimble, Uncle Zhang swiftly reeled in the line. In a flash, a palm-sized fish leapt out of the water. It was merely a common grass carp. With the deftness of a seasoned angler, Uncle Zhang grasped the fish and tossed it into the bucket before him, which already held 8 or 9 lively fish. In high spirits, Uncle Zhang smiled and asked, "Little Li, do you really not need my help?" "I'll wait a bit longer," Li Xiao replied, his expression one of helplessness. Minutes ticked by, and indeed, he had a bite. "Ha ha, this fish is quite plump." Uncle Zhang laughed heartily, his few remaining teeth showing as he beamed. This time, it was Li Xiao who had made the catch. Although it was also a grass carp, he had already caught 2 today, enough for a meal. As Uncle Zhang began to pack his fishing gear, preparing to head home, he glanced at Li Xiao's empty bucket and couldn't help but say, "Little Li, why not give it a rest? I can't finish these 2 myself. Once my wife cooks them, I'll bring one over for you." This was not mere jest, but genuine concern, as Uncle Zhang shared a good rapport with Li Xiao's grandfather. Li Xiao awkwardly replied, "Uncle Zhang, I believe in myself. It's commendable for a young person to have such confidence, but..." Uncle Zhang refrained from finishing his thought, opting instead to say, "In any case, I'll save one for you, just in case." "Thank you," Li Xiao replied, nearly in tears. Glancing back at the live stream, the visitors had begun to revel in his misfortune. "Ha ha ha, director, it seems you truly are struggling." "Hey, just to clarify, the director may not excel at fishing, but he is exceptional in other areas. Director, if things don't improve, don't hesitate to go to Uncle Zhang's for a fish. It's just neighborly." They expressed sympathy for the director, noting that even the elderly gentleman had outperformed him. After 2 days of streaming, a calamity had finally occurred. And who could have predicted it would be due to fishing? Li Xiao couldn't help but complain inwardly as he watched Uncle Zhang depart. Just then, his fishing rod began to move fervently. It shook with great intensity. Uncle Zhang turned his head in curiosity. Li Xiao quickly reeled in the line, and with a vigorous tug, a large fish breached the water's surface. The fish thrashed violently, sending splashes of water flying. Sunlight glinted off its scales, casting a soft golden hue. A drone swiftly soared over, capturing the moment and broadcasting it live. The chat exploded with excitement. "Wow, a yellow catfish. The director is incredible. When he does fish, he catches treasures. I'm a novice. Can anyone tell me, is this fish precious?" "More than precious. The yellow catfish is rich in amino acids, tender in texture, and delectably flavorful. Its nutritional value is high, possessing both restorative and medicinal properties, not to mention it lacks intermuscular bones. In various nutritional aspects, it surpasses common freshwater fish like carp, crucian, and tilapia. Then the director has struck gold. Congratulations, director. Let us all celebrate. Li Xiao held the fish in his hands, instantly recognizing it as a yellow catfish. In some regions, it is also known as yellow-bone fish or huangyajiao. It can alleviate swelling, relieve coughs, clear heat, and promote lactation, as recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Uncle Zhang, with a look of astonishment, remarked, "Little Li, you're impressive. I've been fishing here for over 10 days and haven't caught a single one. Pure luck, Uncle Zhang. You're the fishing expert. I believe you can do it too." Li Xiao replied with a smile, graciously deflecting the compliment. Uncle Zhang, quietly concerned, advised, "That fish is quite valuable. If anyone in the chat wishes to buy it, you needn't sell." Uncle Zhang had some understanding of the current live streaming environment and was aware of the many deceitful individuals online, fearing that Li Xiao might be deceived. "Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. This one won't be enough for me to eat alone," Li Xiao chuckled. "Haha, that's good. I'll take my leave now. You fish at your leisure." As the sun rose higher, Uncle Zhang hoisted his bucket, carrying his fishing rod and small stool, bidding farewell to Li Xiao before departing. Before leaving, he released 8 smaller fish from his bucket, keeping only one large and plump specimen. This practice was to prevent overfishing and ensure a sustainable population for future catches. Once Uncle Zhang left, Li Xiao continued to fish. Within 10 seconds, the rod began to shake violently again. My goodness, another fish. This was astonishingly quick. It seemed the director truly was playing the part of the Na'vi while hiding his prowess. Just as Uncle Zhang departed, the fish began to bite, leading me to suspect that the director was deliberately holding back. "Don't say that. Perhaps the director wanted to spare Uncle Zhang's feelings," someone chimed in. "The speed at which this is happening is simply unbelievable." Enough said, the director is phenomenal. The chat scrolled fervently, each visitor struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Regardless of their doubts, they continued to shower praises. Some viewers, unable to contain themselves, began sending gifts. There was no denying it. Li Xiao's fishing skills were nothing short of extraordinary. In merely 10 seconds, he had another catch. The speed was such that it seemed the bait had barely touched the water before a fish took the hook. Li Xiao was equally surprised, realizing his fishing technique was improving with practice. However, this time it was not a yellow catfish but a small grass carp, hardly larger than Li Xiao's palm. He placed the grass carp in the bucket and cast his line for a third time. This cast was even quicker. Within 7 or 8 seconds, the rod began to shake vigorously once more. It was unbelievable, yet it was happening. Even Li Xiao couldn't help but drop his jaw in astonishment. Chapter 37. Ascending the mountain to forage for bamboo shoots. Is this some kind of cheat? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Surely, there cannot be anyone concealed in this river. Yet, I am convinced someone is hiding. I have seen behind-the-scenes footage of a television drama where individuals submerge themselves in water to attach fish to hooks. It is evident that, although the river here is not particularly turbulent, it is indeed possible for someone to hide within its depths. As soon as the person emerges, we will have discovered you. Li Xiao, bemused, remarked, "I truly have someone hidden in there, clad in an invisibility cloak, to see if anyone can find them." With a mental command, he maneuvered a drone above the river's surface. The viewers in the live stream could distinctly observe the gravel and aquatic plants at the riverbed. However, no human figure was in sight. They would not be foolish enough to believe that someone was genuinely wearing an invisibility cloak. This is not a green screen setup, where a crew member in green attire can be rendered invisible through post-production effects in a drama. Thus, the fish Li Xiao caught were undoubtedly genuine. Perhaps it was the plump and tender worms I dug up last night that made the fish particularly eager to bite, Li Xiao explained with a smile. Barely had his words faded when he cast his line once more. This time, he caught a yellow catfish, leaving the visitors dumbfounded, yet unable to devise a rational explanation. Wait, the curator is a cultivator. He can communicate with animals. Could it be that he slyly whispered sweet nothings to the fish in the river, coaxing them to willingly take the bait? It must be so. There is no other possibility. The guest's thoughts began to spiral into obsession. "Curator, I want to learn how to fish," someone exclaimed. "Isn't that foolish? Learning the ways of cultivation from the curator. Once you master the art of speaking with animals, not only fishing but also requesting any creature you desire would be but a mere utterance away." "Show me a giant panda," another chimed in. "When you were a child, you drew the short straw, did you not? How else could you be so adept at this?" Observing the lively chat in the stream, Li Xiao sighed. I truly do not comprehend the language of beasts. I do not take disciples. I am not skilled in anything that I could teach you. Not skilled in anything? Goodness. This sounds like a classic case of humble bragging. This statement is akin to a wealthy person claiming disinterest in money. Having already caught 2 yellow catfish, sufficient for a meal, Li Xiao began to pack up his fishing gear and prepare to leave. He had never intended to catch extensively, considering ecological balance. Before departing, he released a small grass carp back into the river. Leaving the riverbank, Li Xiao made his way towards the bamboo grove. Along the path, he discovered a plethora of wild herbs. One must live off the land. Villagers often forage for wild vegetables in the mountains. Li Xiao casually collected a handful, explaining, "This is known as tonghao. It can be used in salads or stir-fried. Tonghao possesses significant medicinal value, treating insomnia, dizziness, and purulent coughs. It is a pity that, just a few years ago, people regarded it merely as a weed, and only those in rural areas who could not afford fresh vegetables would forage for it. Is this truly a vegetable?" Someone mused. "When I visited my grandmother in the countryside, she made this for me, and I thought she did not care for me. I've heard that many villagers now specifically harvest this to sell, and they have become wealthy enough to buy cars. Is that true? I must venture to the countryside tomorrow. In the past, people rushed to cities, believing they held more opportunities, but now they flock to rural areas, for the countryside is abundant with treasures. Most importantly, the countryside offers less pressure. Even a small plot of land can host a modest villa, permanently owned and passed down through generations. This is far superior to struggling in the city for a lifetime just to afford a single home, which, even if purchased, would only come with a few decades of ownership rights. I finally understand why the affluent frequently escape to the countryside for vacations." Li Xiao had not anticipated that such a simple herb would ignite such a substantial discussion in the live stream. It appears that the pressures of urban life are indeed overwhelming. Particularly in recent years, people are marrying later, and even when they do, few choose to have children, largely due to the burdens of housing prices, vehicle costs, and the overall cost of living. If one struggles to survive in a vast city, why would they bring a child into this world to endure suffering? Ahead lay a grove of bamboo. After walking for about 20 minutes, Li Xiao pointed ahead. As he did so, the viewers in the live stream suddenly sensed something amiss. Bamboo shoots? It is summer. Where could there be bamboo shoots? If memory serves, shoots only appear in winter and spring, right? Allow me to clarify. Winter shoots remain underground, while spring shoots emerge before Qiming Festival, being the most delectable. As for summer, I regret to say, there are no shoots. Curator, are you jesting with us? Li Xiao turned the camera towards the lush green bamboo forest, explaining, "What you all say is correct. Winter shoots do not surface unless one is an experienced villager. Otherwise, even an average person could search all day without finding a single shoot. Spring shoots, however, are much easier to locate. Nevertheless, summer does yield bamboo shoots." While speaking, Li Xiao had already entered the bamboo grove. After a brief exploration, he crouched down, pointing at a shoot the thickness of a wooden stick, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters long, and declared, "This is the summer bamboo shoot, also known as the summer shoot or whip shoot. The spring shoots that were not harvested transform into summer shoots by this season. Summer shoots are best suited for stir-frying with meat." He licked his lips in anticipation, momentarily savoring the thought. Next, he took a machete and gently struck the base of the summer shoot. A crisp sound echoed as the shoot cleanly snapped at its root. "Oh my, there truly are bamboo shoots? Have I been woefully ignorant? This is entirely different from what I had known. I thought there were no bamboo shoots in summer. I recognize this shoot. Is it not the Haotian shoot from Tangsan? Haha, you up there are too harsh. To be honest, I watched one episode of the live-action adaptation and wished to gouge my eyes out. I heard there are giant titans later on." Just as Li Xiao was diligently foraging for shoots, Xiaohei suddenly erupted into a fit of barks. Li Xiao turned to see Xiaohei pouncing towards a nearby thicket, where a wild hare was leaping about. The previous day's rabbit had not satiated Xiaohei, who was eager for another meal. Like a gust of wind, Xiaohei effortlessly pinned the hare beneath his paws. With sharp teeth, he swiftly dispatched the creature. Holding the rabbit in his mouth, Xiaohei looked towards Li Xiao, displaying a proud demeanor, yearning for praise. Yet, at that moment, a massive dark shadow sprang forth from the thicket in front of Xiaohei. Li Xiao's pupils dilated slightly as he could not restrain himself from shouting, "A mountain peak." Chapter 38. The Battle of the Dog King and the King Cobra as the King of Snakes. The cobra possesses a temperament that is more ferocious, reactions that are swifter, a head and neck that move with greater agility, and a more substantial venom output. Typically, the king cobra inhabits grassy meadows, open slopes, and woodlands. with its primary sustenance being other snakes of its kind. Consequently, within the territory of the king cobra, one seldom encounters other species of serpents. The sudden appearance of the king cobra startled all the visitors in the live stream. "What on earth is that? It nearly gave me a heart attack," exclaimed one. "What did the curator just say? What is a mountain pass?" A mountain pass refers to the king cobra. That is basic knowledge. Could this bamboo grove possibly be the cobra's territory? Who knows? But I have a bad feeling that Little Black is in trouble. Hiss. The king cobra measured over 3 meters in length, its body thicker than that of an adult's arm, adorned with pale yellow banding that glistened beautifully under the sun's rays. However, Zhang Wuji's mother often said, "The more beautiful, the more dangerous." The cobra poised its head, ready to strike like a coiled spring. Its forked tongue flicked, and its enormous jaws opened wide, aiming to bite Little Black. Woof! At that critical moment, Little Black executed a swift roll, his robust body crashing directly into the king cobra. The cobra, taken by surprise, did not expect Little Black to counterattack and was sent flying by the sheer force. Bang! The cobra's body hit the ground with a sound reminiscent of thunder, reverberating in the ears of every visitor in the live stream. Just one move, a simple maneuver. Victory was entirely reliant on its massive size and brute strength. Gulp! Li Xiao struggled to swallow, his gaze shifting from Little Black to the king cobra, which lay convulsing in a state of unconsciousness. Truly, the dog king is formidable. It is only in moments of peril that the extraordinary nature of the hunting dog, Little Black, becomes evident. Had it been an ordinary mutt, encountering such a massive king cobra would have sent it retreating in terror, merely barking from a distance without daring to approach, let alone engage in battle. Yet, Little Black stood his ground, and it was no wonder he could charm so many female dogs in the village. Hiss! The king cobra thought, "This is my territory. I merely sought a rabbit for my meal. What wrong have I committed?" Little Black gleefully trotted over to Li Xiao, seeking praise. However, Li Xiao removed the rabbit from his mouth and cautiously approached the cobra, wary of a potential bite. Upon reaching a meter away, Li Xiao tossed the rabbit carelessly toward the cobra. "Is this for me?" The king cobra could hardly believe it. Only upon seeing Li Xiao's sincere gaze did it cautiously seize the rabbit in its jaws, swiftly retreating into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. "Woof! How dare you? That rabbit was mine!" Little Black exclaimed, visibly irritated. He began to bark furiously while chasing after the king cobra. Li Xiao, quick on his feet, scooped up Little Black, gently patting his head. "Don't be so petty. If it helps, I'll give you extra dog food tonight." "Meat. I want meat," Little Black insisted. "All right. You can have meat this time, but let it go," Li Xiao comforted, even massaging Little Black, who gradually calmed down. Yet, he still turned away, refusing to acknowledge Li Xiao. "Ha ha ha, Little Black is angry. Curator, you must immediately catch a rabbit to make amends with Little Black. It should preferably be in your mouth, so as not to hurt the young one's feelings." To be fair, Little Black is truly formidable. Was the king cobra so weak that it was defeated by him? It's not that the cobra was utterly incompetent. Rather, Little Black is exceptionally remarkable. In truth, the king cobra is quite formidable as well. Had it been any other creature, that collision might have proven fatal. Suddenly, I felt an urge to raise a Chinese rural dog. Looking at my own home-wrecking Siberian husky, I genuinely contemplated stewing it. Weak water. 3,000 only marry you, rewarded with a rocket. Comment: Curator, I want to buy Little Black. Can we negotiate a price? How could such a comment appear? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, but maintained a smile. Not for sale. Weak water. 3,000 only marry you, rewarded with 5 rockets. Comment: Curator, I genuinely wish to purchase. This is my sincerity. Li Xiao's smile gradually faded. First of all, Little Black is not my dog. He belongs to my master, Shui Yi. I cannot decide whether to sell him. Secondly, I have grown fond of Little Black. He has become part of my family, and I would never sell my family. Li Xiao did not spell it out, but anyone with an IQ above 250 could discern his refusal. Weak water. 3,000 only marry you, Curator. Don't be hasty in your rejection. I am a dog lover and have raised many dogs, including Dogo Argentinos, Pit Bulls, and Tibetan Mastiffs. To be honest, I believe these dogs pale in comparison to Little Black. I truly admire him. If you sell him to me, it would be a win-win situation. Li Xiao replied. Am I not clear enough? Or do you not understand Chinese? Weak water. 3,000 only marry you. 1 million. Just nod, and I will fly over immediately to finalize the transaction. Isn't your zoo in need of funds? This 1 million could ensure a comfortable life for you. Li Xiao's smile vanished entirely, his expression turning cold as he replied, Don't talk about 1 million. Even if it were 10 million. I would still say the same. Not for sale. Little Black is my family, understand? Peach Yao Yao just entered the live stream, confused. Commenting. Can someone tell me what happened? Ox Demon King. Sister Tao. Just now, Little Black defeated a 3-meter-long king cobra. And then someone appeared wanting to buy Little Black for 1 million. But the curator refuses. Peach Yao Yao, rewarded with 10 rockets. Comment. Curator, what a man. Not trading a dog for 1 million. In this day and age, not many are disinterested in money. I admire you. The curator is so impressive. If it were me, I might have considered it. That SA million. To that person, if the curator won buy, why bother? Little Black is not just the curator's family. He is our family too. If you take him away, what will we do? That makes sense. Moreover, can Little Black truly be bought for 1 million? I believe it would require at least an extra zero. The actions of Weakwater, 3000 only marry you sparked discontent among the visitors in the live stream, who began to voice their objections, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned, growing even more audacious. Chapter 39. The 5 million yuan canine. A message read, aside from the donations, I'm offering an additional 3 million. This is my ultimate bid. Proprietor, I implore you to be rational. We are all adults. There's no need to be obstinate about money. While Xiaohei may be akin to family, it remains, fundamentally, a dog. Exchanging a dog for millions is an unequivocally lucrative transaction. The moniker eternal devotion to you alone seemed quaint and suggested unwavering commitment. Yet the individual behind the screen was a corpulent man with a bushy beard. As he professed, he indeed harbored a fondness for dogs and maintained a sizable kennel. However, he omitted crucial details. His predilection was for dogfighting. He had established a dogfighting arena, procuring dogs of various breeds from across the nation, even resorting to capturing stray dogs from the streets. Regrettably, dogs that entered his arena rarely survived beyond 2 months. He showed no regard for their well-being, neglecting basic care such as bathing and vaccinations. Food and water were scarce. Upon arrival, the dogs were immediately thrust into combat. Victories yielded monetary rewards, while fatalities resulted in their sale to dog meat restaurants. Ultimately, his motivation was purely financial, devoid of genuine affection for the animals. When a dog sustained injuries during a fight, he would neglect treatment, leaving it to languish and die. He might even hasten its demise with his own hands. After all, expecting compassion from a man driven by avarice was futile. The previous night, he had stumbled upon Xiaohei on social media and was immediately captivated. He eagerly awaited the live stream, solely to observe Xiaohei. When he witnessed Xiaohei's prowess in dispatching a king cobra with a single strike, he knew he had found the perfect dog. Acquiring Xiaohei would grant him dominance in the underground dogfighting circuit, ushering in a deluge of wealth. 1 million was an exorbitant sum for a dog, an offer he believed no one could refuse. Yet, as is often the case, the unexpected occurred. Li Xiao declined outright, leaving him both surprised and incensed. He promptly increased his offer by 3 million, confident that Li Xiao would succumb to the allure of such a sum. My apologies, but time is of the essence. I must resume gathering bamboo shoots, lest I be unprepared for the arrival of guests. Li Xiao disregarded the offer and continued his task. Li Xiao's unwavering resolve infuriated the prospective buyer, who then proceeded to shower the stream with 66 rocket donations, accompanied by a message, 5 million. I'm adding 2 million more. Do not be unappreciative. You didn't even allow Xiaohei to consume the hare it caught. You're mistreating it. Xiaohei will only find happiness with me. Impulsively, he escalated his offer and launched a personal attack on Li Xiao, staking his entire savings. In the canine world, this was an astronomical sum. However, then came a flurry of donations from Peach Blossom, who unleashed a barrage of rocket donations, filling the screen incessantly. The viewers were stunned. The donations continued until reaching a total of 5 million. Then, Peach Blossom left a message. My apologies, but we are not lacking in funds. That was quite the slap in the face. Peach Blossom is formidable, casually donating 5 million. To the other fellow, please refrain from challenging Peach Blossom's daily allowance with your lifetime earnings. Li Xiao, taken aback by Peach Blossom's extravagance, lamented, Peach Blossom, you were too hasty. There was no need to squander so much money. Peach Blossom responded with a simple yet assertive statement. I am not lacking in funds. You desire Xiaohei, but I cannot make that decision. However, Xiaohei is capable of making its own choices. Li Xiao approached Xiaohei and inquired. Someone is offering 5 million to purchase you. Are you willing? If so, bark once. If not, bark twice. What woof? Xiaohei barked vehemently. Xiaohei, what? I'm only worth 5 million. Is this some kind of joke? My value starts at 10 million minimum. Xiaohei's dissent was clear, and Li Xiao simply shrugged, stating, Xiaohei disagrees, so there's nothing I can do. I've been rejected by a dog? The prospective buyer was crestfallen. He desperately wanted to borrow more funds, but he had exhausted all options. Observing the barrage of mockery in the chat, he angrily terminated the live stream, muttering, I know your address. Just you wait. I will steal Xiaohei. He left. He couldn't outbid Peach Blossom and was rejected by Xiaohei. He had no choice but to flee. Good riddance. I never liked him anyway. I admire the proprietor even more now. He remained unmoved even with 5 million on the table. In other words, even Xiaohei is worth 5 million. Isn't that infuriating? Li Xiao chuckled and steered clear of the topic. He would not sell Xiaohei, not for 5 million. Not even for 50 million. While he was currently in need of funds, he was confident that his abilities would ensure future prosperity. The income from the past 2 days of streaming alone far exceeded that of an average office worker. Once the zoo opened, it would be even more lucrative. Moreover, as he had stated, Xiaohei was his family, and family was not a commodity to be priced. After gathering a pile of bamboo shoots, Li Xiao collected some wild vegetables. However, he soon realized that he had gathered too much to carry. I'll use my shirt to wrap them. Li Xiao removed his jacket, leaving him in a tank top. He bundled the vegetables and bamboo shoots in his shirt, tying the sleeves together to secure the bundle. Xiaohei, let's go home. The proprietor is providing a treat. That tank top is quite fetching. I see abs. He is a man of mine, and his build is so good. Back off. He is my man. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Take screenshots. I will enjoy a pleasant dream with those screenshots tonight. Before indulging in dreams, are you sure you won't engage in something more with the proprietor's physique? I'm reporting you for lewdness. The moderators will be here soon. I advise you to mind your own business. Li Xiao had not anticipated such a large female presence in the livestream. Merely removing his jacket had caused a frenzy in the chat. Chapter 40. The scandal of Li Xiao. The sensation was akin to that of a young boy captivated by a seductive dance streamer. An uncontrollable urge to engage with the enchanting allure. It wasn't until Li Xiao returned home that the girls gradually began to compose themselves. Soon, the time had come to prepare the meal. Li Xiao washed his hands and promptly entered the kitchen. Having caught 2 yellow catfish, he resolved to create a dish of braised yellow catfish. The first step involved gathering the necessary ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic. While Li Xiao merely performed a simple chop, the viewers in the live stream could not contain their astonishment. Wow, what a remarkable knife technique, exclaimed one. Little Cow is headed home, truly impressive. Another chimed in, recalling their own days of culinary prowess. This knife skill is extraordinary. It's almost too swift to follow. As Li Xiao wielded the knife, it appeared to meld with his hand, gracefully swirling in a dance of precision. With his left hand steadying the ingredients on the cutting board and his right hand executing rapid, fluid motions, the speed was astounding. The resulting cuts were uniform, as if crafted with the utmost precision, reminiscent of a master artisan at work. Each motion seemed to imbue the knife with a spirit, performing an elegant ballet. Such skill could take a novice chef several years to attain. This scene evoked memories of a television drama, A Feast of the Manchu and Han, starring Su Zheng. Li Xiao remained unfazed by the viewers' praises, moving on to marinate the cleaned fish with cooking wine and ginger slices for 20 minutes. Before marinating, he deftly trimmed the sharp spines along the back and sides to avoid injury. The next step involved heating a pan with a touch of lard. While a bit of pork belly would have added more flavor, Li Xiao had to settle for lard at that moment. He then placed the marinated yellow catfish into the hot pan. It was crucial not to rush. After a minute, he gently shook the pan to prevent sticking, allowing the fish to sear beautifully on both sides. Once cooked, he set the fish aside and sauteed chili, scallions, ginger, and garlic in the same pan, adding cooking wine, water, bean paste, soy sauce, and a hint of sugar for enhancement, along with a pinch of salt for seasoning. Finally, the fish returned to the pan, covered for 10 minutes, before being plated. It was essential to drizzle the sauce evenly over the fish, enhancing its visual appeal. With each step, Li Xiao provided detailed explanations. As he completed the dish, steam wafted up, adorned with vibrant accompaniments that made the braised yellow catfish look utterly delectable. One might mistake this for a scene from A Bite of China or The Life of Bliss, leaving viewers ravenous. Fortuitously, he had prepared 2 pig trotters in advance. Upstairs. Why are you gnawing on your own hand? One viewer lamented. Why am I live streaming? This is sheer torment. Another quipped. Director, after your meal, could you send me the fish bones? I haven't eaten in 3 days. Have mercy on me. I've always dreamed of marrying a man who can cook. Director, you seem just perfect, another viewer declared. The director is mine. Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to steal someone as husband? The audience erupted with admiration, once again vying for Li Xiao's attention. With a smile, he prepared to continue cooking bamboo shoots and wild vegetables. Just then, the sound of his phone ringing interrupted the moment. Upon returning, Li Xiao had placed his phone in the yard. Hearing the ringtone, Xiao Wei swiftly dashed into the kitchen with the phone in his mouth. Glancing at the caller ID, Li Xiao recognized it was Meow Meow. "Director, I've just arrived at your village entrance," Meow Meow eagerly announced as soon as he answered. "Hold on, I'll come and get you." Li Xiao hung up and made his way outside. However, this call stirred unrest among the viewers in the live stream. "The director is deceiving us. He is betraying our feelings. Didn't T say the zoo wants tea open yet? Why is someone coming over? He must be secretly meeting with the eldest sister. I'm feeling envious." Li Xiao helplessly explained. "Actually, the guest today is a senior official from the Zhanyu live streaming platform. She wishes to sign a contract with me and has come specifically for a face-to-face meeting." Tao Yao Yao. "Congratulations, director, on your signing. 2 days into your broadcast and already signed. You're incredible. It seems Zhanyu values you highly, sending someone to meet you in person. I've never heard of executives going offline to sign contracts with streamers before. Congratulations, director. Keep up the good work." Such a swift signing and the attention from Zhanyu is undoubtedly due to everyone's support for me. It is not solely my achievement, Li Xiao humbly replied. Soon, Li Xiao arrived at the village entrance, where a business vehicle was parked. It was the first time the villagers had seen a car in their village, drawing a considerable crowd, especially the elderly women sitting in the sun, who began to point and gossip. Despite their seemingly idle existence, they served as the village's information hub. They were always the first to know of any happenings within the village or nearby areas. "Hello, I'm Chi Miao." A short-haired girl greeted warmly as she stepped out of the business vehicle before Li Xiao could approach. With delicate features and fox-like eyes that sparkled with clarity, she exuded an undeniable beauty. "Li Xiao, director of Gushan Zoo." Li Xiao extended his hand for a shake. "Haha, I was just watching your live stream. It was captivating. It's been ages since I've been engrossed in a broadcast," she remarked. "Glad you enjoyed it." Li Xiao glanced at the phone in Chi Miao's hand, which displayed his ongoing stream. While Li Xiao engaged in pleasantries, the gathered villagers could no longer contain their curiosity. "Little Li, who is this? She is quite beautiful. Is she your girlfriend? If Little Li has such a stunning girlfriend, old Li can finally rest in peace. When will we get to celebrate with wedding sweets?" Li Xiao was taken aback, never expecting to spark such rumors. In rural life, despite the idyllic surroundings, the one downside was the villagers' penchant for idle chatter. They could easily misconstrue a casual meal into a grand feast. Fearing the gossip would spiral further, he quickly took Chi Miao by the hand and departed. Chapter 41. S-Class Contract. A few elderly ladies exchanged glances and remarked, "This young lady must be Little Li's girlfriend." Upon returning home, Li Xiao expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, the village grandmothers can be rather gossipy. I hope you don't mind." "It's no trouble at all," Chi Miao replied, showing no signs of discomfort. The courtyard featured merely a stone round table accompanied by a few small stools. Embracing the local customs, she seated herself without any disdain. Li Xiao brought her some tea and said, "Please sit for a moment. I'll prepare the meal shortly." "Director, do you need my assistance?" Chi Miao inquired. "No need," Li Xiao chuckled. In the countryside, where cooking is often done on primitive stoves, she would likely be at a loss as to how she could help. Moreover, how many girls these days can truly cook? Li Xiao suspected her offer was merely a polite gesture. Entering the kitchen, he resumed his culinary endeavors. The remaining dishes consisted of cold marinated crown daisy and stir-fried bamboo shoots, both straightforward preparations. Before long, Li Xiao had completed the meal. For 2 people, 3 dishes were quite sufficient. After finishing the cooking, Li Xiao ended his live stream. The upcoming discussions regarding the contract needed privacy. Broadcasting them could present opportunities for rival platforms to exploit. Perhaps it was due to Chi Miao's striking beauty that some female viewers in the live stream expressed jealousy. Just before he signed off, they repeatedly cautioned, "Director, please take care of yourself. That woman seems extraordinary. Do not be seduced. There are too many streamers involved with executives these days. You must remain steadfast, live with integrity, and do not let us down." Li Xiao found this amusing. After all, he had only just met Chi Miao. What could possibly happen? These viewers were overly cautious. Furthermore, was he truly that indiscriminate? How delightful. Chi Miao gazed at the beautifully presented dishes, swallowing slightly. Initially, she had intended to diet, but upon seeing Li Xiao's cooking, the notion of weight loss was swiftly cast aside. "If it's delicious, I shall indulge. Then I shall not hold back," Chi Miao declared. Picking up a piece of bamboo shoot, The moment it entered her mouth, the rich flavor exploded, providing her taste buds with unparalleled pleasure. For a time, she forgot to offer any critique, simply continuing to savor the food. This, indeed, was the finest compliment. For any chef, the greatest joy lies in preparing a splendid meal and witnessing the delight on the faces of those who partake. It is the highest form of recognition. Qi Miao, typically a reserved girl, found it impossible to resist the exquisite flavors crafted by Li Xiao. Minutes later, she was satiated and even let out a satisfied belch. Before the meal, her stomach had resembled a straight numeral 1. After eating, it transformed into a reversed letter C. No, it should be AB. After all, she was quite well endowed above as well. Wiping her mouth, Qi Miao contentedly suggested, "Director, shall we discuss business?" Certainly, Li Xiao had long been prepared to talk shop. Qi Miao got straight to the point, stating, "There has never been a live-stream zoo on our platform, nor on any other live-streaming platform. You are our first, and your streaming performance has been exceptional. I believe you will become a widely recognized streamer in the future." Such flattery, Li Xiao replied. "This is not flattery. It is my heartfelt conviction." Qi Miao recognized Li Xiao as a pioneer, and pioneers often reap abundant rewards, sometimes even to the point of excess. Even a fool could see that Li Xiao is presently thriving and destined to become even more popular. S-class contract. Qi Miao continued, "The revenue split is 80-20, with 5 insurances and a pension plan. Additionally, various benefits will be provided annually. As for the base salary, I believe you do not require one, as your daily tips likely exceed our base salary. What do you think?" Li Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such an offer right off the bat. Little did he know that Qi Miao had already inquired about him with Lin Shuguang prior to this meeting, thus knowing his baseline. To secure his signature, she had come in with a strong proposal. Setting aside the details, the sincerity of her offer was evident. After contemplating, Li Xiao asked, "What about the breach of contract penalty and endorsements?" Qi Miao paused, then smiled. "Forget the breach penalty, it holds little weight. If you truly wish to leave one day, I cannot stop you. Besides, I believe if we enjoy our collaboration, you want to leave. Regarding endorsements, if they are secured by the platform, we will split them 50-50. If you negotiate them independently, the platform will not take a share. How does that sound?" Li Xiao nodded. "That sounds agreeable." Qi Miao's demonstrated sincerity was indeed substantial. Just the absence of a breach penalty was enough to outshine other platforms. "Then, may our collaboration be fruitful." Qi Miao extended her hand. "May it be," Li Xiao replied. Should their conversation be made public, it would undoubtedly stir up quite the commotion. An S-class contract. Moreover, this was not just any ordinary S-class contract. It was a custom agreement tailored specifically for Li Xiao by Qi Miao. In the entire arena of Zhanyu, securing such a bespoke contract, particularly one with no breach penalty, was an unprecedented achievement. Yet here was Li Xiao, a mere streamer with only 2 days of experience, obtaining it. Should other streamers learn of this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. That very night, Li Xiao signed the contract. The specifics outlined matched exactly what Qi Miao had stated. Later that evening, Qi Miao stayed at Li Xiao's home. With ample rooms available, they naturally did not share the same chamber. Although the house was rural, it was impeccably clean, with screens on the doors to protect against mosquitoes, even in summer. Qi Miao was not a fussy girl. She adapted quickly. After washing the dishes, Li Xiao returned to his room, lying on the bed as he began to check his follower count. 110,000. Despite a shorter livestream today, the residual warmth and popularity from the previous days had helped him gain over 20,000 followers. Yesterday, he had reached 90,000, meaning he could conduct 2 giveaways. Li Xiao promptly initiated the giveaways. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Monkey Park Construction Blueprint. Congratulations, host, you have received Kangaroo Area Construction Blueprint. Congratulations, host, you have received External Ointment. Congratulations, host, you have received Sun Hat. Monkey Park Construction Blueprint. This blueprint allows the construction of a natural living area for the monkey group. Note, this is a one-time item. It can only be used once, and upon usage, the monkey park will be immediately constructed. At the time of completion, the monkey park will not be disclosed, and it cannot be viewed, including by the host. Kangaroo Area Construction Blueprint. This blueprint allows the construction of a natural living area for kangaroos. Note, this is consistent with the monkey park and tiger park. External Ointment. This can significantly accelerate the healing process of external injuries. Note, it can be used by both humans and animals. Sun Hat. This hat can greatly reduce ultraviolet radiation. Note, use with caution. The first 2 items were won through the giveaway. while the latter two were automatic rewards from the system for reaching a certain follower count. Hence, the latter two rewards were clearly not as impressive as the first two. A sun hat? Use with caution? Why? Li Xiao muttered in confusion. It was merely a sun hat. What could possibly be alarming? Just as Li Xiao prepared to investigate further, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from outside. Ah, there's a snake. There's a snake. It was Qi Miao's voice. Chapter 42. The Grateful Serpent Bang. The door burst open. Ah, is Qi Miao taking a shower? Li Xiao stood at the threshold, motionless. The situation unfolded so unexpectedly that his sole intention had been to assist Qi Miao in driving away the serpent. He had not anticipated that she was still bathing. Stunned, he could only remain rooted to the spot, hesitating to step inside. Although his body did not advance, his eyes darted left and right, surveying the billowing mist before him. Indeed, Qi Miao was bathing. He could vaguely discern her outline. The air was infused with a light, fragrant aroma. Li Xiao instinctively inhaled deeply, and a refreshing scent permeated his senses, spreading throughout his body, inducing a serene delight. As he gazed into the depths of the steamy haze, revealing her delicate figure, Li Xiao felt an unexpected warmth in his nose. This reaction seemed only natural. After all, she was a refined young lady from the city. Having traveled all the way to the countryside to discuss cooperation, and after a long day, it was only expected that she would desire a bath. It was Li Xiao who had acted hastily. After dinner, Qi Miao had commenced her bath in the bedroom. In the countryside, bathing was quite simple, as many households had yet to construct bathrooms. Thus, most still adhered to traditional washing methods. Before bathing, one would prepare a large wooden tub, heat a large pot of water, and pour it into the tub, allowing for a soak. To be precise, it was more of a soak than a bath. Qi Miao luxuriated in the misty embrace of the wooden tub, relishing the refreshing water drawn from the well, feeling an indescribable comfort as the fatigue of the day melted away. Unbeknownst to her, she wished to remain submerged for the entire night. Although she had enjoyed baths in the city previously, today felt entirely different. She even felt her skin had become notably fairer. Qi Miao cherished her complexion dearly, as every girl does, and increasingly, even some boys take great care of their appearance. With a desire to nurture her skin, Qi Miao could not resist pouring the refreshing water all over herself, striving to pamper every inch of her body. She even submerged herself in the tub, holding her breath for a moment. When she emerged from the water, she was startled to see a 3-meter-long serpent coiled before the tub, gazing intently at her. In that instant, she let out a scream. However, as the scream escaped her lips, regret washed over her as she suddenly realized she was completely unclothed. Yet, it was too late. In less than half a minute, she saw the door being flung open, and a figure appeared at the entrance. Gulp. Li Xiao swallowed hard, taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Tentatively, he asked, can I come in? But just as Qi Miao was about to respond, she caught sight of the serpent still fixated on her, causing her to shriek and hastily wrap herself in a towel, darting towards Li Xiao, colliding directly into him at the doorway. What is going on? A warm embrace? Li Xiao remained bewildered. However, the sensation was rather pleasant, like a delicate piece of craftsmanship. Qi Miao trembled, exclaiming, there's a snake. A 3-meter-long snake. Li Xiao suddenly recalled something. Let me take a look. He dashed into the room. Holy cow, it really is you. What brings you to my home when you were up in the mountains? Upon entering, Li Xiao immediately recognized the serpent. It was the very same that had been defeated by Xiao He earlier in the day. Hiss. The serpent hissed. I have come to express my gratitude. You saved me earlier and even fed me a wild rabbit. I am a serpent who repays kindness. Li Xiao retorted, gratitude? Why come to this girl's room instead of my place? The serpent replied, there are mice in her room. I am here to help eliminate them, which counts as repaying your kindness. And the mice? Li Xiao pressed. I've eaten them, the serpent replied. Li Xiao scoffed. What is the difference between you claiming to have drawn a sheep eating grass when you've merely produced a blank sheet of paper? Where's the grass? The sheep ate it. Where's the sheep? It left after eating. Don't try to quibble. Sneaking a peek at a girl bathing is still sneaking a peek. The serpent stammered, I'm innocent. Is it snowing outside? If it's not, then you're definitely guilty. The serpent sounded somewhat disheartened. Unable to explain himself, feeling utterly frustrated, Li Xiao seized the serpent with his bare hands, stepping outside. I apologize for the scare. I'll take care of this snake. You may continue your bath. With that, he left with a flourish. Watching Li Xiao's retreating figure, Qi Miao was left dumbfounded. Goodness. He caught a 3-meter-long king cobra with his bare hands. The director is truly a cultivator. After such an uproar, Chi Miao had lost all inclination to continue her bath. Upon returning to her room, she searched every corner, fearing the emergence of any other creatures. After a thorough search, she found no other animals, but noticed a scrape on her left calf, likely from hastily jumping out of the tub. As she prepared to tend to it, Li Xiao returned to the room. Injured? He observed keenly. Yes. I'm so sorry for the scare. Let me take care of it. Li Xiao recalled the ointment he had just received as a reward from the system and decided to utilize it to see its effectiveness. He left the room to fetch the ointment, returning shortly after. The ointment was contained in a small, elegantly crafted jade bottle, appearing quite exquisite. What is this? Chi Miao inquired. It's a family remedy, specifically for abrasions. Li Xiao gently lifted Chi Miao's delicate foot, ensuring she did not resist before beginning to apply the ointment. The ointment was white and emitted a faint fragrance, almost resembling cream to the unaware. As he applied it, Chi Miao initially felt a cool sensation, akin to placing ice on her skin on a sweltering summer day. How does it feel? Comfortable, she replied. By the way, what happened to that snake? I chopped it up. I'll make soup for you in the morning. It's highly nutritious. Really? Chi Miao responded, perplexed. You're joking, right? It's currently confined in a little black room, reflecting on its actions. Chi Miao looked utterly bewildered. Do snakes also reflect on their actions? Suddenly, after the initial coolness, waves of warmth surged through her. Slow down, slow down. It's getting too hot. All right. Meanwhile, a group of elderly men and women, led by old Shui, were huddled in a corner outside, straining to overhear the commotion within. Upon hearing the exchange, they could scarcely contain their excitement. I told you earlier that Shaoli and that girl share an unusual bond. Things are progressing rather quickly. It seems they've already taken their relationship to the next level. The youth are quite passionate. We've all retired now. Haha. Perhaps we old fellows can look forward to holding grandchildren from old Li. Let us hope Shaoli can step up his game. Chapter 43. The marriage of little black Li Xiao was still fast asleep, utterly exhausted from the previous night's exertions. Suddenly, he became alert, his eyes snapping open. The scene before him left him utterly speechless. Chi Miao had stealthily entered the room at some point, now cradling a snow-white Samoyed, enticing his little black dog beneath the bed. She was forcing the Samoyed into a series of alluring poses, flaunting its charms with exaggerated grace. Occasionally, Chi Miao would accompany her antics with playful sounds, while her other hand held a sausage. This spectacle caused Li Xiao's eyelid to twitch uncontrollably. Glancing at Little Black, he noted its expression was a mix of confusion and anguish. Li Xiao could sense its strong desire to devour the sausage, to indulge in the pleasures of puppyhood. Yet it was astutely aware of the deception at play, enduring the torment with escalating agony. What on earth is going on? Li Xiao rubbed his eyes and sat up in bed. Chi Miao chuckled sheepishly, scratching her head while holding the Samoyed. This is my dog, Little White. What do you think of her? Beautiful. Good taste. But since you have such a lovely dog, please refrain from bothering my Little Black. I'm currently unavailable, so I won't be able to see you off personally, Li Xiao declared, instinctively pulling the blanket around his partially exposed body. Though he was not averse to revealing himself in front of a beautiful woman, after yesterday's encounter, he realized that Chi Miao was lively and quirky, with none of the modesty and shyness expected of a lady. Therefore, he felt the need to remain vigilant. I don't wish to disturb Little Black either. I only need to borrow Little Golden Monkey for a bit, she proposed. For what purpose? Li Xiao scooped up Little Black, eyeing Chi Miao warily. For breeding. What? Li Xiao's eyes widened, his voice rising in shock. Even Little Black began to panic, staring intently at Chi Miao. Was this girl contemplating his lifelong affairs? Could it be with this Samoyed? Was she being so considerate towards him? Was Dog Lord about to marry a wealthy beauty? Chi Miao's gem-like eyes sparkled with excitement as she sat beside Li Xiao on the bed, a beaming smile adorning her face. Actually, I came here for 2 reasons. You can speak freely, but please don't smile like that. It's the hallmark of villains in dramas. The first matter, of course, is to sign a contract with you. And the second? To find a suitable home for my Little White, Chi Miao continued. Little White comes from noble lineage. And I've always believed no dog was worthy of her until I saw Little Black during the live stream. I immediately thought he would make a perfect companion for her. The fact that their names also match is simply serendipitous. I won't be here for long, so I thought it best to arrange their union quickly. Initially, Chi Miao had been concerned that Li Xiao might object. Thus, she had kept Little White in the car until Li Xiao fell asleep. Daring to undertake this endeavor only then, she adored Little Black so much that she felt compelled to ensure his exceptional lineage continued, assuming the role of a doting grandmother. Upon hearing Qi Miao's words, Li Zhao's expression darkened. Instinctively, he clutched Little Black tighter and wrapped the blanket more securely around himself. Miss Qi, please exercise restraint. My Little Black is not that kind of dog. Wong wong wong. Little Black barked frantically. I am particularly casual. I've never seen such a beautiful female dog. This was a classic case of a city girl captivating the village lad. Qi Miao twisted her slender waist, leaning closer to Li Xiao. See, even Little Black agrees. I'll only borrow him for half a day. No, half an hour. Little Black's barks grew increasingly indignant. Young lady, you are insulting the dog lord. Li Xiao sighed in exasperation. Miss Qi, please spare me. Little Black is already upset. Breeding is not something that can be forced at will. It requires mutual consent. When the feelings are right, everything will fall into place. For instance, if I wanted to engage in something with you right now, would you be willing? You vain creature. You dare to covet my beauty. I was merely giving an example. Suddenly, Qi Miao leaned in closer, lowering her voice as if to keep Little Black from overhearing. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, but isn't there a solution? What solution? Medicine. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Oh dear, are you pretending to be clueless? Qi Miao rolled her eyes. Haven't you seen enough dramas? Villains often resort to drugs to obtain the female lead. I consulted a veterinarian beforehand, and it turns out this method has the same effect on animals. Qi Miao leaned in even closer to Li Xiao, nearly pressing against him. You actually went to consult a veterinarian? Of course. You are quite impressive. Li Xiao's expression was a mix of incredulity and admiration. This girl was truly extraordinary. Most girls would never broach such topics with boys. They would only discuss them among their close friends. Just SOSO. I merely wish for Little Black's exceptional lineage to thrive. I'll let you in on a secret. The medicine I brought has no side effects and will absolutely not harm Little Black. Just hand him over to me, and I promise he will return in perfect condition. Besides, my Little White is so beautiful. He won't be at a loss. As she spoke, Qi Miao placed Little White in front of Little Black. To everyone's astonishment, Little White appeared bashful. Judging by her demeanor, Little White seemed quite pleased with Little Black. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Why not? You promised to return him in perfect condition? I wouldn't trust you for a moment. You're giving Little Black medicine. After consuming it and then breeding, my Little Black might be left weakened. Moreover, their fur colors don't match. One is white, the other black. Are you trying to breed a litter of pandas? Qi Miao blinked her big eyes excitedly. Pandas are so adorable. It would be wonderful. Li Xiao retreated into the corner. Miss Qi, I'll start calling you sister if you let me off the hook. Spare me and my Little Black. Such matters require mutual consent. They cannot be forced or rushed. Moreover, your Samoyed is not even fully matured, is she? Are you saying that once Little White is fully grown, you would agree to their breeding? I never said that. Li Xiao quickly refuted. Just then, Shui Yi pushed the door open, followed by 5 or 6 young men. Chapter 44. The wild boars descend the mountain, wreaking havoc on the crops. Qi Miao, her face alight with excitement, clung closely to Li Xiao, brimming with eagerness and barely able to contain her anticipation. The sight before them momentarily left Shui Yi and the others in a state of bewilderment. Unable to grasp the unfolding scene, were their roles reversed, they would not have been so shocked. Yet, this spectacle, it was a profound challenge to their preconceived notions. Ahem, please continue. We shall step outside for a moment. Shui Yi coughed lightly, turning to leave. Remaining any longer would render him so awkward he could carve a film studio with his toes. The other young men lingered, their gazes mingling envy with indignation. Goodness, are the girls in the city this forward nowadays? Why have we not encountered such boldness? They decided to set the matter aside for the time being, promising to revisit it later. Li Xiao hastily extricated himself from the warm embrace of the bed, accompanied by Xiao He, and ventured into the courtyard, inquiring, Shui Yi, is there something amiss? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Shui Yi replied, perhaps you might continue your activities and not disrupt the budding affection between you two. After all, the morning is the foundation of the day. Yet, what truly transpired? Li Xiao quickly redirected the conversation. Here's the situation. Old Zhang was plowing his field today when suddenly, 2 adult wild boars, each weighing over 200 pounds, charged down from the mountain. My companions and I exerted every effort, employing all available tools and even setting off firecrackers, yet we could not drive them away. Old Zhang's field is planted with water radishes, which have just ripened, and they seem to be drawn to them. Not only have they ravaged the crops, but they also injured Old Zhang's old yellow cow, and some villagers sustained injuries as well. I thought I would take Xiao He to have a look. But if it comes to it, We will have to rely on you. Rely on me? Li Xiao was perplexed. You are the director of the zoo, are you not? You possess greater knowledge of animals than we do and must know methods to subdue wild boars. If all else fails, we could unleash the 2 tigers from the zoo to scare off, or even eliminate the boars. Shui Yi regarded Li Xiao with earnest expectation. At that moment, a young man with a crew cut approached, seizing Li Xiao's hand. Li Gu, you must help me. If those wild boars continue their rampage, my family's land will yield no harvest this year, and my father is currently bedridden. He was the son of old Zhang. Sighing, Shui Yi lamented, times have changed. In the past, we had rifles and bows. Encountering wild boars was nothing to fear. Now, all such weapons have been surrendered, leaving us powerless against them. Today they terrorize old Zhang's crops, but tomorrow they may well destroy the entire village's harvest, and then we would all suffer. Shui Yi felt helpless. Their village, situated near several mountains, was flanked by vast stretches of primal forest, leading to an annual influx of wild beasts. In the past, a single rifle could scare them off, but now they were at the mercy of these creatures. The animals seemed intelligent, aware that the village was devoid of firearms, and each year, more beasts invaded. When Li Xiao's grandfather was alive, he could devise solutions. Now that he had passed, the responsibility fell to Li Xiao. Although the government would offer compensation, the reality was grim. The layers of bureaucracy ensured that little reached the common folk. Very well, I shall go and take a look now. Li Xiao picked up a whistle and blew gently. In a matter of moments, a whirlwind descended from the sky, landing on Li Xiao's shoulder. Little Li, you've managed to train the zoo's eagle to be so obedient. It's truly remarkable. It never listened so well during old Li's time. Is it sufficient to rely solely on one eagle? Li Xiao mused. Of course not. I shall also bring Xiao He and Guoshan Feng. Li Xiao had no intention of going to the zoo to summon Xian Miao and Dan Dan. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more crops would be destroyed. Although wild boars were fierce and formidable, Li Xiao believed that with Xiao He, the eagle, and Guoshan Feng at his side, they could easily subdue the 2 boars. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing Li Xiao's call, Xiao He bounded excitedly to his side, ignoring Shui Yi entirely. As if he were a stranger, Shui Yi could only smile bitterly at this turn of events. Guoshan Feng? Where is Guoshan Feng? One villager inquired. Follow me. Li Xiao led them to a small room at the corner of the wall. As the door swung open, they beheld a 3-meter-long Guoshan Feng coiled in the corner, facing the wall, seemingly in contemplation. At that moment, Qi Miao emerged from the room, her eyes wide with astonishment. Just the previous night, she had thought Li Xiao was merely speaking whimsically, but now she realized it was indeed true. This serpent had transcended into a sentient being, capable of deep reflection. Now, I offer you an opportunity for redemption. Accompany me to the mountain and capture 2 wild boars. Li Xiao spoke softly from the doorway. Hisses. Guoshan Feng flicked its tongue in agreement. With Xiao He, the eagle, and Guoshan Feng all prepared, they were ready to embark on their mission. Li Xiao gestured grandly to proceed outside. Suddenly, he was struck by the thought that such an exhilarating event deserved to be broadcasted live. With a mental command, he activated the drone and began the live stream. Good morning, everyone. My goodness, what a crowd. I see yesterday's Guoshan Feng. What is going on here? Has the director taken it in? What are we about to do, and why such a grand spectacle? Li Xiao grinned and explained, the situation is this. Last night, Guoshan Feng followed me home, captivated by my charm, wishing to join my endeavors. Now, we are heading up the mountain to capture wild boars that are destroying crops. We must intervene. Wow, how thrilling to witness such an event so early in the day. Xiao He, go for it. Aim to take down a wild boar in one go. A dog, a snake, and an eagle united against wild boars. This was a spectacle that even a sci-fi blockbuster would shy away from depicting. Today, viewers were in for a treat. Thus, Li Xiao, accompanied by Xiao He, the eagle, and Guoshan Feng, stepped out of his home. Qi Miao, ever the enthusiast for excitement, followed suit. Shui Yi and the others trailed behind, their hearts racing with trepidation. They were familiar with Xiao He, but this was their first encounter with the eagle and Guoshan Feng. The sight of their imposing forms was indeed unsettling. Chapter 45. Intense battle with wild boar's grandpa. Rest assured, Cyclone and the others are obedient to the zookeeper and won't harm anyone. Qi Miao interjected with a smile before Li Xiao could respond. Indeed, Cyclone and the others would never indiscriminately harm anyone. They are civilized animals of a harmonious society. Why is this woman, likely an executive from Zhanyu platform, still here? Honey, when is she leaving? I hope nothing transpired between you two last night, or I'm unfollowing. Qi Miao's presence stirred discontent among the female fans in the livestream. Unfortunately, they could only voice their displeasure. After all, Qi Miao was essentially Li Zhao's superior, and he depended on her for subsequent recommendations and arrangements. So he couldn't afford to offend her. Look over there, it's that dog who insults veterinarians again. Haha, this dog really shows up every day. Quite persistent. Worthy of our admiration. This is a sorrowful tale. Why do I keep wanting to laugh? Amidst the idle chatter of the livestream viewers, Li Xiao and his entourage had already left the village. Along the way, Xiao He, Cyclone, and Guo Shanfeng appeared particularly exuberant, seemingly engaged in hushed exchanges. As if aware of the challenges ahead, the three, previously at odds, temporarily united, setting aside their grievances to strategize. Mr. Shui, you've arrived. A villager trotted over before they even neared Old Zhang's land. He kept his distance, stopping about 5 meters away, wary of approaching with the 3 formidable animals accompanying Li Xiao. We've brought little Li, and he's brought animals from the zoo to help. They should be able to handle those 2 wild boars. Mr. Shui nodded, inquiring, how are those 2 wild boars doing now? Still wreaking havoc in the fields. Their appetites are immense. They've been eating for so long and still aren't full. As long as they haven't left, we must teach them a lesson today. Mr. Shui started leading the way. Be brave, don't panic. Xiao He and the others won't harm anyone. Lin Xian smiled reassuringly at the villager and followed Mr. Shui towards the fields. The village lands were well planned, with each household's plot closely adjoined, creating a neat and orderly arrangement. Viewed from above, it evoked a sense of comfort. This arrangement facilitated mutual assistance among villagers during busy farming seasons. However, the arrival of wild boars posed a threat. After ravaging the crops in one field, they would proceed to damage the crops in others. While each household's harvest might not be substantial, it still represented a significant source of income for the villagers. Therefore, it was crucial to deal with the wild boars swiftly. Soon, reaching the hillside, Li Xiao spotted 2 plump, black figures. They possessed robust bodies, short, stout limbs, and elongated heads with small, erect ears, classic wild boars. So these are wild boars. It's my first time seeing them. Not as endearing as the little warthog from the Lion King. Those 2 wild boars must weigh over 200 pounds each. Goodness gracious. That's nothing. A hunter from a fighting nation once encountered a massive wild boar weighing 500 kilograms. It even made the news. I recall reading a news story about a wild boar weighing over 300 kilograms that fatally bit a tiger. Good heavens, are wild boars that formidable? I'm starting to worry about Xiao He and the others. Initially, the livestream viewers were simply seeking excitement, but upon seeing the genuine wild boars, they grew concerned for Xiao He and his companions. Wild boars are ordinary yet enigmatic creatures that are typically inactive during the day. They forage primarily during dawn and dusk. Seeking refuge from the midday heat in dense forests, Li Xiao murmured, his gaze fixed on the 2 boars. They had already decimated half of the radishes in the field, leaving a scene of devastation. Yet, they remained insatiable, completely disregarding the villagers surrounding them, continuing to feed voraciously. Occasionally, they would recline in the cool, soft soil, thoroughly enjoying themselves, treating the field as their personal garden. Mr. Shui, standing nearby, remarked, the sun has risen, and it's about to get hot. According to your theory, these 2 wild boars will soon flee? Precisely. Li Xiao affirmed emphatically. Then what are we waiting for? Capture them quickly. We can't let them eat our crops and escape. Hold on. Li Xiao furrowed his brow. Logically, wild boars operate in groups, typically consisting of at least 4 individuals, with a maximum of 10 or more. Why were there only 2 here? Could they have been expelled? Fearing the presence of other lurking wild boars, Li Xiao swiftly deployed the drone to survey the surroundings. After a thorough search confirmed the absence of other wild boars, Li Xiao declared, Xiao He, Cyclone, Guo Shanfeng, you may proceed. However, refrain from killing them. The zoo needs more animals. First, try to communicate and resolve the situation without resorting to violence. Li Xiao ruffled Xiao He's head, issuing the command. With simultaneous roars, Xiao He and the others charged towards the wild boars at full speed. Startled by their cries, the 2 wild boars panicked and turned to flee. However, Cyclone's speed was unmatched, and he quickly gained ground. Instead of immediately swooping down to attack, he circled overhead, emitting incessant cries. Cyclone, don't even think about running. Stay here. And we can offer you preferential treatment. Left wild boar, preferential treatment? You mean skinning us alive and devouring our flesh? My 7th uncle's 3rd sister-in-law's daughter was eaten by humans. She was roasted alive as a suckling pig. Right, wild boar, we aren't afraid of you. We're simply full and heading home. Goodbye. Wild animals harbor negative perceptions of humans. Regrettably, in their relentless pursuit of development, humans have drastically damaged the habitats of numerous wild animals, relegating many to the dinner table. Cyclone. Looks like negotiations have failed. With a sudden surge, Cyclone descended from the sky, his razor-sharp talons striking one of the wild boars precisely on the head. Instantly, 5 claw marks appeared, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Chapter 46. Every village has 1 or 2 rascals. The wild boar, tough-skinned and muscular, would likely turn my head into tofu if its powerful paw struck me. Come on, Little Black, do not let the whirlwind overshadow you. After all, the whirlwind possesses wings, and compared to it, Little Black will inevitably lag in speed when crossing the mountain peak. The wild boar, injured from the whirlwind's attack, howled in pain. Upon glancing upwards at the circling whirlwind and realizing it was beyond its capability to confront it, it charged towards the approaching Little Black in frustration. With its sharp tusks aimed at Little Black, the boar accelerated, resembling a small truck at first glance. Little Black was prepared. With a sudden leap, it soared over the wild boar's back, fiercely clawing at it. The wild boar sustained 2 injuries, blood gushing forth. Yet, it was not too late. The mountain peak followed closely, its robust body ensnaring the wild boar's neck. In agony, the boar struggled fiercely, rolling on the ground while letting out a desperate howl, twisting vigorously from side to side. Another wild boar, witnessing its companion's plight, intended to rush to its aid but was blocked by Little Black and the whirlwind. Yield, and we shall treat you well, the whirlwind proclaimed. Those who recognize the times are wise. No, rather, wise pigs, Little Black added. I swear I will never surrender. You 2 fools, submitting to humans is a disgrace to our kind. The wild boar's words revealed its deep-seated resentment towards humanity. Exchanging glances, Little Black and the whirlwind took action. If it would not yield to gentle means, then force would have to suffice. Though the wild boar was fierce, 2 hands are no match for 4, and it did not take long for the boar to be defeated, collapsing on the ground. Well done. Little Black displayed valor, and the whirlwind exuded dominance. What about me? Why is no one praising me? Where are my fans? The lively chat room buzzed with excitement as gifts poured in, illuminating the once quiet morning. Elder Shui approached and remarked, "Remarkable. I never expected these animals, under your leadership, to surpass the discipline of your grandfather's whip." Whip discipline? Is it the kind of leather attire and whips I imagine? Away with the leather pants. The true God is the one who strikes down the divine. I realized this was a rather colorful chat room. I had not anticipated the garden master's taste to be so bold. Vivid images filled my mind. Li Xiao observed the chat room, noting the incessant antics of the participants. He turned to Elder Shui and asked, "What do you intend to do with these wild boars?" "Of course, we shall kill them." Elder Shui replied without hesitation. "They have destroyed our crops, and they must pay the price. They injured my old yellow cow and broke my father's bones. They must die?" Before Elder Shui could respond, a group of villagers, including old Zhang's son, jumped forward, filled with righteous indignation. Li Xiao's lips twitched as he declared, "Give them to me. I will take them to the zoo." "Absolutely not." Old Zhang's son vehemently opposed. "They cannot be allowed to escape so easily. They must be killed, and their meat must go to our family as compensation." The other villagers fell silent. Indeed, old Zhang's family suffered losses due to this incident, and the wild boars should rightfully compensate them. However, Li Xiao was familiar with old Zhang's son and knew he was a petty thief, clearly aiming to claim both wild boars for himself. These 2 wild boars, whether sold alive or butchered for meat, could fetch a significant sum, far exceeding the losses incurred by old Zhang's family. "Since no one has objections, I shall take these 2 wild boars," old Zhang's son commanded. "Dog Dan, you all come help carry these to my house." "Wait," Li Xiao interjected, stopping him. "The wild boars were caught by me. They cannot be given to you. They are compensation for my family. They're mine since I caught them. If you want compensation, go petition the government." Before leaving, Li Xiao had decided to take the wild boars to the zoo. He would not hand them over freely. "You." Old Zhang's son trembled with rage, fists clenched. "Li Xiao, are you opposing me? Do you believe I won't deal with you as I did in our childhood? As children, all the kids in the village attended the same small, dilapidated school. One day, a classmate found $1. In those days, students were innocent and kind-hearted, returning lost money to the teacher rather than keeping it. That money belonged to Li Xiao, but old Zhang's son rushed to the teacher first, claiming it. Li Xiao later retrieved the money from the teacher, but old Zhang's son, incensed, beat him after school. At that time, Li Xiao was frail and not a match for him. However, he had his revenge, while old Zhang's son was using the public restroom. Li Xiao tossed firecrackers into the latrine. That day, a cacophony erupted, and the aging restroom was obliterated. Old Zhang's son fell into the pit, and it was said he spent 3 days cleaning himself upon returning home. He suspected Li Xiao but had no evidence, and the matter faded into obscurity. Li Xiao, now a university-educated individual, refrained from physical confrontation and instead stated, "First, it was you who came to my house, pleading for my help to catch the wild boars. Without me, what could you have done? Second, I declared beforehand that I want these 2 wild boars, so they have nothing to do with you. Third, if you seek compensation, go to the government. This is a harmonious and civilized society, and I trust they won't deny you. Fourth, one must reason with others. If not, how are you different from those wild boars? Fifth, one can be proud, but one must also know when to show humility. Lastly, if you disagree, endure it." Impressive. Commanding. The villagers cast admiring glances at Li Xiao, secretly impressed. His words flowed rhythmically, a testament to his education. Even Elder Shui was momentarily taken aback, quietly mulling over the earlier statements, finding them amusing. Such eloquence. Why not participate in a roast battle? Elder Shui mused. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such shamelessness. It appears every village has its share of rascals, utterly detestable. The wild boars belong to Little Black and the others. Why should they be given to him? The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, with the audience thoroughly roused, vociferously denouncing the audacity displayed. Any person of sound mind would find it difficult to maintain composure when confronted with such brazenness. You. Old Zhang's son stuttered, recoiling in indignation. He turned to face Elder Shui, imploring, "Elder Shui, as the most senior and respected figure here, I beseech you to render a judgment. To whom should this boar rightfully belong? By all accounts, it ought to be yours as recompense. There you have it. Elder Shui has spoken. The boar is mine." Old Zhang's son exclaimed, nearly bursting with elation. However, Elder Shui declared, drawing a deep breath, "If you seek compensation, appeal to the state. Why covet the boar? Young Li captured it, thus it belongs to him." Ah! Old Zhang's son's face fell, a mask of despair. One moment, he was jubilant, the next, crestfallen. Ha ha ha! Elder Shui's caveat was masterful. I commend that, however. Elder Shui is truly remarkable. No wonder he is so esteemed in the village. A man of discernment indeed. I must confess, I was initially startled and prepared to censure Elder Shui. Li Xiao grinned, heartened that even Elder Shui stood by him. "Since you desire these boars," Li Xiao proclaimed, "I shall grant you an opportunity. Capture them yourself, and they shall be yours." Did I hear correctly? Old Zhang's son's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. Precisely. What is so daunting about 2 boars? Old Zhang's son scoffed, rolling up his sleeves and seizing a machete, ready to confront the boars. Previously, he would never have dared to act alone. However, the boars had been thoroughly subdued by Little Black and his companions, lying prostrate and bleeding, seemingly defenseless. This gave him a modicum of courage, making him believe the boars were within his grasp. Qi Miao, visibly concerned, whispered, "Are you daft? The boars are practically incapacitated. He'll make short work of them." Easily? Hardly. Li Xiao's smile deepened. In his view, old Zhang's son approached the boars, exclaiming triumphantly, "The boars are mine." But in the next instant, the boars sprang to their feet, knocking him flat on his back. This. Qi Miao gasped, her mouth agape. Li Xiao elucidated. Did you genuinely believe Little Black and the others had subdued the boars? These creatures are thick-skinned and resilient. How could they be easily defeated in such a short time? They are cunning, realizing they were no match for Little Black, so they feigned death, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Li Xiao's insight was astute. I see. Qi Miao nodded, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. Meanwhile, old Zhang's son, enraged by his fall, brandished his machete, ready to strike the boars. Li Xiao interjected. A friendly reminder. Boars are now protected animals. Killing them is a punishable offense. Hearing this, old Zhang's son immediately recoiled. He was yet to marry and had no desire to spend the rest of his days in prison. Nowadays, any animal with wild in its name was essentially a protected species. Alas, humanity's recklessness had taken its toll. Not long ago, there was a news story about someone who killed a few sparrows and was promptly arrested by the police. Little Black, escort these boars to the zoo. Li Xiao gestured. Woof, woof, woof. Little Black, Whirlwind, and Over the Mountain immediately rushed to the boars, guarding them closely to prevent their escape. Elder Shui, I shall return to the zoo to settle these boars. Li Xiao bid farewell before departing the field. Before leaving, he waved at old Zhang's son, taunting, "Farewell, Zhang Daddy." His expression was as smug as could be, infuriating old Zhang's son to the point of near apoplexy. Indeed, old Zhang Sun's name was Zhang Baba, similar to that of a notorious host. His name was somewhat opportunistic. Therefore, Li Xiao never addressed him by name. And since he fell into a latrine as a child, he had acquired the moniker Zhang Daddy. Humming a tune and enjoying the scenery, Li Xiao had not walked more than 100 meters when he spotted an old ox. It was Zhang Baba's ox, lying in the field, moaning in agony. It had fractured its leg after being gored by the boars, but its owner cared not. Preoccupied with capturing the boars for his own gain, the old ox looked so pitiful. Such a shame it didn't find a good owner. Oxen are said to possess a spirit. I saw a video of a man about to slaughter his old ox, and the ox shed tears before its demise. Zoo director, please save the old ox. It's so wretched. In truth, Li Xiao would have helped even without the livestream audience's prompting. Zhang Baba was wicked, but the old ox was not to blame. Li Xiao thought of his bone-setting skills, a perfect opportunity to put them into practice. Stay back. Let me take a look. Li Xiao, fearing the ox might lash out in pain and injure Qi Miao, approached cautiously. As he drew near, the old ox struggled to rise. Bellowing and wary of Li Xiao observed that the ox had numerous wounds, mostly whip marks, likely inflicted by Zhang Baba. Over time, the ox had grown fearful of humans, hence its apprehension. Li Xiao spoke gently, "Rest assured, I won't harm you. I'm here to help you." As he spoke, he slowly reached out to touch the ox. In the live stream, all eyes were glued to the screen, apprehension hanging in the air. Chapter 47. The old ox version of Yuhuan Shui. They were terrified that Li Xiao would be gored to death by the old ox's sturdy horns. One must know that when the old ox became enraged, even wild boars would be intimidated. Moo! The old ox suddenly bellowed. "Humans, do not touch me." It seemed that, like the two wild boars, it harbored resentment towards humans. After toiling diligently, it had to endure beatings from its master every day, and after being injured, the master was indifferent. Anyone would feel resentment in such a situation. It's over. The old ox is going berserk. Too scary. I dare not watch. Damn. It's like a horror movie. Upstairs, be quiet. I hate it when people jump at horror movies, affecting the tense atmosphere. I really won't hurt you. Watching the emotionally unstable old ox, Li Xiao took out a handful of fresh grass from his pocket and placed it in front of the old ox, saying, "This grass tastes good. Try it first." After speaking, Li Xiao retreated a few steps. The old ox glanced at the fresh grass, but ignored it. However, it was too hungry, and the fresh grass's fragrance was too tempting. The old ox finally couldn't resist, first sniffing the fresh grass with its nose, then extending its tongue to roll the grass into its stomach. Delicious. The old ox's eyes suddenly gleamed. Fortunately, it had not become a demon, otherwise, it would have spoken human words. Although it had never left the village since it was young, it had eaten all the grass around the village. It must be said that those grasses were incomparable to the fresh grass before it. The fresh grass was too little. The old ox finished it in a few bites. Afterward, it looked at Li Xiao embarrassedly. "It's delicious, right? I have more here, but you have to let me see your injury first," Li Xiao said with a smile and sincerity. The old ox tilted its head and lay on the ground. Seeing that the old ox had relaxed its vigilance, Li Xiao walked over step by step. Li Xiao could not temporarily solve the whip marks on the old ox. After all, the special ointment was not with him. However, Li Xiao could help it with the dislocated bone that the wild boar had bumped into. "Don't worry, I will heal you, and then you can run freely again," Li Xiao said as he reached out and touched the area where the old ox had been hit on its hind leg. Li Xiao's technique was skilled. Those who didn't know would have thought he had worked in an improper bath center. The director is awesome. He subdued the old ox with a handful of grass. He is really brave. If the hobbit next door had this courage, Daimei would have been pregnant long ago. If it were me, I would have been scared soft. Where are you talking about being soft? Men cannot say soft. The tourists in the live broadcast room all breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Iri and others were attracted to come. They were all shocked. Because the old ox in Zhang Baba's house was very irritable, it would put anyone it saw. Even Zhang Baba. It would only be slightly obedient in front of Lao Zhang. But now, the old ox was as well behaved as a kitten. Incredible! Just as Li Xiao was concentrating on setting the bone for the old ox, Zhang Baba staggered over and roared hysterically, "Li Xiao, you bastard, don't touch my old ox." The wild boar had knocked him to the ground earlier, and he was also injured. When Zhang Baba slowly approached, Li Xiao finally finished setting the bone. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, but the effect was excellent. The old ox moved slightly, looking at its retreat in confusion. It doesn't hurt anymore. The old ox struggled to stand up, circled Li Xiao, and after confirming that it had recovered, its two front legs bent, and it knelt down to Li Xiao. Not only that, but it also stuck out its tongue and licked Li Xiao's hand affectionately. Damn, this ox has become a demon. I said long ago that the old ox has aura. This is the first time I have seen an old ox kneel to someone. Don't let down the old ox's good intentions. Director, you should kneel down too. Husband and wife worship each other and enter the bridal chamber. Director, I want to be a teacher. I want to learn skills from you. Upstairs, learn experience from the anchor. Are you also going to open a zoo? Are you stupid? Didn't you see that the old ox could hardly climb up just now, but after the director's massage and bone setting, it immediately recovered. If I learn this skill, wouldn't I be able to walk sideways? Come and learn from me. I also know massage and bone setting. Any woman can become plump after my massage. Damn, every man knows this. While the live broadcast room was boiling, Shui Eri and other villagers were all dumbfounded. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Just a simple pinch, and the injured old ox was running like the wind? What was Li Xiao's technique? What did he study in college? Did he go to Lanxiang for further studies? Done. Let's go. Li Xiao clapped his hands and continued to rush to the zoo. Looking at the old ox again, it followed Li Xiao reluctantly, wanting to go with Li Xiao. Zhang Baba was anxious and threw the firewood knife in his hand at the old ox, shouting, "You are from my family. Where do you want to go?" The recovered old ox was very agile and easily avoided the firewood knife. If hit, it would definitely bleed and die tragically. Moo. The old ox was angry. Its eyes were bloodshot, its breathing was rapid, and air waves surged from its nose. The next second, it strode towards Zhang Baba like an out-of-control train. "What do you want to do? I am your master. Dare you hit me? Do you still want to be beaten?" Zhang Baba was frightened and hurriedly looked for the whip to drive the ox. But how could he run faster than the old ox? Bang! In full view of everyone. The old ox directly knocked Zhang Baba to the ground. Wow! This time, Zhang Baba was completely broken, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. "Save people! Save people! Hurry up and save people!" Shui Eri shouted. A group of people rushed over to surround the old ox. The old ox ran away and plunged into the deep mountains. When it finally disappeared into the dense forest, the old ox suddenly turned its head and took a deep look at Li Xiao. The villagers thought the old ox was crazy, but only Li Xiao knew that the old ox was liberated. This old ox was like Yuan Shui. It was either bullied or insulted every day. It had been suppressed in its heart for a long time. It was almost killed by Zhang Baba just now, which completely angered it, and then it broke out. Perhaps escaping into the deep mountains was the best destination for it, because Li Xiao could not take it to the zoo. If he took it away, a villain like Zhang Baba would definitely come to the zoo to make trouble and find Li Xiao's trouble. In fact, animals have feelings like people, especially animals that live with people all year round. They will become more humane. Just like the old saying, chickens do not last 3 years. Dogs do not last 6 years. Once they have been in contact with people for a long time, they will become humane and have feelings. Therefore, they must be treated well. In a trance, Li Xiao thought of the white dragon horse in the CCTV version of Journey to the West. That version of Journey to the West was hailed as a classic, broke ratings records, and was often broadcast on a rolling basis during summer vacations. Whether it was the hateful Sun Wukong, the honest and cunning Zhu Beiji, or the silent and reliable Sha Sung, almost every character was a classic among classics. As soon as these characters are mentioned, people seem to think of them first. Yet, no one remembers the white dragon horse. At the onset of filming, the director struggled to find a white horse and resorted to painting a brown horse with white paint. Eventually, he encountered a magnificent snow-white steed within the army. This horse was not merely an animal. It was the mount of the commander and a companion to the soldiers. To complete the adaptation of the 4 great classical novels, the commander had to part with his beloved horse. Subsequently, the white dragon horse journeyed with the crew across the nation, embarking on its own series of trials and tribulations. In Zhuhegu, it stumbled upon a rocky ravine. In Dujianjian, it nearly plunged off a cliff. Throughout the filming, Tang Xing changed actors 3 times, and Sun Wukong had a stunt double. Yet the white dragon horse remained steadfast, enduring 6 years of relentless shooting. It traversed the tropical rainforests in the south, ventured into the arid desert in the west, ascended deep mountains, and roamed the grasslands, greeting the dawn and bidding farewell to the dusk. The white dragon horse left its hoof prints across the vast expanse of the motherland. After the filming concluded, it was sent to a film studio, where it was confined with other strong horses, leading to daily hunger. Due to its fame, it was also treated as an exhibit, allowing visitors to take pictures and even ride it, experiencing the essence of Tang Xing. Enduring insufficient food and poor sleep, the white dragon horse was burdened with countless visitors, resulting in a significant decline in its health. Years later, the director visited the horse, only to find it a mere shadow of its former self, emaciated with filthy skin. The white coat barely visible. The director felt deep sorrow and pleaded with the staff to treat the horse kindly, but their response was merely verbal. The horse continued to be exploited as a source of income. Until its demise in 1997, no one knew its fate, not even the location of its burial. Had it not been for the filming of Journey to the West, it could have achieved great military feats or enjoyed a peaceful retirement in the army. If only it were not white. Alas, there are no ifs. Throughout its existence, it remained solitary. It was devoid of dialogue, yet this very silence compelled it to endure filming despite its ailments. It met its twilight years in desolation, overlooked by all, while its counterparts basked in glory and wealth. The White Dragon Horse is a tragedy. Along the way, Li Xiao pondered the fate of the White Dragon Horse, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He vowed to transform the zoo into a paradise for animals, ensuring that no other creature would endure such a tragedy. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the zoo. Accompanied by Xiaohe, Xuanfeng, and Guo Shanfeng, 2 wild boars were ushered into a vast iron cage. After tossing them some food, Li Xiao prepared to leave when the boars suddenly erupted into frantic squeals. The left boar warned, "Human, you better release us. This is your final warning." The right boar added, "Once our king discovers we Haven Tea returned, he will surely come to rescue us." A king? Li Xiao furrowed his brow. Upon seeing the 2 boars, he sensed something amiss. Typically, a group of wild boars consists of at least 4. Yet here were only 2, both males. It appeared they indeed had companions hidden deep in the mountains. Rather than wait for the boar king to arrive with reinforcements, it was wiser to strike first. Capture the boar king and its kin, and integrate them into the zoo, which was in need of more animals. A sly smile crept onto Li Xiao's face as he devised a plan. Xuanfeng, scout the mountains for any wild boars. If you find any, refrain from confrontation or revealing your presence. Just return and report. Xuanfeng responded, mission accomplished. With wings unfurled, he soared into the depths of the mountains. Qi Miao, standing nearby, inquired, "Are you really planning to capture all the wild boars?" "Certainly. Rather than let them wreak havoc on the villagers' crops, I would prefer to utilize them. Assimilating them into the zoo to expand its scope," Li Xiao replied. Upon hearing Li Xiao's words, the live streaming room erupted with excitement. Goodness, there are wild boars. Did the director just mention a king? Could there be a boar king? Given that these 2 boars are so large, and yet not the king, how massive must the boar king be? I suddenly recalled the wild boar from Stephen Chow's Journey to the West, Conquering Demons. This is turning into quite a spectacle. The director has just integrated the monkey troop from the mountains. Now he has set on capturing the wild boars. It seems he has intent on gathering all of Tang Xing's disciples. Does the director have any other animals in the zoo? Let us see. Li Xiao replied. In my zoo, there is also a white horse and a kangaroo. Allow me to first show you the kangaroo. Qi Miao followed closely behind, eager to observe Li Xiao's zoo firsthand, assessing its value and determining the wisdom of her contract. Ultimately, the scale and variety of animals in a zoo dictate the duration and freshness of the live streaming, continuously attracting fans. Soon, under Li Xiao's guidance, they encountered the kangaroo. The solitary kangaroo at Guishan Zoo was a striking gray-white, fully grown, with powerful hind legs capable of delivering a lethal kick. Upon seeing Li Xiao approach, it remained indifferent, squinting in the sunlight, seemingly unbothered by his presence. Qi Miao chuckled, "Your kangaroo seems rather aloof." Aloof? No animal is truly aloof. They are simply disinterested. Much like women, no matter how aloof, a gift can make them ecstatic, Li Xiao quipped, delivering an unexpected gem of wisdom. Qi Miao curiously asked, "What piques this kangaroo's interest?" Chapter 48. Boxing with a kangaroo. Li Xiao offered a faint smile, beckoning with his finger and declaring, "Tyson, come over here. Let's spar a bit." In a flash, the kangaroo, as if electrified, bounded forth with utmost speed. Its forelegs clenched into fists, eager for a bout with Li Xiao. Qi Miao inquired with curiosity, "Its name Tyson?" "Indeed," Li Xiao affirmed with a nod. Tyson enjoys boxing, and kangaroos also relish boxing. Thus, by equivalence, the kangaroo is Tyson. It seems that virtually every kangaroo has an affinity for boxing, and each is a proficient pugilist. An average person would scarcely withstand a kangaroo's punch, and few could endure its double kick, supported by its tail. Even the Komodo dragon is no match for it. Reflecting on this, Li Xiao hastily provided some knowledge, stating, "Kangaroos are predominantly found in Australia and parts of Papua New Guinea. They are emblematic of Australia, though many presume them to be the national animal. In truth, It is the koala. Kangaroos in Australia endure a pitiable existence. Everyone dares to strike them, even kill them for their meat. Kangaroo meat is ubiquitous in supermarkets, touted with slogans like "Eating kangaroo meat is good for your health and the environment." However, kangaroo meat is tough and has a strong, gamey flavor that is generally unpalatable. If you believe kangaroos are easily bullied, think again. Adult kangaroos can reach a height of 2.6 meters and weigh up to 90 kilograms. They typically live in groups and move by leaping rather than walking, capable of jumps up to 4 meters high and 13 meters long. Therefore, provoking them means you cannot outfight them, nor can you outrun them. You can only endure the beating, potentially to the point of death. Of course, kangaroos are generally docile and rarely attack humans, but it is best not to provoke them. If pushed too far, the consequences are your own. Li Xiao had no foolproof strategy for dealing with kangaroos, as their punches are powerful and their speed is great. Humans without weapons are at a disadvantage in every aspect. Pay no heed to what the zookeeper says. I once saw a video of a kangaroo putting a dog in a chokehold, and the dog's owner slapped the kangaroo twice, completely bewildering it. I saw that video too. I thought the owner was incredibly brave. You haven't seen the follow-up video. As dashing as he was when he struck, he was equally frantic in his retreat. Haha, please share the video. Yes, please, kind soul. Why ask for the video when the zookeeper and the kangaroo are about to fight? A live broadcast is far better than some old video. Good point. Let the battle commence. Zookeeper, stand your ground. Don't be knocked down by the kangaroo. The viewers in the live stream were clamoring, creating a feverish atmosphere. One might think they had stumbled upon a popular boxing match. Let's do this, Li Xiao said, clenching his fists. He had to satisfy the viewers' demands. Besides, he hadn't exercised today, so sparring with Tyson was opportune. Chi Miao, observing Tyson's imposing physique and powerful hind legs, asked with concern, "Are you sure you can handle this?" A man must never admit defeat, Li Xiao declared resolutely. As Li Xiao entered the enclosure, Tyson, unable to contain himself, launched a series of punches. Whoa, no fair, Li Xiao exclaimed, dodging hastily. I wasn't ready. Did you have to be so quick? Haha, that's hilarious. Ma Baogua, why don't you just say my name? Zookeeper, just lie down and let the kangaroo knock you out. Young kangaroo, I advise you to show some restraint. Li Xiao's remark transformed the tense live stream into a comedic spectacle. However, within minutes, the atmosphere turned serious once more. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of flesh impacting flesh echoed throughout the live stream. The robust kangaroo, Tyson, swung its fists, launching a relentless barrage. The wind from its punches howled like a series of hammers striking wildly. As it attacked, Tyson swayed its body rhythmically, displaying a professionalism that rivaled seasoned boxers. The force was enough to make one's heart tremble. No one in the live stream dared imagine what it would be like to be struck by such power. It would likely resemble a car crash. Yet, in the face of Tyson's ferocious onslaught, Li Xiao remained composed. Retreating steadily, he deflected the incoming punches with deft movements. Simple and decisive. Although he had no protection, resulting in some abrasions on his arms from the constant blocking, Tyson also sustained considerable damage, as its claws struck one of the hardest parts of the human body, the elbow. This was Tyson's first boxing match with Li Xiao. In the past, when Li Xiao fed it, he learned that Tyson's greatest passion was boxing, but they never had the opportunity to spar. Today, its wish had finally come true. But it was entirely different from what it had imagined. It had assumed that Li Xiao, being human, would be an easy opponent, quickly subdued. Yet, 5 minutes had passed, and it had made no progress. Suddenly, Tyson recalled hearing a monkey say last night that the new zookeeper had once defeated a tiger. It seemed it needed to find an opening and give it everything it had. Tyson resolved to observe Li Xiao closely. Watch out. Zookeeper, be careful. Don't get distracted. Suddenly, viewers in the live stream typed frantically. After blocking so many of Tyson's punches, Li Xiao began to feel overconfident. Tyson, taking advantage of this, seized an opportunity. Thud. A powerful punch landed squarely on Li Xiao's lower abdomen. The force was immense, causing Li Xiao to double over. Waves of pain surged through his body, turning his face ashen. Chirping triumphantly, Tyson followed up with a devastating uppercut, aiming for Li Xiao's chin. If this punch connected, Li Xiao's jaw would surely shatter, and he might even suffer a concussion. Whoosh! In the nick of time, Li Xiao threw his head back. The massive fist grazed his nose, narrowly missing, but the opportunity was too good to pass up. Tyson, not one to relent, followed up with a left hook, this time targeting Li Xiao's chest, hoping to knock him to the ground, never to rise again. If it could defeat this human who had defeated a tiger, It could boast to its peers and prove that it was the strongest animal in the zoo. However, Tyson's speed and power were indeed formidable, but Li Xiao, enhanced by the special capsules and the spiritual water he consumed daily, was even more formidable. Li Xiao swayed, quickly retreating, narrowly avoiding the punch once more. He retreated 2 steps, leaning against the enclosure. He reached up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Good heavens, the zookeeper is bleeding. This is the first time I've seen the zookeeper spit blood. That kangaroo is exceptionally fierce. Could the zookeeper really be defeated by this kangaroo today? It's not over yet. Who knows? This is so exciting, even better than Wu Lin Feng. Wu Lin Feng is scripted. It's nothing compared to the zookeeper. Li Xiao took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then his muscular but not bulky frame sprang into action. With a poised stance, he propelled himself forward, executing a graceful leap across 3 meters. His powerful right leg aimed squarely at Tyson. Tyson was visibly startled by Li Xiao's aggressive advance, aware of the immense force behind the impending strike. Unable to evade, Tyson hastily braced himself, arms crossed in defense against the descending leg. However, upon landing, Li Xiao refrained from the kick, instead launching a fist towards Tyson. The feigned kick served as a decoy, compelling Tyson to defend, while the true attack lay in the punch. Despite the subtle deception, Li Xiao's punch struck with precision, leaving Tyson no opportunity to counter or recover. The impact resonated like a muffled thunderclap as the fist connected squarely. Despite his sturdy hind legs, Tyson was visibly staggered, stumbling backward. A single blow sufficed to reveal the disparity in their strength. The onlookers in the live broadcast erupted in cheers. Peach Blossom Fairy bestowed a rocket, commenting, "With such skill, the warden could compete in world-class boxing." Perhaps eager to conclude the battle swiftly, or to assert his authority as the new warden. Li Xiao pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. A flurry of punches rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving Tyson no respite. Forced to merely parry with his arms, Tyson retreated, unable to mount a counteroffensive. Li Xiao's inexhaustible energy and power seemed boundless as he relentlessly pummeled Tyson. After 2 minutes, Tyson was visibly battered. Unable to retaliate, he was clearly defeated. Despite a few attempts to launch a counterattack, Tyson's legs remained useless under the relentless assault. His primary weapon rendered ineffective. After enduring hundreds of blows, Tyson, completely overwhelmed, realized the true extent of his inferiority to Li Xiao. Understanding that the warden had merely been toying with him earlier, and acknowledging the warden's prowess in subduing tigers and monkeys. The final strike, Li Xiao declared, with renewed vigor. Li Xiao soared into the air once more, his right leg arcing down with tremendous force. Once again, the right leg was the weapon of choice, leaving Tyson to determine its authenticity. The ambiguity added to the complexity of the fight. Exhausted and with no strength to defend, Tyson braced himself for one last stand, raising his arms to block the incoming blow. In an instant, an overwhelming force crashed down upon him. This time, it was indeed a genuine kick. With a pained cry, Tyson collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the agonizing pain in his arms. Li Xiao had deliberately held back, knowing that Tyson's arms had already endured too much punishment. "Yield?" Li Xiao asked, his fist poised inches from Tyson's head. The entire sequence was executed flawlessly, captivating the audience. The viewers in the live broadcast were ecstatic, some even rising to their feet, cheering wildly. They felt that Li Xiao had defended human pride. If Li Xiao had lost to Tyson, he would have been heavily criticized. Therefore, Li Xiao had to win. Tyson squealed, "I yield." Li Xiao withdrew his stance and smiled. "Don't worry, your efforts won't be in vain. I'll give you extra rations today." Tyson had sustained some injuries and needed nourishment. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. The whirlwind had returned from scouting the wild boar in the mountains. Chapter 49, Personifying Animals. Chirp, chirp. Cyclone, absolutely not. It even shook its head in a manner that seemed almost human. "Woof woof. Blackie, you good-for-nothing bird. What use are your wings if you can't handle such a simple task? I'd rather roast them and eat them. I love roasted chicken wings." Cyclone rolled its eyes, as if to say, "If you think you can do better, be my guest." "Blackie, even if I went, I wouldn't be able to find them. So, your wings are purely ornamental." No longer united against wild beasts, Blackie and Cyclone resumed their usual squabbling. Blackie, ever the canine, seized upon Cyclone's most advantageous feature, its wings, to relentlessly mock it. "I can't believe we can't find them," Li Xiao muttered to himself, furrowing his brow. Could it be that the two boars were bluffing to scare me? Or perhaps it's midday, and they're all hiding in shady spots to escape the heat? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just then, a monkey's cry echoed through the air. It was Gigi, the king of the monkeys. Upon spotting Li Xiao, Gigi was startled and turned to flee. "Stop!" Li Xiao shouted. Cyclone flapped its wings and gave chase. Gigi, too afraid to move, froze in place. Li Xiao strode over and inquired, "What are you doing here?" "No. How did you escape from the cage?" "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Gigi gesticulated. "Your flimsy cage couldn't hold me. I escaped last night." Gigi seemed quite proud, wearing a smug expression. With so many underlings, escaping from the cage was a piece of cake. After all, teamwork makes the dream work. After escaping last night, it circled the zoo, greeting all the animals. It was Gigi that Tyson encountered. Upon learning of Tyson's fondness for boxing, Gigi had fled the zoo overnight to find a book on boxing in a nearby village. Wing Chun. In reality, it was a comic book about Wing Chun. "Gigi, I came to deliver this to Tyson." Gigi carefully retrieved the comic book from its embrace, as if it were a precious treasure. Tyson jumped with excitement upon seeing it. Li Xiao chuckled. "You're quite clever. You understand the importance of currying favor with Tyson and the others through gifts." Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream chat understood. Holy crap, Gigi is becoming sentient. It even understands how to navigate social relationships. Gigi is definitely leadership material. It knows to foster good relations as soon as it arrives at the zoo. Humans are inferior to monkeys. If only I had been as sensible as Gigi when I was in middle school, I wouldn't have been bullied by those bad students in my dorm. Li Xiao picked up the comic book, tossed it to Tyson, and turned to Gigi, asking, "I have 2 questions for you. If you answer them to my satisfaction, I won't pursue your escape. Ask away." Gigi rubbed its hands together excitedly. "Are there wild boars in the mountains?" Gigi nodded emphatically. "How many wild boars are there?" Gigi held up 3 fingers on its left hand. "Only 3? Gigi held up 3 fingers on its right hand as well. The 2 hands came together. 33. Gasped. Li Xiao inhaled sharply. 2 boars were already troublesome, but 33? How was he to cope? Li Xiao felt that even if he gathered all the animals currently in the zoo, they might not be a match for the boars. In truth, Gigi had only given a conservative estimate. It had only seen 33 boars. There were likely more that it hadn't encountered. After all, boars often formed small groups. If the Boar King were as capable, resourceful, and intelligent as Gigi, and could rally all the boars in the mountains, there would be less to worry about. Cyclone, go back to the mountains and keep searching. I refuse to believe we can't find even one of the 30-odd boars, Li Xiao urged. Cyclone obeyed and took flight once more. Chi Miao, standing nearby, inquired, "Are you planning to bring all the wild boars from the mountains to the zoo?" "Indeed." Li Xiao nodded, explaining his idea. "There are too few animals in the zoo right now. To open for business, we must quickly increase the variety and number of animals. We can put the boars to good use. These boars are a menace in the mountains, occasionally descending to destroy the villagers' crops. This way, it's a win-win situation. In fact, aside from the boars, I plan to bring all the wild animals from the mountains to the zoo." Chi Miao said, "That's a great idea. But these animals alone won't be enough to sustain a zoo. Before, the zoo leased some animals to other zoos due to poor revenue. Once the contracts expire, I'll bring those animals back." Li Xiao declared confidently, "If I remember correctly, a batch of animals will be returning soon." These were the 2 major tasks currently on Li Xiao's agenda. First, to quickly bring all the wild animals from the mountains under his control, and second, to bring back the former animals as soon as possible. Only by increasing the variety of animals could the zoo open its doors. Li Xiao had no intention of resorting to the unscrupulous practices of some zoos, such as passing off a husky as a wolf or a pheasant as a golden pheasant, to deceive visitors. "I'm delighted to see you're so resourceful. I didn't make the wrong choice in hiring you." Chi Miao took a deep breath and said, "If we want to make Lone Mountain Zoo famous, we can attract more fans through other means, such as filming short videos." Chi Miao had already mapped out Li Xiao's future, saying, "You can post the daily lives of these animals on short video platforms." Almost all streamers do this now, streaming normally on weekdays and occasionally uploading highlights to short video platforms to attract more fans. If you find it troublesome, I can help. You just need to focus on streaming, and I'll take care of the short video platform content. As for the revenue from short videos, we can discuss it further and add it to the contract. That makes sense. Zoo director, let's film short videos. These animals are sure to become a hit on short video platforms. Come to Douyin, Douyin needs you. Come to Kuaishou. After Chi Miao finished speaking, all the viewers in the live stream chat expressed their approval, except for self-media personalities like Sima Yu. If Li Xiao started filming short videos, they wouldn't earn much money. Although they would still have some income and fans, most of it would be siphoned off by Li Xiao, the main attraction. Li Xiao, eager to attract more fans for giveaways, immediately nodded and said, "No problem. However, as you said, I don't have time to manage all aspects of short videos. I'll handle it," Qi Miao said, patting her chest. In the contemporary realm of short video production, it is observed that nearly half of the accounts belong not to individuals, but to the teams managing them. Hence, one should exercise caution before casually messaging the alluring ladies encountered on these platforms. The striking figure you see in a video might, upon reaching out, respond with the voice of a rather unremarkable individual. Nevertheless, the appeal of short videos lies in their entertaining content. However, the inability of animals to articulate diminishes their charm, necessitating the creation of distinct personas for each creature. Personas? Do animals require personas as well? Indeed, in this era, both internet celebrities and stars rely on well-crafted personas to sustain their popularity. As long as a persona remains credible, fame can endure. Qi Miao pondered and continued. Take Tyson. For instance, his affinity for boxing allows us to fashion his persona as a martial arts superstar. Whether in combat or performing intricate maneuvers, Tyson never resorts to a stunt double. As for Evil Eye and Egg, we may portray them as a lovey-dovey couple, albeit their romance was short-lived. Shortly thereafter, Evil Eye appeared with 2 offspring, accusing Egg of infidelity, claiming these children were conceived through other means. Regarding Little Black, with its remarkable intellect, we could craft a persona of a talented individual, though its only talent seems to be an unearthly howl that eludes the comprehension of most. Moreover, Little Black is known for its roguish tendencies, often courting local female dogs, which ultimately led to an unexpected offspring, certainly a potential trending topic. King Gigi aspires to reign supreme. Thus, we can establish his narrative as one who, once overlooked by peers, persevered for years and ultimately formed the largest troop of monkeys, bestowing hierarchical titles upon each companion. Regrettably, with the troop's expansion, some members defected, prompting King Gigi to strip them of their titles in a fit of rage. Additionally, we could assign a queen beside King Gigi, characterized by a penchant for smoking, drinking, and flamboyant hairstyles. As for Whirlwind, we might craft a persona of a melodious singer, yet despite aspirations for fame through song, each release is overshadowed by trending news either from Little Black or Egg. Lastly, the White Horse could be endowed with the illustrious title of the most beautiful steed in 5 millennia. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was visibly perturbed. "Could you not devise more admirable personas for my animals?" he implored. Qi Miao, puzzled, suggested, "Perhaps we could depict Little Black as a time management expert, given its frequent visits among the village's female dogs. And Egg, with its flowing locks, naturally warrants a focus on hairstyling. Whirlwind could embody a zen-like figure." Li Xiao retorted. "What sort of personas are these? Each more absurd than the last. The most ludicrous being the title of the most beautiful horse in 5 millennia. Were you truly the epitome of beauty during the Great Flood?" At this moment, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to express his discontent vocally. The live audience, however, found great amusement, laughing uproariously. "What a talent! This is truly a remarkable individual," they exclaimed, their mirth almost overwhelming. "I adore these personas. Let's proceed with them. I predict that if they hold up, they will surely ignite a sensation. Could someone enlighten me about these personas? I too wish to know," they clamored. It must be noted, the smoking, drinking, and flamboyant persona will certainly resonate. Much like how keyboard warriors express concern for health upon witnessing a figure like UDE smoking, as they find no grounds for criticism. The audience's approval energized Qi Miao, who envisioned the fame of Little Black and the others. Yet, upon turning to see Li Xiao's reddened expression, she quickly retracted. "Are these personas not satisfactory? Allow me to think of alternatives. Please, have some dignity. My animals deserve better than to be reduced to mere caricatures. Should these personas emerge, they would be akin to pariahs. However, their real-life counterparts thrive," Qi Miao argued confidently. "In today's world, to achieve fame, one must be audacious. Occasionally, a child even serves as a catalyst for publicity. Announcements are often gauged by the presence of children, albeit somewhat unseemly, yet they invariably attract attention, often trending nationwide and even internationally. In this day and age, even detractors can be fans. Capitalists disregard public opinion, focusing solely on traffic. And these personas could indeed generate substantial engagement. You ought to consider establishing a talent agency to cultivate personas for celebrities. It would be a tremendous loss not to." Li Xiao suddenly felt that Qi Miao's absence from the entertainment industry was a significant detriment to the Chinese entertainment landscape. With her presence, the industry would surely flourish. "My initial dream was to establish an entertainment company," Yet my father extinguished that aspiration, Qi Miao lamented. Ah, you are attempting to impose your dreams upon my animals. Li Xiao inhaled deeply and stated seriously, please, could you create more uplifting personas for my creatures? Chapter 50. A month of renovation for a zoo. Qi Miaoxiang pondered for a long time, but could not come up with an idea. She inquired, for example. Li Xiao shrugged and replied, for instance, we could establish a charming persona for Little Black. Once, he was indeed quite handsome, though age has now bestowed upon him a face riddled with wrinkles. Nevertheless, his humorous demeanor continues to attract a multitude of fans who find joy in his presence. Additionally, we could craft a singing persona for Whirlwind, albeit a rather mystical one. Wherever he sings, rain is sure to follow. As for the White Horse, we could also give it a captivating persona. Unfortunately, it has endured an accident that marred its beauty, yet its exceptional qualities and character endear it to many, resulting in a greater number of male admirers than female. Not to mention, while its companions have all settled down, it remains perpetually single. Interestingly, every time one of its companions ties the knot, it inexplicably trends online. As for Tyson, we could fashion a fitness persona for him, as his discipline has granted him a splendid physique, making him the dream companion of countless kangaroos. However, like the White Horse, he too is a lifelong bachelor. Quite a collection of personas, I must say. The director is indeed a talent. Could someone kindly enlighten me about the identities of these personas? Seeing that the audience in the live stream agreed wholeheartedly, Qi Miaoxiang nodded and said, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. But we must discuss the specifics of these personas in detail later. With that settled, Li Xiao and Qi Miaoxiang continued their leisurely exploration of the zoo while live streaming. They spent the entire day there, having both lunch and dinner within the zoo, utilizing local resources. Little Black caught a wild chicken nearby, and Li Xiao spontaneously prepared a beggar's chicken. After dinner, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the pair finally descended the hill. Qi Miaoxiang initially intended to leave today, but unable to pair Little White and Little Black, she reluctantly postponed her return. Upon returning home, Li Xiao immediately retreated to his room to check the day's live streaming results, taking Little Black with him to prevent Qi Miaoxiang from potentially administering any drugs to enforce a forced mating. 140,000. Today's streaming garnered an increase of 300,000 followers. Without hesitation, Li Xiao initiated a lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Insight Technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Pointer Technique. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Architecture Technique. Insight Technique. The host can perceive all animal physical traits, weights, lengths, preferences, and even discern what actions the animals have undertaken. Note, this technique is applicable solely to animals. Although humans are advanced beings, using it on them carries certain risks. The host should exercise caution. Pointer Technique. Once the lion and monkey enclosures are constructed according to the blueprints, if the host finds any aspect of the buildings, structures, or arrangements unsatisfactory, they can simply gesture to make changes. Note, this technique is only usable within the zoo. It becomes ineffective once one exits the premises. Architecture Technique. Learn to create exquisite Huizhou architecture, noble and elegant garden structures, or minimalist modern designs. Upon mastering this skill, you shall become a master architect of the new era, capable of imbuing your thoughts with life through your hands. Note, the architecture technique can be utilized anywhere, allowing for renovations not only within the zoo, but also at the host's residence. This architecture technique is quite splendid. I have been meaning to renovate the old houses back home. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao decided to learn all three skills. The pointer technique seemed somewhat redundant, as it is limited to the zoo. However, a thought crossed his mind. If the zoo were to expand continually, couldn't he use the pointer technique at will? As for the insight technique, after learning it, Li Xiao immediately glanced at Little Black, who lay beneath the bed. In the next instant, a data panel appeared, visible only to Li Xiao. Name, Little Black. Species, Chinese rural dog. Age, 2 years. Strength, 13. Average for dogs is 10. Agility, 14. Average for dogs is 10. Stamina, 19. Average for dogs is 10. Explosiveness, 20. Average for dogs is 10. Preference, female dogs. My goodness, such stamina and explosiveness are remarkable. No wonder people enjoy brewing beverages with your essence, Li Xiao mused. With a curious glimmer in his eye, he asked, Can I perceive myself? No, the system answered decisively. That made sense, for after all, one cannot truly see oneself. But wait, who says I cannot see myself? Li Xiao promptly produced a mirror and began to scrutinize his reflection. Name, Li Xiao. Species, male human. Age, 22 years. Strength, 14, average for humans is 10. Agility, 15, average for humans is 10. Stamina, 16, average for humans is 10. Explosiveness, 16, average for humans is 10. Appearance, 66, average for humans is 10. Wealth, 5 million. The panel materialized. System, are you experiencing a glitch here? Compared to Little Black, he had gained in appearance and wealth, but lost in preferences. After all, Li Xiao's interests were far too varied. Houses, cars, money, and women, to name a few. Wait a minute, where did all this money come from? Li Xiao suddenly froze. He had no idea. It wasn't he that he was indifferent to wealth like a certain billionaire. Rather, he genuinely was not aware. He quickly checked and discovered that this substantial sum was the result of his live streaming earnings over the past few days, which he had yet to withdraw. Had he truly become a millionaire in just a few days of streaming? No wonder many celebrities have shifted their focus to the realm of live streaming. And there were rewards too. After familiarizing himself with the 3 skills, he inquired. These 3 were obtained through the lottery, while 3 others were system rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring drone. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fresh fruits. Congratulations to the host for acquiring guardian axe. As expected, the system's automatic rewards were rather unimpressive. Li Xiao had grown accustomed to it. He was already familiar with the drone and fresh fruits. As for the guardian axe, was that not a piece of equipment from Honor of Kings? Fortunately, Li Xiao often played, or he might have been duped by the system. He opened the details. Guardian axe, original equipment from Honor of Kings, transformed into an all-powerful axe. It can chop, slice, cleave, and pierce. With the guardian axe, one can fell trees or defend against beasts. Note, this is merely an ordinary axe. Ordinary. Anything labeled as such tends to be remarkably powerful, Li Xiao thought, recalling the legendary roles played by a certain principal in the Return of the Condor Heroes. Just as he was about to examine the axe more closely, the door swung open, and Qi Miaoxiang entered. What are you doing? Almost instinctively, Li Xiao wrapped himself tightly in the blanket. Little Black, startled, leapt from the floor into Li Xiao's arms. Both man and dog were apprehensive of the woman before them. A woman who dares to administer drugs is truly intimidating and overwhelming. Hey, don't be alarmed. I'm here to discuss something with you. The night is long, and I find myself unable to sleep, Qi Miaoxiang said with a soft smile, settling beside Li Xiao on the bed. There is nothing to discuss. Before I could even utter a word, it was clear that there would be no room for negotiation. Li Xiao noticed that Qi Miao's gaze was intently fixed on Xiao He, undoubtedly with intentions directed toward him. Do you not wish to? I do not wish. I mean, you do not want to say. You seem tired. Good night. With that, Li Xiao lay down, ready to drift into slumber. Qi Miao, frustrated, clenched her delicate fists and took a deep breath, opting to change the subject. Today, I followed you around the zoo, and I observed that not only is the zoo's equipment inadequate, but much of it is also quite aged. Furthermore, many areas of the zoo are rather dilapidated and in need of renovation. If you wish to maintain a long-term live stream from the zoo or expedite its opening, you must promptly address these issues. When the zoo eventually opens, I can assist in contacting platforms for promotions and traffic. Recommendations? Traffic? Li Xiao's eyes brightened with a brilliant idea. Why wait until the grand opening to generate interest? He was in urgent need of a substantial following. Why not start tomorrow instead? Qi Miao questioned, but many facilities in the zoo are incomplete? I have a plan, Li Xiao replied. In 30 days, I will independently renovate the entire zoo and live stream the process. Qi Miao's mouth dropped in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. I will hire a construction team, but it will still take 30 days. If I do it myself, working around the clock, it should take about a month. Qi Miao swallowed hard. Are you truly going to do this alone? Of course. But, can you manage it? I have stated before, a man must not say he cannot. Li Xiao asserted confidently. His confidence was not unfounded. Firstly, after consuming special capsules, his body was now extraordinary. Secondly, having ingested numerous vitality potions in recent days, his physical prowess had significantly improved. His strength, speed, agility, and endurance had all seen remarkable enhancements. Even a full day without rest would not wear him down. Thirdly, having just learned construction techniques, why spend money hiring a team? If assistance was ever needed, Xiao He and the others could lend a hand. This way, the live stream would showcase the intelligence and amiability of the zoo's animals even more effectively. As for materials and tools, naturally, he would need to invest in those. Your idea is commendable, but the execution poses significant challenges, Qi Miao remarked, her brow furrowed. She had never witnessed anyone complete a project single-handedly. Just as in filmmaking, no one could be the producer, cinematographer, voice actor, and lead all at once. It is precisely because of the challenge that it becomes worthwhile. Li Xiao resolved to embark on this extreme endeavor. After contemplating for half a minute, Qi Miao said, I will report back shortly. If the higher-ups approve, I have no objections, and I will begin promoting your venture starting tomorrow. Though her acquaintance with Li Xiao had been brief, she recognized his ability to perform miracles, having witnessed several already. If he could successfully execute the plan to complete the zoo's renovations in a month and market it effectively, it would undoubtedly attract substantial traffic to the platform, leading to a lucrative outcome for Li Xiao, resulting in a perfect win-win situation. That evening, after Qi Miao reluctantly exited Li Xiao's room, a rotund man appeared in the village. He stealthily entered, reminiscent of a wartime infiltrator. Eventually, he arrived at Zhang Baba's doorstep. At that moment, Zhang Baba was lying at home, cursing Li Xiao. That scoundrel! I will make him pay for this. How dare he humiliate me in front of so many people? Does he think I lack pride? He seemed to have inherited the zoo. And the next day, he would purchase a packet of rat poison to put into the zoo's water, intending to poison all the animals. And that old yellow cow. Woe to the one who crosses my path. I will have it for dinner. As he ranted, he suddenly felt thirsty. Just as he was about to get up for water, a loud, insistent knocking echoed through his home. Damn! Who dares to knock on my door at this hour? Grumbling, Zhang Baba made his way to the door, moving slowly due to his injuries from earlier that day, with several parts of his body still bandaged. Damn it! I heard you knock. Is it that rascal Li Xiao again? Half in disbelief, he opened the door, ready to unleash a tirade. Yet, to his astonishment, a thick stack of cash lay before him, at least 20 or 30,000. The foul language he had prepared was suddenly stifled, and he transformed into a beaming figure. Which kind soul is this? You are too generous. Come in, no need to knock. You can just kick the door down. It's made for that. In a mere 2 seconds, his demeanor shifted entirely. Had this been wartime, he would undoubtedly have been labeled a traitor. Zhang Baba, I know you. The rotund man spoke solemnly. We share a common enemy. I require your assistance. If you can help me resolve this matter, the money is yours. And I can offer you even more. Of course, esteemed brother. Please, come inside. Don't linger outside in the cold. Zhang Baba welcomed him warmly, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Although it was their first meeting, there was an inexplicable feeling of familiarity, as though they had known each other for ages. As it was already past midnight, no one in the village was aware of the newcomer's presence. The following morning, Li Xiao rose early, foregoing the live stream and heading straight to the county town to purchase wood and other renovation supplies. Since the bus to the county only departed at 10, he drove Qi Miao's van instead. Meanwhile, Qi Miao remained asleep, indulging in what she termed beauty sleep. Chapter 51. Walking like a duck. Fortunately, Li Xiao had mastered the art of driving, embodying the spirit of an experienced driver, and approached the task with calm assurance. Upon arriving in the county town, he made his way directly to the timber market. The proprietor of the market, Zhao Shiri, was a notable figure from a neighboring village known as Hamatan. Zhao's origins were somewhat unconventional. During his mother's pregnancy, his father, unable to endure 10 months of solitude, had an affair with a woman from a local hair salon. The reputation of that establishment was questionable, as it was known to glow warmly each evening. Subsequently, Zhao's father, in a moment of impulsivity, abandoned the family, leaving Zhao and his ailing mother to fend for themselves. Fortunately, the kind-hearted villagers nearby came together to support them, providing meals and assistance, allowing Zhao to grow up nourished by the goodwill of the community. Perhaps due to his tumultuous upbringing, Zhao developed an aversion to academics, consistently ranking at the bottom of his class, accumulating more failing grades than he could count. He left school before completing the second year of junior high and began wandering the streets, taking on various odd jobs, carrying bricks, masonry, plumbing, car washing, and distributing flyers. He was even a model for an art academy and once dressed as a girl to play on a women's soccer team. Through years of hard work, Zhao eventually established the largest timber market in the county. Today, many of his former classmates from elementary and junior high, having graduated from university, now work under his employ. Li Xiao had previously arranged a meeting with Zhao, so Zhao was already seated in his office, eagerly awaiting his arrival. After all, Li had mentioned the renovation of a zoo, an opportunity that represented the largest contract he had seen in years. Mr. Zhao, is the contract prepared? Li Xiao inquired directly upon entering the office. Here it is, Zhao replied, producing the printed contract. If you find no issues, We can proceed to sign and arrange for a deposit. I should mention that since you are uncertain about the exact amount of timber needed for the zoo, we will prepare a portion in advance and deliver it in batches as required until the project is completed. Rest assured, as neighbors. And considering I have dined on meals prepared by your grandfather in the past, I will ensure you receive a favorable price. Li Xiao reviewed the contract and signed it without hesitation, transferring the deposit to Zhao. Mr. Zhao, do you have experience with construction projects? He asked. What kind of project do you mean? Building houses or renovating the zoo? Zhao queried. No, road construction. I do have some knowledge in that area, Zhao admitted. I have a brother who specializes in road work. But if you are focusing on the zoo renovation, why the need for a road? I intend to construct a direct road to the zoo, Li Xiao replied earnestly. To achieve prosperity, one must first build roads. Only with proper access can we ensure a steady flow of visitors when the zoo opens. Currently, the only route to Gushan Zoo passes through Hamatan, which remains a dirt road. It is manageable in fair weather, but turns into a swamp during rain, making it essential to construct a road directly from the village to the zoo. Zhao furrowed his brow and said, Young man, while renovating the zoo is feasible, I would advise against road construction. Why is that? The mountainous terrain poses significant challenges, not due to the landscape itself, but rather the attitudes of the people. When you attempt to build from the villagers' doorsteps, some may resist, demanding payment, believing that the land before their homes is theirs alone and should remain untouched. Even if you were to proceed with construction, there would be individuals inclined to sabotage your efforts, and once the road is completed, some may still be dissatisfied, feeling that you have encroached upon their property. Thus, whether in the planning, execution, or completion phases, you will face numerous obstacles, even if your intentions are to benefit the community. Zhao's words resonated with wisdom. In this day and age, land is akin to currency. Even a minor home renovation can stir mistrust among neighbors, who fear that even a slight encroachment may lead to disputes. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, Rest assured, before commencing any work, I will consult all the villagers to gather their opinions and strive for unanimous consent. Best of luck with that, Zhao responded, shaking his head, unconvinced of Li Xiao's optimism. You are aware of Gushan Zoo, correct? I will dispatch workers to deliver the timber shortly, Zhao continued. What? You're unfamiliar with Gushan Zoo? Li Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was surprising that even locals were unaware of its existence, which explained its previous lackluster performance. I only know of Gushan. Ahem, the zoo is located at Gushan, Li Xiao clarified. Understood. By the way, could you provide me with the contact information for your road construction brother? I would like to reach out to him directly. Of course. After obtaining the contact details, Li Xiao took his leave, not disclosing the exact location of Gushan Zoo, as the timber delivery workers would surely find it once they arrived in Gushan. After departing the timber market, Li Xiao stopped by a roadside stall for a quick breakfast of savory tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. As he prepared to drive home, he was amused by a delightful scene unfolding nearby. In a park, a mother duck was leading her brood of ducklings as they splashed about in a pond. They were mallards, with their distinctive yellow beaks and green heads, adorned with a prominent white collar. The ducklings followed closely behind their mother, except for one particularly small duckling that seized the opportunity to hop onto its mother's back. Could this be the fabled act of resting? Li Xiao chuckled, enchanted by the adorable sight. After a brief frolic in the water, the mother duck led her ducklings ashore, waddling with an amusing bobble reminiscent of a weeble wobble. Isn't that reminiscent of Stephen Chow and Andy Lau? Li Xiao remarked, recalling the iconic scene from The King of Destruction, where they walked in a similar fashion, joking that walking like a duck would surely bring prosperity. In his youth, Li Xiao had even attempted to adopt that peculiar gait, but was swiftly reprimanded by his grandfather before he had even traversed a full street. Chapter 52. Has Chi Miao experienced morning sickness? Suddenly, Mother Duck passed by the sewer entrance, moving smoothly, with the other ducklings trailing closely behind. However, the smallest duckling encountered an unfortunate mishap. Plop! Due to its diminutive size, the little duckling fell right in. Quack! Quack! Oblivious to the fact that one of her offspring had gone astray, Mother Duck continued to call out to the others. It was only after walking 4 or 5 meters that she sensed something amiss and turned back, anxiously searching. By chance, she passed the sewer entrance once more. This time, thud, thud, thud. One by one, the ducklings fell in behind her. A complete annihilation. A perfect wave of devastation. When Mother Duck turned around, not a single child remained. Quack, quack. Mother Duck grew increasingly frantic, calling out louder while darting about in a state of utter turmoil, like a headless chicken. Such confusion made it seem that raising her young was a task more daunting than the current deity's inability to cultivate rice in the fields. Li Xiao sighed helplessly, preparing to step in and assist, but someone else was a step ahead. A burly man with a thick beard rushed forward with remarkable speed, reaching Mother Duck in just 3 strides. In the next moment, he swiftly grabbed her by the neck and ran off, glancing around nervously to avoid detection. Goodness! This fellow was not a savior, but a perpetrator. Li Xiao hurriedly dashed out of the vehicle, taking advantage of the bearded man's distraction to step forward. Bang! The man stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiao scooped up Mother Duck and shot a glare at the burly man, commanding, "Scram." Initially, the man intended to flee hastily, but upon noticing Li Xiao's youth, he brushed the dirt off himself, turned his neck, and threatened, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in my affairs." Just then, 2 large geese emerged from the pond, flapping their wings and aggressively charging at the burly man. After all, Mother Duck was their dear friend. They could not allow her to be bullied. Despite the man's imposing size, he dared not retaliate against the 2 geese, who chased him away in terror. Dealing with such scum required no effort from Li Xiao. The animals resolved the matter themselves. In the countryside, geese were the undisputed rulers. Even dogs yielded to them out of respect. Nowadays, there were far too many individuals like the bearded man. In their quest for indulgence, they would dare to consume anything. However, in a world dominated by concrete jungles and metal vehicles, they turned their sights on the animals in the parks, stealing goose eggs and capturing ducks. Such incidents were all too frequent. Even a famous koi named Mangzi, who was exceptionally clever, would appear among the fish whenever called. Yet even he had fallen victim to theft. The park was home to numerous small creatures, but due to insufficient management and protection, their fates were often dire. Before long, Li Xiao managed to rescue all the ducklings from the sewer. Quack! Mother Duck exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, kind stranger. I wish to repay you." "Repay me?" Li Xiao was taken aback. He could hardly fathom what a duck could offer in return. Had she been a beautiful woman, she might have offered her affections as gratitude. But as it stood, she was merely a duck. Mother Duck implored, "Kind stranger, please take me and my ducklings away. It is far too dangerous here." Li Xiao responded, "Your way of repaying me is to come with me? But I'm not running a barbecue stand. If you come with me, you and your children will have to rely on me for food and drink. Is that truly repayment?" Fortunately, Li Xiao had a kind heart. And considering the lack of animals at the zoo, he ultimately decided to take them along after some deliberation. However, he first needed to inform the park staff. In the end, after providing a small sum, he successfully brought Mother Duck and her ducklings home. In this day and age, even using the restroom required a fee. And if one wished to die, they had to pay for a burial plot. So one could only imagine the challenge of removing so many animals from a park. Upon returning home, Chi Miao was still sound asleep. "Here is your breakfast." Li Xiao placed the packaged meal from the county on the table and called for Chi Miao to wake up. He then settled on a stone bench in the yard, preparing to start his broadcast. Before going live, Li Xiao noticed Little Black. For some unknown reason, Little Black appeared lethargic. Since Li Xiao returned home, Little Black had been curled up in the corner, ignoring him entirely. Could it be that while he was away, Chi Miao had given Little Black some sort of sedative? Or perhaps Little Black and Little White had mated, which would explain its current state. Perplexed, Li Xiao approached Little Black and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Woe is me." Little Black replied, "Dizzy, sleepy. Could it be exhaustion from the past few days?" Li Xiao dismissed the thought and casually controlled a drone to fly into the mountains. This drone was a reward from the system the previous night. After an entire night had passed, the whirlwind had yet to locate the wild boar herd, leaving Li Xiao with no choice but to deploy the drone. Once everything was prepared, he finally went live. "Good morning, Director." "Good morning? It's already 10 o'clock. Darling, why are you so late today?" "Yes, I've been waiting in the broadcast room since 8. Addressing the enthusiastic viewers in the chat, Li Xiao explained, "I was preparing to renovate the zoo, so I went to the county early this morning to purchase some materials." At that moment, Chi Miao strolled out of the room, yawning, and sat beside Li Xiao to eat breakfast. Ugh! Just as Chi Miao placed the tofu pudding down, she immediately vomited. Why did Chi Miao throw up? This is morning sickness. Goodness! What on earth transpired between Chi Miao and the director last night? No wonder Chi Miao appeared a bit fatigued and why the director was broadcasting so late today. Everything began to make sense. "Darling, I didn't expect your relationship to progress so quickly. You've deceived my feelings." Li Xiao seriously suspected that the director's trip to the county was not for purchasing materials, but rather to consult a doctor about this matter. Although he knew most of the viewers were joking, Li Xiao could not help but retort, Do you think she is laying eggs? Qin Miao and I have only known each other for 2 days. How could she possibly be experiencing morning sickness? Even if it were true, it couldn't possibly be mine. I am upright and above board. I have no intention of becoming a scapegoat, although I have considered becoming a superhero, like Iron Man, Batman, or the Flash. I certainly do not wish to be a pawn. Having said that, Li Xiao turned to Qin Miao and asked, "It's just tofu pudding. Why are you throwing up?" Chapter 53. The tiger tills the soil. Tastes very. Li Xiao felt helpless. Since childhood, he had only savored salty flavors. Shouldn't tofu pudding be sweet? Can one even swallow sweet tofu pudding? Tofu pudding must be savory, just as rice dumplings ought to be meaty. That is the essence of deliciousness. Wield your knives, for savory tofu pudding and sweet rice dumplings shall forever reign supreme. What is there to argue about? In my humble opinion, only those with the flavor of river snails are truly delectable. A simple remark from Qin Miao ignited a fervent debate among the visitors in the live stream. Some even expressed their fondness for durian flavor, reveling in its fragrant aroma. After a quick wash, Li Xiao ventured outdoors. Before departing, he retrieved the system's reward, the Guardian's axe and a sun hat. Renovation was no trivial task. These tools were essential. Additionally, he gathered a toolbox from home, filled with screwdrivers, hammers, chisels, saws, everything one could possibly need. The Guardian's axe was a pitch-black tool, both ends heavy with axe heads. It appeared unremarkable until Li Xiao struck the ground lightly with it, resulting in a fearsome crack stretching a meter long. Remarkably, this was merely a fraction of his strength, yet the axe remained pristine, showing no signs of wear. It was evident that the system's rewards were indeed formidable. He then donned the sun hat, only to be met with dismay. I take back what I just said. This hat resembled those worn by farmers, yet its effect was vastly different. Upon wearing it, it automatically adjusted to the size of his head, finding the most comfortable fit. While effective, its garish green hue was hard to accept. No wonder the system had cautioned him to use it sparingly. Little Black approached, offering him a hat. Li Xiao had no intention of wearing it, and turned to give it to Little Black instead. With just a glance, Little Black promptly dashed away. Ha ha. Even dogs refused to acknowledge this hat. Little Black is quite clever, understanding the implications of the green hat. "Director, please take this hat. I would even pay for it. I simply cannot bear it any longer." After returning home from a 3-month business trip, I told my wife a joke, yet she did not laugh. Instead, those beneath the bed and within the cupboard found it hilarious. To those above, be strong. If one wishes to navigate life successfully, one must wear a touch of green atop their head. I once read a news article about a girl who gave birth to twins, neither of whom resembled their father. And astonishingly, they had no genetic connection. The doctor explained that it would require a woman to engage in unthinkable acts with 2 or even multiple men in a mere few minutes to produce such an outcome. Initially, I thought it was a jest, yet it turned out to be true. Amidst the idle chatter of the visitors, Li Xiao made his way to the zoo. Little Black appeared somewhat unwell today, perpetually drowsy, yet still accompanied Li Xiao. Upon arriving at the zoo, even before catching his breath, workers sent by Zhao Shiri arrived with timber. The workers were exceedingly enthusiastic, swiftly unloading the materials. Li Xiao, not much of a smoker, had nonetheless prepared several packs of cigarettes to offer them. After all, he would be interacting with them frequently in the future, and a bit of goodwill goes a long way. A few packs of cigarettes could smooth relations. Why not? Once the workers departed, Li Xiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin. "Director, are you planning to do this all by yourself? Have you gone mad? Is your family so impoverished that you cannot afford to hire help?" Li Xiao pointed to the pile of timber not far away and declared, "You guessed correctly. For the next month, I shall single-handedly renovate the entire zoo. Once the renovations are complete, we will bring back the previous animals, and the zoo will officially open to the public. Are you all looking forward to it?" Upon hearing this, the chat fell silent, with not a single keystroke. Did I freeze? Li Xiao checked, noting that the number of online viewers was increasing. Yet no one was speaking. What was going on? After about a minute, the chat finally began to stir. "Director, are you truly going to do this alone? I'm a neurologist, Director. I think you should have yourself checked. Renovating a zoo all by oneself in just a month. Director, are you serious?" Everyone quickly exit to see the promotional banner for Zhang Yu, announcing that the director will single-handedly renovate a zoo in a month. Wow, it's true. The promotion for Zhang Yu was up in no time. Oh no, the director has lost his mind, and now the Zhang Yu platform is going to shut down too. While I may not understand the scale of renovating a zoo, when my hometown built a house, it took an entire month for a construction team to finish. Although renovating differs from building, A zoo could equate to dozens or even hundreds of houses from my hometown. Is the director really planning to shoulder the work of dozens of construction teams? Director, you don't genuinely think of yourself as an immortal cultivator, do you? Professional tasks require professional hands. Director, perhaps you should focus on nurturing the animals and live streaming their antics instead. If you are truly in need of funds, we could crowdfund for you. Don't push yourself to such extremes. Be careful you don't collapse one day. Thank you for your concern. I am well aware of my limits. Li Xiao chuckled. In truth, I have also hired workers to construct a road from the village entrance directly to the zoo. Road construction is indeed a technical endeavor. One misstep could lead to crooked or uneven paths. Li Xiao knew this was beyond his expertise. However, road construction also holds great potential for profit. Without further ado, he declared, "Let us get to work." Yesterday, I noticed that some of the park's soil needed to be turned over. In the midst of his speech, Li Xiao produced a yoke, a tool specifically designed for oxen to till the soil. In the past, farmers lacked high-tech machinery for plowing. They relied solely on the yoke. Xiamiao Dan Dan. Haha, I have an important task for you. Li Xiao approached the tiger enclosure and let out 2 tigers. Upon seeing the yoke behind Li Xiao, Xiamiao and Dan Dan felt an uneasy premonition. Come now, put this on. With a smile revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, Li Xiao appeared amiable, yet bore the demeanor of a proverbial smiling tiger. Li Xiao had prepared 3 yokes, all borrowed from villagers. Seizing the moment while Xiamiao and Dan Dan were still bewildered, he swiftly fitted the yokes around their necks. He reserved the last one for himself. Heh, now I shall teach you how to use this tool. Pay close attention. The process was quite simple. Place the plow on the ground and pull the ropes forward. The sharp plow would penetrate the soil, turning the compacted turf anew under the strain of their pull. Chapter 54. A bustling zoo. Though Xiamo and Dandan initially nodded, they quickly exchanged glances and vehemently shook their heads upon realizing what was implied. The idea of having the king of beasts plow the field was utterly out of the question. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes, slowly producing a leather whip from his side, the very same whip his grandfather had used for animal training. Crack! Li Xiao flicked the whip in his hand, asking once more, "Is there still any ambiguity?" Xiamo and Dandan shook their heads frantically. "So it's clear now. Let's begin plowing," Li Xiao said with a broad smile. "I pride myself on being an amiable individual. If there's something you're truly averse to, I would never coerce you. The act of plowing, for instance, isn't something I'm forcing upon you. It's entirely of your own volition, correct?" Xiamo and Dandan nodded emphatically. "Xiamo, the master speaks truly. It is our choice, and we revel in the act of plowing. Dandan, my dear husband speaks the truth. If you've been abducted, just blink," some viewers quipped. Poor Xiamo and Dandan. My heart goes out to them. I'll be damned. The zookeeper has lost his senses, making tigers plow the fields. I keep reminding myself that they're lions, not oxen. These are undoubtedly the most downtrodden lions I've ever seen. Nay, Xiamo and Dandan are fortunate in comparison. Some zoos, while refraining from making tigers plow, deprive them of sufficient sustenance, leaving them emaciated. When this is reported, the zookeepers even dare to claim that the tigers simply dislike meat, hence their thinness. Utter nonsense. I've seen that very news story. Having tigers plow the fields is a notion only Li Xiao could conceive of, and he's put it into action. Though extraordinarily absurd, it's the reality. In the Yunnan Guizhou region, there were tales of tigers plowing fields in days of yore. Locals would domesticate wild tigers for agricultural purposes. Of course, these are mere tales. But today, Li Xiao has transformed this legend into reality. Xiamo, you'll start here, circle around, and return. Don't be indolent, or I'll give you a thrashing. Dandan, you'll take this area. Li Xiao issued commands in an orderly fashion. In addition to this, Li Xiao assigned tasks to all the other animals. King Jiji, with his numerous monkey troops, was tasked with handling the transportation. The mountain viper could scurry about, taking charge of the cleaning. Tyson, with his penchant for boxing, needed to cultivate strength and muscle. Li Xiao assigned him as a brick, to be placed wherever needed. As for Xiaohei, who wasn't feeling well today, he was assigned to construction work. Any animal caught shirking would be reported directly to Li Xiao. With the exception of Cyclone, who was still searching for the wild boar herd in the mountains, all the animals were immersed in their tasks. Except for the white horse. That white horse was simply too exquisite, exuding an aura of purity. Li Xiao couldn't bear to see it perform arduous labor. Li Xiao had said he would renovate the entire zoo himself, but he never specified that he wouldn't enlist the help of animals. It wasn't a betrayal of his words. These animals, who feasted and drank here daily, ought to contribute some labor. Otherwise, they'd become pampered and out of shape. As integral members of the zoo, they should make contributions during its inauguration. Without their assistance, Li Xiao would truly be overwhelmed. Initially, some of the animals were reluctant, but under Li Xiao's coercion, they had no choice but to obey. When under the eaves, one must bow one's head. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work. The initial preparations were quickly arranged. Time to start toiling. Seeing that none of the animals were idle, Li Xiao stretched his limbs and plunged into the work as well. Li Xiao grasped the plow ropes and began plowing. Having plowed fields in his childhood, he didn't find it particularly challenging. Indeed, Li Xiao had plowed fields in his youth, not as the one wielding the whip, but rather in the position of the ox. Back then, his family didn't have an ox, so Li Xiao had to step in himself. Naturally, being too young and frail, he would soon be panting for breath. Xiemo and Dandan, as the kings of beasts, possessed immense strength, making plowing a cinch for them. They sauntered along as if on a stroll, effortlessly turning over the soil behind them. Then there was Li Xiao, even more at ease. Yes, he was even more relaxed than the two tigers. He was no longer the child he once was. Grasping the plow ropes, he sprinted with long strides, like a vigorous and experienced ox. As he ran, the plow behind him churned furiously, sending thick clods of earth flying, occasionally unearthing small stones. Swift and efficient. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Is this even human? I know the zookeeper is strong, but this is too much. Which girl can handle that? Upstairs, you're driving again. I can. I like the strong ones. I can too, as long as it's the zookeeper. Renovating the zoo in a month, I suddenly think it's entirely possible. Xiemo and Dandan are so inept. You're tigers, yet you can't even compete with a two-legged creature? Tell me, what's the purpose of your existence? Isn't it to make a living by being cute? Woof woof. Xiao He followed Lu Xian, wanting to help him. Li Xiao chuckled. No need to help me. Go watch Tai Zhu, and if he slacks off, scratch him with your claws. If he doesn't listen, come tell me. Woof woof. Xiao He turned and ran toward Xiemo. De Wang is so much better. A mountain guardian dog is a mountain guardian dog, obedient and considerate. Unlike Tai Zhu, who eats and sleeps, and makes excuses when asked to work. The camera circled Li Xiao, capturing him maintaining a speed of 1 meter every 3 seconds, showing no signs of fatigue. At first, everyone thought Li Xiao would only last a few minutes before giving up. However, Li Xiao never stopped. He was like a tireless ox, diligently plowing the field, oblivious to fatigue. It's been an hour, a full hour. My knees have involuntarily given way. Such strength. It's a pity he's not farming. 2 hours. Zookeeper, shouldn't you rest? He hasn't even taken a sip of water. Someone call 120. 3 hours. For 3 consecutive hours, Li Xiao hasn't taken a sip of water, yet he maintains his initial efficiency. Even those who've never done farm work can appreciate the difficulty of plowing continuously for 3 hours in the same posture. Even asking them to stand still in the same posture for 3 hours is something few people can manage. Chapter 55. Trending searches are my backyard director. Do you truly not require any rest? You haven't even taken a sip of water. This is a recipe for heat stroke. Could some kind soul please call an ambulance? Ready to stand by outside the zoo? 3 hours have passed. A full 3 hours, and Li Xiao has not paused for a moment, maintaining an extraordinarily efficient plowing speed. Meanwhile, the animals, such as Xie Yao, Egg, Tyson, and King Gigi, have already grown weary, resting in the shade, occasionally nibbling on food and sipping from the spring water. Li Xiao, being considerate of these creatures, even brought some spring water up the mountain. In truth, working in the fields for 3 hours is hardly remarkable. Farmers who toil year-round can easily spend an entire day in the fields. However, it is unprecedented for someone like Li Xiao to maintain a single posture while plowing for 3 continuous hours. Even keeping a single position for 3 hours without distraction is a feat few can achieve. Upon tidying up, Qi Miao entered the zoo and was immediately taken aback. Tigers were plowing the ground, kangaroos were fetching water, monkeys were moving wood, and Xiao He was conducting a thorough inspection. These animals have truly become extraordinary. Seeing Li Xiao drenched in sweat, Qi Miao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She had witnessed countless outdoor live streams, most of which featured singing or dancing on the streets, with some fishing or digging for eels. Occasionally, there were a few explorations, but those usually ended with the participants retreating to their RVs for feasting as soon as the live stream concluded. Yet, she had never encountered anyone as sincere as Li Xiao. It was one thing to take charge in the zoo, but to personally engage in plowing as well? This was no mere performance. It was genuine, hands-on practice. Opening Weibo, Qi Miao discovered that Li Xiao was absent from the trending searches today. How could this be? Such a captivating Zhu must be trending. Qi Miao quickly registered an account on Douyin, filming and uploading 3 videos in succession. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a graceful woman sat in her office, facing a fair-skinned, handsome young man. To be precise, he was a budding star. The kind her entertainment company specialized in packaging, transforming young talents into delicate, glamorous figures to be showcased in various talent shows for rapid fame and profit. In just 3 to 4 months, a national idol could be manufactured. They were all products of an assembly line, where even a pig slaughter took longer than this process. This particular young man, originally named Huang Dazhuang, was now known as Huang Dinghao, a name that perfectly matched the fresh aura of today's young idols. Huang Dinghao was a rising star in the company, successfully participating in the hottest talent show and gradually advancing towards debuting with the group, thanks to the company's connections. Yet, he lacked the necessary buzz. To remedy this, the company splurged on trending searches for Huang Dinghao today. The plan was simple: expose a little-known actress and announce a romantic relationship with Huang Dinghao, only for him to later deny it. Finally, the company would clarify that the actress merely sought to ride on Huang Dinghao's coattails. This would stir sympathy from his fans and potentially attract a wave of new followers. While it was now common for trending searches to require at least a small child to initiate, the company had observed that there were no major celebrity news stories today. As long as the data was favorable, Huang Dinghao would claim the top spot. The graceful woman advised, "Xiao Hao, the company has invested heavily today to ensure you trend. Once you become a national idol, you must make us proud." "Rest assured, Sister Wu, I will," Huang Dinghao replied, clenching his fists in determination. Sister Wu began outlining Huang Dinghao's future, stating, "Once you debut with the group, the company will secure you several variety shows. It's the quickest way to gain popularity, as you can earn significantly while maintaining a weekly presence in the spotlight. What is not to love? Thank you for your guidance, Sister Wu. Spare me the thanks. Just remember to earn the company more money when you're famous. Capitalists are no philanthropists. They expect to recoup their investments 100 or 1,000 times over from the stars they promote." Just then, a loud knock echoed through the office. For some reason, Sister Wu felt an ominous premonition. They had planned to push Huang Dinghao onto the trending searches days ago, but now someone was at her door, announcing that the trending search had been claimed by an unknown zoo director. "Come in." Sister Wu composed herself and responded. As the door creaked open, a plump staff member rushed in, panting, "Sister Wu, it's bad. The trending search has been snatched away, and it's that obscure director. Damn it, how is that even possible?" Sister Wu couldn't help but curse. Huang Dinghao's heart sank at her words. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to check. Sure enough, the trending search he had seen at the top had now been relegated below. No, it wasn't merely a matter of scrolling. It was a matter of operation. The new number 1 read, "Director challenges to revamp a zoo in 1 month." Its bold letters shining brightly. Upon clicking, he found the 3 videos Qi Miao had uploaded to the short video platform. In just 1 hour, they had gone viral, claiming the top spot on trending searches with a staggering 6.1 million views. In stark contrast, Huang Dinghao's trending search had only garnered 3.6 million views. The gap was nearly twofold, an overwhelming defeat. Fortunately, the difference wasn't too vast. They had caught wind of it in time. "Quickly contact the PR team and boost our numbers. We must reclaim the top spot today," Sister Wu commanded, and the entire company scrambled to comply. Soon, the data was adjusted upward. However, upon refreshing, current top trend, 12 million. Second trend, 8.3 million. Li Xiao still dominated the top spot. The company's operational data was no match for the organic traction the director had garnered. Is this truly happening? Has this director been boosting views? Or is it sheer luck? Sister Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. This trending search is your backyard? It just climbed to the top days ago, and now it's back again? Even the character L Ziqiao from My Apartment couldn't achieve such quick fame. Determined to uncover the truth, Sister Wu downloaded the streaming app and entered Li Xiao's live stream. Chapter 56. The cat's physique. She was captivated by Li Xiao. She admitted that he was remarkably handsome, to the point of stirring feelings within her. As the head of an entertainment company, she had encountered countless charming young men. But Li Xiao surpassed them all, not only in looks but also in the masculine vigor and charisma he exuded. It was no wonder he had suddenly skyrocketed to fame through live streaming. Yet, was he not merely tilling the land? How could such a mundane activity capture the public's attention? While she was lost in thought, she noticed a comment on the screen stating that Li Xiao had been tilling for 4 consecutive hours. This was merely the beginning. He was also expected to single-handedly restore a zoo within a month. The promotional potential was immense. If the entertainment industry didn't produce a child soon, it seemed unlikely anyone could steal his limelight. What should we do, Sister Wu? Wang Dinghao inquired cautiously. Sighing heavily, Sister Wu replied, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Xiao Hao, do you have children? Huh? Wang Dinghao looked bewildered and hurriedly shook his head. No, Sister Wu. I'm very well behaved. How could I possibly have children? Such a disappointing fellow, Sister Wu retorted. At your age, I had 2 or 3 children in my arms already. That's just my wish. Wang Dinghao exclaimed. Isn't the company strict about artists not dating? Especially for someone like me, if I were to fall in love, my fan base would surely dwindle. Yet now, they expected him to have a child. He hadn't even begun dating. How could he possibly have a child on his own? Was he a yellow eel? Sister Wu gazed deeply at Huang Dinghao and said, for now, focus on that talent show. Practice your dancing and singing and refrain from crying on stage. Audiences detest young men who lack professional skills and weep on camera. The Young Jinli act is outdated and tarnishes public perception. What about my trending topic? He asked. If the trending topic doesn't rise, let us not dwell on it for now. We'll strategize once the buzz around the zookeeper fades. Sister Wu had resigned herself, unwilling to confront Li Xiao directly. While she could certainly invest behind the scenes, the sheer number of Li Xiao's fans and their appeal made it a formidable challenge. Is it impossible to trend? Can't we even compete for the trending topic? Huang Dinghao thought he misheard. However, Sister Wu had made her decision, and he dared not voice further objections. Unless there is anything else, you may leave. From today onward, I permit you to date. It would be best if you could discreetly have a child without us knowing. After dismissing Huang Dinghao, Sister Wu returned to Li Xiao's live stream. Although she had only watched for a few seconds earlier, she was already drawn to him. How was it just tilling the land that captivated her? Like many other girls, she was enchanted by Li Xiao's looks and physique. Besides the women, most viewers were there to see the animals. Sure, they had seen lions. But had they ever witnessed a lion tilling the soil? They had seen kangaroos. But had they ever seen them fetching water? They had seen monkeys. But had they ever seen them unloading cargo? The animals Li Xiao cared for seemed almost sentient. Their expressive little eyes and actions mirrored those of humans, if it weren't for the animal skins they wore. Of course, beyond the animals, Li Xiao's trending status was also due to the endeavor itself. The task of restoring a zoo in 30 days, although assisted by animals, was daunting enough to generate explosive headlines. When the Zhanyu platform began its promotional efforts, the online buzz had already begun to build. As Li Xiao continued to till for 3 intense hours, the live stream erupted with excitement. Subsequently, fans began to promote him spontaneously, not so much as a marketing effort, but rather to show off. I have a friend who, they proclaimed, counting down the hours, 2, 3, and finally, the discussions online grew exponentially. With the aid of Qi Miao's short videos, it was no surprise that he naturally broke into the trending topics. Moreover, the momentum behind this topic was significant, with the heat continuing to surge. The longer Li Xiao tilled, the higher his popularity soared. A single person restoring a zoo in 30 days? Are you kidding me? They thought social media had truly lost its way if this could trend. How much did they spend to buy this trending topic? Recently, this zookeeper has become quite popular. If they have money to spare, why not donate it instead of buying trends? It's a game for the wealthy, which I clearly do not understand. As they watched, a group of bewildered netizens, much like Sister Wu, struggled to comprehend why such triviality could trend. However, upon a closer inspection, they were astonished to discover that Li Xiao was genuinely putting in the effort. He had indeed been tilling for an hour. No matter how they viewed it, it didn't seem like a joke. Nonetheless, skepticism lingered. Doing the work was one thing. Accomplishing it was another. This was not child's play. The sheer volume of work involved in restoring a zoo made it seem impossible for one individual to achieve, bordering on the miraculous. Is it really 400,000 online viewers already? Li Xiao glanced at the live stream, pondering the formidable promotional efforts of Zhanyu. News flashed. The zookeeper was trending again, topping the charts. Their zookeeper was magnificent. Trending again? Our zookeeper is impressive. The live stream buzzed with excitement. They had followed Lu Xian all the way, and Li Xiao's approachable and genuine demeanor shone through, especially with his hard-hitting streaming style that was unparalleled. Accustomed to the polished personas of young idols, they found themselves enchanted by this raw, authentic streamer. Even more astonishing was the fact that this hardcore streamer could cook, showcasing his multifaceted abilities. Watching Li Xiao sign an S contract within 2 days, witnessing him trend 3 times in 4 days, twice reaching the top, filled them with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Though it had no direct bearing on their lives, they felt an overwhelming joy, akin to watching their beloved pet grow and achieve numerous accolades. Chapter 57. The fire at Li Xiao's old residence. Li Xiao was just about to marvel at the impressive promotion of the Zhanyu platform when suddenly, breaking news flashed before him. The principal had once again ascended to the top of the trending charts. Trending number 1. The principal is incredible. In less than a week of broadcasting, she had made it to the trending list 3 times, topping it twice. At this moment, one could not help but echo the iconic line from Xiao Gang in Kung Fu. Is there anyone else? The live stream was ablaze with excitement. Many viewers had tuned in on the very first day of Li Xiao's broadcast, having followed him on this journey. Witnessing his signing of the S contract and his frequent appearances at the top of the trending list, they felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Although their relationship with him was tenuous, it brought them immense joy. This feeling was akin to watching one's beloved pet grow up to achieve great honors, filling one's heart with pride and a profound sense of accomplishment. Another trending moment? Li Xiao glanced at the barrage of comments, astonished. He then cast a quick look at his follower count. 6 million. It had only been half a day, and he had gained 200,000 followers. And the numbers were skyrocketing. If all went well, he could reach 2 million by nightfall. Li Xiao had never anticipated that his efforts would yield such rapid growth in followers. Without hesitation, he resolved to continue his endeavors. Short video enthusiasts from Douyin checked in, while Weibo users followed suit. The principal was indeed formidable. Even his yellow cow at home felt overshadowed. How long could the principal sustain this? At most, another hour. 5 hours would undoubtedly be the principal's limit. Let us place a wager. If the principal surpasses 5 hours, I'll send a rocket, and for every additional hour, I'll send another. Who's in? I am. Count me in. I don't believe the principal can last beyond 5 hours. The viewers in the live stream eagerly placed their bets. They were not questioning Li Xiao's abilities. They genuinely believed that human endurance has its limits. 5 hours. Huh? Are you insulting me? Li Xiao smiled silently. He had begun his work at 10 in the morning, and with the previous 4 hours accounted for, it was now 2 in the afternoon. Though he hadn't eaten or drunk anything, he felt invigorated and ready to push on until nightfall. Plowing was rather monotonous, and before he knew it, an hour had slipped by unnoticed. 5 hours had passed. The principal was still at it. No words could express their admiration. Worship was in order. How could anyone have predicted the principal would be this relentless? Those who had placed bets were now ready to pay up. Whirlwind little tyrant, sent a rocket. Commenting, this wager was my idea. I accept the loss. I can afford it. Beautiful sister Zhou, who never speaks, sent a rocket, saying, I underestimated this. Now I can't afford the safety measures I wanted to buy tonight. El Dehua, the hand of Neza 2, 4 rating, sent a rocket, adding, the principal really has great stamina. I wonder who will benefit from it later. Tao Yao Yao sent 10 rockets, exclaiming, I missed this morning. And the principal has trended again. I truly did not misjudge him. With Tao Yao Yao's arrival, the live stream surged with renewed excitement. After all, Tao Yao Yao had been the steadfast queen of Li Xiao's live broadcasts from the start. The earlier bettors were quick to reciprocate, showering the stream with rockets. This flurry of donations caused the stream's popularity to soar, securing its position at the pinnacle of the Feiyu platform. Meanwhile, Mengming Jiang was also present in Li Xiao's live stream. Observing the soaring viewer count and popularity, it felt as if she had been pierced by a knife. Just prior, Li Shuguang had inflicted a similar wound upon her. Upon witnessing Li Xiao's signing with Qi Miao, Li Shuguang realized he had missed the chance to partner with someone destined for greatness. Had it not been for Mengming Jiang's misguided comments about data manipulation, leading him to harbor prejudice against Li Xiao, he could have signed him. The failure to secure a contract with Li Xiao left Li Shuguang seething with anger, which he then directed entirely at Mengming Jiang. She was distraught, nearly in tears as she watched Li Xiao's broadcast. Why? None of this made sense. Despite her daily efforts to present herself attractively, it seemed she was overshadowed by a rugged man playing in the mud. The most perplexing part was that the male viewers in Li Xiao's stream outnumbered the female ones. What had become of men today? Were they no longer interested in beautiful women, but instead drawn to rough-hewn men? Was the era of same-sex love truly upon them? Maybe a trip to Thailand was in order to undergo a transformation? Before she knew it, the clock struck 6 in the afternoon. Li Xiao had labored tirelessly throughout the day, far exceeding everyone's expectations. During this time, both Xie Yu and Dan Dan had taken multiple breaks, while Li Xiao had not paused for a moment, only occasionally sipping some spiritual water. The day's arduous work was not in vain. Through the combined efforts of Li Xiao, Xie and Dan Dan, nearly half of the zoo had been thoroughly plowed. King Jiji and the others had also tidied up the zoo impressively. With a swift motion, Li Xiao tossed the rope to the ground, stretched, and declared, "Let us head home for dinner. Everyone, rest well tonight. We continue tomorrow." Howling in dismay, Xie and Dan Dan were close to tears upon hearing that they would have to plow again the next day. The other animals fared no better. They contemplated rebellion, but such thoughts were fleeting. They knew that, even united, they could never match Li Xiao's strength, given that he controlled their food and drink. Animals would never be slaves unless their needs were fully met. The atmosphere in the live stream was charged with tension as viewers were taken aback. More work tomorrow? It seemed the principal was genuinely serious. "Xiaohei, let us go home." With a call, Li Xiao began his journey home. The live stream remained active, as he intended to showcase his culinary skills upon arrival to attract more followers. However, just as he approached his home, merely a few meters away, Li Xiao froze in place. Thick smoke billowed from his old residence. What the hell? Who set my house on fire? Ignoring his fatigue from a long day's work, he sprinted toward his home with utmost urgency. How careless. He should have sent a drone to monitor the old residence while he rested at the zoo during the day. If anything had gone awry, he would have been informed in real time. Regret surged within him. In truth, there was not much left in the old house. Only a few antiques left by his grandfather, which had never been appraised, leaving him uncertain of their worth. Beyond that, there were numerous photographs of his grandfather and parents. Those photos were treasures, priceless memories, and longings. Who could have the audacity to set fire to the principal's home? They must be devoid of morality. It had to be Zhang Baba. He held a grudge against the principal. Quickly call the firefighters. In this remote mountain area, by the time they arrive, everything will be burnt to ashes. The tension among the viewers in the live stream heightened, each one gripped by anxiety. Chapter 58. The kitchen as an alchemical crucible. It seems the arsonist has yet to make their escape. Li Xiao forcefully kicked open the door and bellowed. "Which scoundrel is burning down my house? Come out at once." Cough, cough, cough. No sooner had he spoken than a violent coughing fit seized him. Even Little Black had to shut his eyes in discomfort, for the yard was filled not only with thick smoke, but also the overwhelming scent of pungent peppers, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. The coughs came uncontrollably, and tears threatened to spill. Don't panic, I'm just preparing dinner," came the voice of Qi Miao. Upon hearing her, Li Xiao hurried to the kitchen, only to find Qi Miao rubbing her eyes with one hand while wielding a spoon with the other, cooking something in a pot that appeared black and charred, resembling charcoal. "Hee, I know you worked hard in the fields today, so I thought I'd let you sample my culinary skills. Aren't you touched?" she said, turning her head to reveal a smile. Thankfully, her fair complexion was visible amidst the smoke. Otherwise, Li Xiao might not have recognized her. "Touched? Touch where? The head or the tail?" The director exclaimed. "My heart is in shambles." Ha ha ha. So it was Qi Miao who was cooking. What a relief. It was merely a false alarm. The viewers in the live stream sighed in relief, their anxieties eased. Standing at the kitchen entrance, Li Xiao sincerely inquired, "Isn't it a bit harsh to eat stir-fried peppers at night? What if it upsets our stomachs and we end up rushing to the toilet? That would be quite unfortunate. It is well known that one should avoid spicy food, chives, and enoki mushrooms the night before. You have quite the nose. I just prepared a dish of spicy stir-fried meat." Qi Miao retorted. "What does having a good nose have to do with anything? Even the flavor-blind red lay from good man could tell what you're cooking." Li Xiao replied incredulously. "Surely, you must be concocting some elixir." He added with utmost seriousness, "May I boldly inquire, are you refining a first-grade energy-boosting elixir or a fire-consolidating pill from Do Patsang Xiao? Is your master the one who, like Su Xian, sleeps with snakes, Xiao Yan, or the one who has shed blood and contributed to the sect, by Xiao Chun?" Li Xiao's inquiries were heartfelt because, if one were unaware, they might genuinely believe Qi Miao was engaged in alchemy. The scene was far more intense than by Xiao Chun's elixir making. If she failed to produce a 9th-grade elixir, it would be an affront to this spectacle reminiscent of the Black Mountain Old Demon's entrance. "Director, you are truly remarkable." Ha ha ha, hurling insults without foul language. Qi Miao responded, "You seem detached from the mortal world, do you not?" The viewers erupted in laughter. Qi Miao awkwardly defended herself. "I am clearly just cooking." "Then why are you not using the range hood?" Li Xiao exclaimed as he rushed into the kitchen, activating the range hood and opening the window. Otherwise, before Qi Miao could finish cooking, she might choke to death in the kitchen. Though they were in the countryside, there was indeed a range hood in the kitchen, purchased by Li Xiao during his college days while working part-time to buy one for his grandfather. Of course, The kitchen also retained its rural charm, a traditional earthen stove. Fortunately, Qi Miao was unfamiliar with the stove. Otherwise, the old house would have certainly caught fire before Li Xiao returned. Huh. Qi Miao observed Li Xiao's actions, seemingly discovering something new. This big fellow can absorb smoke? Li Xiao, with a face full of black lines, retorted. I feel like you might be the real country bumpkin here. Ugh, primitive society dweller. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao queried. If you don't even know what a range hood is, please tell me you've at least cooked before. This is my second time cooking for someone. Qi Miao replied with a grin. Director, you are quite lucky. Luck? No thanks. Others cook for money, but you cook for lives. Li Xiao suppressed his inner sarcasm and asked, when was the last time you cooked? 2 years ago. That long. Qi Miao pondered for a moment, then recalled. I remember that day was my father's birthday. I prepared a feast to surprise him. And then, after tasting it, my father said it was delicious. He couldn't let just himself enjoy such good food, so he urged me to move out and find a boyfriend to share it with. Li Xiao, exasperated, buried his face in his hand. That old man was remarkably robust, having eaten Qi Miao's cooking. He not only avoided a hospital visit for his stomach pump, but also survived. What a testament to self-reliance. Moreover, he suddenly pushed Qi Miao out of the house to prevent further culinary experiments. Old age brings wisdom. Yet, how unkind of the old man to expel Qi Miao. Was he not endangering others? Most importantly, could Qi Miao's cooking skills truly attract a boyfriend? Was he not concerned about potentially fatal outcomes that would ultimately be his responsibility? The quality of one's culinary skills can often be discerned from their understanding of the kitchen and their techniques. As for Qi Miao, her unfamiliarity with the range hood and her stir-frying style resembled a cricket fight, hardly commendable. Would anything edible emerge from this chaos? Surviving this ordeal would be a blessing. I'm not sure what you like to eat, so I made stir-fried peppers with meat and a cold tofu salad, finishing off with a fried egg. Qi Miao, brimming with confidence, declared, I'm now preparing to fry the egg. She then picked up an egg and gently cracked it against the frying pan. With a splat, the eggshell fell into the pan while the egg white and yolk landed on Qi Miao's hands. Li Xiao frowned slightly. If I'm not mistaken, are you planning to fry the egg with your palm, like Xingyi and the god of food? Why don't you take care of that in the bathroom while I handle this? Qi Miao stepped forward, taking charge of the kitchen. All right. She nodded awkwardly and quickly dashed to the bathroom. Before long, she returned. Director, let me help you. Qi Miao was eager to impress her idol. No need. I can manage. Your egg is ready. I'll get you a plate. No, really, it's unnecessary. Li Xiao hurriedly protested, but he was a step too late. Qi Miao had already grabbed a plate, and with a crash, one misstep sent it shattering to the floor. I'll take care of it. Qi Miao panicked, immediately reaching for a broom. Yet, with a careless sweep, she knocked over a bowl. It's all right. It's all right. Broken things bring peace. Li Xiao reassured her, though inwardly he wished to slap himself. Li Xiao, you are so hypocritical. It was intentional. I'll clean up. No, really, it's not needed. The important thing was worth repeating thrice. This time, Li Xiao stepped forward to block Qi Miao, cautioning, with so many shards, what if you cut your hand? You should rest in the living room or change your clothes. You splattered quite a bit of oil while cooking. Okay. Qi Miao thought Li Xiao was concerned about her, her heart racing with excitement. Phew. Finally, she had been sent away. Li Xiao, as if liberated, let out a long sigh. Now, Li Xiao had seen through Qi Miao. This woman was a kitchen killer. Whatever she touched in the kitchen seemed to break. Chapter 59. A profitable 5-draw lottery at last. Li Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of liberation as he sent that woman away. He had come to realize that Qi Miao was a calamity in the kitchen. Whatever she touched seemed destined for disaster. No wonder her father had delicately urged her to leave home, not only to prevent her from poisoning herself, but largely to preserve the sanctity of the kitchen. After all, if the kitchen were to explode, he would have no warm meal to savor. Outside, she radiated glamour and brilliance, yet in the kitchen, she was utterly inept. Like a fool. It appeared to be the plight of most women. Soon enough, Li Xiao had prepared a fresh meal, placing it on the stone table outside. Qi Miao, puzzled, inquired, what happened to the dishes I made? I accidentally spilled them, so I made a new batch, Li Xiao replied, unable to confess that he had deliberately discarded her cooking. He had given her food to Xiao He, who nearly rolled his eyes in disdain after sniffing it. No, you must taste my culinary skills, Qi Miao insisted, rising as if to prepare another dish. We're out of ingredients. Let's save it for another day, Li Xiao urged. One day, when I no longer have any attachment to this world, I will surely feast on your cooking. Qi Miao believed him and finally ceased her insistence, obediently beginning to eat. Li Xiao sat beside her, enjoying his meal while checking the day's live stream statistics. 1,900,000. Today, there had been a surge of 500,000 followers. Time for a lottery draw. Draw, Li Xiao silently chanted, decisively initiating the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired painting skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired sculpting skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired stargazing skill. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a box of bees. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mechanical arm. Painting skill. By mastering this skill, the host can swiftly learn techniques in inkwash painting, sketching, and abstract art. This allows for artistic expression with the animals at the zoo, enhancing both emotional connections and potential for selling the animal's artwork, achieving triple benefits. The host may also paint on the walls of the zoo, increasing its aesthetic appeal. Note, this skill can also be applied to human subjects. The host is encouraged to learn with confidence. Sculpting skill. Although the host can already craft small bamboo whistles, mastering the sculpting skill will elevate their craftsmanship to new heights, enabling the creation of stone, wood, and sand sculptures. Note, the host may also create exclusive sculptures for animals, generating additional income. Stargazing skill, an ancient and mysterious technique from Huaxia. Upon learning, the host gains the ability to observe celestial phenomena at night, thus predicting upcoming weather and natural disasters, thereby effectively safeguarding the animals. Note, this skill is profoundly enigmatic and may be misconstrued as a scam by the uninformed, leading others to regard the host as a semi-divine figure. Please use caution in public. A box of bees. This box contains the Himalaya giant bee, the largest bee species in the world, measuring 8,798 inches in length, 2 to 3 times the size of a common bee. The Himalaya giant bee produces the most precious honey, known as mad honey, which contains psychoactive properties. While consumed in moderation, it can become a potent hallucinogen. Overindulgence may prove fatal. In the United States, honey can fetch prices between 60 and 80 per pound, equating to 360 to 500 renminbi for every 0.45 kilograms. Though these are black market prices unavailable in local supermarkets. This box houses over 1,000 bees, including queens, drones, and worker bees, forming a self-sustaining micro-society that obeys the host's commands. Note, the Himalaya giant bee can protect the host, and the honey can provide economic benefits. Treat them well. Mechanical arm. This high-tech prosthetic, once donned, integrates seamlessly with the user, enhancing strength and attack power, and cannot be removed. Note, this arm is suitable only for crawling animals. Good grief, what a ripoff. Li Xiao thought, ready to revel in the mechanical arm's potential, only to be dismayed by the stipulations. Upon first seeing the mechanical arm, he envisioned the Winter Soldier from the Marvel films. If he could wear the mechanical arm, would he not transform into the Winter Soldier himself, gaining immense power, moving with grace, and exuding an air of cold ruthlessness? However, this was only true for the Winter Soldier and Captain America, the Winter Soldier. In subsequent films, he became a mere side character, reduced to shooting with a machine gun. Alas, the mechanical arm was suitable only for crawling creatures. Presently, there were no injured animals around him, so the mechanical arm would have to be set aside for the time being. As for the box of Himalaya giant bees, it was an unparalleled treasure. Their hives were not only located atop perilous mountains, but were also remarkably elusive. Even honey-loving bears had difficulty breaching their territory. Their greatest threat was humanity. Yet, even humans require ladders and ropes, spending hours to reach their hives, often at the risk of their lives. Consequently, the number of honey hunters targeting the Himalaya giant bees had significantly dwindled. Li Xiao was now the sole individual cultivating these bees. As long as they produced honey, it would be an inexhaustible source of wealth. Even if Li Xiao merely lounged at home, selling the honey daily could make him a little tycoon. Moreover, the stargazing skill was a remarkable asset. The Lonely Mountain Zoo was nestled within the mountains, a region fraught with geological hazards. By mastering this skill, he could proactively protect and relocate various animals, safeguarding not only the zoo's creatures, but also other wildlife. However, as the system cautioned, the use of the stargazing skill must be approached with discretion in public to avoid becoming a figure of mockery, akin to the tree man from the film Hello, Mr. Tree. In comparison to these three skills, the painting and sculpting skills seemed somewhat lesser. Yet overall, this lottery was indeed a resounding success. Li Xiao, brimming with excitement, indulged in a few more bites of his meal, musing inwardly. What could the remaining 5 rewards be? Chapter 60. The pack emerges. Congratulations to the host for acquiring carrot seeds. Congratulations to the host for acquiring fish feed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring drone. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 pounds of fresh meat. Watermelon seeds 5. Capable of growing watermelons, albeit slowly, yet they are exceptionally sweet. Carrot seeds 5. Capable of growing carrots, also at a slow pace, but they are delightfully crisp. Fish feed 100. Specifically designed for feeding fish, it enhances their appetite, accelerates their growth, and fosters a bond with the host. They drone, and 100 pounds of fresh meat are items that Li Xiao has frequently received, thus requiring no further introduction. As anticipated, the rewards pale in comparison to those from a lottery. Currently, the Lonely Mountain Zoo does not house any fish, having only a solitary golden koi, which is perfect for the fish feed. Regarding the watermelon and carrot seeds, since Li Xiao has already utilized the golden soil, he can only plant them in ordinary soil tomorrow. With the conclusion of the lottery, Li Xiao feels satisfied. After a brief tidying of the dishes, a cacophony of sounds erupts from the sky, followed by a whirlwind descending. Master, I have found them. The wild boar herd is located. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively turns his head. At this moment, the sky has darkened. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they discern a hint of gray in the air, akin to swirling dust. The ground trembles increasingly, accompanied by a distant rumbling sound, reminiscent of the muffled drums on an ancient battlefield. A herd of beasts? This resonates as a thought among them. Having lived in the forest for years, they are no strangers to such scenarios. However, throughout all these years, they have never encountered a herd of beasts within their patrolled area. The vicinity is riddled with landmines, and animals are wise enough to steer clear. What herd could create such a commotion? The squad leader remains composed, lifting his binoculars for a closer inspection. Adjusting the focus, he scrutinizes the animals within the dust and silently grins. Hiss. It's a wolf pack. Gray wolves. Wolves? How could that be? The other team members express disbelief, hastily raising their binoculars. Soon enough, within their field of vision, a vast array of wolves materializes, a dizzying sight. A rough estimate reveals over 30 of them. Among them, several appear particularly robust, measuring around 1 meter 30 to 40 in length. The pack surges forth, heedlessly trampling the earth and racing wildly, raising clouds of dust that obscure the sky. No, it shrouds the moon. Like an uncontrollable tide, they surge and churn. The scene is incredibly grand, evoking a sense of trepidation. Having been in this forest for 5 to 6 years, the squad has witnessed numerous herds. Yet this is their first encounter with such a multitude of wolves. Just as their hearts tremble, an unsettling sensation washes over them. The direction in which the wolf pack is charging feels ominously directed towards them. In that instant, the squad leader shudders, as if an electric current has coursed through his body. Terror replaces his expression as he screams with a heart-wrenching urgency. Run. Escape. Without needing a reminder. The other 14 members snap out of their stupor. They whirl around and sprint away. However, it is too late. Much too late. Their reactions lag, while the pack's speed is overwhelming. As they perceive the wolves drawing near, their anxiety intensifies. In their panic, their breaths quicken, naturally slowing their pace. They scarcely have the chance to shout, and within mere minutes, the tide of wolves has already engulfed them. Wolf claws trample and wolf fangs tear. The strength of the pack is devastating, as if it could obliterate anything in its path. Crucially, the gray wolves are astute. Upon approaching, they grip the necks of their prey, swiftly severing their breath. In mere seconds, the 5 individuals are torn apart, reduced to a grotesque state. In the gray dust, crimson blood splatters. The wolf pack swiftly departs, showing no interest in feasting upon the remains. Their pace remains unaltered and direction unchanging. The eyes of the wolves are wholly suffused with bloodlust. As if receiving a command, they charge towards the cluster of tents 10 miles away. Upon closer inspection, a fully armed figure trails behind the pack. The tent encampment was established by soldiers 6 years ago, serving as a secret base, unknown to outsiders. To ensure the safety of the base, numerous landmines have been buried nearby, in addition to regular patrols. At this hour, the occupants of the base have gradually succumbed to slumber. Just then, boom, a nearby landmine detonates, shaking a significant portion of the forest. The shockwave surges, wildly spreading. Shrapnel flies through the air, flames roar and consume. Yet, not a single gray wolf perishes. The figure amidst the pack now leads the charge, seemingly aware of the landmine locations, triggering them first. Following the explosions, the gray wolves thunderously advance. In mere moments, every landmine in the 100-meter radius detonates. The wolf pack, undeterred, rushes forward as the explosions ring out, drowning out the sound of their stampede. The cacophony of blasts and shockwaves intertwines, tearing through the surroundings. Flames and dust surge together, devouring and scorching everything in their path. Amidst this chaos, the wolves gallop, occasionally wounded by shrapnel, yet they show no intention of halting. It is a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation, utterly harrowing. As the pack nears the base, with a roar from the Wolf King, all gray wolves howl in unison, seemingly heralding their arrival. Within the ashen dust, they resemble sharp blades, hurtling forward with formidable momentum. The base and its periphery, already stirred by the continuous explosions, are met with the shrill sound of alarms. All soldiers burst forth from their tents, fully armed, standing vigilant around the base. Some soldiers dash into vehicles, prepared to launch artillery at a moment's notice. Based on the direction of the explosions, Colonel Wang Miao swiftly organizes the personnel. Instinctively, they suspect that an enemy has discovered the location of the base and is launching an assault. Yet, as they focus their gaze, their expressions freeze in shock. A torrent of emotions, astonishment, horror, disbelief, overwhelms them. Their pupils dilate, faces stiffen. Incredulity washes over them as they take in the scene. Amidst the cacophony of explosions and the swirling dust, a relentless stampede of wolves rushes forth. The spectacle is so awe-inspiring that it awakens the deepest-seated terror within their hearts, the primal fear of wolves. In an instant, they feel as if their minds have short-circuited. What has come over these gray wolves? What provoked them? Why are they relentlessly attacking the base? Typically, gray wolves do not provoke humans unless driven by hunger or provoke themselves. The soldiers are bewildered, yet a chill seeps into their hearts. Chapter 61. The passing wolf pack. Li Xiao furrowed his brow. Before him lay a pack of wolves unique to this region, their appearance reminiscent of domestic dogs, with thick fur, pale faces, and coats predominantly of tawny hue. Compared to other wolf species, they were somewhat smaller and shorter-legged, yet markedly more aggressive. Some believed that the paler the coat and the smaller the size, the more likely it was that such a wolf was the alpha. Others speculated that they were the ancestors of the wolf dog. Today, however, the plight of wolves was dire. Entrenched biases against them had made their existence increasingly precarious. They evaded human presence, but were still relentlessly hunted. In the wild, wolf sightings had dwindled, and most people could only observe them in zoos, where these creatures, confined to cages for extended periods, had lost their primal essence. Typically, a wolf pack consisted of about 7 members, hence the saying the 7 wolves. The largest packs could number up to 36, but rarely exceeded 20. Li Xiao had no inclination to enlighten the viewers in the live stream. Something felt deeply amiss. In his line of sight, a formidable throng of wolves surged forward, a veritable swarm that appeared to far exceed the usual 36. This was unprecedented. How could there be so many wolves all at once? Were they planning to transform into werewolves under the full moon? Among them, Li Xiao discerned several particularly robust wolves, their lengths reaching approximately 1 meter, perhaps even more. The pack charged forward from every direction, trampling the earth with reckless abandon, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. No, it eclipsed the moon itself. The spectacle was far more awe-inspiring than the earlier monkey troop. It resembled a flood unleashed, tumultuously out of control. Anyone caught in this maelstrom would undoubtedly feel their heart race in terror. From a young age, Li Xiao had known that wolves roamed the mountains. He had seen 1 or 2 on occasion, but never had he encountered such a multitude. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, amplifying his sense of foreboding. The most troubling aspect was that the direction in which this wolf pack was charging seemed to be towards him. Half a second later, a jolt surged through Li Xiao's body, akin to an electric shock. His face was overtaken by anxiety and fear as he let out a desperate scream. Run. Without needing further prompting, his companions, Whirlwind and Mountain Peak, snapped out of their stupor and began to flee in a flurry. Mountain Peak climbed swiftly into a tree, while Whirlwind flapped his wings, preparing to take flight. Only Li Xiao remained, compelled to rely on his legs to escape, though he had mastered the skill of light-footed movement. Facing such a horde of snarling gray wolves made his legs tremble, and his pace faltered. "Director, hurry. Please don't get hurt." How could such a multitude of gray wolves appear so suddenly? Was the director truly in danger of perishing here? "Hold on, Director. I'll call the authorities." Kid, with so many wolves, calling the police won't help. Earlier, as they left, he had seen the golden koi thrashing about in the water. Could it be that it sensed danger and was trying to prevent the director from venturing out? The viewers in the live stream were filled with trepidation. Some covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene, while others wished they could leap through the screen to save Li Xiao. However, an extraordinary event transpired. As the wolf pack drew nearer, they inexplicably ignored Li Xiao, continuing their frantic charge ahead. Several gray wolves brushed past him, casting a lingering glance in his direction. Li Xiao could even feel the waves of warmth emanating from their nostrils. When the pack vanished from sight, Li Xiao stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Whirlwind and Mountain Peak, still shaken, took a full minute to cautiously return to his side. Despite being the rulers of the sky and the elite among serpents, they too felt fear in the face of such overwhelming numbers. It was undeniable. Wolves were incredibly intelligent and perilous. Otherwise, why were lions and tigers featured in circuses? Yet wolves were conspicuously absent? Goodness, how dramatic. Li Xiao mused. Why did these wolves disregard the director? Was it because he was too lean? No, the director was a chosen one. They would not dare to feast upon him. The viewers in the live stream let their imaginations run wild. Having lived long lives, many had never witnessed such a scene. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao remarked, perhaps this pack of wolves has no interest in me. We shouldn't harbor such deep-seated prejudice against them. Whenever wolves are mentioned, we think of their cunning nature and propensity for violence. In truth, wolves can be benevolent. Otherwise, legends of wolf children wouldn't exist. Some mothers, through negligence, had lost their children, only for wolves to carry them away and nurture them. These children, raised on wolf milk, living among the pack, gradually lost their humanity, gaining a wildness instead. While it was a pity, at least they survived. If they had encountered hunting dogs or other predators, they would have been torn to shreds. In fact, there were not only wolf children, but also leopard children, monkey children, bear children, antelope children, dog children, bird children, and pig children. One day, I will regale you with these tales. Li Xiao continued narrating. How wonderful. I adore stories. The viewers chimed. Director, you are truly knowledgeable. Perhaps you could tell us stories at night to lull us to sleep. Suddenly, Li Xiao interjected, as if struck by a thought. If the wolves target isn't me, then who is it? The direction they are heading seems to be towards the wild boar herd. By heavens, their target is the wild boar herd. Li Xiao finally comprehended why the wolves had so closely brushed against him, yet paid him no mind. They deemed him too feeble, unworthy of their attention. It was only the wild boars that could satiate their hunger. Let us hurry. We must leave before the wolves devour all the boars. Li Xiao urged, quickening his pace. Who would have anticipated that in search of wild boars, he would encounter a pack of wolves whose sights were set on the very same prey? In the wild, circumstances could change in an instant. Animals, in their quest for sustenance, were perpetually embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. Director, perhaps it's best not to go ahead. There are wolves up there. Indeed, if the wolves become bloodthirsty, they might turn on you. You cannot expect to be as fortunate as before. For a mere herd of wild boars, it's simply not worth it. The live stream audience, anxious for Li Xiao's safety, implored him to reconsider. Chapter 62. The Battle of Boars and Wolves. His ambition was to incorporate all the wild beasts of the mountain into the zoo. Now, encountering a wolf pack presented an ideal opportunity to capitalize on their conflict with the boars, emerging as the ultimate beneficiary. Enlisting two major animal groups at once would be a resounding success. Despite accelerating his pace, Li Xiao was too late. The wolves had clearly planned their assault. Catching the boars completely off guard, two boars stood guard on the periphery of the group, responsible for night watch. However, like Li Xiao, they hadn't anticipated the wolves' appearance. As they realized the danger, the wolf pack was already closing in amidst the billowing dust. Faced with the formidable wolves, they grew anxious and fearful. In their terror, they became disoriented and fled haphazardly. But the wolves were too swift, allowing no escape, surging forward like a flood. Instantly, they were overwhelmed by trampling claws and tearing teeth. The power of a single wolf was devastating, and the collective force of the pack was irresistible, utterly crushing the boars. Crucially, the wolves were cunning, immediately seizing their necks in their jaws, swiftly ending their lives. Within seconds, the boars were unrecognizable, their bodies covered in countless bloody lacerations. Crimson blood splattered against the gray dust. Li Xiao arrived just in time to witness this gruesome scene, drawing a sharp breath. So brutal. The wolves didn't pause or devour the boars' corpses, perhaps finding them insufficient. Maintaining their speed and direction, they continued their frenzied advance, their eyes consumed by a bloodthirsty glint, as if driven by a command or simply blinded by bloodlust. Follow them. Li Xiao remained, trailing the wolves. In a hidden cave 100 meters ahead resided a group of about 40 boars, led by a massive specimen reminiscent of Zhu Ganglai from Journey to the West, conquering the demons. At that moment, The boars were drowsing when a piercing howl shattered the silence. A woo. The resounding howl seemed to emanate from close range. The boars jolted awake, eager to bolt from the cave. Having lived in the forest for years, they understood the ominous meaning of the howl. Besides their formidable group, a pack of ruthless wolves also roamed the mountains. Although outnumbered, the boars' eyes and tough hides had made them a match for the wolves, resulting in a stalemate. However, they had clashed frequently over territory and food. Upon hearing the howl, they knew the wolves were coming and prepared for battle. But as they reached the cave entrance, they froze in astonishment. A nearby landmine suddenly detonated, shaking a large portion of the forest. The shockwave surged and spread, shrapnel flew through the air, and flames erupted. Yet, no wolves perished. The figure trailing the pack surged ahead, seemingly aware of the mine's location, triggering it first. After the explosion, the wolves continued their relentless advance. In moments, all the mines in the 100-meter zone were detonated. The wolves, undeterred, surged forward as the explosions echoed. The blasts drowned out the sound of their approach. The sound and shockwaves combined, tearing and engulfing everything around them. Flames and dust swirled together, consuming and scorching the landscape. The wolves ran through the chaos, undeterred even by shrapnel wounds. It was a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Roar, roar, roar. As the wolves neared the base, the Wolf King's roar triggered a chorus of howls, announcing their arrival. In the hazy dust, they resembled sharp arrows, striking with overwhelming force. The continuous explosions had already alerted the base. An ear-splitting alarm blared, and soldiers poured from their tents, fully armed and guarding the perimeter. Some rushed into vehicles, ready to launch missiles. Based on the explosion's origin, the base commander, Lieutenant Colonel Wang Miao, quickly reorganized his forces. They instinctively assumed an enemy force had discovered the base and launched a surprise attack. But as they focused on the scene, their expressions turned to shock, horror, and disbelief. Their pupils dilated, and their faces stiffened. The sight was surreal. In the midst of the explosions and dust, a wave of wolves charged relentlessly. The sheer spectacle evoked primal fear, the innate terror of wolves. They were momentarily stunned. What had happened to the wolves? What had provoked them? Why were they attacking the base? Wolves typically avoided humans unless starving or provoked. They couldn't comprehend the situation, but a chill ran down their spines. Chapter 63. Where is the true Wolf King? Although the current live streaming environment is not as stringent as that of domestic animations, it is wise to exercise caution. What if the moderators issue a warning and shut down the live stream? Domestic animations impose excessively strict regulations. They cannot be overly bloody, dark, revealing, or passionate. Among other restrictions, any slight infraction may lead to immediate suspension. Even if these constraints are avoided, there remains the risk of being reported by unscrupulous parents, who seem to believe that such animations could influence their children's academic futures. Series like Chinese Kid, I Am by Xiaofei, Mr. Incredible, and The Spirit Master of Painting Jianghu have all suffered the fate of being cast into the shadows, leaving their conclusions forever unknown. Currently, a clear distinction has been made between animation and anime, yet reports continue to plague both. In the past, animation flourished, bringing immense joy to children. Now, however, they are relegated to viewing trivial content. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl snapped Li Xiao back to reality. He focused his gaze and saw a massive gray wolf confronting the wild boar king. The wolf bared its sharp fangs, saliva dripping from its mouth, its eyes bloodshot and fixed menacingly on the boar. Despite the distance, Li Xiao could still detect the foul stench emanating from the wolf's jaws. The boar's pupils dilated in alarm as it charged forward just as the wolf leaped to pounce. The impact was thunderous, the wild boar's tusks slicing through the air like blades. The gray wolf reacted with remarkable agility, deftly evading the attack, before lunging onto the boar, immediately sinking its teeth into its flesh with unrestrained ferocity. Wild, brutal, utterly merciless, the state of the boar was dire, and the other wild boars stood no chance against the wolf pack. The wolves were in their prime. Victory was all but assured. Li Xiao remained hidden in the shadows, choosing not to intervene. Astonishingly, the wild boar was no match for the gray wolf. The pack had come with purpose, catching the wild boar herd entirely off guard. It was reminiscent of Li Yunlong from Bright's Sword, who, despite his ferocity, was caught off guard on his wedding night by an ambush, losing his beloved in the process. "Where is my Italian cannon?" the wild boar king lamented, hoping for assistance. However, the director could offer no aid in such a chaotic scene. The clash between the two animal factions was indeed grand, with cries, roars, and the sounds of bloodshed filling the air. The battle between boars and wolves unfolded with fervor. Anyone venturing into the mountains tonight would be terrified by the cacophony. The wild boars, with their tough hides and substantial mass, were formidable in close combat. Yet, as the gray wolves inflicted more wounds, the boars, overwhelmed by the savage onslaught, began to falter, retreating in desperation. Cornered and frightened, they sought refuge in a cave. But the gray wolves anticipated their every move, blocking all escape routes and ensuring not a single boar would escape. In a moment of courage, the wild boar king charged, attempting to break through on the left flank. Yet, the massive gray wolf, which had been clashing with him, seized the opportunity to leap onto the king's back, unleashing a flurry of vicious bites. The sharp fangs and powerful jaws tore into the boar's flesh, inflicting grievous wounds. The wild boar king, struck by pain, thrashed helplessly. But the surrounding gray wolves were relentless, converging upon him with frenzied attacks. Despite the boar's formidable defenses, it could not withstand the relentless assault. Within mere moments, it collapsed, succumbing to its injuries. Upon closer inspection, the wild boar king bore more than a dozen wounds. While none were fatal, the sheer volume of blood loss was catastrophic, with chunks of flesh visibly torn away. This was the nature of the gray wolf. Not only were they powerful fighters, but they also excelled in teamwork. The leading gray wolf approached the fallen wild boar king, jaws agape, poised to deliver the final blow. As the fangs drew near, the boar instinctively closed its eyes, resigned to its fate. But just then, an arrow shot forth from the underbrush, narrowly missing the colossal gray wolf and halting its advance. The director had made his move, yet he had missed. Was it intentional? Just moments before, Li Xiao had been ready to commend the director for his archery skills, grateful he had not acted rashly. At that crucial moment, Li Xiao truly intervened. He could have easily taken down the massive gray wolf with a single shot, but refrained, unwilling to harm any creature. The gray wolf, believing itself fortunate to have evaded the arrow, swiftly turned its gaze toward the thicket where Li Xiao lay concealed. Other wolves sensed the shift, and too began charging toward his location. Stay calm. Li Xiao steeled himself as he emerged from the underbrush. The first two wolves lunged indiscriminately at him, but Windstorm and Peak appeared just in time, flanking the wolves and halting their advance. The remaining wolves, taken aback by Li Xiao's unexpected allies, surged forward, surrounding him completely. The massive gray wolf, satisfied that the wild boar king would not retaliate or escape, slowly approached, its eyes bloodshot as if it intended to devour Li Xiao whole. It could vividly recall the power of the arrow that had grazed its face, removing several tufts of fur. Had it veered just slightly, it would have pierced its skull with ease. This was the end. The director had truly brought this upon himself. He could have retreated, but instead, he chose to engage. This was the final act. Brothers, farewell. Director, before you face your demise, could you attend to my business? My family specializes in crafting coffins. The viewers in the live stream were instantly filled with trepidation, seemingly foreseeing Li Xiao's impending doom. Surrounded by a pack of frenzied gray wolves, any individual in such a predicament would undoubtedly be torn to shreds, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome remnant. This was the ultimate conclusion. The viewer's remarks jolted Li Xiao back to reality, prompting him to hastily retract the drone. While the current live streaming environment is not as stringent as that of domestic animations, it is prudent to exercise caution. What if the moderators issue a warning and shut down the live stream? Domestic animations impose excessively strict regulations. Suddenly, a piercing howl of a wolf jolted Li Xiao from his reverie. He focused his gaze and beheld a formidable gray wolf confronting the wild boar king. The gray wolf bared its sharp fangs, saliva dripping from its maw, bloodshot eyes fixed menacingly on the boar. Despite the distance, Li Xiao could still perceive the foul stench emanating from the wolf's mouth. The boar's pupils dilated in an instant, just as the gray wolf leaped to pounce. The boar charged forward with ferocity. Boom! The massive tusks of the wild boar cleaved through the air like blades. The gray wolf reacted with lightning speed, deftly evading the attack. It then lunged at the wild boar king, immediately launching into a frenzied assault. Wild, brutal, lacking any semblance of mercy. The wild boar king's pitiful state signified that the other boars were no match for the ravenous pack. At this moment, the wolves were emboldened, making defeat seem unlikely. Li Xiao merely observed from the shadows, having no intention of intervening further. To his astonishment, the wild boars were indeed no match for the gray wolves. The pack had arrived with a purpose, catching the boars entirely off guard. It was reminiscent of Li Yunlong from Bright's Sword. Despite his ferocity, he too had been caught unawares on his wedding night, falling victim to a surprise attack and losing his beloved. The wild boar king lamented, "Where's my artillery? Is the director not going to assist? If this continues, these boars will be torn to shreds." The clash between the two formidable beast factions was indeed monumental. Filled with roars, cries, the sound of blood spraying, and the tearing of flesh, the battle of pigs and wolves unfolded with explosive intensity. Should anyone venture into the mountains tonight, they would undoubtedly be terrified by such cacophony. The wild boars, with their tough hides and robust physiques, had an advantage in close combat. However, as the gray wolves inflicted more and more wounds, the boars began to lose strength from excessive blood loss, retreating helplessly. Caught off guard, the boars sought refuge in their cave, wishing to escape the conflict. Yet, the gray wolves had already blocked the entrance and surrounded them on 3 other sides, leaving no chance for any boar to flee. Roaring with determination, the wild boar king surged forward, exerting all its might to break through to the left. Just then, the massive gray wolf, which had been engaged in a fierce clash with it, leaped onto the boar's back, sinking its teeth into the flesh. The sharp fangs combined with tremendous biting force penetrated the skin. The gray wolf, relentless, raked its claws furiously. The wild boar king was struck as if by lightning, pain coursing through its body, thrashing desperately. Nearby wolves seized the opportunity, rushing in with wild abandon. In an instant, 4 or 5 gray wolves were atop the wild boar king, their fangs tearing and claws slashing. The relentless assault resulted in a torrent of blood. Despite the boar's formidable defenses, it could not withstand such attacks. Within mere seconds, it collapsed to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the wild boar king bore over a dozen wounds. Although none were fatal, the sheer size of the injuries and the volume of blood lost were evident, with visible chunks of flesh hanging. This exemplified the gray wolf's strength not only in individual prowess but also in their teamwork. The lead gray wolf approached the fallen wild boar king, mouth agape, ready to sink its teeth into the boar's neck. As the fangs drew nearer, the wild boar king seemed to sense its impending doom, instinctively closing its eyes. However, at that moment, an arrow whizzed from the underbrush, skillfully bypassing the massive gray wolf, halting its advance. The director had intervened, but alas, it seemed the director had missed his mark. Was this a deliberate act? Just moments ago, Li Xiao had been ready to commend the director's archery skills, relieved he had not acted hastily. In that critical moment, Li Xiao had indeed made his move. Had he wished, he could have easily shot the enormous gray wolf dead with a single arrow. Yet, he refrained, unwilling to harm any creature. The gray wolf, believing itself fortunate for having narrowly avoided the arrow, suddenly whipped its head around, its fierce gaze locking onto Li Xiao's hiding place. The other wolves sensed the shift as well, 2 already charging toward him. Stay calm. Li Xiao steeled himself, stepping from the underbrush. The 2 wolves that charged first, heedless of caution, lunged at him. But the swift windstorm and peak appeared just in time, intercepting the wolves from either side. The remaining wolves, taken aback by the unexpected assistance, converged on Li Xiao, encircling him tightly, 3 layers deep, impenetrable. Meanwhile, the massive gray wolf, assured that the wild boar king would not resist or flee, approached slowly, its bloodshot eyes seemingly intent on devouring Li Xiao. It could distinctly recall the power of the arrow that had grazed its face, tearing away several tufts of fur. Had it deviated just slightly, it could have easily pierced its skull. It was over. The director was truly in peril this time. Recklessly, the director had insisted on engaging rather than retreating. This was the climax. Brothers, farewell. Director, in your final moments, could you perhaps consider my business? My family specializes in crafting coffins. The audience in the live stream held their breath, sensing the impending doom that awaited Li Xiao. Surrounded by the pack of gray wolves, their bloodlust palpable, anyone in such a predicament would surely be torn to pieces, leaving nothing but remnants. This was the inevitable conclusion. Chapter 64. The Wolf King, Gray Wolf, male or female? Has it had cubs? Do they resemble him? By the way, what is your mother's maiden name? Throughout the journey, Li Xiao relentlessly peppered the wolf with questions. Initially, the massive gray wolf endured his inquiries, but eventually, it quickened its pace, distancing itself from Li Xiao. Ha ha ha, the zookeeper is channeling Tang Sanzang. Today, I've witnessed something new, someone annoying a wolf to the point of avoidance. Gray wolf, do you need legal assistance? Blink if you do. The tense atmosphere that had accompanied their trek transformed into lightheartedness, thanks to Li Xiao's antics. In truth, Li Xiao aimed to cultivate a rapport with the massive gray wolf, as the potent capsule he had consumed should yield some tangible benefit. However, the jovial mood was short-lived. Rumbling sounds echoed through the forest as if a multitude of creatures were traversing the terrain, causing birds to scatter, ancient trees to sway, and dust and wood shavings to swirl through the air. Wolves. More wolves. This pack rivaled the previous one in size, if not exceeded it. Hundreds of wolves charged forward without any discernible formation, yet their terrifying presence instilled more dread than any formation could. The massive gray wolf, seemingly sensing the presence of its brethren, emitted a resounding howl and urged its pack to accelerate. The entire forest trembled under their collective advance. This is too many. The combined numbers of the two packs far surpassed 200, causing Li Xiao to gasp. To command such a large pack, the Wolf King must be formidable. He mused inwardly. Awoo. From the mountain summit, another colossal gray wolf emerged. Its howl resonated through the air, prompting the wolves below to surge forward with increasing speed, accompanied by a cacophony of howls. Soon, Li Xiao found himself encircled. Is that the Wolf King? No. The gray wolf atop the mountain. Why have you brought a human back? The massive gray wolf before Li Xiao. This human seeks an audience with the Wolf King. And he brings sincerity. The gray wolf atop the mountain. Sincerity from a human? Furthermore, the Wolf King tasked you with attacking the wild boar herd and retrieving all the carcasses. Where are they? The massive gray wolf before Li Xiao. There was a slight mishap. I will explain it to the Wolf King. It's none of your concern. The gray wolf atop the mountain. I hope you can provide a satisfactory explanation, or else you will be banished from the pack tonight. And the human will become our dinner. The gray wolf atop the mountain stood like a statue, perched high on the summit. Its eyes cold and unwavering as it gazed down upon Li Xiao on the mountainside. Li Xiao met its gaze, striving to maintain a clear expression. Simultaneously, he activated his insight skill. Name, Jiao Tailang. Species, gray wolf. Age, 3 years. Strength, 10, average dog 10. Agility, 9, average dog 10. Stamina, 11, average dog 10. Burst, 11, average dog 10. Likes, the position of Wolf King. This one aspires to be the Wolf King. No wonder it enjoys looking down from above, and no wonder it's so impolite to the massive gray wolf before me. Li Xiao had observed the entire pack and concluded that only the massive gray wolf before him could rival Jiao Tailang in terms of size and leadership. Naturally, Jiao Tailang viewed it as a competitor. Li Xiao then used his insight skill on the massive gray wolf before him, discovering that its ambition was also to become the Wolf King. The Wolf King is truly cursed, with 2 capable assistants vying for his position. The stats of the massive gray wolf before him were similar to Jiao Tailang's, except that it had consumed the potent capsule, increasing its stats by 3 or 4 points. As for its name, it was Yi Tailang. Jiao Tailang and Yi Tailang. Who named them? Did they both watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? After a long pause, Jiao Tailang atop the mountain finally nodded, and the surrounding wolves dispersed, clearing a wide path for Li Xiao. Yi Tailang led the way, continuing forward. Along the way, Yi Tailang lightly nudged Li Xiao and said, "Because you gave me a treasure earlier, I'll tell you something. The Wolf King's 2 children were captured by humans. That's why the Wolf King is displeased and disgusted with humans. Be careful and don't anger the Wolf King by mentioning this." Soon, Li Xiao met the Wolf King. The Wolf King was smaller than Yi Tailang and Jiao Tailang, but it was lean and muscular, with sinewy muscles like gnarled roots, exuding formidable power. The Wolf King possessed an aura of desolate slaughter, creating a sense of oppression. However, the Wolf King was missing a leg. Its left foreleg was gone. The Wolf King was injured and in poor condition, appearing weak. Even before Li Xiao approached, the Wolf King's eyes were fixed on him, like sharp knives cutting back and forth across his body. Sharp, cold. Yi Tailang approached the Wolf King and respectfully lowered its head, emitting a low growl as if engaging in conversation. After a while, Yi Tailang left, giving Li Xiao a subtle nod, signaling that it was his turn to speak. The Wolf King stared intently at Li Xiao and asked, "Human, what do you want from me?" Li Xiao took a deep breath and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you have 2 children who were captured by humans. You tried to save them, but you were too hasty and fell into a human trap, accidentally breaking your left foreleg with a stone." Crack. Yi Tailang, who had just left, slipped and nearly fell. "Damn it, weren't you told not to mention those things? Why did you bring them up right away? Are you courting death? Wait, I didn't tell you about the later part. How did you know?" The viewers in the live stream were also stunned. The Wolf King has children? Which despicable fellows stole the Wolf King's children? Poor Wolf King. Not only did he lose his left foreleg, but he also lost his children. Wait a minute, how does the zookeeper know all this? A cultivator confirmed. The zookeeper understands animal language. Didn't you see what the zookeeper said? He's just guessing. I bet the Wolf King broke his left foreleg while making little wolves. How could making little wolves break a leg? Young man, you don't understand. If the female is a wealthy heiress, her large buttocks could crush a leg or even kill you. Little did the viewers and Yi Tailang know that Li Xiao had already activated his insight skill. Through the insight skill, he not only learned the Wolf King's stats but also understood its experiences. Because its two children had not been found and its body was injured and weakened, the Wolf King had decided to hand over the position of Wolf King to either Yi Tailang or Jiao Tailang. Naturally, the two of them did not conceal their ambition to compete for the position. As for the Wolf King's name, it was Grey Wolf. Chapter 65. The Mechanical Wolf King. The gaze of the Grey Wolf King turned increasingly frigid. A year prior, the abduction of two children by humans had weighed heavily upon its heart. Li Xiao asserted, first and foremost, I must clarify that I am not one of those who took your children. Unlike them, I am the curator of the Lonely Mountain Zoo, dedicated to treating animals as friends, protecting and cherishing them. As he spoke, Li Xiao produced a mechanical arm awarded by the system. Throughout his journey, he had contemplated how to connect with the Wolf King, only to discover that the Wolf King's left front leg had been broken, presenting the perfect opportunity for the mechanical arm to shine. The Wolf King, Grey Wolf, fixed its gaze on the mechanical arm and inquired, What is this? Mechanical arm. Li Xiao explained, For a four-legged creature like yourself, losing a leg makes self-sustenance nearly impossible, bringing you perilously close to death. However, this mechanical arm can perfectly resolve that issue. Goodness, the curator intends to transform the Wolf King into the winter soldier of the animal kingdom. How captivating. This reminded me of a news story where a Japanese crested ibis, fighting for mating rights, broke its lower beak. The staff subsequently fitted it with a metal beak. And from that moment on, it became the undisputed leader of its zoo. With a mechanical arm, the Wolf King would reclaim its former glory. No longer would it fear confrontation, especially with the advantage of metal enhancement. Yet, what the Wolf King truly yearned for were not mechanical appendages, but rather the return of its two children. The former Wolf King was no more. Now, it was the noble Nuagulu Wolf King. The onlookers' imaginations ran wild. Li Xiao continued, Would you care to give it a try? This is high-tech. Once fitted, it will automatically adapt and integrate with your body. The Grey Wolf hesitated, but recalling the words of the Night Wolf, it eventually nodded gently. Li Xiao approached and affixed the mechanical arm onto the Grey Wolf. Moments later, the Grey Wolf's eyes erupted with fervent light, its breath heavy with excitement. It could distinctly feel the moment the mechanical arm was attached. It sensed its presence as if it were alive, seamlessly adapting to its form. A true treasure. The Grey Wolf's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It was astounded to discover such a marvel existed in the world. This was merely the initial benefit of the mechanical arm, and if it could adapt, its body would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Li Xiao inquired, I trust you have felt my sincerity firsthand. Are you satisfied? The Grey Wolf replied, What is your true intention? Though exhilarated, the Grey Wolf retained its lucidity. As the leader of a vast pack, it was far more astute than one might assume. Since the Grey Wolf was so forthright, Li Xiao decided to be direct as well, continuing, I manage a zoo that currently houses a variety of animals, tigers, eagles, kangaroos, white horses, bears, and more, but we are notably lacking in wolves. The Grey Wolf responded, You wish for me to bring my pack to your zoo? The warmth in the Grey Wolf's eyes turned slightly cold again. It harbored a deep mistrust of humans, bordering on disdain. Allowing Li Xiao to approach so closely had already required considerable resolve. The idea of following him to a zoo was utterly out of the question. As it knew too well how detestable humans could be, it did not want itself or its brethren to become mere tools for human profit. Li Xiao sensed the Grey Wolf's skepticism and deftly rephrased his proposal. I wish for you to bring your pack to the zoo. Not to confine you or restrict your freedom, but to create a worry-free paradise just for you. I come with genuine intentions, and I assure you that I will not harm you. Even if some of your wolves are of advanced age, I will not abandon them or sell them to researchers. In other words, your current existence is far from ideal. As humans gradually build homes and factories, they have completely encroached upon your living territory. You and your pack can only hide within this forest, reigning over it, yet confined to its limits. Not only that, but your sustenance has been inadequate. Many days pass where you go hungry, as the resources of this forest are finite. In times past, I believe you could have thrived in larger, more comfortable territories. However, that opportunity has vanished, for unspoiled forests free from human interference are now exceedingly rare. So why not come to my zoo? In my zoo, you will have better food, better water, and better shelter, and you will not suffer harm from humans, including the theft of your young ones. Li Xiao's impassioned speech grew increasingly fervent, stirring even his own blood. The gazes of the Grey Wolf and the Night Wolf shifted, becoming softer as they regarded him. Better food? Better water? Better shelter? No harm from humans? These four assurances struck at the very core of their deepest desires. Having been suppressed for so long, they had nearly forgotten such longings. Li Zhao's every word struck home, successfully stirring their once frozen hearts. The gray wolf found itself somewhat swayed. The impact of these four assurances resonated most profoundly with its role as the Wolf King. However, as the leader, it had more considerations. It questioned whether this seemingly robust human could be trusted. What if following him out of the forest led to a mass slaughter by humans? Having suffered at the hands of humans too many times, it had grown hesitant to trust them. Indeed, these gray wolves were truly absorbing his words. All beings possess a spirit, and wolves are particularly astute. Do you think the Wolf King will trust the curator and choose to follow him? Why leave the mountains to become someone else's pawn when one can reign freely in the wilderness? There is wisdom in preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix. A chicken can peck, while a phoenix is destined only to be pecked. The onlookers awaited anxiously. Li Xiao was even more impatient. Meeting the gray wolf's gaze, he stepped forward and asked, "What are you hesitating for? Do you not believe what I say, or are you afraid?" After losing its children to humans and breaking its left front leg, hiding in the mountains day after day, it had lost the ambition and aspirations befitting a wolf king, even shying away from the simplest step outside its forest. Enough! The gray wolf roared, rising abruptly, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The surrounding wolves also stood, baring their teeth and growling fiercely. As the Wolf King, how could it tolerate such mockery? Chapter 66. Subduing the Wolf King. Thrilling. A real showdown. This is more captivating than a horror film. I wonder, if the zookeeper and the Wolf King were to clash, who would emerge victorious? The zookeeper used to win, but now, with the mechanical arm, he'd surely be defeated. Your question resembles the plot of the recently released Godzilla vs. Kong. Who is stronger, Godzilla or Mechagodzilla? Li Xiao remained undaunted. Despite the close proximity, he could distinctly perceive the breath of the Wolf King's roar. You're afraid. You truly are. You've transformed entirely. No longer the Wolf King capable of commanding over 200 wolves, you've become fearful of loss, fearful of death, forfeiting your vigor. You're unworthy of the title of Wolf King. You're merely a dog clinging to life. Crack, crack. This was the sound of Grey Wolf grinding its teeth in fury. It vowed, at this moment, it desperately wanted to tear Li Xiao to pieces. Even Banana Wolf and Night Wolf sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Grey Wolf. Cowering in fear, the zookeeper is unstoppable, venturing further down the path of self-destruction. Who else but the zookeeper is such a master of courting death? Zookeeper, sorry. Understanding animal language and cultivating immortality allows me to do as I please. Li Xiao's expression grew increasingly resolute, his voice more resounding, as he declared, Wolf King, ask yourself, are you still the youth you once were? Ever since your two cubs were stolen by humans, you did resist, but after merely losing your left foreleg, you succumbed to despondency. In the human world, there's a renowned physicist named Hawking, whose muscles atrophied, language function deteriorated, and suffered from severe pneumonia. Yet he continued to pursue his passions. Even Grey Wolf in your wolf realm, in the cartoon, captured sheep for over 800 episodes, not counting the subsequent series. Yet he persevered, never discouraged, always vowing, I'll be back. But what about you? Besides clinging to life, besides cowering here, what have you done? Are you content? Are you indignant? Are you frustrated? Is this the life you desire? No, because you're already preparing for your end, contemplating relinquishing the title of Wolf King. Are you truly alive, or merely a walking corpse? Where is your Wolf King demeanor? Where is your courage? Where is your valor? Where is your ambition? You are inferior to my pet dog, Blackie. Blackie is just a dog. Howl. The wolf's howl shook the heavens, echoing through the sky. All the surrounding gray wolves cowered in fear. Li Xiao seemed to have forgotten his fear, his voice even louder than the Wolf King's, as he continued. You yearn to find your cubs. I've come today to bring you hope, the hope of finding your cubs. If you're willing, lead your pack with me now. I can heal your body, and I can help you find your cubs. Besides that, as a Wolf King, don't you wish to see the Wolf Kings from around the world? Come with me, and I can fulfill that wish too. What are you hesitating for? Are you worried I'll deceive you? What can I possibly deceive you of? Are you afraid of encountering danger? Frankly, once humans decide to develop this area, your current situation will be even more perilous. Are you afraid of the unknown future? Does cowering here offer any future? Don't forget, you are the Wolf King. And the Wolf King should be fearless and proud. I come with sincerity. Seize this opportunity, and you can have a promising future. Initially, Grey Wolf glared fiercely at Li Xiao. But as Li Xiao spoke more passionately, Grey Wolf's aura began to soften. It even avoided Li Xiao's gaze, glancing somewhat dazedly at Banana Wolf and Night Wolf. Banana Wolf and Night Wolf were no better, their eyes becoming unfocused, lost, and silent. Li Xiao's series of sharp words were so cutting that they lacerated their souls. However, it was precisely these rebukes that gradually awakened them. Li Xiao ceased speaking, not forcing them, quietly waiting. After all, they needed time to recover. Grey Wolf collapsed to the ground. It remained silent for a long time, as if replaying Li Xiao's words. Every word, every punctuation mark. Yes, what had it been doing these past few years? Clinging to life? Was this what a wolf king should do? Finding its cubs. Lofty ambitions. Wolf king demeanor. It seemed it had lost these long ago. Was it content? Was it angry? Had it strived? Unknowingly, it had truly become a wild dog without fangs, without vigor. Recalling the past and looking at the present. In that instant, the Wolf King suddenly awoke. It never imagined it had become so pathetic, fearing death, fearing loss, no different from a walking corpse. When it first became Wolf King, it was full of spirit, wanting to lead the pack to carve out a new world. But now, it couldn't even guarantee the most basic needs of food and drink. In the human world, there's a movie called Lost and Love, starring Andy Lau, based on a true story. The real father searched for his child for 15 years, and still hasn't found him. But he hasn't given up, still holding on to hope, still searching for his child. You shouldn't give up either. You should give yourself hope. Just like me. Before coming here, didn't I also have hope? Hoping to see you. Hoping not to be eaten by your pack? I, a human, surrounded by over 200 wild wolves, each wanting to devour me. I still had the courage to persevere and meet you. What about you? Where is your courage? Li Xiao's tone was no longer so harsh, as he slowly extended his hand. Grey Wolf quietly watched Li Xiao, its gaze gradually lowering, landing on the outstretched hand. Slightly lost in thought. In that instant, it felt a stirring in its heart. As a wolf king, it had never befriended anyone, even when encountering other wolves. It would defeat them and make them its subordinates, which is why its pack was so large. This was the first time it had tried to make a friend. And a human at that. Grey Wolf shook its head, slowly rising, walking to Li Xiao, and actually placing its head under Li Xiao's palm. This indicated that it had begun to trust Li Xiao. Holy crap. It worked? Just that scolding actually woke up the Wolf King. My goodness, I'm just a keyboard warrior. I'm best at scolding people. Tomorrow I'm going to find a pack of wild wolves in the wild. Screenshot, screenshot. This scene is too awesome. In the live stream, all the viewers were ecstatic. Their hearts raced, as if they themselves had tamed the Wolf King. Chapter 67. Intruder in the zoo. A shadow stealthily approached, traversing the dim corners as it searched the expansive grounds of the zoo. The vast area was largely devoid of animals and staff, rendering it nearly desolate in the dead of night. The shadow moved cautiously, pausing intermittently to survey its surroundings. Its swift pace suggested familiarity with the zoo's location, yet it lacked knowledge of the internal layout, resulting in a noticeable reduction in speed upon entry. Damn it, this zoo is larger than I expected, the shadow muttered, expressing frustration. Where on earth is the well? After catching its breath, the shadow resumed its search. Time slipped away unnoticed until fatigue overwhelmed it, and it collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Suddenly, its right hand brushed against something sticky. Could it be blood? It seemed the well was nearby. The shadow leaped to its feet in excitement, only to stumble and fall again, this time weakened by fear. Before it lay a horde of wild boars, 30 in total, each bearing visible wounds, blood streaming from their bodies. The largest among them, a dominant boar, bore the most injuries. Its blood-soaked eyes fixed intently on the shadow. Why are there so many boars? Why are they all injured? And what are they doing in the zoo? Anyone encountering this scene at night would surely be paralyzed with fear. The shadow's mind raced, overwhelmed by terror, barely daring to breathe. The leading boar took a step forward, prompting the shadow to instinctively cover its head and cry out, "Please don't eat me. I'm just lost. It was Li Xiao who harmed you, not me. You should go after him instead." In that instant, the only thought that resonated with the shadow was escape, yet the wild boars encircled it with an impenetrable barrier. Meanwhile, Li Xiao was guiding a pack of wolves toward the zoo. The Wolf King had consented to lead them into the zoo, and Li Xiao's task was to ensure their proper settlement. As they approached the zoo, a disheveled wild boar stumbled into view, causing the wolves to stand on high alert. Some gray wolves were eager to pounce, eager for a meal. Wasn't this one of the boars from the earlier conflict? Where were the others? Had the boar herd scattered after their defeat? This particular boar had just been rescued by the zookeeper, only to encounter the wolves now. The wolves thought, "We didn't order takeout. Is this boar trying to summon help from the zookeeper? The injured boar, sensing danger, hesitated but then bravely charged toward Li Xiao, biting his pant leg, urging him to follow. Why the rush? Li Xiao chuckled. Did your herd reach the zoo only to find the gates closed? Did the Boar King send you to find me? We encountered other humans in the zoo. They seemed to have nefarious intentions. The Boar King sent me to fetch you quickly. Humans in the zoo? That couldn't be true. Li Xiao believed he was alone in the vast expanse. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He sprinted back, explaining to the viewers in the live stream. The boars have arrived at my zoo and wish to stay, but they've encountered intruders. We must hurry back. What? Intruders? Who dares to trespass in the zookeeper's domain? Are they after the animals? There are indeed individuals who steal animals for profit, some even resorting to killing them outright. They must be targeting Xian Miao and Dan Dan, the two most valuable tigers. Zookeeper, hurry and save them. It seemed the night was fraught with turmoil, one event leading to another, far more captivating than the dramas starring rising stars. Sleep was out of the question. Excitement filled the air. Wake up and celebrate. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm selling energy drinks and coffee in the live stream. Come and get it. Li Xiao activated his swift steps, increasing his pace. The gray wolf, sensing the urgency, held and led the pack to hasten their movements. Soon, Li Xiao and the wolves returned to the zoo. Upon seeing a figure surrounded by the wild boars, Li Xiao exclaimed, Zhang Baba. Throughout the journey, he had thought of many individuals, but had not anticipated Zhang Baba's presence. Li Xiao had assumed that the recent surge in his live stream popularity had attracted attention to the zoo's beloved creatures, leading to potential theft. Li Xiao. Zhang Baba stammered, tears glistening in his eyes, clearly rattled by the earlier encounter with the wild boars. Li Xiao approached him, questioning. What brings you to my zoo? I got lost. His words were repetitive, his gaze evasive, the delivery lacking sincerity. It felt insincere, akin to an actor whose talent could not mask the lack of authenticity. So you still haven't learned your lesson. If you refuse to speak the truth, allow me to assist you. Li Xiao silently invoked his insight ability, although the system advised against using it on humans. He felt compelled to uncover Zhang Baba's true intentions without delay. Chapter 68. The Thief of Dogs. Species, male human. Age, 23. Strength, 6. Average for a typical human, 10. Agility, 5. Average for a typical human, 10. Endurance, 1. Average for a typical human, 10. Explosiveness, 2. Average for a typical human, 10. Attractiveness, 3. Average for a typical human, 10. Wealth, negative 35,000. In addition to these statistics, there were some visuals. The images depicted Zhang, in collusion with a stout, bearded man, taking advantage of Li Xiao's absence as he ventured into the mountains in search of wild boar. They incapacitated Qin Miao with a sedative and subsequently abducted the similarly unconscious Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Following this, Zhang infiltrated the zoo with a packet of rat poison, intending to contaminate the water source. Moreover, there was footage of them tossing sedated meat to Xiao He. However, Xiao He, being clever, refrained from consuming food offered by strangers. Instead, he cleverly used the bait to deceive a local female dog, which succumbed to the drug-laced meat. As a result, Xiao He, having come into contact with the poison, also fell into a stupor. Li Xiao finally understood why Xiao He had appeared so lethargic and listless the previous day. It was all the work of Zhang. This was the remarkable ability of the insight technique. Not only could it unveil basic data, but it also revealed past actions. Otherwise, Xiao He would not have been aware of the Wolf King's misfortunes. The insight technique bore resemblance to the judgment eye of Marvel's Ghost Rider. The only distinction was that the judgment eye could perceive only malevolent deeds and pass judgment, while the insight technique could unveil every action taken in a lifetime. Given that animals have relatively short lifespans and their daily activities are limited to eating, drinking, and other basic needs, it allows for clear insight. In contrast, humans engage in a myriad of activities throughout their lives, making it overwhelming for the brain to process such vast information. Thus, the system cautions against its reckless use. Previously, Li Xiao had only used the insight technique on himself, exploiting a bug in the system. Since he was already aware of his own actions, the system did not provide any feedback on those images. With a deep breath, Li Xiao wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and remarked, "How cruel of you to contemplate using rat poison to harm all the animals in my zoo." Suddenly, Zhang's body froze in shock. How does he know this? He thought. Had Li Xiao seen into his very soul? Not only was Zhang bewildered, but the audience in the live stream was equally perplexed. How could the director possibly know? It must be mind reading, Definitely mind reading. Haven T. They seen Love Apartment 2? Mind reading is merely an illusion. The director, being a cultivator, surely possesses powers unlike those of mere magicians. If this truly were mind reading, it would be utterly terrifying. He must ensure that his wife does not seek the director as a mentor, otherwise, his secret savings would be at risk. As Zhang gasped for breath, he retorted, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, really?" Li Xiao responded. Proceeding to search Zhang's person, Zhang attempted to resist, but the Wolf King had already approached menacingly. Faced with the metallic arm of the Wolf King, Zhang was momentarily stunned. What kind of creatures inhabit this zoo? In no time, Li Xiao unearthed a small white vial from Zhang's pocket, containing a white powder. Zhang, realizing he had been discovered, had even torn off the vial's label. Holding the vial, Li Xiao inquired, "What is this?" "Sugar," Zhang blurted out instinctively, momentarily impressed with his own quick thinking. "Then allow me to treat you to some sugar," Li Xiao said, his expression devoid of emotion as he pried Zhang's mouth open and prepared to pour the powder inside. "Whoa!" Zhang protested desperately, but it was futile. In comparison to Li Xiao, his strength was merely insignificant. Li Xiao intended to intimidate Zhang, but amidst his struggles, a spoonful of powder inadvertently slipped into his mouth. Excellent. An eye for an eye. Such a scoundrel deserves this punishment, the director thought, hoping to impart a lesson without causing any fatal consequences. After all, modern rat poison is designed not to kill rodents, but is lethal to humans. Much like contemporary pesticides that fail to eradicate pests yet can swiftly eliminate a person. "Water, water!" Zhang cried out, desperate to rinse his mouth after consuming the poison. Li Xiao, however, had no intention of providing water. With a resounding thud, he struck Zhang in the abdomen. But he was not finished. Another kick followed. "You want water? There's none, but there are plenty of fists," he thought, knowing that this would suffice to expel the contents of Zhang's stomach. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang finally heaved, expelling the contents of his stomach along with traces of blood. Li Xiao wished to continue punishing Zhang, but time was of the essence. He needed to rescue Xiao He and Xiao Bai. He turned to the surrounding animals and declared, "This scoundrel is now in your care. Make sure to give him a thorough beating. Just ensure he doesn't die. Do not fear his resistance. And do not worry about any injuries he might inflict upon you. You are all protected species, and if he harms you, the police will take care of him." With that, Li Xiao dashed down the mountain with utmost urgency. His words instilled great confidence in the animals, prompting them to join in the fray against Zhang. Especially the wild boars and wolves, who had just followed Li Xiao, eager to earn favorable treatment in the zoo. They showed no mercy. The individual responsible for the abduction of Xiao He and Xiao Bai was the one who had previously offered 5 million for the 3,000 weak waters only marry you in the livestream. Unable to secure the transaction, he resorted to theft, enlisting Zhang as his accomplice, knowing of the animosity between Zhang and Li Xiao. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 69, Midnight Fright. Originally, his intention was merely to abscond with Xiao He. However, to his surprise, Qi Miao's arrival also brought along Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, a purebred Samoyed with pristine white fur and a striking appearance, held the promise of a lucrative sale, according to his seasoned judgment. Thus, after colluding with Zhang Baba to drug Qi Miao, he opportunistically seized Xiao Bai as well. Consumed by resentment, Zhang Baba hastened to the zoo after Qi Miao was incapacitated, aiming to poison the animals before Li Xiao returned. Meanwhile, Lu Shiji parted ways with Zhang Baba, enlisting a henchman to carry away Xiao Bai and Xiao He. The henchman, a driver hired on a temporary basis, was of slender build. After carrying Xiao He from Li Xiao's residence, he was soon panting for breath. "This dog is remarkably heavy," he complained. "He feels heavier than an adult." Unable to persevere, the driver deposited Xiao He on the ground and slumped down beside him, exclaiming, as the saying goes, "Dead weight is heavy," and the same principle applies to unconsciousness. "This unconscious dog is heavy indeed." "Lower your voice," Lu Shiji admonished in a hushed tone. "Are you trying to alert the entire village?" His corpulent frame strained as he carried Xiao Bai, his fatigue evident. He inwardly cursed the dilapidated rural roads, lamenting the impossibility of driving into the village. Had vehicular access been possible, he would have absconded with the dogs long ago, rather than having to carry them all the way to the village entrance. "Boss," the driver inquired, "how much do you reckon you'll make from these 2 dogs, considering all the effort you're putting in?" "Just rest," Lu Shiji retorted irritably, "and refrain from idle chatter." "I'm merely curious," the driver persisted. "Besides, there's no one else around. Just give me a rough estimate." Silence. All right, I'll be quiet," the driver muttered discontentedly. Get up, Lu Shiji urged. It's getting late. Let's get these dogs out of the village as quickly as possible. The sooner we're done, the sooner I can relax. Don't be so hasty, boss, the driver suggested. Why don't we linger here for a while? This village has plenty of dogs. We could seize them all and make even more money. I'm interested in fighting dogs, Lu Shiji clarified. Xiaohei is worth more than all the other dogs in the village combined. Those mongrels are only good for slaughtering and eating, understand? Eating meat isn't bad either. The driver countered. If you want to eat dog meat, I have plenty back home, Lu Shiji replied. Just help me complete this task first. He said it. The driver chuckled. I'll be sure to ask for some dog penis later. That stuff is incredibly nourishing. Enough chatter, Lu Shiji commanded. Get to work. Aye, sir. The two men rolled up their sleeves and, each carrying a dog, cautiously scanned their surroundings before darting towards the village entrance with nimble movements. Shortly after their departure, a small mongrel emerged from the shadows. Its beady eyes darted around mischievously before it scurried off towards the village. This was none other than the little white dog who, after being neutered, had relentlessly harassed the veterinarian. Almost there, the driver panted. Just a little further. For God's sake, shut up. Lu Shiji snapped. Are you in heat or something? I'm tired, the driver retorted. Can't I even catch my breath? I'm not stopping you from breathing, Lu Shiji clarified, but stop moaning in front of me. Boss, you don't understand, the driver explained. There are no streetlights on these rural roads, so it's pitch black. Talking can help boost morale. Morale? Lu Shiji scoffed. That kind of noise will only attract female ghosts. I'm not afraid, the driver boasted. I've been single for 25 years. If a female ghost shows up, I'll knock her flat and make her legs go weak. Shut up. Lu Shiji groaned, his face contorted in disgust. He was beginning to realize that the driver he had hired was nothing short of a weirdo. Amidst their bickering, the two men gradually approached the village entrance. Along the straight road leading to the entrance, the villagers had planted fruit trees. As a result, a cool breeze emanated from the orchards. Emerging from the warmth of the village, the sudden gust of cool air sent shivers down their spines. Although both men were relatively courageous, they couldn't help but feel uneasy as they passed through the grove, their bodies prickling with goosebumps. Gradually, their banter subsided as they quickened their pace. However, perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but they sensed faint footsteps behind them. Light, slow, ethereal, almost imperceptible. They couldn't resist turning their heads several times, but saw nothing. Only dappled moonlight and dark shadows met their gaze. With no sign of human presence, this only heightened their apprehension. Their breathing grew heavy, their bodies trembled, their foreheads glistened with cold sweat, and their eyes darted nervously. Whoosh! Lu Shiji, walking behind, took a deep breath, attempting to reassure himself with logic. However, his efforts were futile as a growing sense of dread overwhelmed him. He could genuinely hear footsteps behind him, real and tangible. The more remote the mountainous region, the more inexplicable and scientifically unexplainable phenomena occurred. Take Fengmen Village, for example. However, the once mythical Fengmen Village had been visited by countless people in recent years and was no longer as terrifying as legend had it. Lu Shiji himself had ventured into Fengmen Village. If he could overcome Fengmen Village, he certainly couldn't succumb to this small rural village. Lu Shiji bolstered his spirits with these thoughts. Huff, huff. Just as he finished his pep talk, a series of gasping breaths echoed behind him, piercing the silence of the narrow path. Ah, my God. Both Lu Shiji and the driver were startled, a wave of icy fear coursing through their bodies, paralyzing their minds and causing them to collapse to the ground. In that instant, they both clearly saw a dark figure dart into the adjacent orchard and vanish. "B-boss." The driver stammered, his voice barely audible, laced with tremors and the chattering of teeth. "Are you scared?" Lu Shiji asked, attempting to regain his composure. "Didn't you say you could take down a female ghost?" Lu Shiji took deep breaths, trying to bolster his courage. However, his body remained uncontrollable, shaking violently. "What if it's a malevolent spirit and it tries to harm me?" The driver whimpered. "Has anyone ever told you that this village is haunted?" Lu Shiji couldn't help but ask, his eyes darting around in terror. In the lush orchard, he could make out small mounds of earth. Due to the lack of light, he couldn't see clearly, but he told himself that these were likely rural graves. In that moment, the atmosphere grew even more eerie, sinister. Chapter 70. The Dilemma of the Little Black Yet. How do I feel that something is amiss here? Is that a graveyard over there? Indeed, it appears so. We didn't notice it during the day. Should we run? Can we even escape? What if we encounter a ghost wall? How would we know if we don't try? Let us give it a shot. The two trembling figures rose, clutching Little Black and Little White, and hastily made their way toward the village entrance. They were terrified of whatever might unexpectedly emerge from the shadows, rendering them too frightened to glance around. Rustle. The sound was not merely the wind stirring the leaves. It felt as though something was brushing against their bodies. It echoed along the narrow path, wavering between near and far. Hiss. Their pupils dilated sharply as their bodies stiffened, freezing in place. Their faces turned pale, resembling the specter of a deathly figure. Boss, is that the sound of a ghost sharpening its teeth? How would I know? I've never seen one. It seems the ghost is preparing to feast upon us. Already sharpening its teeth. Wait, what is that smell? Lu Shiji stammered. Huh? What smell? This scent feels oddly familiar. Oh no, you've wet yourself. The driver glanced down, discovering his pants pocket was indeed damp. What on earth is this? How utterly humiliating. We merely came to steal a dog, and now we're haunted? They never anticipated that such a simple endeavor would spiral into this predicament. Haunted? It was not superstition nor cowardice. Rather, the eerie atmosphere of the late night was truly unsettling. Boss, should we continue running? Yes. We're less than 100 meters from the village entrance. Once we're in the car, even if there are ghosts, they cannot harm us. Then let us proceed. I will count to 3, and we'll run together. No matter what sounds we hear, do not look back. Understood, understood. The driver nodded vigorously. Ready 1, 2. Lu Shiji took a deep breath, trembling as he counted. Just as the word 3 was about to escape his lips, their bodies tensed. Suddenly, woof, a sound erupted sharply beside their ears. Run. Lu Shiji couldn't even shout 3 as he bolted forward. The driver, with his damp shoes, hurriedly followed. Hey, that sound seems a bit familiar. Boss, do ghosts bark too? Only dogs make that sound. We've been tricked. After running a few steps, they turned back, their expressions fierce. Before them stood a large wolf dog, baring its teeth and glaring at them, poised to pounce at any moment. What the hell? After all this, it turns out to be just a dog. Lu Shiji cursed. You little pup dare to scare me? I'll chop you up right now. As he spoke, Lu Shiji pulled out a small dagger from his pocket and cautiously approached the wolf dog, ready to strike. But, woof, woof, woof. From all directions came the chorus of barking. Following closely, a multitude of Chinese rural dogs emerged from the nearby orchard. They varied in size and shape, robust and lean. Male and female, there were dozens of them. Almost all the dogs in the village had gathered, glaring fiercely at Lu Shiji and the driver, intent on rescuing Little Black and Little White from their grasp. One dog? Not a problem. But a pack of dogs? That's a different story. Lu Shiji and the driver exchanged a glance, then turned to flee. If they could reach the car at the village entrance, they would surely escape these dogs' pursuit. Thus, under the stillness of the rural night, 2 dog thieves raced ahead while a horde of dogs chased fervently behind them. When they finally reached the village entrance, their joy was short-lived as they were met with dismay. Before them, their vehicle was completely surrounded by a mass of dogs. Climbing aboard was utterly impossible. It was as if this pack had anticipated their return and effectively blocked their escape. The 2 men exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, the pack of Chinese rural dogs was closing in, ready to pounce. When Li Xiao arrived, he was left astounded by the scene before him. Goodness, Little Black's influence is quite significant. After being stolen, the entire village's dogs mobilized for a rescue. Li Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, truly, the king of dogs. Amidst the throng of dogs, Li Xiao spotted the large wolf dog and the big yellow dog. Lu Shiji cursed angrily. How dare this little pup try to intimidate me? I shall cut you into pieces right now. As soon as the words left his lips, he drew a small dagger from his bosom and slowly approached, ready to stab the fierce dog. The livestream proved worthwhile, as it garnered a remarkable surge of 600,000 followers for Li Xiao. The influx continued unabated, reminiscent of flies swarming around an outhouse in the summer heat. Accumulating 50,000 followers before dinner, the day culminated in a total of 1,100,000 new followers, marking Li Xiao's most prolific day of follower acquisition since commencing his broadcasts. The day's events, encompassing the extensive plowing, the animals' collaborative efforts, the rescue of the wild boar herd, the assimilation of the wolf pack, and the reprimanding of the dog thieves, were captivating and inspiring. Li Xiao exclaimed with anticipation, "Let the lottery begin." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wild Wolf Enclosure Blueprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Wild Boar Enclosure Blueprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bear Enclosure Blueprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Pond Blueprint. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spiritual water well. Congratulations to the host for obtaining double enlargement water. Wild wolf enclosure blueprint. Employing this blueprint will facilitate the construction of a natural habitat for the wolves, affording them freedom and unconstraint, thereby preventing the loss of their innate nature and preserving their rationality and wildness. Note: this blueprint is a single-use item and will initiate the immediate construction of the wolf enclosure. Upon completion, the tiger enclosure will be cloaked from public view, inaccessible even to the host. Wild boar enclosure blueprint. The effects and stipulations are congruent with the wild wolf enclosure blueprint, albeit tailored for the construction of a wild boar habitat. Bear enclosure blueprint. The effects and stipulations are identical. Consult the host's manual for further details. Pond blueprint. Utilizing this blueprint will enable the host to construct a natural pond within the zoo, providing a sanctuary for freshwater creatures such as small fish, shrimp, turtles, and crabs to thrive and propagate freely. Note: the host is advised against swimming in the pond upon its completion. Spiritual water well. This spiritual water well mirrors the effects of the spiritual water well in the host's courtyard. Note: given the existing spiritual water well in the host's courtyard, the system will automatically position this well within the zoo. The host may divert water from the spiritual water well into the pond upon its completion. Double enlargement water. Application of this water will double the size of any object without adverse effects, yielding manifold benefits. Note: this water is exclusively for plant use and can be administered via direct irrigation. The lottery yielded 4 construction blueprints, which, when combined with the previously acquired tiger, monkey, and kangaroo enclosure blueprints, bring the total to 7. The spiritual water well was redundant. However, the double enlargement water piqued Li Xiao's interest, eliciting a smile as he mused. Given its capacity to double size, I harbor a nascent idea. Li Xiao's gaze drifted downwards. If efficacious, it could ascend to the zenith of the adult entertainment industry, both domestically and internationally. Furthermore, its potential benefits extend to women, particularly those with underdeveloped mammary glands, ensuring adequate sustenance for future offspring. Even if these aspirations remain unrealized, the prospect of doubling the balance in his bank account is alluring. Alas, the enchantment is confined to flora. With a sigh, Li Xiao inquired, "What are the remaining rewards?" Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining drone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pounds of fresh meat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pounds of fresh grass. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 pounds of fresh fruit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 grape seedlings. Congratulations to the host for obtaining tomato seeds. Grape seedlings. Exquisite XJ grape seedlings, renowned as red rubies, are seedless, boasting a vibrant red hue, a lustrous bloom, and a weight exceeding 8 grams per grape. Their flavor is ambrosial, inducing serenity and focus. XJ grapes are unparalleled, as is XJ cotton. Note: the host may cultivate the grape seedlings at home or within the zoo, providing shade and aesthetic pleasure during the summer months, as well as sustenance for the animals. Tomato seeds. Excellent XJ tomatoes, ideal for salads or scrambled eggs. Note: the seeds possess a 100 germination rate, obviating any concerns for the host. Including the drone conferred by the system, Li Xiao now possesses 3. To safeguard the zoo and his residents after the previous night's incident, he resolved to deploy the remaining 2 for continuous surveillance. The remaining drone will be utilized for broadcasting. Fresh meat, grass, and fruit are dietary staples for the animals, having been previously bestowed by the system. The grape seedlings and tomato seeds, however, are novel additions. Having previously received watermelon and carrot seeds, Li Xiao intends to cultivate them all. After careful deliberation, Li Xiao decided to administer the double enlargement water to them. Given the paucity of other flora under his care, the prospect of cultivating oversized grapes and watermelons is enticing. Li Xiao recalled the film 10 Brothers, featuring the radiant Cheng Man, the prodigious Shu Lung Sik, and the endearing Shu Man Hao. In the film, Cheng Man's family cultivated colossal fruits and vegetables, causing a sensation. Having inventoried the rewards, Li Xiao yawned and prepared for slumber. Li Xiao, are you home?" Just as he closed his eyes, Shui Yuri's voice echoed from outside. Li Xiao rubbed his face and reluctantly arose. Upon opening the door, he beheld Shui Yuri and Uncle Zhang, Zhang Baba's father. Uncle Zhang, having sustained severe injuries from the wild boars, hobbled along with a cane, clutching a basket of goose eggs. Li Xiao inquired, "What brings you here?" "We heard about last night's events," Shui Yuri replied. "Zhang Baba's actions were unknown to your Uncle Zhang, but he felt compelled to apologize." With a gentle nudge, Shui Yuri prompted Uncle Zhang forward. Uncle Zhang stepped forward, lamenting, Li Xiao, I am deeply sorry. How could I have raised such a reprobate? Colluding with outsiders to steal your dogs and harm the animals in your zoo? He is devoid of humanity. These goose eggs are offered as atonement. Please accept them. Shui Yuri interjected, Please do not harbor resentment towards Uncle Zhang. He scoured the entire village to gather this basket of goose eggs, procuring them 1 or 2 at a time from the villagers who raise geese. Chapter 72. Purely natural farming. This is a calamity concocted solely by Zhang Baba, and it is only natural that his family should remain unscathed. Li Xiao offered a resigned smile and remarked, Uncle Zhang, you should take these goose eggs back. I have no need for them, and you could certainly benefit from nourishing your health. Well, just hold on to them. For I have come to ask you for a favor today, replied Uncle Zhang, as he placed a basket of goose eggs into Li Xiao's embrace. Unable to refuse such earnest hospitality, Li Xiao accepted and inquired, What is it? Speak plainly. Last time in the fields, you gave that old yellow ox a gentle squeeze, and it instantly recovered. Do you think you could do the same for your Uncle Zhang? Ah, so it was merely a trivial matter. Li Xiao readily agreed, his enthusiasm leaving Uncle Zhang somewhat taken aback. Throughout their journey, he had been anxious, fearing that Li Xiao might harbor resentment and refuse his request. It appeared he had misjudged. Li Xiao was not the petty type. Once again preparing to massage and realign bones, Li Xiao contemplated and decided to go live. It was an opportune moment to garner more followers. Wait, am I seeing things? The principal is streaming again? I must be dreaming. Darling, come kiss me to confirm this isn't a dream. Hey up there, isn't it a bit excessive to flaunt your affection so early in the morning? Just a friendly reminder. Morning kisses can lead to earthquakes. The principal had barely closed the stream for 2 hours before resuming. Aren't you tired? You streamed all day yesterday, and now you're back at it. What a conscientious broadcaster, unlike some who lack enthusiasm, offering a myriad of excuses. The principal's stamina is truly enviable. I'm merely collecting rent here in the capital, but may I pursue the principal for no other reason than admiration for your vigor? You can withstand an all-nighter without faltering. I am utterly smitten. Seeing the fervent comments from fans, Li Xiao explained, an unexpected matter arose. And I need to massage and realign Uncle Zhang's bones. I thought I'd share it with everyone. Turning to Uncle Zhang, he asked, Are we ready to begin? Is there anything I need to prepare? Uncle Zhang inquired, somewhat flustered. He had not witnessed Li Xiao's previous realignment of the old yellow ox. He had only heard the villagers speak of it, leaving him slightly skeptical. You needn't prepare anything. Simply sit on the stone bench. Li Xiao assisted Uncle Zhang onto the stone bench in the courtyard, then cracked his knuckles and began the massage. As the massage progressed, Uncle Zhang felt a warm sensation enveloping him, emanating from Li Xiao's palms. Most importantly, Li Xiao's strength made the experience all the more soothing. Li Xiao's technique stemmed from a system reward, which was, in fact, the long-lost Huangdi massage classic. As one of the oldest medical practices in Huaxiao, this method of massage and realignment truly held the power to heal ailments. Renowned physician BNK had once employed massage therapy to treat the corpse rigidity syndrome of Prince Guo. This massage not only had the potential to heal Uncle Zhang's injuries, but also to clear meridians, promote joint mobility, facilitate the flow of qi and blood, regulate organ functions, and enhance immunity. All done. After a brief interval, Li Xiao finally withdrew his hands. Uncle Zhang instinctively moved his right leg. Oh, it truly doesn't hurt anymore. With a spirit of experimentation, Uncle Zhang cast aside his cane and began to walk slowly. Although his movements were not yet sprightly, he could walk normally. A moment of astonishment enveloped Shui Yi, Uncle Zhang, and the viewers in the live stream. What an astonishing massage. Unbelievable. First the ox, now Uncle Zhang. This is incredible. Principal, would you be interested in working at my hospital? I am the director of a top-tier hospital. The nurses there are serious, right? If they aren't, the principal won't be going. Principal, my chest hurts. Would you mind giving me a massage too? I'm a girl. I see your chest pain is a ruse. You genuinely want the principal to massage you for enhancement. After a few tentative steps, Uncle Zhang grasped Li Xiao's hand and expressed, Thank you. I am truly grateful. Your hands are miraculous. Should we consider insurance? Haha, that's unnecessary. My hands are not nearly as precious as concert pianist Lang Lang's. Shui Yi chimed in. Little Li, you have no idea. Your Uncle Zhang spent quite a sum on treatments for his leg injury. Had I known your hands were so extraordinary, he would have saved a fortune. By the way, when did you learn these skills? Was it in college? Li Xiao, with a straight face, fabricated a tale. They don't teach this in college. I met a master named Huang Huifeng while studying in the city. He had a book titled The Internal Classic of Bone Realignment, and I merely copied some notes. I see. You encountered a good mentor. Shui Eryi and Uncle Zhang both believed his story wholeheartedly. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. The principal is taking advantage of the fact that these two old men have never watched Love Apartment. Regardless of what you say, I'm taking my beloved Jugadali with me. After some light-hearted banter, Shui Eryi and Uncle Zhang took their leave, knowing that Li Xiao had been quite busy the night before and not wishing to disturb his rest. Once they departed, Li Xiao intended to catch up on sleep, but found himself wide awake. The drowsiness had dissipated, leaving him alert, much like the sensation one feels after overeating. Many have experienced this after a night at an internet CAF, emerging feeling tired yet unable to sleep. Given his inability to slumber, he opted to continue the live stream. After a quick wash and brush, he busied himself in the courtyard, intending to plant the tomato seeds and other rewards he had just received. His courtyard contained a vegetable garden that had fallen into disarray due to neglect, overrun with weeds. Grabbing a hoe, he commenced weeding. My goodness, is this a hoe? I haven't seen one in years. Nowadays, we employ scientific planting methods and rely on weeding machines. Hoes have become relics of the past. Do we need a machine for weeding? A bottle of herbicide would suffice. Observing the comments on screen, Li Xiao replied, this small patch of weeds doesn't require machinery, especially since this is a residential area and herbicides are unnecessary. Li Xiao aspired to cultivate his garden organically, eschewing any chemical agents. Today's fruits and vegetables are often laden with chemicals, and some even undergo forced ripening, resulting in a loss of the sweetness reminiscent of childhood. As Li Xiao toiled away, he remained blissfully unaware that the village's geese had gone wild. Chapter 73. The Goose Uprising. Cultivating vegetables is fundamentally simple. One excavates a hole, scatters the seeds, and covers them with soil. It's akin to placing an elephant inside a refrigerator. Li Xiao did not sow all the seeds, reserving 3 grape seedlings for planting in the zoo. After sowing, he irrigated the plot with 200 times enhanced water. This potent liquid was contained within an ordinary plastic bottle, easily mistaken for unremarkable spring water. Upon application, Li Xiao scrutinized the seeds, noting no immediate change or the anticipated twofold enlargement. It appeared to be a slow-acting elixir. Brushing off the soil, Li Xiao declared, done. We'll be enjoying fresh tomatoes and watermelons soon. That was remarkably swift. Is agriculture always this straightforward? Ah, you misunderstand. We Chinese are innately skilled in agriculture, with an agrarian spirit coursing through our veins. There is no terrain where we dare not cultivate. I've purchased several flower pots specifically for growing greenery in the office. My colleague is even more audacious, planting watermelon seeds from summer's leftovers. My mother cultivates potatoes on our balcony. This expedition to the rainforest is brief, otherwise I would certainly cultivate vegetables around the cabin. That's nothing. My father has established a small vegetable garden on the rooftop, cultivating a variety of produce. Agriculture is etched into the very essence of the Chinese. Even on Mars, we would thrive in agrarian pursuits. Li Xiao chuckled. I once saw a news story about a Chinese woman who, after marrying in Australia, began cultivating vegetables at home. Her efforts attracted neighboring onlookers, who not only developed a passion for gardening but also, upon the harvest, developed a fondness for Chinese cuisine. There's a game called Total War, 3 Kingdoms. It's inherently a grand strategy game. Foreign players focus on conquering the realm, but Chinese players take an unconventional approach, leaving foreigners utterly bewildered. Foreigners diligently besiege cities, struggling to maintain their armies, teetering on the brink of annihilation. But we industrious Chinese players are different. Warfare? Unthinkable. While foreigners ponder how to unify the land under Cao Cao or Liu Bei, Chinese players have already adopted a farming-centric strategy to dominate the game. The key to victory lies in winning hearts, and hearts are won through sustenance. With ample food, what is there to fear? So, we peacefully cultivate. And when the harvest arrives, so do the soldiers. With a surplus of troops, what cannot be conquered? Revive the Han Dynasty. Forgive me, I must tend to my fields. Another game, Don't Starve, has been ironically transformed into Don't Get Full by Chinese players. Originally a survival game set in a desolate world, players must endure famine. Foreign players rack their brains, rarely surviving beyond 10 days, but Chinese players, through innate talent, have robbed Don't Starve of its dignity. Food is so abundant it rots. Overfed and idle, they develop their territories, domesticating beasts such as elephants, tall birds, and dragonfly monsters. A desolate survival scenario has been transmuted into a prosperous utopia. Haha. I'm dying of laughter. Where can I download these games the zookeeper mentioned? I must play them. Count me in. Let's cultivate. Seize production, promote development, amass provisions. Defer claiming kingship. Li Zhao's narrative was captivating, eliciting peals of laughter from his audience and igniting an eagerness to download the aforementioned games. His words resonated deeply with them. For Chinese players, any game is, at its core, a farming simulator. And Chinese players demonstrate remarkable unity, rapidly coalescing upon entering any game. Simultaneously, 3 geese emerged from a villager's home, strutting boldly down the street. Upon passing a neighbor's residence, they automatically halted. Standing at the entrance, they honked loudly. Soon, 2 more geese emerged from the house. The quintet continued their procession through the village. Periodically, they would stop, and each time, 1 or 2 geese would emerge from a nearby dwelling. They were discerning. If a house did not harbor geese, they would bypass it without pause. Repeating this pattern, their flock swelled to nearly 20. They resembled a plague of locusts. The villagers seemed accustomed to this spectacle, displaying no shock. The geese, united, marched towards Li Zhao's home. Woof woof woof. Xiao He, slumbering peacefully in the yard, was roused by the commotion and began barking furiously. After a night of restful sleep, Xiao He had regained his vigor. What's happening? Li Xiao, engrossed in conversation with visitors, rose and approached the gate. Click. Just as he opened the gate, the geese surged through, filling the yard. In the blink of an eye, the spacious yard was nearly overflowing. Holy moly, so many geese. I'm suddenly ravenous. Could the zookeeper perhaps prepare a goose stew today? I salute you for your courage, daring to contemplate consuming a goose. Why have so many geese suddenly descended upon the zookeeper's home? The viewers in the live stream were instantly captivated. Li Xiao was equally perplexed. He recognized these geese as belonging to the villagers, but why had they all gone mad, converging on his home? Could it be that the swan desires to feast on a toad? But I am no toad. As Li Xiao pondered, his gaze fell upon the basket of goose eggs on the stone table, and enlightenment dawned. Have you come for these eggs? So, they've come for the eggs. Zookeeper, you're in trouble. Big trouble. The geese have come to reclaim their offspring. Splendid. Ha ha. Fortunately, the zookeeper hasn't eaten them yet. Otherwise, these geese would pluck him bald. Zookeeper, don't cower. They're just geese. We can stew them all together, add plenty of chili for flavor. Eat the eggs in front of them to show them the harsh realities of life. Honk honk honk. As Li Xiao spoke, a goose in front of him squawked loudly. 2 of these eggs are about to hatch. You cannot consume my children. So that's it. Li Xiao understood, placing the basket of goose eggs on the ground. The geese began to scour the eggs, searching for the 2 that were ready to hatch. Within minutes, a goose had secured the 2 eggs beneath its wings. Chapter 74. The Theatrical Geese Quack. You had better keep your word, or we will not let you off easily. The geese, now quite confident in Li Zhao's integrity due to his recent popularity in the village, had no reason to doubt his promises. They made no unreasonable demands. Understanding their destiny was primarily to lay eggs for human consumption. Without eggs, they knew they themselves would become the meal. Most of the eggs they laid were infertile and harmless when eaten, but these particular eggs held the promise of life and needed to be retrieved. Experienced goose-raising villagers could typically discern which eggs were viable and would set them aside for hatching. However, Zhang Shu had collected these eggs hastily from various households, leaving no time for identification before bringing them to Li Xiao. Amidst the audience's encouragement for a confrontation, Li Xiao shrugged. I shall indulge you. He was not afraid of the geese, nor could they inflict any real harm upon him. Since the viewers were eager for a spectacle, he would provide one. Fulfilling his duty as a conscientious streamer, with a composed demeanor, Li Xiao addressed the assembled geese. Come, esteemed goose masters, let us spar. The system, ever responsive, promptly played the iconic theme from the movie IP Man. The geese, obliging to the performance, spread their wings, raised their necks, and assumed defensive stances. The battle between Masterly and the Goose Masters. I shall take on 10 at once. Masterly, that's not how you fight. As the viewers cheered with excitement, the goose force was finally about to make its move. Li Xiao, remaining stationary, centered his energy, straightened his posture, and suddenly unleashed a sweeping leg. Whoosh. The leg carried the momentum of an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Yet, before it could make contact, the surrounding geese collapsed to the ground. The audience felt cheated. Fake. Too fake. This scene felt familiar, reminiscent of a similar display between Wang Chulan and Wang Baobao in the anime Under One Person, where they feigned combat to deceive onlookers. At least they had physical contact, but this was just falling without being touched. The consensus was that the geese were deliberately avoiding a real fight. Aware of Li Zhao's prowess, the geese had no intention of engaging in a foolish battle. Li Xiao, equally unwilling to antagonize the goose force, promptly opened the gate, saying, the The sparring is over, farewell. Quack, quack, quack. The geese swiftly rose, flapping their wings as they exited Li Xiao's home. Chase them and fight. Don't let them get away. The host is a coward, Li Xiao awkwardly explained. It's not my fault. They refused to fight me, acting like drama queens, collapsing before any contact. He added, I want to educate everyone. Do not assume that geese are easy to bully based on this performance. In rural areas, geese are dominant figures, and even adults will often give them a wide berth. Especially these geese here, they have become quite clever, traveling in groups and fighting fiercely. Even the notorious wolf dog gang and yellow dog gang behave submissively in their presence. Li Xiao patiently provided context, explaining that many local dogs were no match for geese. Whether in packs or one-on-one, often suffering painful pecks. This was partly due to the dog's inherent timidity, instilled by human training to understand boundaries. Biting a goose could result in financial penalties for the dog's owner, making it an unwise move. Besides their aggressive nature, geese also served as vigilant guardians in rural households, alerting residents to strangers with outstretched necks and lowered bodies, ready to confront intruders. Of course, the viewers remained skeptical of Li Xiao's claims. Li Xiao declared, I will not eat these 2 eggs. I will raise them. Quack. You had better keep your word, or we will not let you off easily. The geese, now quite confident in Li Xiao's integrity due to his recent popularity in the village, had no reason to doubt his promises. They made no unreasonable demands. Understanding their destiny was primarily to lay eggs for human consumption. Without eggs, they knew they themselves would become the meal. Most of the eggs they laid were infertile and harmless when eaten, but these particular eggs held the promise of life and needed to be retrieved. Experienced goose-raising villagers could typically discern which eggs were viable and would set them aside for hatching. However, Zhang Shu had collected these eggs hastily from various households, leaving no time for identification before bringing them to Li Xiao. Amidst the audience's encouragement for a confrontation, Li Xiao shrugged. I shall indulge you. He was not afraid of the geese, nor could they inflict any real harm upon him. Since the viewers were eager for a spectacle, he would provide one, fulfilling his duty as a conscientious streamer. With a composed demeanor, Li Xiao addressed the assembled geese. Come, esteemed goose masters, let us spar. The system, ever responsive, promptly played the iconic theme from the movie IP Man. The geese, obliging to the performance, spread their wings, raised their necks, and assumed offensive stances. Witnessing Li Xiao, he stood transfixed, gathering his breath in his dantian. With a resolute straightening of his posture, he unleashed a sweeping leg with sudden force. Chapter 75. The director and the 600. Upon arriving at the zoo, Li Xiao generously fed the animals with fresh meat, fruits, and greens, doubling the usual amount. The animals displayed remarkable appetites, devouring their meals with delight, transforming into charming little food critics. King Gigi munched on apples with an enticing crunch, while the cubs smacked their lips adorably. Suddenly, the oil sticks and soybean milk in my bowl seemed less appealing. I decided to seek out an apple instead. In a playful tone, I announced, Are we live yet, dear viewers? Today, the king of beasts shall demonstrate how to devour a piece of meat in 3 bites. Remember to shower me with likes and send a few rockets my way. The wild boars looked particularly delectable, and I resolved to purchase 2 pounds of pork today. A crispy roasted pig might be in order. Animals, by their very nature, are born entertainers. Watching them feast ignites one's own appetite, making it impossible to resist joining in. This stands in stark contrast to certain food influencers who, for instance, gagged on black garlic or grimaced at the sourness of black plums while insisting they were sweet. Such episodes could easily lead to food-related incidents. The wild boars and wolves reveled in their newfound bounty. Previously, they could scarcely imagine waking up to a feast. They felt that following Li Xiao was undoubtedly a wise decision, one they were determined to uphold. However, the wild boar king was not in the best condition due to serious injuries sustained the previous night. Li Xiao applied a medicinal patch awarded by the system to aid the king's recovery. He then resumed plowing the fields, maintaining the pace he had set the day before despite having hardly rested. After their fill, the animals began to work. With the addition of the wild boars and wolves, the zoo buzzed with activity and efficiency. Chi Miao awakened and joined the hustle, filming and editing videos for upload. On the Douyin platform, Li Xiao's account was named Gushan Zoo, emphasizing the zoo rather than his own name, as the focus was primarily on the animals. Upon uploading, the video garnered the usual surge of likes and comments. However, today's comment section felt peculiar. Fake. This is a counterfeit director's account. Do not engage, declared one user. The director hasn't even joined Douyin yet. Don't believe the rumors. Don't spread falsehoods. Despite Qi Miao's attempts to clarify, the situation remained unchanged. With Li Xiao's rising fame, more and more content creators were editing his live streams, leading to misunderstandings that all editing channels were merely capitalizing on his popularity without any authentic representation. Ultimately, Qi Miao had no choice but to have Li Xiao film a short video for verification. Having never filmed a short video before, he followed Qi Miao's guidance and simply introduced himself. To everyone's surprise, within 30 minutes of posting, the video soared to the top of both Weibo and Douyin's trending lists. The comments on this video were nothing short of entertaining. How tragic for a popular streamer to resort to filming a video for proof. He asked like a mere imitation. And how is Douyin allowing this? Can't someone verify this account? Don't ask. The verification fee is 600 yuan, came the response. Where are the director's fans? Let us start a crowdfunding campaign. The last person to pull such a stunt was celebrity Zheng Kai, proving Douyin to be a curious realm where hidden talents abound. As the hype intensified, the trending topic became the director and the 600. Wu Jia, feeling the pressure after relinquishing the top spot on Weibo, contemplated a strategic shift to Douyin in hopes of reclaiming the limelight. Huang Dinghao, anxious, inquired, Wu Jia, can we really pull this off? Absolutely, Wu Jia assured him. No matter how formidable that director is, I refuse to believe he can dominate Douyin as well, especially since we still hold the second spot on Weibo. Second might not be as hot, but it's better than nothing. Thank you for your support, Wu Jia. I won't let you down. Just then, a familiar knocking interrupted their conversation, sending a shiver down their spines. Come in. Wu Jia took a deep breath. The same chubby staff member appeared, looking distraught. Wu Jia, brace yourself for some news. What is it? Just tell me. Wu Jia demanded, her expression stern. It's about Douyin's trending list. The director has claimed the top spot. What? Huang Dinghao exclaimed. Wu Jia, however, remained composed, seemingly prepared for this outcome. No worries, we can aim for second. Second is gone too. The staff member murmured weakly. Last night, the director alone managed to attract a wolf pack and a herd of wild boars to Douyin's top trending list. But today he was bumped down due to the 600 yuan issue. On Weibo, both the first and second spots are also under his control, leaving us in third. As the staff member's voice dwindled to a whisper, Wu Jia's frustration erupted. What are you all doing? How could you let a mere animal park streamer overshadow us? With so many people and money involved, how can we not manage one zoo owner? Even Wu Jia, usually composed, could not contain her exasperation. Huang Dinghao, unable to hold back, began to cry. Indeed, he was crying. Much like many young stars today, he was prone to tears, whether from excitement, joy, or frustration, showing none of the stoicism expected from a man. Wu Jia, don't panic. Let me think of another plan. Wu Jia, still somewhat skeptical, checked Weibo and Douyin. Upon seeing the results with her own eyes, despair washed over her. How is it possible that Li Xiao has such an allure, monopolizing the top trending spots on both platforms without even employing marketing tactics? He relies solely on the support of fans and passersby. While her thoughts were tumultuous, Wu Jia took a moment to regain her composure. Huang, you are a star. Do not stoop to competing with such a trivial streamer. Engaging in such antics will only tarnish your dignity. Let us settle for being third on both platforms. Being a supporting player isn't so bad. Chapter 76. Relentless toil, Li Xiao's physical limits. Despite the discontent festering within, Huang Dinghao was compelled to suppress his resentment. He understood that Wu Jia's words, seemingly consoling, subtly conveyed her own helplessness in the face of Li Xiao's indomitable presence. As a fledgling starlet aspiring to debut through a variety show, his options were limited, leaving him at the mercy of fate. Inside the zoo, Li Xiao continued his relentless plowing efforts. With the assistance of the boars, he aimed to expedite the soil tilling process across the entire zoo within a day or two. Tigers, boars, and the director plowing, it seems the zoo's restoration is within reach in a month. The director's vigor is truly inspiring. To witness such dedication in a simple task is exhilarating. Witnessing the director's self-discipline is a stark reminder. Had I possessed such resolve, I wouldn't have been abandoned by my octogenarian girlfriend due to my poor health. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room surged. A new trending topic was emerging. As Li Xiao had foreseen, prolonged plowing would sustain the trending topic. Li Xiao's lunch and dinner were simple, consisting of a bun and scallion, washed down with a spoonful of spiritual well water. This simplicity resonated with many viewers. Returning home from school, finding parents still toiling in the fields, this is a shared childhood experience. Some had buns with salted garlic cloves, while others enjoyed a cucumber with sugar. Those with means bought instant noodles, savoring each bite and sharing with friends. The seasoning packet was a treasure, licked clean from the hands. Although Qi Miao was eager to cook for Li Xiao, her culinary attempts had led Li Xiao to ban her from the zoos and homes' kitchens. The kitchen, for women, is a battlefield of epic proportions. After a quick meal, Li Xiao resumed plowing, with less than an hour of rest. As night fell, when viewers expected Li Xiao to rest, he plunged back into the zoo. Xia Mao, Dan Dan, Tyson, Grey Wolf, and other animals were resting when Xiaohei roused them. Xiaohei, work. Get up and work. As a supervisor, Xiaohei was conscientious. Xian Feng, have you no humanity, no birdanity? We've worked all day. Xian Feng, adept at flying, was tasked with aerial transport. Xiaohei, the master isn't resting, so you can't falter. Xian Feng, this is avian exploitation. I demand a strike. Xiaohei, strikers get half rations tomorrow. Hearing this, Xian Feng fell silent. Grey Wolf bared its fangs, attempting to intimidate Xiaohei, but to no avail. Xiaohei, don't scare me. I'm your wolf uncle. Be good and get to work. According to legend, dogs are wolves' uncles. Since their arrival, Xiaohei had used this to assert dominance over the wolf pack. The wolves resented this, but dared not confront Xiaohei, a favorite of Li Xiao. Xia Mao and Dan Dan feigned sleep. Xiaohei smacked them on the head. Xiaohei ensured no animal slacked off. As a dog, he's truly dogmatic. The sound of Li Xiao plowing filled the night. Despite the darkness, the broadcast quality was high, and the sound evoked childhood memories, lulling viewers to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Is the director plowing all night? How is he so vigorous? His physical limits defy comprehension. He's more resilient than Captain America. The director is the Chinese captain. Li Xiao, it's already 10 o'clock, and so many are still watching. Get some rest. I'll be up all night. You can watch tomorrow. I'll be broadcasting for a month. He planned to broadcast continuously for a month, until the sightseeing bridge was complete. Director, don't overwork yourself. Health is wealth. The mountains are cold at night. Rest, director. There's no rush. 2 days for an S contract, 4 days for 800,000 viewers, 3 days for 2 trending topics. I now understand why the director is so popular. It's his dedication. Li Xiao continued plowing. Soon, it was midnight. Li Xiao's pace didn't slow. The mountain's temperature fluctuated, but Li Xiao's work kept him warm. I can't hold on. I'm so sleepy. Qi Miao fell asleep while watching Li Xiao. Many viewers also slept, but their devices remained tuned to Li Xiao's broadcast. The viewership remained at 800,000. Some woke up in the middle of the night. He's still plowing. They thought Li Xiao might be asleep, replaying footage. Chapter 77. The last words in the live stream. Upon glancing at the live stream, I was left utterly astounded, nearly choking back disbelief. Goodness. They were still plowing the fields. We had assumed that after I had fallen asleep, Li Xiao had also taken the opportunity to rest, merely repeating a segment of content. After all, many streamers resort to such tricks to extend their broadcast durations. Some even play entire movies and television shows. As dawn began to break, the tourists gradually stirred from their slumber. Observing the director toiling away at the plow, they could think of no other term to describe him besides perverse. Working tirelessly for 2 consecutive days without rest, engaging in such physically demanding labor, he appeared to be a perpetual motion machine. The director was astonishingly vigorous, with such stamina. Who could keep up with him if he were to have a girlfriend? One could endure such torment. It harkened back to my childhood when the weather forecast warned of heavy rain, and my parents took me out to cut wheat through the night. There were also those who picked apples all night long, although they fetched little profit, as the middlemen and promotional streamers took the lion's share. Yet, it represented a year's harvest for the common folk, not to be left to rot in the fields. In an instant, another topic surged onto the trending list, swiftly ascending to the top. However, merely reaching the pinnacle of trending topics signifies heightened interest, not necessarily a substantial following. Even if curiosity piqued interest, most would simply peek in and leave, without downloading the app or specially visiting Li Xiao's live stream. Yet, times had changed. The top 3 trending topics were entirely occupied by Li Xiao. The first, the director plowing all night. The second, the director and 600 yuan. The third, the director taming wild boars and wolves. The themes were essentially consistent, and having dominated the trending list for several days. Even the most disinterested viewers found themselves compelled to check out the live stream. Having engaged with Weibo for 6 or 7 years, I had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Unbelievable. Since the advent of Weibo, this was unprecedented. It was truly remarkable. The top 3 trending topics were not mere trivialities of the entertainment industry. In every profession, excellence can emerge, and now, even plowing fields and playing in the mud could trend. What a sight to behold. I heard that the animals at this zoo had become sentient. I must take a look. Count me in. Let us form a group. After the establishment of the Republic, sentience was prohibited, except for the animals at Gushinsu. The online community was left in awe by Li Xiao's series of maneuvers. Not only that, but various industries were captivated, particularly the entertainment sector. In simple terms, Weibo serves as a marketplace of fame and fortune for the entertainment industry, whether a fresh-faced newcomer or a seasoned star. Anyone seeking to gain new fans or achieve popularity could ascend to the trending topics through strategic operations. Once trending, one could acquire more resources, greater visibility, and increased revenue. Yet today, the trending list was wholly commandeered by someone unrelated to this industry. Not just one position, but from first to third, entirely dominating without any semblance of fairness. And this was not a fleeting occurrence. They were left helpless, as Li Xiao's momentum was undeniable, exhibiting a clear trajectory towards becoming a phenomenal streamer, an unstoppable force. At 6 o'clock, Li Xiao's third trending topic emerged. Concurrently, the number of online viewers in the live stream began to surge exponentially. A flood of traffic surged into Feiyu, as countless netizens flocked to Li Xiao's stream. After an exhaustive night of plowing, Li Xiao finally finished all he could, sitting momentarily on a small stool to catch his breath. Congratulations to the director for soon surpassing 1 million online viewers. It was indeed on the brink of breaking a million, already at 920,000. The three trending topics were formidable, bringing in such a plethora of newcomers. The director was on the verge of becoming a major streamer. The director had long been signed under S, already classified as a major streamer. In fact, there is no definitive definition for a major streamer. An online count of 100,000 qualifies, as does 50,000, and 1 million equally counts. Unlike authors, who are categorized into various levels, such as minor gods, major gods, and platinum distinctions, in the eyes of the audience, only those with 1 million online viewers could truly be deemed major streamers. Li Xiao was currently racing towards that esteemed status, having streamed for less than a week. Thank you all for your support. Li Xiao had never anticipated that the day of surpassing 1 million viewers would arrive so swiftly. Just yesterday, he had merely had 400,000 viewers. As he prepared to express his gratitude earnestly, he inadvertently opened a private message. The private messages were predominantly from various streamers wishing to add Li Xiao as a friend, hoping for future collaborations to ride the wave of his popularity. Yet one message stood out, resembling a farewell note. Smoke and dust and fireworks. Hello, director. I am your fan. I have been captivated since your first day streaming. Thank you for bringing joy to the last few days of my life. I am a patient of depression, suffering since high school. I have attempted suicide 3 times. Once by jumping into a river, once from a building, and once by ingesting pesticides, yet I survived each time. My life is a chaotic mess. My world is not beautiful, and the pressures of life have become unbearable. I feel useless existing in this world. Merely adding to the burden. I must leave now, director. You know, if I hadn't seen your stream a couple of days ago, I would have departed long before. In my darkest moments, your stream brought me joy and a glimmer of hope, but I simply cannot hold on any longer. I wish you great success in your career, and may you find everlasting happiness. Thank you. Farewell. Li Xiao had never encountered such a situation nor received any messages of this nature. Yet a sense of foreboding gripped him. He quickly called out, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Do not mention anything about breaking 1 million. There is a fan named Smoke and Dust and Fireworks. Are you still in my stream? If you are, please respond with a 1. Li Xiao's words left the entire live stream audience in a state of bewilderment. Even Qi Miao, who had been sleeping nearby, drowsily opened her eyes and inquired, "Director, what has happened?" Li Xiao did not respond, but instead gazed solemnly at the public screen, patiently waiting. However, no one responded with a 1. The live stream fell into a profound silence, all rendered at a loss by Li Xiao's sudden urgency. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly apologized to the audience. "I'm sorry, everyone. I need to address something urgently." With that, he turned to Qi Miao and urged, "Call the police. Quickly, call the police." Chapter 78. The Mayfly's fleeting existence because a human life hung in the balance. Qi Miao, though perplexed, made the call. Seizing the phone, Li Xiao articulated the situation with clarity to the police. Within the live stream, the viewers grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Li Xiao's conversation with law enforcement. A collective anxiety settled over them. In contemporary society, the weight of burdens presses heavily upon individuals. Mortgages, car payments, and exorbitant betrothal gifts, career anxieties, physical insecurities, and the drudgery of daily life. Consequently, incidents of depression and suicide are escalating. insomnia and alopecia are rampant, while birth rates dwindle. National statistics reveal that the annual birth rate has plummeted to less than half of its former levels, with neighboring countries like South Korea and Japan faring even worse, barely reaching 1%. Each person carries their own burden of sorrows, teetering on the brink. Childhood naivete often gives way to a yearning for adulthood. Li Xiao's live stream offered viewers a nostalgic return to the joys of childhood, healing inner wounds and purifying the spirit, thus rapidly attracting a dedicated following. Having reported the situation to the police, Li Xiao fixed his gaze on the live stream, awaiting updates. After what seemed an eternity, a familiar username appeared, prompting a sigh of relief from Li Xiao. Ashes in the embers, Warden. Thank you for alerting the authorities. They pulled me back from the brink. Upon receiving Li Xiao's report, the local police promptly initiated an investigation. Confirming that ashes in the embers resided out of state, they swiftly contacted the relevant authorities, who in turn acted expeditiously to locate and rescue the individual. Ashes in the embers had been on the verge of leaping into a river when the police intervened and prevented the act. Please, never contemplate such a thing again. A thought struck Li Xiao. I had intended to rest after a night of plowing, but I'll share an animal-related tale with you all. With that, Li Xiao rose and headed toward a nearby stream. What is the warden up to? If he's going to tell a story, why is he leaving the zoo? Warden, don't mess around. As the viewers expressed their confusion, Li Xiao arrived at the stream and began carefully searching the vicinity. Soon, he spotted a small, snow-white insect. Slender and delicate, barely 2 inches long. It hovered near the grassy bank, a pristine speck against the verdant backdrop. Does anyone know what this creature is? Li Xiao inquired. What is that thing? It's so tiny. I've never seen such a small animal. I think it's a moth. The viewers were at a loss, not out of ignorance, but because such creatures are becoming increasingly rare, and people are often too preoccupied with earning a living to study them. Li Xiao explained, this insect is called a mayfly, also known as an ephemeral or one-day wonder. There exists a creature that spends its larval stage beneath the water's surface. Upon emerging as an adult, its lifespan is exceedingly brief, living but a single day, a testament to transience. He continued, though frail, the mayfly undergoes a cycle of life and death each day. To be precise, the adult mayfly lives for only 1 day after emerging from the water, appearing at dawn and perishing at dusk. Some may even live for only a few hours. Despite their fleeting existence, they strive to survive, seek mates, reproduce, and perpetuate their kind. We humans, with our significantly longer lifespans and greater potential, should cherish each day, dedicating ourselves to our endeavors with wholehearted effort, free from regret. The past cannot be undone, but the future can be shaped. Let us not dwell on what is past, but rather embrace the present and diligently plan for the future. Li Xiao's gaze was unwavering, his words resonating with clarity, as a ray of morning sunlight descended. It seemed to illuminate Li Xiao, casting him in a magnificent light, as if he were a man chosen by destiny. To be precise, the life of a mayfly after emerging from the water lasts only a single day. It rises with the dawn and perishes by dusk. Some may even survive for merely a few hours. Despite their ephemeral existence, they strive to live, seeking companions, engaging in mating, and procreating. In contrast, our human lifespan far exceeds theirs, affording us the opportunity to accomplish much more. Why, then, should we not cherish each fleeting day, dedicating ourselves wholeheartedly to every endeavor, without regret or complaint? Chapter 79. Market day. As soon as he lay down on the bed, Li Xiao eagerly exclaimed, Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received blueprint for horse farm. Congratulations, host. You have received golden fertilizer. Congratulations, host. You have received powerful capsules. Congratulations, host. You have received calligraphy technique. Congratulations, host. You have received plant manipulation technique. Congratulations, host. You have received danger perception technique. Blueprint for horse farm, similar in function to other zoo area blueprints. It allows for the construction of a free and unrestricted living environment for various horses. Additionally, it includes a racetrack for horse racing. Note, each participating horse must give its consent to compete. Coercion is not permitted. Golden fertilizer, a potent fertilizer that accelerates plant growth and enhances yield. Note, only 1 bag is available. Use sparingly. Powerful capsules 3. The host is already familiar with these. No further introduction needed. Calligraphy technique. By mastering this technique, the host can master all types of scripts, including cursive, regular, clerical, and running scripts, enabling him to inscribe names for every animal in the zoo, and to write on plaques and signs once the zoo is established. Note: writing fosters artistic cultivation, patience, and can also generate income. Plant manipulation technique. The host can control plants for simple attacks, such as entangling with vines or shaking branches. Note: use with caution. Danger perception technique. By learning this skill, the host's sensory abilities will be heightened, allowing for the early detection of potential dangers. Note: this skill functions similarly to a passive ability in games. It activates automatically when danger approaches. With 6 rewards in total, it is evident that Li Xiao's follower count surged by 600,000 that day. Moreover, it was still early morning, the peak time for trending topics to attract traffic. Goodness! Li Xiao marveled at the array of rewards before him. Not to mention the plant manipulation technique, which seemed to transform him into the recently popular character Ting. And the danger perception technique, it was reminiscent of Spider-Man's spider sense. Although in the Holland version of the film, Spider-Man's ability wasn't particularly pronounced, the scene in Avengers: Infinity War, where his hair stood on end as Ebony Maw's ship descended upon Earth, had become iconic. Without hesitation, Li Xiao decided to learn the 3 skills. Now, please announce the remaining 6 rewards. Congratulations, host, you have received Drone 1. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 pounds of fresh meat. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 pounds of fresh grass. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 pounds of fresh fruits. Congratulations, host, you have received sunscreen barrier card. Congratulations, host, you have received insect barrier card. Drones and fresh meat were relatively common rewards. Li Xiao was accustomed to this and did not complain. With the growing number of animals in the zoo, more drones were indeed necessary for constant surveillance. Additionally, as the animals increased in number, their dietary needs also escalated. The food rewards from the system alleviated significant expenses. Rubbing his eyes, Li Xiao examined the last 2 rewards. Sunscreen barrier card. When carrying this card, an invisible barrier forms around the host, protecting the skin from sun damage during hot summer days and ensuring a healthy complexion. If anyone or any animal stands nearby, they will feel a cooling sensation, but it can only ensure comfort for 3 individuals at most. Note: animals can also carry this card, but it is easily lost. Insect barrier card. This card allows the host to avoid bites from mosquitoes and bees. The protection range and precautions are consistent with those of the sunscreen barrier card. The 2 cards were pure black, adorned with simple patterns that, at first glance, resembled the black cards used by Xie Wendong's subordinates. Li Xiao took them out and decisively tucked them into his pocket. As summer approached, the weather grew increasingly warm, and the number of insects swelled. These 2 black cards would prove invaluable. After reviewing all the rewards, Li Xiao could no longer resist slipping into dreams. Engaging in deep conversations about life and ideals with the daughter of the King of Dreams, galloping freely. When Li Xiao awoke, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The sun blazed high in the sky, making it difficult to open his eyes. Xiao He, his clever dog, clearly sensed the coolness surrounding Li Xiao, remaining by his side the entire time. Yawning, Li Xiao stretched and stepped outside. Little Li, just waking up? Elder Shui, riding his electric scooter with his wife, greeted him as they passed. I was busy in the zoo all night and stayed at home all day, Li Xiao explained with a smile, then inquired, Elder Shui, it's already afternoon. Where are you 2 headed? We're going to the market in town. It's too hot at noon, and the afternoon is much cooler, perfect for market day. They replied in unison. Market day? Li Xiao suddenly remembered it was the day of the weekly market. Every 7 days, townsfolk from nearby villages would bring their goods to sell: fruits, vegetables, snacks, clothing, tools, and more, resembling a large supermarket with a plethora of offerings. I almost forgot about market day. I must go today as well. Li Xiao waved goodbye to Elder Shui and his wife, then turned back to his house to prepare. With the zoo's groundwork completed, the next steps involved organizing and repairing various details. Naturally, tools such as handsaws and pliers were needed, and it was the perfect opportunity to acquire a new set in town. Although Li Xiao had some at home, they were quite old and prone to breaking. Getting a new set would be prudent. At that moment, Qi Miao emerged from the house, saying, Director, I have other matters to attend to. I've already purchased my plane ticket and will be leaving tomorrow. Before I go, I'll teach you everything about my Douyin account, and you'll need to handle the video filming and editing from now on. Qi Miao was reluctant to leave, feeling carefree in this environment, which was much healthier for her body and mind compared to the city. Moreover, she hadn't yet succeeded in pairing Xiao Bai and Xiao He. However, as a company executive, she couldn't stay indefinitely. There were many matters to address. Not a problem. I learned most of the filming techniques yesterday while you were teaching me, Li Xiao replied. His eyes twinkled as he added, "Since you're leaving, let me take you to the market today to experience the local customs." "Great." Qi Miao agreed eagerly, as she had never been to a market before and was filled with curiosity. After a brief preparation, the two set out for the market. As soon as they stepped outside, Li Xiao began a live stream, allowing his viewers to experience the lively atmosphere of the market. Chapter 80. The White Fox at the Market. What do you mean by early? It is already afternoon. You may not understand this, but for those of us who often stay up all night, as long as the sun has not yet set, it still feels like morning. The director is dressed so formally today. I wonder what he plans to do. As soon as the broadcast begins, hundreds of visitors enter the live stream. They did not leave after the last broadcast ended. They have all been waiting in Li Xiao's live stream, fearful of missing even a second of his return. Li Xiao smiled and said, "Today we are heading to the market, so everyone can witness the delicious food and treasures available there." Qi Miao inquired, "Are we taking my car?" "No." Li Xiao shook his head. "We will walk there." "What? You might not grasp this, but rural markets are not as orderly as those in the city. Once you enter the market, it is packed with people. Not only is it difficult for cars to pass, but even small electric scooters struggle to navigate through the throngs. It can take half an hour just to move 10 meters, rivaling the traffic jams of Kyoto during rush hour. By walking, we can enjoy the scenery and exercise simultaneously, a win-win." As Li Xiao spoke, he began to lead the way. He was well acquainted with rural markets. There were no parking spaces, and those who drove usually parked haphazardly. In recent years, some clever elderly folks have taken to bringing a stool and a sign indicating a parking spot, designating their own area for parking and overseeing their vehicles. The parking fee starts at a minimum of 2 yuan. By the end of the day, they could make a tidy sum. Thus, to visit the market, one must rely on their own legs rather than wheels. Along the way, Qi Miao drew closer to Li Xiao, feeling a noticeable coolness around him. If it were not for the live stream, she would have preferred to be even closer. Before long, they arrived at the market. Even before stepping inside, Qi Miao caught a whiff of a foul odor and noticed some mosquitoes. While the market has its charms, its greatest flaw lies in the lack of authority, resulting in litter strewn about and the overwhelming stench of rotten fish and shrimp, mingling with other unpleasant odors. However, standing beside Li Xiao, Qi Miao noticed that the mosquitoes kept their distance, avoiding him entirely. She couldn't help but ask, "Why do these mosquitoes not come near you?" Chapter 81. Bargaining or brawling. The middle-aged man was clearly attempting to exploit the situation. Having lingered there for nearly a day without a single fox sale, he intended to capitalize on Li Xiao's interest. It was imprudent of him to peddle foxes in this locale, predominantly inhabited by rural folk who lacked the disposable income to acquire foxes as pets. Moreover, these villagers generally adhered to ancestral beliefs regarding foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, and snakes as the revered for immortals, not to be trifled with. Devoid of both funds and courage, they were unlikely to make a purchase. The middle-aged man, visibly displeased, retorted, "What's all the clamor about? If you're not buying, then leave. It's a firm 5,000, no haggling. You must be from out of town." "Unfamiliar with who I am," Li Xiao proclaimed, hands on his hips. "I care not who you are. The price remains 5,000 for everyone." "Oh, a tough nut to crack." Li Xiao rolled up his sleeves, stating, "Then enlighten me. What breed, origin, and qualities justify this fox's $5,000 price tag? If you can elucidate, I'll offer you 10,000. If not, I'll report you for extortion." I. Spare me. You're ignorant." Merely fancying its appearance and attempting to sell it at an exorbitant price, Li Xiao interjected, continuing with conviction, "Celebrities in the entertainment industry are often attractive, yet many are disliked. I consider myself handsome. Would you purchase me for 1 million? I would. Director, allow me to purchase you. Just 1 million? I'll scrimp and save to buy the director, solely for his stamina, ensuring my future happiness. I wish to purchase him as well, so I won't fear mosquitoes in the summer." The director is negotiating with this fellow. You admirers should refrain from interjections. Admittedly, this is my first time witnessing such a bargaining tactic from the director, flushed and agitated, as if on the verge of a brawl. "You misunderstand. It's about asserting dominance. One must maintain a firm grip on one's presence during negotiations. Any weakness will render it futile." The middle-aged man opened his mouth to retort, but found himself without a valid argument. Seemingly embarrassed, he stated, "This fox is distinct from others, possessing white fur. Following your logic, Caucasians would be more valuable, yet I perceive no superiority in them. They're constantly embroiled in protests and racial discrimination," Li Xiao countered, gently caressing the fox. He continued, "Allow me to share a common fact. The white fur and skin of many animals result from albinism. Are you certain a diseased fox is worth 5,000? I know you've been unable to sell it all day and are attempting to take advantage of me with an inflated price. Don't overreach. Reconsider and offer a fair price. 2,500. The middle-aged man relented, having the original price. 500. Li Xiao declared sternly. Haha, the director is truly formidable. Others reduced the price by fractions, while the director only offers fractions. I've learned something. Tomorrow, when purchasing pork and scallion dumplings, I'll employ this tactic at the market. Good heavens, what are your circumstances? Affording scallions? Those who can afford scallions these days are the nouveau riche. You. 1,000. The middle-aged man pleaded. 400. I assure you, this price is exorbitant for a pet fox. 900. The middle-aged man's face flushed. This fox, aside from its white fur, possessed no remarkable traits. Yet it was still worth a four-figure sum. He had already reduced the price significantly. 300. You. 700. That's my final offer. 50. Li Xiao stated. If you wish to continue haggling, I can go lower. 10 is not out of the question. With that, Li Xiao turned to leave. 1 step. 2 steps. Before he could take a third, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and uttered, "You're ruthless." A faint smile played on Li Xiao's lips as he turned back, stating, "Aside from me, no one else in this market will purchase a fox. Moreover, the town's economic status is not high. My final offer is 1,500. Take it or leave it." Fine, 1,500. Quickly scan the code. The middle-aged man hastily produced his WeChat payment QR code. Although he had sold the fox, he was far from pleased. Li Xiao chuckled. Don't look so glum, if not for your tireless efforts. I would have offered no more than 250. Take it. Take it. Just leave. The middle-aged man could no longer tolerate Li Xiao and promptly shooed him away. You're a good person. If you acquire more foxes, feel free to sell them here. I'll return as a customer. Li Xiao scanned the code, picked up the cage, and waved goodbye. The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. Li Xiao negotiated fiercely because the current market price for foxes was indeed low, especially with the increasing number of commercially bred foxes, causing their value to plummet below that of some pet dogs, unless they were of exceptional quality. The middle-aged man's fox was captured from the mountains. He had no idea who to sell it to or if selling foxes was illegal, so he dared only to hide in the corner of the market. 1,500 was a fair price for his efforts. All of this was discerned by Li Xiao when he activated his insight skill while examining the fox. Little one, you're free. I'll take you to live in the zoo. Squeak, squeak. The little fox scratched at Li Xiao's fingers. So clever. Li Xiao smiled. She even squeaks. How adorable. My heart is melting. Girls are naturally drawn to cute and fluffy things. Qi Miao instantly found her Samoyed, Xiao Bai, less appealing. She opened the cage, held the fox in her arms, and said, "Let's give her a name." The little fox seemed to sense the warmth, nuzzling against Qi Miao's luxurious coat, its tiny paws kneading her chest. "Release the fox. Let me hold her." "Damn, I envy that fox. That fox is being indecent. It must be male. It must be my good brother, successfully reincarnated. The little fox is so cute, like my cat, kneading with its paws. Like a little baby. I adore babies and want to kiss her." To the one who likes kneading, "Are you lacking a cat? I'm very good at kneading." To the one who likes babies, "Would you like a 305-month-old baby? That's me. Come kiss me." The bachelors in the live stream room wailed in unison. Qi Miao was stunned, unable to retort. "Let's go get some rojiamo." "What's rojiamo?" "I've only heard of Chinese hamburgers." Qi Miao asked, puzzled. Li Xiao explained as they walked. Rojiamo and Chinese hamburgers are essentially the same, an improved version of the latter. We're close to the culinary city, near the hometowns of Guangdong and Yangguifei. The city's most famous snack is rojiamo, which we've adapted into our unique rendition. The biggest difference is the portion size. Some Chinese hamburgers are no bigger than a palm, gone in 2 or 3 bites, leaving you hungry. Our bread is not only large and thick, but also soft and filled with more ingredients. For a mere 3 coins. It is indeed a bargain that can satiate one's hunger. As the conversation flowed, we found ourselves at a small stall where the proprietor was busily crafting pancakes. Adjacent to the stall, a cast-iron pot simmered with an abundance of pork, eggs, skewers, and other delectable morsels. The infusion of specific seasonings permeated the air, casting a savory aroma that wafted down the street, irresistible to the senses. Qi Miao licked her lips and exclaimed, "It smells divine. I feel as though I could devour the entire pot of meat." Not only was Qi Miao enchanted by a mere glance, but even the little white fox, Daji, had her eyes gleaming with desire. Everything appeared so delectable, Yet just as Li Xiao was preparing to indulge, a frown creased his brow. He noted that the stall owner's actions seemed rather unrefined. The attempt to make a pancake was fraught with clumsiness, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. After a flurry of activity, not a single pancake was produced. In fact, the dough had yet to be kneaded. One moment he added water. The next he poured in flour, leaving an observer to wonder if he were merely playing in the mud. It was akin to a girl who, unsure of her culinary skills, oversalted a dish, only to compensate with vinegar, and then salt again, resulting in a chaotic concoction. Damn it. I just praised you to the heavens on the way here, yet you can't even knead the dough. And this is live-streamed. Not only does this embarrass me, but it tarnishes the reputation of our hometown's cuisine. Suddenly, Li Xiao recalled a video he had once watched. In it, a vendor of jianbing, Chinese crepes, was so inept that numerous online commentators joked that he was a police officer in disguise, unable to make the dish properly, resulting in a fragmented mess. With this thought, Li Xiao timidly inquired, Sir, you aren't a police officer, are you? Am I hindering your work? The uncle looked helpless and replied, I apologize. I am not a police officer. Today is actually my first day at the stall, and I am a bit nervous. How about I let you make it instead? You know how to make pancakes with meat. Of course. I'll help for free. Li Xiao rolled up his sleeves and began to lend a hand, determined to restore pride to his hometown's culinary reputation. After rinsing his hands in the nearby basin, Li Xiao took over the kneading, explaining, to achieve the perfect dough, it must be thin and crispy on the outside while soft inside. The technique of kneading is crucial. It is something that can only be truly understood through practice. Everyone, please observe closely. The ordinary lump of dough in Li Xiao's hands transformed into a remarkably obedient mass. His movements flowed with grace, reminiscent of Zhao Wei's character from Shaolin Soccer as she kneaded dough. Soon enough, the dough was perfectly kneaded. Wow, is this kneading? Principal, you should join Stephen Chow in playing football. The national team needs your salvation. Please, don't be so modest. Please, don't show the national team a science fiction film. Thank you. The viewers in the live stream were astonished, and even passers-by were drawn in by the spectacle. Once the dough was ready, it was allowed to rest briefly before being divided into portions, rolled into strips, filled with chili and oil, then flattened and rolled up again. Repeating this process 2 or 3 times. Finally, the ends were sealed, and the dough was flattened into pancake shapes using a rolling pin. Li Xiao narrated as he worked, ensuring no step was overlooked. After crafting 3 pancakes, he placed them on the iron grill to cook. 3 would suffice for himself and Qimiao, while the remaining could be managed by the stall owner. As the iron grill heated to over 200 degrees, the pancakes soon turned a delightful golden brown, and the next step was to flip them repeatedly to ensure thorough cooking. Before long, Li Xiao retrieved the perfectly cooked pancakes and continued. The key to the meat in the pancake is paramount. These pieces of pork belly are marbled and cut into small chunks, seasoned with a touch of cooking wine to eliminate any gamey flavor. They are then simmered with a medley of dried chili, fennel, bay leaves, dried tangerine peel, and star anise. As for the precise quantities of the seasonings, I shall refrain from disclosing that here. Li Xiao understood what to share and what to keep secret, for the stall owner relied on these ingredients to attract customers. It was akin to how the Coca-Cola company meticulously guards its recipe, with rumors suggesting it is stored in a Swiss bank vault. Wow, Principal, are you treating us as outsiders? I've even pulled out my notebook to take notes. And yet you refuse to share. Calm down. Even if you know what ingredients are needed, it doesn't guarantee you can replicate the dish. Just as the packaging in supermarkets lists ingredients that no one can quite replicate. That's true. Just like I've seen films by Principal Gu. Learning how to produce banknotes, yet I still can't do it. Damn it, now I'm starving. I need to order a meat sandwich. Suddenly, a childhood memory surfaced of an animated series related to pancakes. Xiao Song Takes Charge, which always made him crave pancakes. Amidst the chatter of the viewers, Li Xiao began to chop some meat into small pieces. He also diced green peppers and garlic, the cutting board looking all too familiar. Every vendor of meat sandwiches seemed to possess such a cutting board. A good cutting board could easily serve 3 vendors. The sandwich isn't merely about the meat. It's the wood shavings from the cutting board that truly make it special. Li Xiao chuckled and then opened a packet of spicy strips. When he enjoyed a meat sandwich, he loved to add spicy strips. The combination of their flavor with the meat was simply divine. Meat sandwiches could be filled not just with meat, but also eggs, sausages, skewers, spicy strips, and more. Practically anything could be included. Having said that, Li Xiao skillfully assembled 3 meat sandwiches. Qimiao, unable to contain her excitement, snatched one up and took a hearty bite without regard for its heat. Li Xiao asked. How does it taste? Chapter 83. Owlet, the ultimate testament to exquisite flavor lies in unspoken enjoyment. Qi Miao devoured one morsel after another, eschewing any pretense of ladylike decorum. Utterly enraptured, as if she had consumed an inexhaustible confection. Do not subsist solely on these savory meat-filled flatbreads. Complement them with a portion of refreshing mung bean noodles. Li Xiao procured 2 servings of mung bean noodles from a neighboring stall. This particular vendor specialized in mung bean noodles, hand-pulled noodles, and revitalizing noodles. Such a stall was virtually ubiquitous alongside every meat-filled flatbread stand, for the pairing of the latter with these noodles was considered an unparalleled culinary symphony. Especially during the sweltering summer months, a bite of the meat-filled flatbread, followed by a mouthful of mung bean noodles, was akin to achieving gastronomic nirvana. Presently, the stall owner delivered the mung bean noodles. What is this? Qi Miao inquired, finally breaking her silence. Mung bean noodles, Li Xiao elucidated. Mung bean noodles are primarily crafted from Misona chinensis, rice, sweet potatoes, and peas. Complemented by soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil, they offer an undeniably refreshing and invigorating experience. One can even prepare them at home, and they lend themselves not only to stir-frying but also to cold salads. Have you never sampled them before? Qi Miao shook her head. Due to her privileged upbringing, she had rarely indulged in such street fare. Indulge? Qi Miao, unable to contain her anticipation, seized her chopsticks and partook. Slurp. To consume noodles without audibly slurping is to deprive oneself of their very essence. The simple act of slurping served as an affirmation of their delectable nature. Were they unpalatable, one would likely eject them halfway through the process. Having traveled extensively, both individuals were undeniably ravenous, and they consumed their repast with unrestrained gusto. Li Xiao, in particular, savored each bite, his lips glistening with savory oils. With remarkable prescience, the system zoomed in on Li Xiao, affording the viewers in the live broadcast a crystal-clear view of his mastication of each morsel of meat. Is this live broadcast not intended to showcase animals? How has it morphed into a culinary broadcast? Observing the warden partake in this repast is far too appetizing. Despite having already dined, I find myself experiencing a resurgence of hunger. Unacceptable. Having just consumed a meat-filled flatbread, I find myself yearning for another, as well as a serving of mung bean noodles. I cannot bear it any longer. I have already consumed 3. With summer's advent, I had resolved to embark on a weight loss regimen. Indulge. One cannot muster the energy to embark on a weight loss regimen on an empty stomach. The denizens of the live broadcast were collectively overcome with cravings. Regardless of whether they were satiated or still experiencing hunger pangs, they could not resist placing orders for delivery. On that day, the sales of meat-filled flatbreads and mung bean noodles in major cities experienced an unprecedented surge. After finishing a bowl of mung bean noodles, Qi Miao, still experiencing a lingering desire, exclaimed, "Proprietor, another bowl, if you please." "Nay, nay, nay," Li Xiao interjected with haste. "Why do you deny me this indulgence? Our locale boasts a plethora of other delectable delicacies, and if you satiate yourself excessively with mung bean noodles, there will be no room to accommodate other culinary offerings." Li Xiao wiped his mouth and proclaimed, "We also offer deep-fried glutinous rice cakes, braised pancakes, taiga sesame cakes, miniature twisted dough sticks, sesame crisps, noodle soup, cat's ear-shaped pasta, and, most notably, the celebrated byong byong noodles." Qi Miao's eyes widened with excitement as she implored, "Let us depart forthwith and partake of these comestibles. Before our return, I aspire to sample every local delicacy." "As you wish." Li Xiao, having long abstained from these culinary delights, was equally eager to indulge. He arose, turned to the stall owner, and inquired, "What is the sum total?" "No charge, no charge." The proprietor of the meat-filled flatbread stall approached, his countenance radiating a warm smile. "Young sir, were it not for your assistance, I would not have attracted such a multitude of patrons. Consider this meat-filled flatbread my humble offering. And the mung bean noodles? The purveyor of the mung bean noodles is my spouse, and she, too, declines any remuneration. Ah, a collaborative entrepreneurial endeavor." Li Xiao was suddenly reminded of an entrepreneurial anecdote involving a couple. The husband was responsible for grilling kebabs, liberally seasoning them with cumin and chili powder, while the wife sold beer and water nearby. As patrons consumed the kebabs, they would invariably experience thirst, compelling them to purchase water with alacrity. In this manner, the couple managed to acquire 2 properties in the county solely from the sale of water. Feeling somewhat ill at ease for having received complimentary fare, Li Xiao expressed, "In that case, I extend my gratitude. May your endeavors prosper." "Young sir, do frequent our establishment," the proprietor vociferously proclaimed. In truth, the proprietor yearned to utter a line reminiscent of Mitsui Hisashi's iconic declaration from Slam Dunk, "Coach, I want to play basketball." His intended message was, "Young sir, I aspire to learn the art of crafting meat-filled flatbreads from you." Although he, too, had received tutelage from a master, his skills were deficient, as evidenced by his earlier embarrassment. The skill that Li Xiao had displayed earlier convinced him that Li Xiao was superior to his own master. However, with so many onlookers present, he, a grown man, was unable to articulate his desire. He could only hope that Li Xiao would frequent his establishment, affording him an opportunity to seek instruction. Subsequently, Li Xiao escorted Qi Miao on a leisurely stroll through the market. Although Qi Miao had vowed to sample every local delicacy before their return, by nightfall, she had only managed to consume half of them. And she was so replete that she could not help but belch. This was akin to certain foreign visitors who, upon arriving in China, vowed to sample every culinary delight within a year, only to find themselves, 3 years later, still confined to a single city. As the cool evening breeze descended, Li Xiao and Qi Miao commenced their journey home. Chirp! Midway, the white fox Daji emitted an unusual cry. In the ensuing moment, she extricated herself from Qi Miao's embrace and darted swiftly into the adjacent thicket. Li Xiao and Qi Miao exchanged glances and hastened to follow. Coo! In a clearing, the duo discovered a fledgling. The fledgling, devoid of feathers and with unseeing eyes, appeared utterly helpless as it trembled in the wind, its body a pristine white. The poor little bird. Its belly is so round, I long to caress it. What species of bird is this? I have never encountered one before. During my youth in the rural countryside, I frequently scaled trees to pilfer bird eggs, yet I have never laid eyes on such a creature. Within the live broadcast, no one could identify the bird. The white fox Daji was the first to discover the fledgling. However, perhaps due to her prolonged confinement within an iron cage, the white fox instinctively experienced fear upon encountering anything unfamiliar and hesitated to approach. Qi Miao, fearing that the white fox might devour the fledgling, hastily scooped up the white fox and inquired, "What species of bird is this?" After careful scrutiny, Li Xiao declared, "An owlet." "Are you certain?" "Affirmative," Li Xiao affirmed. The plumage of adult owls is predominantly brown, but owlets do indeed possess the appearance of the creature before us. This is the owl's breeding season, and many owlets are either newly hatched or in the process of learning to hunt and fly. As owls are nocturnal creatures, their mobility during daylight hours is relatively limited, and they occasionally fall from their nests or trees. To retrieve it or relocate, it would be to separate mother and offspring. And for the owlet to be removed from its natural environment and deprived of its mother's protection would be detrimental to its development and, in fact, cause it harm. Their mothers are typically in the vicinity, foraging for food, and they will locate their offspring through their calls. Alternatively, their nests may be nearby, and the fledgling should be placed back in its nest. As he spoke, Li Xiao surveyed the surroundings, commencing his search. Chapter 84. Gigi King's Godson in the Avian World. Owls are not renowned for their nest-building prowess. They often opt for the abandoned nests and cavities of other birds, or even seek refuge within the barns of farmers. Essentially, they are dwellers of pre-owned residences, which naturally increases the likelihood of fledglings tumbling out. Li Xiao articulated this with the air of an expert. The zookeeper is truly erudite. Attend the zookeeper's broadcasts, and you're guaranteed a spot at Tsinghua or Peking University. Pardon me, my ambition lies in the hallowed halls of New Oriental Culinary School. The rest is mere ephemera. I second that. I honed my culinary skills at New Oriental Culinary School, and now the families of young ladies tell them, "Marry a chef from New Oriental Culinary School." New Oriental. Is someone pilfering my advertising slogans? I've heard elders say that owls possess medicinal properties, capable of treating asthma, eye ailments, vertigo, epilepsy, and other conditions. Zookeeper, is this true? Is it really? I'll go catch an owl in the wild tomorrow and put it to the test. My friend's wife suffers from asthma, especially during nocturnal activities. Hold on, my friend. You mustn't capture owls. Li Xiao quickly interjected. Owls are a nationally protected species. If you desire a consistent routine, consider dining elsewhere before attempting to catch one. Furthermore, owls are merely ordinary birds, devoid of any genuine medicinal value. At least, the purported therapeutic effects have not been substantiated by research. So, please refrain from haphazardly capturing them. Besides, owls are beneficial creatures, preying on insects and field mice, pests that should not be harmed. Owls are bona fide wild animals, making artificial breeding a challenge. Even fledglings will spurn the minced meat offered by humans. In conclusion, Abstain from hunting or harming owls, and avoid disrupting their nests and habitats. Let's not escalate their plight. Li Xiao patiently imparted this knowledge. Even if a single listener heeded his words, it would be a form of protection for owls. Soon, Li Xiao located the owl's nest, high up in a nearby tree. As he had stated, it was a second-hand home, a dilapidated nest abandoned by another bird. Yet, within it lay 2 eggs. Li Xiao gently placed the fledgling back into the nest. Chi Miao, standing beneath the tree, was still somewhat wistful. I wonder if this little owl will recognize me as its benefactor when it grows up. Rest assured it won't. Owls are colorblind. Even if it had opened its eyes, it would only perceive you in monochrome. Li Xiao doused Chi Miao's sentimentality with a dose of reality. After returning the owlet to its nest, Li Xiao and Chi Miao headed home. Chi Miao was preparing to leave the following day, so she began packing. Li Xiao, feeling idle, ventured into the zoo under the cover of darkness to continue renovations. No slacking. We're back at it tonight, Li Xiao announced as soon as he arrived. But no animal responded. The zoo was eerily silent. One might mistake it for a midnight mortuary. Li Xiao, fearing something was amiss, made his way through the various animal enclosures. Wherever he went, whether it was the evil-eyed Dandan or Gigi King, every animal was fast asleep. However, their slumber was unconvincing. As soon as Li Xiao turned his back, some would eagerly peek open their eyes. They become sentient. They've all become sentient. This late at night, I'm shaking with laughter in bed. It's just like when we were kids during nap time, knowing our parents were going to take us to work in the fields, pretending to be drowsy and asleep. You're right. It's exactly the same, even the way they peek open their eyes. Yesterday, the zookeeper worked tirelessly, scaring these animals so much that they dared not get up to work again. Li Xiao also noticed that the animals were feigning sleep. He slowly approached and gently nudged Gigi King's backside with his foot. Stop pretending. I saw some of your subordinates secretly opening their eyes. It's too obvious. What? Gigi King shot up and screeched at the top of his lungs. Gigi King, which one of you exposed us? Go stand in the corner and contemplate your actions. At his command, four monkeys sheepishly stepped forward and scurried to the corner. Good heavens. They're even under military management. Li Xiao couldn't help but marvel inwardly, chuckling silently. Stop dawdling. All of you come with me to work. Gigi King gestured with his hands. Gigi King, nighttime is for rest. We can't invert our days and nights. I'll let you sleep during the day, Li Xiao countered, offering a deal. Work diligently, and I'll give you extra rations, an extra bunch of bananas for each monkey. Gigi King, not even 5 bunches. We need rest. Li Xiao, 6 bunches. Gigi King, no way. Li Xiao, 10 bunches each. Plus 10 more for you, 20 bunches in total. Deal. Gigi King beamed and squealed. My children, follow the zookeeper and train. Those 4 in the corner. Join in the work, then continue your contemplation. With Gigi King's orders, the entire monkey troop sprang into action. Gigi King, however, remained seated, unmoving. Li Xiao frowned and asked, I gave you double the bananas. Aren't you going? Gigi King, I have my own matters to attend to. Li Xiao was puzzled. What could you possibly be doing? Reading? Gigi King, no, I'm a foster parent now. Li Xiao was even more perplexed. When did you have a child? Gigi King, a godson. I adopted him. It's that bear cub. I even took him out of the zoo to see the world today. The sight was unforgettable. Oops, I let it slip. Gigi King, realizing his mistake, quickly covered his mouth. Li Xiao also sensed trouble and raced towards the bear cub's enclosure. Currently, the zoo lacked a dedicated area for bears, and the cub was too young, so Li Xiao had placed it in his own room at the zoo. Gigi King, fearing Li Xiao would witness something he shouldn't, followed closely behind. Bang! When Li Xiao flung open the door and beheld the astonishing scene within, he was utterly dumbfounded. After a mere 0.05 of a second, he took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and unleashed a primal scream. Gigi King, I'm going to castrate you. Chapter 85, Lingerie Mania, a vision of undergarments. A kaleidoscope of colors and styles unfolded before him, a veritable sea of lingerie. Hundreds, perhaps, lay scattered about. The cub's den, in particular, was practically constructed from these intimate garments. The little bear was almost entirely submerged, a pearl-adorned bra perched jauntily atop its head, oblivious to Li Xiao's arrival. The cub slumbered soundly, even extending its tongue in a contented lick. Good heavens! Good heavens! A lingerie fanatic. The Gibbon King was far from simple. Gibbon King, I must become your apprentice. Never in my days have I beheld such a collection of women's undergarments. Coward, Li Xiao muttered. Tomorrow, I'll escort you to the mall for a shopping spree. You can feast your eyes to your heart's content. Fool, came a reply. The Gibbon King pilfered these. and they've undoubtedly been worn. Such garments possess a certain piquancy. Those in the mall are far too pristine. In an instant, the seasoned lechers of the live stream emerged from the woodwork. Fearful of a ban for violating regulations, Li Xiao swiftly cut the camera. Casting a stern gaze upon the Gibbon King, the Gibbon King, visibly alarmed, gesticulated wildly, attempting to explain. Master, the Gibbon King signed. You cannot lay blame upon me in this matter. I am truly innocent. Li Xiao retorted. Explain yourself clearly, or I shall render you infertile. The truth is, the Gibbon King began. I merely sought to alleviate my boredom by taking the cub to the village below the mountain. However, being unfamiliar with the village, I enlisted the aid of the Colugo to guide us. The Colugo surreptitiously led us to your home. Finding it empty, we explored the various rooms. The cub, from who knows where, unearthed a pearl-studded bra and promptly placed it upon its head. Seeing its delight, I allowed it to keep it. And then, Li Xiao inquired, his tone icy. With the villagers largely absent, attending the market, we ventured to other homes. The cub, one after another, discovered more undergarments, all of the female variety. Despite my dissuasion, it remained resolute, and I was left with no choice but to allow it to bring the lingerie back to the zoo. The Colugo guided us. The cub stole the lingerie, and I was merely an escort. Therefore, I bear no responsibility in this matter. The Gibbon King's hands flew, nearly succumbing to cramps. A task more arduous than interpreting for the renowned orator Zhu Guanquan. The narrative was coherent, seemingly plausible, yet riddled with inconsistencies. How could a cub of mere months possess the stamina to unearth hundreds of undergarments? Surely, the mischievous Gibbon King had instigated this. Seeing Li Xiao's silence, his thoughts inscrutable, the Gibbon King blinked his large eyes imploringly, signing once more, You must believe me. I believe you. Li Xiao replied, a serpentine smile playing upon his lips, reminiscent of the twisted-mouthed Dragon King. Since the cub is the culprit, I shall not delve further into the matter. However, as the saying goes, the fault of the child lies with the father. As the cub's adoptive father, your failure to properly guide it places the responsibility upon you. Therefore, you shall return all of the lingerie, meticulously replacing it as it was, without arousing suspicion. Failure to do so will result in the burning of your cherished books. Before your very eyes. A fatal blow. The Gibbon King's books were its most prized possessions. Their destruction would be a fate worse than infertility. Despite its best efforts to disassociate itself from the incident, the warden, with a torrent of words, had managed to place the blame squarely upon its shoulders. It seems I must evolve more rapidly, lest I be unable to refute him. I must dedicate myself to further study, lest I be at a disadvantage in future debates. The Gibbon King grumbled inwardly, yet could only nod in acquiescence. As long as it did not involve arduous labor within the zoo, it was content to comply. Though Li Xiao's discovery was swift, and he dispatched the Gibbon King to return the lingerie without delay, it was ultimately too late. That very evening, turmoil gripped Toad Village. Which scoundrel has stolen my lingerie? Mine has been pilfered as well, and it hadn't been washed in a week. To think someone would steal it. Has our village suddenly spawned a lingerie maniac? Husband, did you gift my new lingerie to your mistress? I can't find a single piece. Son, how many times must I tell you? You are a boy, you cannot wear my clothes. This time, you've gone too far, stealing all of my lingerie. Are you seeking a beating? Overnight, the entire village was in an uproar. Few slept, all speculating as to the perpetrator. The women who had lost their lingerie were both anxious and mortified, save for one. A woman in her 40s, unmarried, harbored a secret delight. Could it be that a man in the village fancies me enough to steal my lingerie? I must find him tomorrow and marry him. The reason for this woman's spinsterhood lay with her parents. In Li Xiao's region, dowries were exorbitant, starting at a minimum of hundreds of thousands of yuan, sometimes reaching 200,000 or 300,000. It was less a dowry and more akin to extortion. Some daughters, after marrying for a mere 2 or 3 years, would divorce and be sold to another man at a high price. This woman's parents had initially demanded an astronomical sum of 350,000. However, the majority of the villagers were farmers, some toiling their entire lives without earning such an amount. Naturally, no one sought to marry her. Thus, the woman was left behind. Reaching the age of 40, though once considered comely, she had now withered. She was now eager to marry any man, regardless of marital status or appearance. Her parents, however, continued to insist upon the exorbitant sum of 350,000. Lonely Mountain Zoo. Tonight, we shall construct wooden viewing platforms, Li Xiao declared, gazing upon the logs before him with determination. While the zoo possessed blueprints for construction, the viewing platforms required Li Xiao's personal attention. The areas surrounding the ponds, in particular, needed to be sturdy to prevent children from falling in. The zoo already had viewing platforms, but some were damaged and in need of repair. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao announced, "Our immediate task is to transport the logs to the various areas of the zoo where they are needed. There are two methods of transportation. The first involves driving a vehicle, a simple, convenient, and effortless method, but also exceedingly tedious. The second method is far simpler." Before he could finish, Li Xiao braced himself, tensing his arms, and with a burst of strength, embraced a log before him. Chapter 86. The Warden, an eternal deity, a confirmed cultivator. "Warden, I'm a construction foreman. Come work on my site. It's such a waste for you to be a warden here." The audience in the live broadcast room was collectively astounded. Yet, it didn't end there. Li Xiao planted his feet firmly, leaving deep imprints on the ground. With a surge of power in his arms, he began to spin in place. Consequently, the log in his grasp whirled along with him. As Li Xiao's rotational speed increased, the massive log lifted off the ground, transforming into a blurry afterimage accompanied by a howling wind. The animals nearby, including Xiao He, were terrified, scurrying away to a safe distance and hiding, fearing that the giant log might slip from Li Xiao's grasp and come crashing down upon them. The viewers were even more dumbfounded, at a loss for words. What is the warden doing? Spinning in circles? I know. This is Black Tiger Affu's Black Tiger Claw, Mount Tai Press, Raven Plane. Nonsense. This is clearly an upgraded version of the Floral Flourish. The warden is about to floral flourish his way to the heavens. I don't know what this is, but I know the warden is too fierce. He hasn't gotten dizzy after spinning for so long. If it were me, I'd throw up everything I ate a week ago. Huh. Accompanied by Li Xiao's shout, his spinning body abruptly halted, and the hands tightly gripping the log loosened. Thus, the 2-meter-tall log was hurled like a javelin. The log soared through the air, the drone astutely keeping pace and switching its lens to accompany the log. Being so close, the viewers could clearly perceive the log being launched and the sparks generated by its rapid movement through the air. The viewers didn't have much time to savor the sight. For in a few seconds, accompanied by a heavy thud, the log landed precisely at the location within the zoo where a wooden sightseeing bridge was to be constructed. Thump! The sound resembled an ancient war drum beaten during battle. The resounding noise sent a shiver down the viewers' spines. Instantly, the live broadcast room fell into a deathly silence. The viewers were so stunned that they held their breath, sitting blankly in front of their computers or phones, as if they had been struck by the thieving saint by Zhantong's sunflower acupuncture hand from my own swordsman. Clap, clap. Li Xiao lightly clapped his hands, nonchalantly remarking with considerable satisfaction, "Not bad. My accuracy is still acceptable. This is the second method. Although it's a bit barbaric, it's simpler than the first, and it allows me to exercise while working. Accuracy is acceptable? Who cares about accuracy? Is this even acceptable?" Li Xiao's words jolted the viewers awake, causing their lips to twitch uncontrollably. I don't know what to say. I'll go consult a dictionary first. Sorry, excuse me, farewell. This isn't the kind of live broadcast I should be watching at my age. He claims it's for exercise? Does your workout involve throwing 2-meter-tall logs? Too terrifying. What kind of monster have I been following? Not to brag, but if I fought the warden, he could slap me back into the womb. You're formidable. If I fought the warden, he could slap me back into my past life. This is the daily life of a cultivator. The warden probably can't find an opponent on this planet. Quick, find Godzilla and King Kong. Have them team up to fight the warden. Well, Godzilla versus Kong is still playing, and you've already conceived the plot for the next installment. Look at Tyson, his legs are trembling. He's probably too afraid to spar with the warden in boxing again. Li Xiao casually tossed a log, instantly igniting the entire live broadcast room. This log was akin to the atomic bombs dropped on the island nation. Li Xiao disregarded the viewers' astonishment and picked up another log, stating, "Do you know why I'm doing this? I'm not trying to show off or act cool. I simply think it's too expensive to transport them by car. Since gas is quite pricey now, I need to save money to renovate the zoo." With that, Li Xiao spun again and flung the log. Boom. Another loud crash as the log landed precisely. The distance between the two logs was less than half a meter. As the second log was still in the air, Li Xiao had already picked up the third, spinning and throwing it once more. The series of actions was impeccably executed. I'm floored. If this isn't showing off, what is? Saving gas by throwing logs is as believable as Zhang Wei from my apartment being a rich heir. Although it's implausible, we can't refute it. It's already the 5th log. I'm trembling. 6th log. 7th log. Each time Li Xiao threw a log, the viewers would collectively count aloud in the public chat. It was just like when Li Xiao was plowing the field. In just a few days, Li Xiao had once again astounded them. 2-meter-tall logs that took 2 adults to lift were effortlessly handled by Li Xiao, who casually spun and threw them dozens of meters away. Their eyes had been blinded by the sight of the logs being launched. Some even suspected that this was a special effects blockbuster produced by Li Xiao. It's a shame he's not Spider-Man. With Li Xiao playing Spider-Man, pulling trains and ships wouldn't require special effects. He could completely forego a large special effects budget and rely on his own strength to play the role authentically. Nearby, the animals exchanged glances. Tyson, do we still need to work? I think the master is enough on his own. Grey Wolf, are humans this terrifying now? I've only been hiding in the mountains for a few years, and I'm already out of touch with the times. Evil Eye, tonight is the Warden's solo performance. We just need to wave flags, cheer him on, and be cheerleaders. Evil Eye was the laziest. After all, he had done the hardest and most tiring work before. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard Li Xiao's voice. Evil Eye, stop dawdling and start working. At the command, Xiaohe had already rushed over to urge them on. Evil Eye and the other animals reluctantly got up and started working, with the animals joining the workforce. The zoo was once again bustling with activity. The wild boar and wolf packs played a significant role in transporting the logs. Although they couldn't carry them like humans, they could use their thick hides to nudge them along, especially the wild boars with their sturdy tusks. Coo, coo, just as Li Xiao threw the 15th log. The sound of birdsong suddenly reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, it was an owl. Chapter 87. The Grateful Owl in the Beak of the Owl. There lay a bloodied field mouse, plump and sizable, reminiscent of a certain round bowl. Where had this owl come from? Why did it fixate its gaze upon the principal? A foreboding sensation washed over me. This owl was not an ordinary creature. In the live stream, viewers began to speculate. The owl, undeterred by the ferocious tiger, wolf, and wild boar surrounding Li Xiao, flapped its wings and approached him directly. It gently placed the field mouse before Li Xiao, even using its delicate claws to nudge the mouse closer to him. Hoot! The owl seemed to convey, "Thank you for saving my child. Here is a gift for you." Li Xiao realized that this was the mother of the owl chick he had encountered earlier. Yet, even in gratitude, did it really require offering a field mouse? Li Xiao shook his head. To consume the mouse raw? Impossible. However, he was willing to accept the gesture of goodwill. Seeing Li Xiao refuse to eat the mouse, the owl grew anxious, grasped the mouse again, and soared into the air, intent on dropping it directly into Li Xiao's mouth. Li Xiao swiftly closed his mouth and covered it with his hand. This was absurd. The owl had come to express its gratitude, bringing a field mouse as a token. Principal, at least eat a little in front of it. Do not dishearten its feelings. Just a bite. Do not stifle the enthusiasm of the little one. Offering a field mouse is already generous. Thankfully, it did not bring a snake. Principal, if you perform the act of eating the field mouse raw, I will send you rockets. The owl declared, I have brought you what I deem the finest, though it may not suit you. The viewers fervently encouraged Li Xiao to consume the field mouse. Nevertheless, Li Xiao resolutely kept his mouth shut. With a flick of his eyes, he stammered, I appreciate the kindness, and I shall keep the field mouse, but I will not eat it. I will leave it for the animals. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Xiao swiftly seized the field mouse and tossed it to a nearby mountain goat, saying, Little Qin, this is for you. Eat it quickly. Little Qin was the name Li Xiao had bestowed upon the mountain goat, inspired by the tale of the legend of the white snake, due to the hints of green in its scales. Upon witnessing the field mouse finally being consumed, the owl took flight once more. Li Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief and returned to his tasks. Meanwhile, UC Shock Department released a video capturing the moment Li Xiao hurled a massive log during his live stream. Given the recent surge in popularity, various media outlets had dispatched personnel to monitor Li Xiao's live broadcasts, eager to edit and present the most captivating content. This was far less laborious than the incessant efforts of trailing celebrities for clandestine footage. They could comfortably enjoy the live stream while effortlessly trending. The UC Shock Department abandoned its usual flashy titles and opted for a straightforward 4-character phrase. The principal is incredible. Within half an hour of the video's release, it rapidly ascended the trending charts. Aside from the video's astounding content, much of the attention stemmed from Li Xiao's newfound celebrity status. Even ordinary passers-by found themselves irresistibly drawn to Weibo, eager to witness Li Xiao's latest astonishing feats. Is this video real? It must be fake. Lifting such a massive log is no small feat. How could he spin around so many times and throw it? Perhaps they use props like in film productions. Today's actors are quite pampered. Even for a bathing scene, they demand bottled water, unlike the old days when actors like Old Li persevered through high fevers. Shooting in the snow, which led to the brilliance of the bright sword. Props may be used in filming, but the principal certainly needed no such deceit. His integrity was beyond question. Having tossed a dozen logs already, if the principal were to time travel to ancient times, I would insist he take on the role of a soldier assaulting city gates with a log, renovating a zoo, plowing fields, tossing logs. Truly, the principal had a myriad of talents. Not trending? Such injustice. I feel like this trick of the principal's is somewhat familiar. I seem to recall seeing it at a bathing center, possibly referred to as the Flying Man. Upstairs, you are mistaken. I have never been to a bathing center, but I believe I have seen this maneuver in the film Journey to the West. The comments on Weibo were rife with astonishment. Without a doubt, Li Xiao once again claimed the top spot on the trending list. Since Li Xiao had dominated the rankings for the past few days, celebrities looking to create buzz had grown wary, much like Huang Dinghao. Generating trending topics was relatively simple for celebrities, merely hinting at secret relationships, breakups, hospital visits, suspected pregnancies, or cosmetic surgery. From clandestine affairs to public revelations, from public to passionate romance, from dating to cohabitation, from cohabitation to dependency, from dependency to marriage, from marriage to divorce, and back to secret relationships. This cycle could perpetuate endlessly for gossip fodder. Upon witnessing Li Xiao's rise in the trends, and given that his daytime live stream was merely a market stroll, they deemed it an opportune moment to engage with the Water Army and marketing accounts. Yet, could they truly compete with Weibo's trending charts? Absolutely. Are you sure? Are you questioning my expertise? As long as the funds are sufficient, I can elevate you to the trending list, even if you were to relieve yourself in public. Wait, that streamer is trending again. What? Which streamer? The one from the zoo. The Water Army swiftly checked and, moments later, responded, "Apologies, we cannot take this job." Why not? We cannot compete with that principal. I will refund your retainer, and I look forward to collaborating next time. But you said it was a guarantee. I neglected to mention that it was contingent upon the principal not trending. In fact, I am a fan of the principal, and I must cheer him on. Such revelations left many celebrities frustrated, for even when they offered several times the usual price, no marketing team would accept the job. These teams had become Li Xiao's fans, spontaneously promoting him. Consequently, a multitude of celebrities could only watch helplessly as Li Xiao reclaimed the top position on the trending charts. A sight both irksome and disheartening, yet utterly unavoidable. Unbeknownst to Li Xiao, he continued to toss logs nonchalantly. However, shortly thereafter, the owl returned, clutching yet another field mouse in its beak. Chapter 88. The glorious live stream of little black Li Xiao wore a face full of melancholy as he gazed at the owl that lingered before him. Once again, he held the captured field mouse and declared, "This time, I shall keep it for myself. Though I want to eat it now, I plan to savor it tomorrow." That should suffice, shouldn't it? Whether the owl understood his words was uncertain, but it flapped its wings and departed once more. Li Xiao resumed tossing logs, not overdoing it as he hurled 30 massive pieces of timber, achieving the desired effect before pausing to wield the patrol axe for chopping and refining. The patrol axe was exceptionally sharp, and with Li Xiao's considerable strength, he managed to avoid the clumsiness exhibited by Peng Peng in The Life We Yearn For. He even became ensnared, struggling for quite some time to extract the axe from the wood. Nevertheless, the fervor in the live stream remained unabated, especially among fitness enthusiasts who had gathered from Weibo. Initially ready to criticize, they found themselves speechless as they observed Li Xiao effortlessly hurling genuine logs. All their disparaging remarks were swallowed back, and in unison, they raised their thumbs in admiration on the public screen, reverently worshipping him. With such prowess displayed, even without shedding his attire, he could easily outclass them. He could even bring glory to his country by competing in weightlifting at the Olympics. Who dared to contest that? If anyone disagreed, they should first snap a branch in half. Li Xiao's feline constitution once again proved advantageous. This night belonged to him once more. Across various platforms on Weibo, discussions about Li Xiao proliferated, with forums and other sites eagerly sharing his exploits. It was an opportune moment for attracting traffic, and no one wished to miss out. What does it feel like to lift a 2-meter-tall log effortlessly, spin around, and then launch it into the air? The gardener single-handedly raised the bar for all streamers. The gardener embodies the limits of humanity. I believe the relevant authorities have taken notice of the gardener. As the entire internet fervently discussed Li Xiao, he, in contrast, quietly tucked away his achievements, turning off the stream and retreating home for a well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, Qi Miao would depart, and Li Xiao resolved to rise early to bid her farewell. Although he had slept extensively during the day and felt little drowsiness now, He forced himself to close his eyes. At dawn, Li Xiao took Little Black to see Chi Miao off. The nearby city had recently opened a high-speed train service, so he needed to escort her to the city. However, upon waking, he encountered an unexpected situation. Outside his bedroom window lay several deceased field mice, a clear indication that the owl had been busy the previous night. Li Xiao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, utterly at a loss. Upon reaching the city airport, dogs were not permitted inside, so Li Xiao left Little Black outside. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he decided to live stream Little Black throughout the entire process. Unbeknownst to him, this stream would become a highlight for Little Black. As Li Xiao and Chi Miao entered the terminal, Little Black, experiencing the city for the first time, began to wander around in boredom. While exploring, Little Black encountered a girl wearing a floral dress who was walking a Siberian husky. Today was Little Black's moment in the spotlight. Little Black declared, "Today, I shall host the live stream. Feel free to request whatever you wish to see." There was a husky nearby, being cared for by a girl. Observing such creatures was far more amusing than owning one. It was said that this breed was the blueprint when the divine crafted wolves. Siberian Huskies are renowned as one of the most intelligent dog breeds, descended from the purest sled dog lineage. They possess wise gazes, exceptional self-expression skills, commanding barks, and rapid reflexes. Huskies are innately clever, a trait inherited from their predecessors, and they grow into exemplary beings, often transforming into professional demolition squads. Given a mouth, they could even reshape the earth. The appearance of the husky ignited a frenzy in the live stream. Among all dog breeds, perhaps only the husky garners such enthusiasm, provided it belongs to someone else. The husky quickly noticed Little Black, its eyes widening with excitement as it approached, tongue lolling and swaying side to side. As it neared, Little Black extended his left paw and gently pushed the husky away, casting a disdainful glance at the dog that seemed to say, "Get lost. I refuse to play with a foolish dog. I fear my brilliant mind might be tainted." This simple gesture sent the viewers into fits of laughter. Yet, the more Little Black disregarded the husky, the more it sought his attention, attempting to lick Little Black, much like those who persistently chase after indifference. It was clear that if he did not consume the field mice, the owl would not let it rest. Chapter 89. The Husky's Unusual Awakening. Could it be? Is the husky actually attempting to save someone? This is not the image I have of a husky. I must still be half asleep. Someone pinch me and tell me if it hurts. In the next moment, the expressions of all the viewers in the live stream froze. The husky dashed up to the girl, sniffing and observing her with an exaggerated stance. Then, in a startling turn of events, it slowly lifted its left hind leg. With a sudden burst, a stream of bright yellow urine erupted, splashing all over the girl's face. Oblivious to the chaos it had caused, the husky wagged its tongue playfully, as if to say, "What is the big deal? A little pee is enough to wake her up." Not only did it seem unfazed, but the husky looked at the girl with expectation, as if waiting for a reward. It gleefully bounded over to Wang Jichu. Gasp! The entire audience collectively inhaled sharply. Even the nearby Xiao He was left dumbfounded, completely defeated by the husky. Meanwhile, the girl stood frozen, utterly shocked. She had never envisioned that her beloved husky would act in such a manner towards her. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, her mind blank. She had forgotten to even scream. Seeing her unresponsive, the husky assumed its owner was still unconscious. It turned around and raised its left hind leg once more. "One stream didn't tea wake her? Then let us try two." "Ah!" the girl finally screamed. But it was too late. As she opened her mouth, the husky's stream of urine landed right inside. "Damn! I'll kill you." The girl erupted in fury, disregarding her image, attacking the husky with wild abandon. The scene spiraled out of control. The husky looked innocently bewildered, thinking, "This woman really has no sense of gratitude. I tried to save you, and you want to hit me? What an ungrateful wretch." I can hardly contain my laughter as I sit on the subway heading to work, my body trembling with amusement, while others might think I'm just holding in a bathroom break. "Everyone, sit down. This is my usual routine." In the husky's mind, its owner must have fainted from the heat, and it was merely trying to help. "Come on, you should drink a little." It seems the husky learned this tactic from the girl's boyfriend. "Hey up there, something's off with you. Just a quick question, are you S or M?" Soon, Li Xiao emerged from the airport, coincidentally witnessing this spectacle. Out of courtesy, he held back his laughter and asked, "Xiao He, did you teach that husky this trick?" Wang. Xiao He protested, "That's unfair. I'm a dog, and the husky is just a mutt. We are not the same." Xiao He made a vigorous effort to distance himself from the husky. Clearly, this creature was not well received in the canine community. "Haha, let us head home. Li Xiao patted Xiaohei's head. Qi Miao had already checked in, and there was little reason to linger in the city. It was better to return home and continue tending to the zoo. With a casual wave, Li Xiao summoned a taxi. Just as he sat down, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror and gasped, "Director, you're the director, aren't you? You know me? Not just know you, but I'm your fan." The driver excitedly stepped out of the driver's seat, shaking Li Xiao's hand. "My name is Chun Xingyu, and I watch your live stream almost every night. This must be Xiaohei. He is so adorable. He reminds me of the puppy I had when I was a child." As the driver spoke, he quickly approached Xiaohei, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, as if he had encountered a celebrity, his words coming out in a stutter. "I have some marinated meat I was planning to take home for dinner tonight. Can I feed it to Xiaohei?" Wong Wong Wong. Xiaohei, feeling at ease, made soft sounds. He wasn't interested in the marinated meat. He was simply showing off. "Look, my popularity surpasses yours. Jealous?" Li Xiao rolled his eyes, "Sorry. But Xiaohei only eats food I provide. That's all right. I got too excited." Chun Xingyu didn't mind the refusal. Anyone who has raised a dog knows that to nurture a good dog, it's best to limit their diet to what the owner provides to cultivate their instincts. If a dog eats from many sources, it could lead to harm. Adjusting his emotions, Chun Xingyu said, "Director, where are you heading? I can take you. Just drop me off at the entrance of our village." "All right, take a seat." Chun Xingyu quickly pulled out his phone to snap a couple of pictures with Li Xiao before starting the car. During the ride, Chun Xingyu couldn't help but chat amiably with Li Xiao. Li Xiao responded warmly, as if they were old friends. In truth, men can bond quickly over discussions about sports, games, or women, while women typically connect over conversations about bags, makeup, or men. However, nowadays, some girls gather to discuss even more risky topics, competing over their experiences of fishing for wealthy suitors, comparing lengths and durability of their catches. "Director, does your zoo accept other animals?" Chun Xingyu suddenly asked. "Absolutely." Li Xiao replied eagerly, "We are in need of more animals. The more the merrier. Just like the women in the legend of Jianghu. I happen to have a budgerigar at home. You can take it." "Huh?" Li Xiao asked, puzzled. "What's wrong with this parrot?" Chun Xingyu explained, "It's not sick or anything, but it does have a tendency to chatter incessantly, especially in the evenings. My wife can't take it anymore and has asked me to get rid of it more than once. However, I've kept it for 2 years and can't bear to part with it. Since I trust you, I'd rather send it to your zoo." As a fan of Li Xiao, Chun Xingyu had watched his live streams for a long time, completely trusting him. He believed that Li Xiao would take good care of his parrot. Plus, there was a chance that the parrot could gain fame alongside Li Xiao, bringing him a sense of pride as well. After considering it, Li Xiao said, "All right, let me see the parrot first. I'll take you to see it now." Chun Xingyu turned the car around and sped towards his home. Half an hour later, they arrived at a community. Li Xiao waited downstairs while Chun Xingyu went upstairs to fetch the parrot. "Here it comes, director. This is my parrot." Soon, Chun Xingyu returned, proudly holding a parrot. Chapter 90. The Parrot. "I am your elder." Upon a mere glance, Li Xiao could not help but indulge in a moment of enlightening discourse, stating, "The reason it is referred to as a budgerigar is that its head and back feathers are predominantly yellow with black stripes, resembling the skin of a tiger. Budgerigars are primarily found across the Australian continent, inhabiting the edges of forests and grassy areas, where they are known to flock together. They possess a lively disposition and are remarkably easy to tame." "Hello." The budgerigar greeted Li Xiao with a gentle dip of its head. "Can it speak?" It appeared that Chun Xingyu had diligently trained it. What a delightful surprise. Li Xiao mused that his visit to the city to deliver Qi Miao was indeed worthwhile, for he had acquired this adorably naive, talkative budgerigar, which would undoubtedly enhance the entertainment value of his future live streams. "You ask me, who am I?" The budgerigar chimed in again. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao responded, "Who are you?" "I am your elder." "Goodness gracious." In that instant, the budgerigar's coarse retort obliterated Li Xiao's previously cherished fantasies about it. "Ha! Principal, don't pamper it. Give it a good smack to teach it a lesson." The parrot was truly mischievous. "I've seen this parrot before. It sat in front of me during the college entrance examination." This reminded him of his uncle's parrot, which had learned to mimic his uncle's tone so well that one day, when the shop was closed and someone knocked, the parrot squawked, "The boss is not at home," prompting the customer to leave. Once, while strolling down the street, he heard a voice exclaiming, "Who is buying millet? Who is buying millet?" Initially, he thought it was an irritable old man, only to discover after a lengthy search that it was, in fact, a parrot. The principal remarked, "With my fiery temper, I'll roast that parrot live tonight and feast upon its flesh." Laughter erupted in the live stream. The budgerigar's tiny eyes twinkled mischievously as it continued. Will you ask me if I am a fierce little tiger? I shall not. Li Xiao firmly shook his head, resolutely declining. Having already been caught off guard once, he was determined not to let this parrot outsmart him again. Ask away. Ask away. You may inquire. The budgerigar pleaded, resembling a petulant little girl. Just one more time. Li Xiao thought to himself, then asked, Are you a fierce little tiger? Are you deaf? I already told you, I am your elder. Li Xiao's face flushed crimson as he muttered, Where is my sword? My 50-meter-long sword? Today, I shall allow this parrot to fly 49 meters. At that moment, Li Xiao finally understood why Chen Xingyu's wife held such disdain for this parrot. Was this creature merely chatty, or did it have a penchant for impertinence? This parrot was utterly hilarious. The principal could take it home. He would certainly visit daily, not to see the parrot, but to see Chen Xingyu. The parrot's tone was reminiscent of his girlfriend's, always seeking trouble and asking an endless array of nonsensical questions. As if possessed by Hu Yifei, he realized he had not checked his phone, and when he heard the phrase fierce little tiger, he briefly thought that actress Liu Yifei had graced the principal's livestream. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to Hu Yifei, still as a maiden, yet swift as a hare. Maiden? At the age of 8, I was 2. Ever since I began riding a bicycle, after the seat fell off and I landed unceremoniously, I was never the same. Are you truly all right? I have a sister who, one day while biking home with her boyfriend, sat on the front bar of the bike. It was only after they arrived home that she realized the bike had no front bar. He was baffled, pondering how he had not grasped the situation sooner. This bumpy road can also accommodate cars. My face was sore from being pressed against the wheel. Stop the nonsense. Pull up your pants, hands on your head. No need for clothes, since both top and bottom look alike. Come with me. Why does it always have to be you lot? The pace of the live stream escalated, veering dangerously close to the kindergarten. Chen Xingyu, drenched in sweat, sheepishly admitted, I'm sorry, principal. That's just its nature, it loves to tease. Where did it learn all this? Li Xiao inquired. Did you teach it? No. Chen Xingyu waved his hands vigorously. I can't teach it any of that. Every time my wife and I leave for work, it skillfully turns on the television and learns from various dramas. It particularly adores watching the comedic sketches from Di Yunxi. Indeed, without Guidi Gang, the comedy would falter. With Guidi Gang, the comedy would flourish. This parrot had absorbed a wealth of wisdom. What is its name? Nicholas Jiaoxi, also known as the Fire Cloud Evil God. Li Xiao chuckled and asked, How did it come to have such a name? Though it speaks fluently, it is exceedingly chatty, it should be named Xie Guanquan instead. Li Xiao interjected. The ancient divine beast Xie Guanquan not only spoke incessantly, but also created chaos in Yashan, continuing the saga of each season of rural love. Xie Guanquan deserved a good thrashing, but this parrot did not, for the more it spoke, the more it resembled Jiaoxi and would stumble over its words. As for the name Fire Cloud Evil God, it was bestowed due to the sparse feathers atop its head, which, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to the Fire Cloud Evil God. This was indeed a genuine budgerigar. Chapter 91 Little Black. Are you instructing me on how to act? With a click, 2 elegantly dressed women approached, their high heels clicking against the pavement. Adorned in striking red, fitted dresses, their golden wavy hair cascaded down. Reminiscent of instant noodles. Perhaps due to a condition akin to a slipped disc, they walked with an exaggerated sway, much like the popular influencers on short video platforms, flaunting their curves as they strutted by. Their every movement was undeniably captivating. Do young women still indulge in street food? Those interviewed in viral videos seem to have monthly allowances starting at 5 figures, eschewing such casual fare. Could they truly embody the essence of high society? It's hard to deny the resemblance, especially considering the car they arrived in, which appeared to be a shared ride. I wonder if such resources could be found on popular platforms. In the live stream, some astute viewers had already uncovered the true identities of the women. Whether they were indeed socialites remained uncertain, but their long legs and fair skin were indisputable. The dresses they wore were rather scandalous, barely covering their thighs and featuring plunging V-necks. Even before summer fully arrived, their attire suggested an eagerness for warmth, particularly during the long, lonely nights that would only intensify their fervor. As the 2 women walked by, many men's gazes were drawn to them, and even Little Black could not help but drool. My goodness, those dresses are dazzlingly white. The girls ordered some food and settled at the table opposite Li Xiao. Suddenly, both women noticed Little Black, perhaps out of boredom, and waved him over. Little Black, already intrigued, rushed over at their beckoning. Li Xiao kindly cautioned, Be careful. That dog isn't well behaved. Oh, he looks quite docile and adorable, one of the girls retorted. Indeed, you must be mistaken. Why would we want to tease your little pup? How petty of you. One of the women playfully shoved a piece of meat into Little Black's mouth, saying, Good boy, eat up. Yet, Little Black remained unfazed, refusing to chew and casting a glance of disapproval at Li Xiao. In the next moment, he lifted his front paw and smacked down hard. Splash! The force was so great that a bowl of soup in front of the women was overturned, splattering them completely. Woof! Little Black gazed at the two women with a knowing look and barked lightly. Ladies, do you dare insult my master? You are courting disaster. Furthermore, do not presume to instruct me. My presence here is a sign of respect. I will eat when I wish and overturn tables if I please. Do you understand? Even as a dog, Little Black had his principles. He would not tolerate insults directed at Li Xiao. As the king of the village, he preferred to take the initiative rather than be force-fed by women. The two women screamed uncontrollably, their shrieks reminiscent of a police siren or boiling water on the verge of eruption. Li Xiao could only shake his head in resignation, remarking, Ignoring the wise words of a handsome man can lead to unfortunate consequences. Chun Xingyu watched in astonishment, secretly relieved that she hadn't attempted to feed Little Black, lest she meet a similar fate. Where did Little Black learn such a table-flipping tactic? Who the hell called me? Came a voice from the crowd. Tonight. Dinner is on me. I find myself increasingly fond of Little Black. He absolutely refuses to allow anyone to insult his owner. Ready to defend honor at a moment's notice. Unlike my own dog, who once gave me a nudge when I pretended to faint. How rude. The crime unit's Little Black. Are you instructing me on how to act? Uncle Duh, I am familiar with this narrative. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by Little Black's display, showering him with adoration. Just then, Li Xiao had finished his meal and declared, I'm full. We can leave now. Wait. Halt. Is this your dog? You must pay for the damages. Do you have any idea how much we spent on these outfits? The two women rushed over, their expressions irate. Inadvertently, they let slip their true status. It seemed they genuinely were socialites. Though they had not been bitten by Little Black, their demeanor had transformed into that of a rabid dog, far removed from their earlier poise. Initially, Li Xiao intended to apologize by covering the cost of their meal. But upon witnessing their attitudes, he simply shrugged and stated, You were the ones feeding my dog. Why should I be responsible for the damages? It must be your influence that caused your dog to act this way. What benefit would it serve me to incite such behavior? You believe we are attractive and well-endowed. So you wish to see us humiliated. They argued vehemently, their faces flushed with indignation, spittle flying as they spoke. The logic of women can be quite perplexing. Li Xiao glanced at their figures and, well, how should I put it? One look at them, and I could guess their names. They must be the cousins of Chun Yuan from the Deer and the Cauldron. While other girls might flaunt their assets, these two were merely flat. Even with their revealing outfits, there was no sign of allure. How could they claim to be deserving of such attention? What could possibly be seen that was worth embarrassment? Hey, flat, who are you calling flat? That rich coming from you. I'm round, and she wave. Li Xiao's expression darkened. Are people's names nowadays so mismatched with their appearances? Wave, round, let us compromise. I'll cover the meal, and we can call it even, shall we? Li Xiao is still live streaming and hoped to return home soon without further entanglements. No. This outfit was just purchased today. You must reimburse us. A meal isn't worth much, but our outfits cost 50,000. The two women stood firm. Let us be reasonable. It was you who first tempted my dog. It was your dog that lured us in. Did it wave its paws and beckon you to approach, or forcefully shove meat into your mouths to entice you? Its charm is undeniable, which is why we engaged with it. Therefore, you must pay for our attire. Their arguments were as relentless as they were absurd. Li Xiao was left speechless. Indeed, one should never reason with women. Confucius was right. Women and petty men are difficult to manage. The two women flanked Li Xiao, declaring in unison, the total for our two outfits is 100,000. Fork over the cash immediately, or you shall not pass. Chapter 92, To Prosper in the Countryside. One must first pave the way in broad daylight. They dare to rob. How shameful for such young individuals to display such disgraceful behavior. The young man had clearly warned you just moments ago. How brazen can you be, completely disregarding his advice? Bystanders could no longer tolerate the scene and began to voice their discontent. Even the viewers in the live stream were outraged. The director, unable to bear it any longer, was ready to intervene directly, but she hesitated, fearing that their faces, possibly crafted from the same assembly line, might crumble with a single kick. How terrifying that prospect seemed. Just moments ago, I felt a twinge of sympathy for the two women. Now, however, I find myself applauding the actions of the young man. He lamented, "If only the soup in that bowl had been sulfuric rather than lukewarm." Regardless of the bystanders' scorn, the two women remained unperturbed, demanding compensation with a shamelessness that rivaled fortress walls. "Shall I handle this?" Chen Xingyu proposed, feeling a bit guilty since it was he who had brought Li Xiao to this restaurant. "No need. I'll take care of it," Li Xiao declared, relishing the opportunity to reason with women. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began, "Ladies, are you familiar with the dragon-slaying saber and the heavenly sword?" "Huh?" The two women were taken aback. "Last night, I had a dream. Chaos enveloped the martial world. Blood flowed like rivers. All due to the legendary reemergence of the dragon-slaying saber and the heavenly sword. A wise sage foretold that two heroines would save the people from peril, wielding the most formidable weapons in existence. If only their skins could be fashioned into a shield of treasure, the crisis would be averted. Today, I stand before you, convinced you are the heroines from my dream." Upon hearing the term heroines, the two women mistakenly believed Li Xiao was flattering them. They retorted, "Don't think you can charm us with sweet words. We're not buying it." These two perfectly encapsulated the notion of being both shallow and dim-witted. 5,000 for a piece of clothing. What kind of garment is that? The Emperor's new clothes? Before they could respond, Li Xiao continued, "You just claimed that my dog, being too handsome, intentionally seduced you. Following your logic, if you dress so provocatively while walking home at night and attract unwanted attention, is it not your own fault for enticing others? Furthermore, you just accused me of inciting my dog to overturn the table. By your reasoning, does that mean you can understand the language of dogs?" Li Xiao's words flowed coherently, his logic sound, leaving the two women momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, he had already settled into Chen Xingyu's taxi, departing with a wave. "Ah, that scoundrel. He even insulted us, claiming we could understand dog language. This is infuriating. Let us find our boyfriends. They must teach him a lesson." The two women fumed in the street, their expressions twisted in rage, resembling zombies unleashed. Li Xiao observed their retreating figures in the rearview mirror, shaking his head in resignation. The city was perilous. It was time to return to the countryside. One word sufficed: absolutely. The director's eloquence was remarkable. She could easily rival Stephen Chow in Kung Fu as a lawyer. But why settle for such a mundane career? With her talent, she ought to become a diplomat, championing the nation on the global stage and engaging in verbal duels with the learned. She was undoubtedly the first to reason with women effectively. What an admiration. "Director, I wish to learn your way with words," Li Xiao remarked sincerely in the chat. In truth, anyone can possess such eloquence. One need only emulate Stephen Chow in Justice Bao, conversing with inanimate objects, the sea, lit candles, and gnarled trees. You too can achieve my level of oratory. Read more, stay informed. Indulge less in snacks, and sleep more. I believe in you. I believe in you, my foot. That old man is quite the trickster. What a scam. Report the director for deceiving us. Unfollowed. No love lost. In the midst of this entertaining banter, Li Xiao had unknowingly arrived at the village entrance. The village was a muddy path, where taxis could not venture further, so he was dropped off here. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Xingyu, Li Xiao proceeded into the village. He did not head straight home, nor to the zoo. Instead, he made his way to the village head's residence. The zoo was now undergoing planned renovations, and the next step was to pave the village roads. To initiate this, the village head's intervention was essential. Chapter 93. Paving the road. A task more arduous than ascending the heavens. Paving the road. That sounds like a boon. Li Dagu nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow and said, "Indeed, it's a beneficial endeavor, but its implementation is fraught with difficulties." "Why is that?" "Money," Li Dagu explained with a solemn expression. "It's not the cost of the road itself, but the compensation due to the villagers. Nowadays, everything revolves around money, especially land, which is considered as precious as gold. As you know, many villagers cultivate small vegetable gardens in front of their homes or store firewood there. Once the road is paved, they can no longer do so, and I expect many will clamor for compensation. If you refuse to compensate, construction will be impossible. If you compensate some, but not others, the uncompensated will feel aggrieved and demand their due. If you compensate everyone, I fear you simply cannot afford it." Truly, this village chief was a man of foresight. His concerns echoed those Zhao Shiri had voiced before. It is exceedingly difficult for an individual to pave a road in the countryside unless the state undertakes the project. As village chief, Li Dagu had certainly considered the matter, but found it too difficult to implement. In rural areas, people hold a special attachment to the land, whether it's their own or the collective's, and they will fight for every inch, especially when building houses. Neighbors who were once so close they could share clothes will become bitter enemies if one house encroaches on the other's land, even by a centimeter. They will not only curse each other behind their backs, but may remain estranged for life. In short, paving the road is more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Li Xiao was aware of the difficulties, but to promote the zoo's development, he couldn't help but plead, "Village chief, you must understand the myriad benefits of paving the road. Our village is already close to town, only a 20-minute walk. With a paved road, it'll be a mere 5 or 6 minutes by bike, making it much easier to go to the market and buy things. As it is now, the road becomes a quagmire when it rains, taking 20 minutes just to pull your foot out. Even on sunny days, you have to wait a couple of days before venturing out, or the mud road will be trampled to pieces. A paved road will bring us closer to town. If the state decides to develop this area, our village will be directly incorporated into the town. Moreover, many merchants will come to cooperate, and our villagers won't have to worry about selling their produce. Merchants can drive into the village with ease. Furthermore, it will be easier to get to the hospital in town in case of illness. In short, paving the road offers endless benefits and no drawbacks." Li Daga sighed, his face filled with melancholy. "I understand all that you're saying, but it all boils down to compensation. A well-built road can be used for a lifetime, not just temporarily. But some people simply won't consider that. They only care about money. It's like those property management companies these days. Some owners forget to pay their fees because they're too busy, even for just one day, and their access cards are blocked, leaving them unable to return to the homes they paid for late at night. And some delivery drivers are forcibly stopped by security guards, unable to return home, and collapse on the ground in tears. These kinds of incidents are constantly making the news. Compensation? Li Xiao couldn't afford it. He could compensate one household, but there were hundreds in the village. If he compensated every household, the money he'd earned recently wouldn't be enough. Besides, the zoo was still under renovation, and money was needed everywhere. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Village chief, my words carry little weight. So I hope you can invite the respected and influential people in the village over tonight. Let's hear their opinions first and see if it's feasible. You're also considering the welfare of the entire village, so I'll help you with this. I'll make an announcement later, hoping that each household will send someone to my house tonight to gather and chat. Then I thank you, village chief. If this matter succeeds, I'll buy you good wine and cigarettes." Li Xiao clasped his fists in gratitude. He hadn't expected Li Dagu to be so cooperative. Li Dagu waved his hands repeatedly. "I wouldn't dare. I'm a state cadre, after all, and can't accept things indiscriminately." "So the village chief is also considered a cadre?" "Upstairs, don't underestimate the small fry. I didn't expect the village chief to be so principled. Love it, love it. Why don't we have such a good village chief in our village? Damn it. Our village chief is just stuffing money into his own pockets. When our village built a road, the village chief cut corners and secretly pocketed a lot of money, turning his own house into a 3-story villa, while our village's cement road became potholed in less than 2 years. Cadres are most afraid of temptation. Those who know. Brother Biao, you're asking me to do something by tempting a cadre like this. Which cadre can withstand such temptation? I can refuse to accept it. But you can't refuse to offer it." The viewers in the live stream were all giving Li Dagu a thumbs up. Such a good cadre who sincerely does practical things is rarer than a national treasure. Li Xiao quickly said, "Village chief, the wine and cigarettes are specifically for showing my respect to you, without any ulterior motives. Even without ulterior motives, I don't want them. If you insist on giving them, I'll get angry." Li Dagu glared and said, "Most young people like you have gone to the city, and there aren't many who sincerely consider the village's development. I admire you, so I must help you with your matter. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and tell me. Then I thank you, village chief." Li Xiao said with emotion, "If the road can be paved, my zoo can almost open." "It's opening so soon? What's the current development like? Tell me about it." Li Dagu was full of curiosity, feeling very interested. You see, when the zoo was in Li Xiao's grandfather's hands, there were hardly any visitors, and even villagers rarely went. But Li Xiao has only been in charge for such a short time, and he can open it already. There must be something extraordinary about him. When the zoo opens, I'll invite you to cut the ribbon. Then you'll know how the development is. You little rascal. Still keeping secrets from me." Suddenly, Li Xiao thought of something. The villagers wanted compensation, and he didn't have it, but he could compensate them in another way. When the zoo opened, many fans and tourists would definitely come. So wouldn't it be boring to only have a zoo? Why didn't the villagers take the opportunity to develop side businesses? Chapter 94. The audacious titmouse. Just as Shanghai Disneyland offers a plethora of dining options within its grounds, albeit at exorbitant prices, Li Xiao contemplated the potential for the villagers to capitalize on the influx of tourists visiting the zoo by establishing auxiliary businesses catering to their needs for sustenance, accommodation, and other necessities. He envisioned the establishment of modest supermarkets, quaint inns, parking facilities, or agritourism ventures, all offering affordable rates to foster goodwill among visitors. Such initiatives would ensure a steady stream of income for the villagers once the zoo commenced operations, drawing inspiration from the meteoric rise of the Modern Brothers, whose outdoor live-stream song covers propelled them from obscurity to internet stardom and ultimately to mainstream fame. Li Xiao noted how their performance location became a bustling hub, enriching local business owners. While acknowledging the merits of this concept, Li Xiao recognized the need for meticulous planning before presenting it to the villagers during their evening discussion. Village Chief, I must attend to matters at the zoo. I cannot linger any longer. Very well. I shall gather the villagers this evening so that you may share your ideas with them. Li Dagua replied with a smile as he saw Li Xiao off. Observing Li Xiao's retreating figure, Li Dagua beamed, remarking to himself, he is truly a commendable young man, dedicated to the welfare of the villagers. In the upcoming elections, we can nominate him as the new village chief. With him at the helm, I can rest assured. Upon departing the village chief's residence, Li Xiao directed his steps homeward rather than toward the zoo. Concerned about the potential harm the scorching sun could inflict upon the golden koi, he resolved to replenish its water and relocate it to a shaded area. The onset of summer's oppressive heat poses challenges for even seasoned fishkeepers, let alone amateurs like Li Xiao with rudimentary equipment. Upon arriving home, he discovered the golden koi thrashing vigorously within its tank. Master, you have finally returned. Please hasten to replenish my water. I am on the verge of being cooked alive. Do you intend to transform me into fish soup? Do not forget that it was through my blessings that you were able to catch fish. You must not repay kindness with treachery, nor slaughter the fish that toiled for you. The golden koi seemed to implore. My apologies for the delay. I had not anticipated such intense heat today. Li Xiao responded contritely as he drew a bucket of spiritual well water and commenced the water change. The sight of the golden koi once again elicited a wave of nostalgia. Previously, I beseeched it to banish the blemishes from my face, and upon awakening, they had indeed vanished. It is truly efficacious. Is that so? I, too, shall offer a supplication, hoping to gain 10 centimeters. Are you referring to height or appendage? Inquired a commenter. Curious indeed. Is not 10 centimeters the norm for men? Why would you seek to increase it unless it has regressed? Zoo Director, your fish-rearing methods are rather haphazard. I have not witnessed you changing the water or providing sustenance in days, yet this golden koi thrives. It possesses remarkable resilience. Observing the comments on the screen, Li Xiao chuckled. But you misunderstand. The finest fish are nurtured within cardboard boxes, preferably furnished with 2 bowls. One containing millet for sustenance, and the other filled with clear water for hydration. Such a regimen yields plump and robust fish. As for the inferior fish I keep, I simply replenish their water casually. I do not believe you. You old charlatan, deceiving us once more. The zoo director is engaging in reverse snobbery. If your golden koi is a mere inferior fish, then what are the small grass carp I catch from the pond? I trust the zoo director. I attempted to raise fish in the manner he described, but they perished because the cardboard box lacked drainage holes. The fish, being fastidious creatures, were unable to eliminate their waste, which ultimately led to their demise. Nay, it was because the fish were susceptible to the cold, and you neglected to provide them with a blanket. I beg to differ. I posit that the fish craved spirits rather than mere water. Nonsense. The fish imbibe water from the swimming pool. In truth, you are all mistaken. The fish yearn for currency. Place 100 yuan within the cardboard box, and they shall procure their own beverages, be it Sprite, Coca-Cola, Minute Maid, Red Bull, Fanta, or Waha. The livestream audience was thoroughly captivated by Li Xiao's whimsical pronouncements, venturing further into absurdity with each passing comment. In reality, any child raised in a rural setting who frequently caught fish would be aware of the underlying principle. Once captured and placed within a large tank, the fish require minimal intervention. Even if neglected for a fortnight, they would persist. This is because the water tank itself serves as an incubator of life. Rainwater within the tank fosters the growth of microorganisms and aquatic algae, which serve as the fish's primary food source, while the fish's excrement, in turn, nourishes these microorganisms and plants. Amidst the light-hearted banter, Li Xiao completed the water change and hastened toward the zoo. Within the zoo, the animals remained indolent, uniformly engrossed in slumber. Even the newly arrived white fox, Dodgy, had succumbed to the lethargy, reclining in the grass with her eyes narrowed into slits. utterly immersed in her repose. How adorable. Zoo director, do not disturb the white fox. She is not on duty. Allow her to rest. Let her sleep. Possessing such captivating beauty confers certain privileges. In the animal kingdom, this principle holds sway. The visitors were well aware that Li Zhao's initial act upon arriving at the zoo would be to rouse the animals from their slumber, and they vehemently protested. Awakening the other animals to perform their duties was permissible, but disturbing the adorable white fox was strictly forbidden. However, Li Xiao had no intention of disturbing the white fox, as she was of limited assistance. However, a titmouse, no larger than the palm of a hand, suddenly materialized within his field of vision. Titmice typically exhibit green, gray-white, black-yellow plumage, adorned with a multitude of colors, resembling miniature, chromatic sprites of the forest. They subsist on insects, berries, and seeds, primarily constructing their nest from plant fibers, twigs, leaves, weeds, soil, and animal hair. Titmice are ubiquitous across various regions, albeit in differing varieties. To date, 65 species of titmice have been identified. The titmouse before him possessed gray-white plumage, identifying it as a marsh tit. Despite its name, the marsh tit does not actually inhabit marshes. Rather, it frequents broad-leaved forests or the canopies of tall trees within coniferous forests, often observed in wooded areas near bodies of water, hence its appellation. It perched upon a branch, flapping its wings, and upon confirming the absence of danger, it hopped toward the sleeping white fox. Taking advantage of the white fox's slumber, it leaped onto her back. Finally, it proceeded to open its beak and pluck at the stray hairs on the white fox's fur. What is transpiring? This bird possesses remarkable audacity, daring to pilfer the white fox's fur. Daji, awaken and devour it. The livestream audience erupted in outrage. Li Xiao swiftly interjected, this bird is a titmouse, and titmice primarily utilize animal hair to construct their nests. They typically scavenge hair that animals have naturally shed, but some are audacious enough to pilfer hair while the animals are asleep. Such hair is more vibrant, resulting in a more aesthetically pleasing nest that is more likely to attract a mate. Furthermore, foxes are natural predators of titmice. This titmouse is exceptionally bold. Chapter 95. The generals command the little white fox. Daji pondered, why is it getting colder the more I sleep? No wonder the director mentioned that foxes are the natural enemies of sparrows. I suddenly understand. The most perilous places can often be the safest. The sparrow mused. Fortune favors the brave. Who else but me? This sparrow was rather unkind, incessantly plucking at the little white fox's head, and if it continued, it would surely resemble Guyu. Su Zheng, Guodong Lin, and Bao Baier chimed in. Actually, we could make a cameo appearance. The little white fox still had not awakened, and it was infuriating to watch. It was akin to being bitten by a mosquito while asleep. Would it rouse you? Each fox is adorned with fur. Let me sing about it. What kinds of fur do we possess? I shall sing of nasal hair, body hair, eyelashes, and even the hair in the armpits. Stop singing. If you continue, we might need to drive to the thighs. How peculiar. Why are my thighs so smooth? Is this true? A friend of mine wishes to meet you. I don't believe it unless you provide photographic proof. Upon hearing Li Zhao's explanation, the viewers in the live stream were struck with enlightenment and could not help but laugh heartily. Li Xiao chose not to disturb the little white fox and the sparrow. This was the natural order of animal existence. There was no need for him to intervene. Moreover, the little white fox had been confined in a cage for too long, resulting in a considerable amount of unkempt fur that required grooming. With free sparrows available, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Accompanied by the little black fox, Li Xiao awakened the other animals and resumed his renovations in the zoo. Last night, he had maximized the effect by tossing giant logs, and today he continued the same endeavor. After throwing a dozen or so logs, he decided to cease. Although he still had strength and energy, continuing would surely attract the attention of the authorities. He had no desire to end up like the extraterrestrials in films, captured for dissection and study. Just like the famed physicist whose brain was divided into 240 pieces posthumously, the logs were sufficient for the time being. Constructing a viewing bridge necessitated a solid foundation. The foundation is paramount, the essence of the structure. There had been reports indicating that experts deemed an ancient bridge to be unsafe, yet after detonating over 300 kilograms of explosives, the bridge remained undisturbed. This exemplifies the wisdom of our ancestors and the significance of a robust foundation. Li Xiao positioned a massive log upright and declared, next, I shall begin securing the bridge piles. This step is both simple and crucial. Although the piles serve as the foundation, they are of utmost importance. If the piles are not adequately set, even with a deck laid above, a strong gust of wind or heavy rain could lead to a collapse. The piles must be driven deep. While speaking, Li Zhao's hands were in constant motion. He embraced a log and forcefully plunged it into the pre-dug furrow. Thud. The massive log sank vertically into the furrow with ease, embedding itself half a meter deep. Subsequently, Li Xiao skillfully and swiftly inserted log after log into the furrow. The viewers in the live stream had long grown accustomed to his astonishing feats and were now somewhat numb to them. The director is exceptionally hardcore. I've never witnessed such a method of bridge construction before. The director was continuously reshaping my worldview. You all appear to be new fans. This is merely the director's routine. The director remarked, as my fans, maintain your composure. Do not behave as if you have never seen the world. Engrossed in his labor, Li Xiao had no time to glance at the comments. After a while, he felt a tinge of boredom and called out to King Gigi, play a song for us. Listening to music while working is the most effective remedy for monotony. Although the current music scene is chaotic and cannot compare to the divine battles of yore, there are still a few songs worth hearing. At that moment, King Gigi was wandering about the zoo with a bear cub, feeling rather bored. Soon, it zeroed in on the phone that Li Xiao had left on a bench. After a bit of fiddling, it miraculously input the correct password and unlocked the screen. Li Xiao, witnessing this, called out. He was not upset that King Gigi had accessed his phone. Rather, he was curious to see if King Gigi could operate the device without guidance. King Gigi, being quite clever, made an okay gesture and then used sign language to ask, "What song do you want to hear?" Li Xiao replied, "Something exhilarating, a song to alleviate boredom and fatigue." He urgently needed such music to ease his weariness. He did not expect King Gigi to find songs of that nature. He would be content if it could merely open the music app. However, half a minute later, King Gigi again made the okay gesture. All set. I've got it. Following that, music began to play from the phone. Looking at you. I have gazed into the vastness of the ocean. Looking at you, I invite you to dance with a long spear. Thrust, insert, peek, and help me awaken. Steady your stance, showcase your strengths. Show me your talents, great and strong. We adore valiant men, we know your strengths. Passionate men, heated to the point of shedding their shirts. The song resonated not only for Li Xiao, but for the entire live stream audience. At first glance, it seemed innocuous. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was apparent that something was amiss. Oh no, this song is filled with suggestive lyrics. How embarrassing. What lewd words. King Gigi had astoundingly found this song. Let me ask for a friend. What is this song? The General's Command. It's from the film Iron Rooster vs. Centipede starring the Kung Fu Emperor. The lyrics were audacious and far more provocative than the songs you listened to as a child, which were far less daring and would not be censored. Naturally, as this song is an adaptation of Huang Zhan's The General's Command, the live stream was once again ablaze with excitement. Many young women had flushed faces. Who is Huang Zhan? Many of the post-00s might not know him or find him unfamiliar. However, there is one song that everyone recognizes, A Laugh in the Sea. Only Huang Zhan could sing A Laugh in the Sea with such flair. His voice alone conjures the essence of the rivers and lakes. Li Xiao, unable to concern himself with much else, rushed to turn off the song at breakneck speed and switched to Su Song's music. Although Su Song paled in comparison to the venerable Huang Zhan, he nonetheless represented the youth of a generation. His songs such as Bare Face, What's Wrong with That? The Funeral of the Rose, and others had once dominated the charts. More importantly, his melodies were gentle and imbued with a sense of chivalry, perfectly suited for playing in a pastoral setting. To prevent King Gigi from creating further mischief, Li Xiao opened a gaming video, hoping it would keep the bored creature quiet. His expectations for King Gigi were modest. He merely wished for it to refrain from causing trouble. The gaming video showcased a match from Honor of Kings, featuring Dreaming Tears dismantling the crystal without minions.